Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lambda.
They have fought for pride, for prestige.
A blade for Jae-woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
And for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick! Zera does it again!
New stars will rise. And champions.
Oh, Copper! He looks so good on this Winston right now.
Will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the OWCS Stage 2 Promotion Relegation Tournament. Today, we're going to find out who is going to be rising up out of FACEIT Masters to take on the top level teams in OWCS in the next stage. I'm Jake. I'm joined here by Rich, Rad, and Johnny. Guys, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm just excited. I can't even get my words right. I've been waiting for this weekend. I know you and Johnny got to do last stages. Now I get to be here a part of it. Johnny, I'm thrilled. I think you are. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, I'm pumped. People, I've been saying it so much. I love today. Today is just like, obviously, the FACEIT Masters team competing against 2 of the bottom teams in OWCS, but like there's so much on the line there. There's so many stakes. Like you don't want to be down in FACEIT Masters and going through like 20 matches to try and play in OWCS. Like you want to be in the tier 1 competition. You want to be in OWCS. You want to compete against the very best. And today is where it's all decided. This is your opportunity to qualify for OWCS Stage 3. So I love it. It's just a tumultuous day. There's so much on the line. 6 amazing matches coming our way.
Yeah, there's always going to be a lot of excitement as we, teams fight to see if there's going to be new blood in OWCS. And historically, we've seen, this is the marker of the new system, right? The fact that our ecosystem is fully connected, that anybody can kind of play their way up and potentially even make it to the OWCS is pretty amazing. But of course, we got to take a little bit of a recap here of OWCS Stage 2. We're nearing the end. We're coming close to that mid-season championship where we will be crowning our global champion, where we, get that clash of the regions of all the best Overwatch teams from around the world. If you're a team here in promotion relegation, that's the ultimate goal, right? And this is an important stepping stone for you in promotion relegation to be able to get a chance to start fighting for those big global tournaments. So of course, exactly, one step at a time. Well, everyone's got their eyes on the Esports World Cup and competing against the best teams in the world. They're in Riyadh. Of course, the teams you've got to be able to win here today to get a shot at that, to be able to compete with the best of the best, and maybe, from EMEA, rise to the top of that region. But of course, we're fully connected. So for any player, can hop on and join the FACEIT League, grind through the lower divisions. If you have the skills, if you have what it takes, competing eventually in the FACEIT Master Series. And if you're the top couple teams of that, you're gonna get your shot here in a day just like today, competing with the bottom teams of the OWCS regions and maybe earning your shot.
It's in your own hands. It's like up to you. It's an open format. If you're good enough, if your team is good enough, you can compete with the very best and you can win tournaments. You know, it's not a locked system and you got to try outs and like, hey, pick me up. I'm a great player. Trust me. It's like, no, if you're a great team, you can make it all the way. So yes, maybe mid-season championship is a little bit out of reach at this point, but you know,
well, it's out of reach at this point, but you know, that type of event, right? Like that's where you want to fight for, and this is like, you know, that big moment where are you going to be able to rise into that echelon, or are you going to fall to obscurity, right? You know, and I think that's the big question we have to answer here today. Let's take a look at the EMEA Stage 2 standings and look at, for EMEA, which is of course the first region we're going to be covering today, who are the teams that are going to be falling down and having to fight for their lives really in this promotion relegation day. It's going to be 7th and 8th seeds here.
Yeah, I mean, again, when we look at the scoring, I know, Johnny, you even touched base. We were talking about this before going in the broadcast, you know, having that same win-loss ratio and the placement, Team Peps being able to just etch their way into that sixth
Gotta win the
place.
head-to-head.
I mean, yeah, it's crazy to just see how unfortunately close that was, as we do see, again, that 7th and 8th seed really having to fight for their lives here to keep their placement within this competition.
They beat Ultimates. They took VP to 5. And then they lose into Genji and Peps, and now they're here. Oh, I mean, no. And
this shows
lower bracket to go into it. Like they already lost today. Oh my.
This shows this, like, the difficulty of competing in that top division. Right, just earning your slot there is one thing, but being able to compete in the long term. 1D100G, they came in really hot to that stage 2. However, you know, some of these top teams in EMEA, they just had, you know, I think a better rate of improvement through the course of the stage, right, continuing to improve. Let's take a look though at today's promotion relegation bracket. See, you know, who's competing in what slot. And as you guys mentioned, it's going to be 2 new blood. At least we're guaranteed to get some new blood in OWCS EMEA. And honestly, the way it shaped out in those qualifying matches, maybe it's expected that it'll be both of these teams, Vision and Anomaly, since they both won pretty handily over their OWCS relegated counterparts.
I'm a person that really does support, you know, that rising up, being in tier 2 for such an experience for a long time, you know, also with Collegiate, being able to see these teams work their way up to it, having them both in the upper final is such a really great thing to see. Not to, you know, again, like, discredit our 2 teams that have been a part of the normal season, but they now have to really evaluate this and understand how they can elevate to not lose that spot, because one of them is for sure going.
Yeah, I feel like Anomaly is a team that kind of like surprised us a little bit, because we expected, you know, DVG, they looked really good in stage 2. Team Vision, I feel like they've been smurfing in FACEIT Masters kind of a little bit. They got Violet on the team. Choice One is just absolute beast, so I expected Vision to come out on top today. But Anomaly beating DVG, that's a really good win. And now you're just 1 match away from qualifying for OWCS Stage 3. So a lot of intriguing match results to kick off today.
Yeah, definitely DVG have their work cut out for them if they want to, you know, re-qualify and have another shot in OWCS. It's going to be a real challenge. But of course, for anybody, you know, we talked about this being an open ecosystem. This is available to anybody. Anybody can sign up right now for FACEIT Season 6. It's available. You just follow this link, faceit.com/OWCS. You'll be able to sign up and, you know, join and compete. And of course, you got to, you know, work your way through the pyramid, grind up through the divisions, or, you know, maybe join a team in one of the higher divisions if you're a player of that caliber. But, you know, that competition, that, you know, build and grind is how you eventually get to this moment in promotion relegation, where right now it's guaranteed that we're going to see a team succeed in that climb to make it to that next level of the pyramid. I mean, whether the first qualifier is Vision or Anomaly, it's still going to be some new blood, and definitely some exciting faces, especially as you guys mentioned with Violet and Choi Se-wan, you know, coming in out of FACEIT Master League. That's a scary foe to be facing in promotion relegation. Team Vision is a real threat today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also,
and again,
I just want to tell you that it's also fun. You know, you can compete and win and qualify, but it's also fun. So if you like fun, if you like playing Overwatch and having fun, sign up for FACEIT. Here we go.
show your worth through grind. Absolutely. Being able to put everything on the line, as we're going to be getting into that first match and looking at the teams, though.
Yeah, let's take a look at the rosters. It's going to be Frosttails taking on 1D100G. And I mean, honestly, I'd still favor 1D100G here, but, you know, coming in, taking a 3-1 loss, that could be pretty rough for a team like 1D100G that maybe thought that they would be a shoe-in for the requalify to have another chance in OWCS. So let's take a look at some of these rosters and just sort of look at this matchup. And I mean, for both these teams, this is fighting for your lives. This is fighting for just one more chance to qualify. You need to win twice if you're either of these teams.
And again, I think there's a lot really going to go into this for Frosttails. They were that last of the entire group, being in that that 8th spot. Now at this point having to be dropped to this lower bracket and really need to work on. I'm just more curious to see how just this team as a whole has really developed to be in this position. And now in their own like last chance moment, I'm really going to be focusing on how that DPS line is going to be working in tandem to try and find those types of necessary picks or value that we even got to see, let's say now from just the Masters not too long ago that just happened previously, to get those two teams here where it was so much focus on how the DPS were performing, being able to find those critical picks to control the actual engagements and fights, and if there's going to be enough from this tank line as well that can really essentially anchor everything on their shoulders.
Well, that's Frosty. Let's take a look at 1D100G. I mean, definitely in the name, Dip, definitely a player you got to keep your eyes on. Has had some big performances last stage, Johnny.
Yeah, been a big star player for them. And I want to shout out Sidra as well, because when we did this promotion relegation for stage 1, Jake, I feel like you looked at this team and the damage players were just, you know, popping off and having individual moments, but they also played very cohesively and they played with a lot of pace. You know, they initiated behind Willie's engagement on the tank and roll as well, and they looked really good, and we were positively surprised. We're like, hey, stage 2, watch out for this team. But like you said, Jake, bit of a slump ever since Willis went on that vacation. No idea what happened on that vacation. They've been kind of slumping. They lost to GNG, they lost to Peps. So I think we know that this team is really capable of playing really well. They just haven't been able to find their stride in the last few weeks here. And now, you know, backs against the wall. If you lose, you're in FACEIT next season.
Well, guys, as you mentioned, you know, backs against the wall. This is a do or die situation for either of these teams. They both took some tough losses off broadcast, so it's really a question of, you know, who can regroup mentally, who can, you know, stay believing in their chances to potentially re-qualify here. But it's up to you guys. Rich, Johnny, take it away.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate that. As yes, we're going to be getting into our first match of the day. We've got a lot ahead of us, Johnny, so we'll have to pace ourselves for the excitement and what's going to be unfolding. But there's even some really nice additions, not only just to seeing some of the teams, but we also have a discussion in regards to the map pool. That's a part of this as well we can dive into.
That's right. Top right of your screen, Atlas added to the map pool, our new Flashpoint map this season in Overwatch. Can't wait to see how players play this one, replacing Suravasa, of course. And look, not only am I excited to see a new Flashpoint map, you know, there's some change in map design, you know, when we see some fresh compositions, probably will be Brawl, but it's also a purple map. It's a dark mode map. Anytime there's like a Lijiang Tower color, I'm in. I'm sold, Rich. So not only can't I wait to see how pro players actually play this map, because, you know, it's brand new, but it's also a beautiful map to look at. So very excited.
Yeah, I think that's also one of the most exciting parts whenever we get that new map and really start to see players of this caliber be able to work effortlessly through it and find those little areas that are so beneficial to their composition, the methodology behind their play, so we get to get that first real introduction before we see that more so in the rotation of the map pool moving forward.
Yeah, there's some interesting high grounds to play with on that map as well. I think as these teams kind of approach that map, there will be a lot of jostling for these, you know, balconies, high grounds that overlook this point. You know, having a positional advantage is so powerful. So it's really interesting in that regard. I can't wait to see, you know, what compositions we're going to play for that one. Is it going to be more like Orisa, Cassidy kind of compositions? We'll have to wait and see if anyone picks the map to begin with. Like, we have to go there. Yeah. Maybe people just pick New Junk City. They don't want to go there. But it's exciting to have the map in the pool. Nonetheless, a new addition to the Overwatch map pool.
And we can take a look at what our first selection is going to be, and it's going to be Lijiang Tower. We do have Frosttails getting rid of that Orisa, whereas DVG removes the Symmetra. And again, we got to see so much of that Symmetra play when it came out, you know, transitioning between maps more recently. You and I talking about it on the desk with Zoe, as, you know, casters were really emphasizing just the mastermind play that this Symmetra can really bring to the table if the team is coordinated enough to execute it.
Yeah, it's such a like blessing and a curse, because of course if you are a competent Symmetra team, if you're a checkmate, you're just like, great, it's a Symmetra meta. We know how to play this hero. We can navigate with the teleporter to always put ourselves in a position to succeed. But if you're not one of those teams, and you know, you can't blame a player if they don't necessarily have Symmetra in their hero pool, right? So I see some of these teams today, they're probably going to ban out the Symmetra. They just don't feel comfortable with the hero. They'd rather play, you know, a hit scan with a flex, whether it's Genji or Tracer. You know, the pretty more default stuff. They don't want to mess around with the different positioning that a Symmetra teleporter can provide you. So Symmetra ban off the bat here for DVG. I think that's quite telling that maybe they want to lean back and play more of these default compositions and not get into, you know, some pesky wildcard territory, especially in a map or a match with stakes like this.
Yeah, the stakes being so high. Again, one of these teams looking to continue moving forward, and we get right out the gate to see somebody eliminated between those two teams. I think that's just kind of a jarring shock. Of course, we highlighted, you know, the significance of the FACEIT Masters League, where they're able to work to this, and this is a perfect example of that we have those now two Masters teams looking and kind of in the wings to be like, all right, we get to watch and see what our competition here looks like. They get to revisit, they get to communicate and how they want to compete moving forward, because that's going to be on later where we get to see them face off again from what we just had previously in that grand finals for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal, right? Because if you think back to last year in OWCS, I mean, we had 16 teams qualify for the group stage back then. So there were a lot of teams that were able to participate in the group stage, and then later on, of course, if you made it through your group, you did qualify for the bracket play in the end, every stage, of course. But now, this year, with there only being 8 teams per stage, there are so many teams that are trying to get one of these revered 2 seats each OWCS stage, get promoted from FACEIT Masters. So there's just so much stiff competition in FACEIT Masters. I mean, I don't know what is this game called when there's like 2 chairs in the middle and like the music is on and you get
Oh, I know what you're talking about. And somebody's musical chairs. Yeah, musical chairs. Yeah.
It's literally musical chairs.
You alluded to it.
And then there's 2 chairs, and you're just like, if the music stops, I gotta be ready to sit down. So it's just a circus. Like it's so hard to get one of these 2 seats. So the fact that you qualified for the promotion relegation day, that's an accomplishment already. But you gotta be so locked in here for when the music stops. I didn't complete that.
Gotta be quick.
You gotta be quick to sit.
Gotta be quick.
Yeah.
Well, with us,
the plane. That was a terrible
no,
play.
you did. You landed it. It might have been a little bumpy, but you landed it. So we'll let that happen. But yes, we talked about the new map. We can talk a little bit with a quick trailer though for our new season 17.
Lost. I'm alive! Now we play in my world. Selecting upgrades to match new user. I think a level up is in order. How did you get in here? Don't touch that. Hey, this is not part of my programming. Class dismissed. Overdrive activated. Final upgrades inbound. You have unlocked the privilege to annihilate. Leaving so soon. Game over.
Now I'm 4 stars from your shed house, and the raindrops from the sky. I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. 'Cause I can't really make it right now. Don't know when I'll next arrive. But I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. How are you today?
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Starting the climb indeed, as we are, I know, sitting here amongst all of you at home wondering, oh man, the suspense is killing me. We're about to get in this game. Is it going to happen? Well, that's happening now, Johnny, and I'm really so ready to get this underway. We've got, like we said, a long day ahead of us, and it's going to be a thrill.
Caster, start the game. Come on. Lijiang Tower. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Start your engines!
Just want to give the players a chance to touch the grass, you know, get some sunshine, get ready to go. And here we are. First map of our lower bracket semi-final. Loser goes home. Has to play in FACEIT Masters in Stage 3. And the winner, of course, with an opportunity still to qualify for Stage 3. So lots on the line here, Rich.
Yes, absolutely. It's almost one of those, like, what is it? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire moment, where it's like, as you're getting into it with the two teams, one's going home. Somebody's got to answer the right questions here as we're going on to this, and those questions are going to be compositions and what we want to see. And you touched a little bit too on looking to most likely see this type of brawl entering into it, as we're going to first head on to the center.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at DVG here. Sidra on that Cassidy, Dip on the Tracer. Big individual playmakers for DVG. See how they perform here. Frosttails, they're going to play the Mei, so obviously they'll have a lot of control here over this white room. Gotta be cautious here for DVG, not to be caught.
Wall already instantly placed by Pack to deny that incoming fire to rotate down that lower section, as Majin maintains this high ground position through that narrow archway, still funneling a lot towards that back position. Vortex to slow and negate that movement. Another wall comes in, kind of denies slight pressure towards that position, and doesn't really get the greatest separation, though. Dip gets a huge pickup, already starting to lead into their favor. A second falls in suit, and this is going to be Frosttails, unfortunately, crumbling under the weight of both Dip and Zydra.
Yeah, those walls just didn't get any value from Pack and DVG. Smartly, they play the angles, they play the flanks. Dip finds the first pick there onto Keo, and DVG maneuvering around this Mei pick, already off to a good start.
Curious to see how they'll enter into this. Once again, really trying to see if they can lean in with Pack to put that wall up. Great separation, huge engagement. Willies is there, and that's going to be a massive undertaking here for Frosttails. Having the immortality field as an insurance policy guarantees a quick exchange.
Yeah, that was really quick. I mean, DVG just looked like they weren't ready at all from that engage coming in from Frosttails, and I mean, that's as easy of a fight win as you get for Frosttails. Just Mei wall, a couple of people left behind, and you find the opening picks here. Dip's got this pulse bomb. There's a lamp in the way recall. There's an opportunity for Frosttails here, actually.
Gets scary. Now up top again, looking for that support line in the back. Recognition, though, of placement. Nice boot, but dodges out as the Amp Matrix comes out way up front. Basically just disregarding Dip as a whole to try and force away one Dip until they can look for a regroup and find an engagement. But you can see in the distance, Dip in the back line. Icicles whizzing by, attempting to get an elimination, but can't quite find it as they re-push back onto it. High Noon is active. Shots, great displacement, and the pulse bomb, but an immortality field beautifully locks down that coverage and defends Frosttails from getting eliminated. Zydra, front line, gets a great pick. 50% and about to surpass, but that's one Dip going to come in dominantly with a patient play to outmaneuver Frosttails.
Yeah, it was really patient play, actually. You dodge some of these attacks coming through from Frosttails, and you hold on to the support ultimates if you're DVG here. Will is committing the annihilation, of course, but very economical fight there for DVG. So going into this one, you have point control. Now you're just gonna pick a moment here. When do you want to pop the rally and the orbital ray?
And we'll see if that orbital ray is going to come out quickly as they maneuver up the top. Does manage to do so, crossing that center. Big pickup already onto a support. Rally no longer available, so you solely have to rely on the orbital ray. But Kaio gets a great elimination, once again following up on the support with no one left. That's going to just spell demise for one Dip, and that's an easy swap back over.
Yeah, it's so scared to pop that orbital ray against something like a Mei, of course, which can deny that annihilation from Majin coming in as well. So Frosttails to commit a couple of ultimates there, but finding that opening pick on Natsuki was huge, and let's see if Pack can get some value with this Blizzard.
A lot of damage already onto Majin, having to move back. Great pulse bomb, but the Immortality Field swiftly again dropped by Kyo, just giving so much agency to Frosttails to maintain this position. Rally now activated since it wasn't in the previous fight because of the early elimination. Dip needs to be cautious though because their health is low. Zydra putting out a ton of damage, and you have a nice wall from Pack on the high ground to deny that sightline, but a swift rotation up top now takes full advantage of it, and one Dip is going to be able to eliminate the remaining few to swap it back and shake it away from that 93%.
Wow, these teams are just trading back and forth here. Sidra pumping 2 right clicks into Majin and finds the opening picks there onto Frosttails. Getting close to the final fight of the round here. Willis got the annihilation going here. And DVG in a pretty good spot here. Let's see if they go maybe a little bit aggressive, try to bait out this ice wall. Willis gonna pop it.
Ooh, Annihilation gets them low into the corner, attempting to work their way up the stairs, but unfortunately Majin has to stay just on the outskirts of it before having to re-enter to compete against it. Yep, to be able to do so. Kiwi getting a ton of assistance up front, but also getting that extra damage to harass Dip, so there's no free one-clip potential or the damage on the supports as they slowly move into this. Dip with the pulse bomb gets that great takedown, attempts to go for the lob, goes wide. One Dip now still maintaining this in the overtime, and you're going to have just a massive boost here as well with that orbital ray to secure and lock this down. Contention still on the point, but the numbers of Frosttail repeatedly fall, and that will be a round 1 in favor here of one Dip.
I mean, that was a crazy round to kick us off, Rich. Both teams just trade forth. And finally, you know, we get to 99%. Frosttails just a few percentage points away from some crucial ultimates there. You know, if they're able to build a sound barrier, they have so many ultimates coming straight after, but not able to build them in time. DVG relatively easily closes out that final fight. And taking a look at the stat, I mean, Dip has been firing on all cylinders so far, 11-0, leaving a mark on the first round.
Crazy. And again, if this is what we have to see moving forward for the rest of the day, I'm all for it, because both these teams, as we mentioned, are fighting to not be eliminated. So I truly feel that this is going to go blow for blow over the course of this first to 3 as we're about to enter in now to this night market and seeing if there's any major adjustments, but they're looking to potentially stick. But Pack's going to actually come out on the Tracer here to try and match up against Dip.
Yeah, a signature hero for Pack here, so it's going to be a great little Tracer duel here. We can see Sidra clearing the flank, left-hand side. It's going to be caught by Kyo, actually. Frosttails ready for that one and capitalizes immediately, finding key picks. Impressive fight there from Frosttails.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was almost just this kind of underestimation by one Dip that with the Tracer like synchronizing in that very aggressive play takes total control, and Dip is like, all right, we have to dip at this point.
Yeah, it was a key headshot, I think, from Kyo, actually, which set up Pack as well, diving in there. Frosttails just looked ready to push that flank, and DVG underestimated them. Now, again, Natsuki on the flank here with Sidra, trying to take some of this space, but again, Frosttails are doing a good job denying some of this space, making it difficult for DVG to get into position. Go!
Takes so much damage from Yoham in the back, and then it's a great follow-up. The support's playing monumentally to take that elimination, but there is still at least one down. Pack on the Tracer finds an elimination, so it's an even trade for now as Willie's looking to move in and try and find that opportunity of pushing up towards that position, but a rush is going to quickly change this. You see the speed ring come out to hopefully escape, but Frosttails right now are in total control of this.
Yeah, 4 versus 5, commit the Kitsune Rush, no problem. They feel confident closing out that fight. Pack is getting caught there. You know, I feel like both of these teams here, Rich, a little antsy, you know, picks traded either way. Players finding themselves in positions they shouldn't, and we got a back and forth kind of round on our hands here. Frosttails 60% and counting, but here comes DVG for another push.
Zydra looking to find someone, can't quite get an elimination. Dip on the outskirts though, rounding the backside, gets the stick, tick, tick, boom! And Kyo goes down. Now, gonna try and see if there's an opportunity to find a second onto the support to deny that mobility. So much damage onto Go-Go, and that's a great turn where finally one Dip can start changing this over, stripping it away from Frosttails, and they can go back into this and start to reevaluate a game plan with 3 ultimates to try and use over the course of these next couple fights.
And that is exactly what we love to see from Dip there, landing a key pulse bomb onto his target. You know, it's been a lot of individual plays for this DVG team, and Dip steps up to the plate here. 86% though for Frosttails. They got a sound barrier.
Green light means go. Leading into that, there is the Annihilation to try and counteract against it, combined with the Orbital Ray. Hesitant on that rally to try and utilize that if they absolutely have to, but since they've already essentially taken the positional advantage and gotten that initial pick, they can carry that into the next fight and now have Zydra with theirs as well.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough for VVG to manage these ultimates, committing the Orbital Ray, the Annihilation right there, traded with the sound barrier of GoGo, but you need to win a couple of more fights here if you're DVG, and at some point Frosttails will have the ultimate advantage. Let's see if they commit this Kitsune Russian or how they decide to play it. Should be feeling pretty good if you're Frosttails here. It's gonna be an early Deadeye from Cider, and again, Frosttails just waiting out these ultimates.
Yeah, looking to work through. Gets a decent shot. No elimination, though. Has to fall back. Kitsune Rush across the center. As you mentioned, looking to utilize that. Vortex going to lock it down. Great two-piece coming in from Frosttails. And they will make another swift movement onto this point and completely dominate to now make it a one-for-one control map.
Yeah, beautiful play there on the flank outside. Committed Kitsune Rush onto the point. DVG just didn't have anything to really retain that position onto the point. So it's going to be Frosttails because of that early lead, building 86% so early. It really gave them a good opportunity to close things out when the ultimates favored them. And we head to our final round here. Third round on the map 1. I have a feeling, Rich, we're gonna be going back and forth a lot throughout this series. And taking a look at the stats again here, you just see Keo like 9,800 damage.
Yeah, it's wild
for sure. Yeah.
Alrighty, and now we're going to see what the final selection here and potential adjustment maybe going to come out from one dip. But again, I did really enjoy to see that adjustment where Pack, again, going onto the May for that first specific sub round, now going back onto this Tracer, which is looking really good, and I think is going to have to make one dip evaluate how that type of tempo is going to play and that backline aggression.
Yeah, DVG, very fast rollout here, playing the Juno and the Lucio, going to get some early positioning. With the opening pick, they just don't care.
Yep, no, this is absolute throttling right now, and it's just these, what a shot, again, just this constant, dominant play right here, lighting up the kill feed. Frosttails right now, igniting every, almost 9 tails, you could say. I'm going to try and wing that in there, but it's like, the Frost version versus the Fire of tails. We'll leave that alone. But yes, it's looking clean.
It is indeed. I mean, Keo's been opening up some of these fights, hitting key headshots, which the rest of the team can capitalize on. DVG makes the swap over to the Juno Brig, actually. They're going to pop that speed ring. They're trading a little bit for now here, and Cider's going to find a pick onto GoGo again.
Massive. So it's just going to be solely on Kiwi. They've lost that extra mobility that comes from the Lucio, so they're going to have to be cautious in how they rotate away from this point. But the elimination's nice Vortex as well to get that slow and find that off angle across the bridgeway, so there's not too much percentage. Oh, gets the boop though. GoGo says bye-bye, my friend, as this is still, again, percentage gain. That's really what they're doing, is they're buying time to get as much out of this as possible, even though they know they don't have the best opportunity to do so.
Yeah, you're right. They're doing a great job right now. Back and forth on the point. Pack finds a fake. They're just trading back and forth. Yeah, and this is percentage.
Wow.
Frosttails, like you said, dip gets a couple, but can you close things out?
Pack right now is just going to be a thorn in the side, bobbing and weaving, as now you've got that tank line back in presence. Willie's continuing to get the elimination finally on the support. This should spell demise, since now it's really just GoGo attempting to get that mobility, get that area of effect healing, and this will be a cleanup. But I mean, 66+%, this is so much value that Frosttails has been able to get with these staggers.
Absolutely. That's a massive amount of percentage built there, and Willis had to pop the Annihilation as well. If you're Frosttails, we're coming up on your double support ultimate. You still have your Annihilation in hand, so you're feeling really good about that one. See how Johan commits this orbital ray here. They're going, they seem to be going quite aggressive.
Speed ring, very aggressive, almost attempting to try and catch Frosttails off guard, where we've seen it be on the reverse. You can already see how quickly those 2 eliminations come in, and this is what we're going to need to see, because they are at that 60%, or at least at the start of that fight, behind to catch up to this from Frosttails.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the same scenario as last round, really. Yes, you committed the orbital ray, you win a nice little fight there, but, that was the easy fight. Now what do? You're going up against 3 key ultimates here. Deadeye could be potent here.
Swinging around the shield, gets the elimination. There is a trade, but losing a tank, especially when you've got an Annihilation, is not what you want to see. So Frosttails is going to have to now give ground here, unless they can get enough picks to kind of equalize, but Dip comes in with a quick two-piece. Melee onto Kiwi. They're looking for a reset now, as you're going to have this once again be one Dip, and they'll need to look for one last fight engagement, and I'm so focused on the Annihilation and these ultimates stacked up from Frosttails.
Yeah, this was a huge fight win for DVG there, because Frosttails commit double support ultimate, of course. And now DVG, they're giving themselves a chance to win this round.
High Noon looking to see once again, gets a pick, great early takedown, and finds the second. The support eliminated. So this is now going to be actually, for how fast it is, one Dip is going to be able to get a quick respawn. They'll be able to come back into this, but again, they're still going into two significant ultimates. They have to have Willie's Annihilation for this.
Yeah, Keo just popping off there. I mean, racking up these kills, and Frosttails back in it here now. Annihilation for both Ramatras. And it's gonna come down to one final fighter. Yoam, relatively close to the orbital ray. Keep that in mind if this fight goes long.
Significant win condition to have that coupled to try and counteract against it. Yeah, they have the time to do so. 10% more than enough to get that. And now speed ring, that means it's an aggressive play. Pack goes for the stick, attempts to grab an elimination, goes wide, doesn't get the shot. Orbital ray across the center as a double annihilation, crossing the streams. But it's still gonna favor one Dip. They are able to take out two with the annihilation, pressing forward. Willie's dominant position guarantees maximum damage as they swap it over for one last final touch. And this is going to be dire for Frosttails to get back into.
Yeah, because of the overtime spawns, Pack is going to spawn so slowly. Keo has to get the touch here. I mean, how do you really stay alive here? You can't.
Even the swap on to the Sombra to see if you can get that translocate to touch the point alongside GoGo for more members on the point. But there is just far too few. It is just that really unfortunate percentage value, that timing to get back to compete as a full six. And this will be one Dip in the end of it all, managing to take this first map in that lower bracket.
Oh my god. What a map. What a map.
Yeah, right? Oh my goodness.
Just back and forth, yeah, and standouts on either side. I think Keo really impressed on the Cassidy, but honestly, it was Dip who clutched it up on the Tracer. That's one key fight when Frosttails had double support ultimate. They had the Annihilation. Sound Barrier comes in late, your Amatra dies. It's a 4 versus 4 situation. And Frosttails aren't able to win a fight, which they should with that double support ultimate, and they should win with that Annihilation. Instead, Dip comes in clutch, lands a couple of picks there, and that gives DVG an opportunity to come back in that map. So yeah, I think if you're DVG, you gotta be really satisfied the fact you were able to bring this one back.
Well, and I commented a little bit too when it came to Frosttails, but I mean, it still applies to both teams in getting those types of initial eliminations, those picks, the Tracer specifically, like you mentioned, finding and really just changing the entire methodology of how you continue that fight. Do you look to abandon? Do you look to try and invest those resources that are potentially necessary to convert that back favorably to you to re-engage? But we really started to see a major shift, and I loved having Pack again more so on that Tracer, even though that May was more specifically for that first round. It looked a lot more convincing and really throttled onto Dip, but Dip came out on top regardless and made a massive play difference here.
Yeah, massive plays coming in from Dip here, and you know, I'll kind of stick to what I said, you know, throughout the map, that it looked like both teams, you know, maybe a little bit shaky. Picks came either way. GoGo got caught a couple of times there, and that's an opportunity for some of these Tracer players to really make individual plays. Okay, if you know an opponent is out of position, maybe they're a bit too far forward, let's punish that. Let's capitalize on the opponent's mistake, right? And I think you saw a player like Dip there recognizing that there were a few moments where Dip could step up to the plate and grab a couple of picks, and he did just that. So that gave DVG an opportunity there to win map 1, and they did.
And as we continue to move into other maps, I would be very interested to see how that continues to play, because we had so many different great angles that really saw almost this kind of chess game of how Dip and Pack were kind of moving in the back line, finding those off angles, and even the recognition from a lot of the support, because we got to see that where GoGo is mitigating against it, making sure that those boops are there to keep that separation, forcing out those dashes and the recall for damage. And there's just so much relying on how the supports are reading those types of plays from the Tracer to be able to not only survive, but also potentially get an elimination to then even further take that focus now to the front of the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there was some early kind of like, they established some kind of identities. We saw, of course, Lucio Curie being played more by Frosttails, and meanwhile, DVG, they prefer to play more Juno Brig, it seems like. And so we have, a little bit of a difference in style here. And as we head into map 2, we'll kind of have to take a look at the bans here and see, which way these teams are leaning here. Again, like, if you're Frosttails, maybe you just want to ban around dip, just like we don't, like, do this a nightmare. Like, we just don't want to deal with that. Or maybe you're feeling like, hey, maybe we should let them play Juno Brig, right? So there's a few different ways to go with the hero bans here.
Well, the other thing too is because we highlighted and talked significantly about Symmetra already being an initial ban out the gate, maybe having that understanding or just knowledge of knowing that that can be more relevant as we move forward into this, that they wanted to at least get that upper hand out the gate. So there's a number of different types of variables until we finally actually get to see those decisions on the bans that we can lean into. As we can take a look at the map pool and see what that's going to have for us. Once again, we already have selected from Control, and I'm almost like still just hard looking to that far right for Flashpoint. Please. I just want to see it. I just want to see it.
Pick Atlas, please. I actually don't think they're gonna pick Atlas here.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the previous match. They lost in the upper bracket division. They did actually pick Eichenwalde as their second map, followed by Shamboli Monastery as their third map. So maybe that's the route you want to go. I feel like we haven't seen Eichenwalde in forever. So
no, right when you said that, I had a flashback moment being like, oh my gosh, that's right, that's like still part of this. I love the map. It's a great map in and of itself, but just to see it in a competitive format, it's been such an extended period of time that we get to do that. I mean, but there's, really different variations in how you play that map when it comes to just the high ground. You have that later portion where it's a little bit more boxed in and encapsulated, and how you potentially change into compositions. You can see a lot of variation. So that's why I just thoroughly enjoy it. If they do select it like you're potentially thinking, I'd be all for it.
Yeah, I mean, there are usually some maps in the map pool that no one really practices either. Teams just go ahead and like, we're not going to practice this map as much. I think one of the best examples is New Queen Street. It's like, we're not, teams don't want to practice New Queen Street as much. They'd much rather practice, other push maps instead. Give us a Runa Sapi, give us those kind of maps, right? And so you see teams shy away from that. I feel like Eichenwalde kind of was the hybrid map like that for a while, where it's just like teams just didn't want to go to Eichenwalde. They'd rather just pick other hybrid maps, just like, let's go to King's Row, let's go to Hollywood, let's go to those kind of maps instead. So that just kind of means that if you pick Eichenwalde, it's kind of a wild card. It's like, how practiced is the other team on Eichenwalde? And if you want to be that team that's just like, we're just going to play the maps that no one else wants to play, could give you an advantage. But they haven't picked Eichenwalde officially yet, so we'll have to see. But I'm just saying, if you want to go to Eichenwalde,
it's not a bad theory, because realistically, when you're thinking about it, okay, do you feel that in an overarching aspect that your team coordination, your communication, the way and methodology that you play rapidly within the moment, do you feel far superior to your opponent in that going to that map, that neither are as seasoned in that sense, that you can really lean into that? And similar to like our theory crafting when it came to certain types of plays in the earlier season, where are they going to the lower bracket, are they not wanting to show strats and those kind of things. So it's all this type of mind game that can happen as well. I think that really makes it engaging to go to a map like that we don't see.
Yeah, especially with hero bans in the mix and all these different like variables, it gets really difficult to kind of like try to predict what your opponent is going to do here. I feel like maybe in this case we have two teams that are fairly straightforward about what they want to play. They're not really, now is not the time to hide anything, just to make it clear. Like, your back's against the wall. Like, you lose, you're going to FACEIT Masters next season. You don't want to do that. You do want to get promoted to OWCS Stage 3 instead. So you're leaving it all on the table here. Really, you're just going to push it to the absolute limit and give yourself the best chance to win here. It is going to be interesting, kind of like what we talked about, to see if we go to Atlas at some point.
Oh, you called it! Let's go!
Okay, well, to be fair, I called it, but also they picked it in the last match. So
still, I'm really trying to vamp you up, man. I'm really trying to vamp you up. Like,
I played it an hour ago, but yes, I go to Eichenwalde.
It's neither here nor there. But yes, we are going here, and where we get to see a little bit more of that. And I think, again, this is also one of those nice things where, because for those that are watching, maybe you play Eichenwalde a little bit more versus what we get to see in the competitive aspect. So now you get to see that top level teams play on this and what they like to do, what's more favorable, the compositions that they want to bring to it. So it can be that little educational dynamic as well for those that are tuning in who, like me, are nowhere near the caliber of some of these players.
Yeah. It is going to be interesting because they actually, Frosttails banned the Freya here. In their previous match, they actually banned the Diva going up against the Vision. So, you know, a bit of a different matchup then. They much rather ban the Freya in this case. So it's going to be interesting to see what they got in store here. Dude, I just get so nostalgic loading into this.
Yeah. See, it also just always reminds me when I see it is of like the Halloween event for Junkenstein when it gets like super dark and kind of like night mode. We were talking about it a little bit for, you know, Atlas being in that type. It's just everything about this map just is a feel good moment. So, but we can take a look at the defensive side here. And what their selections are is we're going to have Dip, of course, continuing to maintain, but it's the tank line that really gets that significant adjustment on this map.
Yeah, and it goes back to what I just said. Frosttails banned Diva in their previous match against Vision on this map, but they leave it open now, and Willis might capitalize on just that. On the defense, of course, already rolled out on this Diva. Let's see what kind of approach Frosttails have here. They're not gonna rock up with a double sniper, I promise you. I promise you. But maybe a grapple shot. You never know.
We want one, chat. We want the grapple shot. Will it come true? Will we all be satisfied? There's a shield to deny all of our hopes and dreams. So, yeah. Now that has been fallen to the wayside, as they push out into this, they're going to be sticking with Pack once again on this Tracer. Again, really enjoyable to see this and try and go into it. It's just that tank line specifically that is the minor adjustment with Pack already in the back lines. Oh man, getting chased, attempting to get out of it, has to force the recall, and we'll be able to escape up the high ground.
He lives, just barely. Does so, and Willis as well is taking some damage in the front line here, so this gives an opportunity for Frosttails to push in here. See if they can establish some kind of position right now. Sidra, key pick on the Rogo there. This will essentially just shut the push down for Frosttails.
Yeah, and they were just so clustered together in that small room and really allowing to get intel from Pack as they rotate in the back position, but one Dip able to get that frontline engagement and the elimination necessary to really start to pick apart Frosttails to force them back to spawn and look for another opportunity to re-engage.
Yeah, there have actually been some key swaps here on the side of Frosttails there. So what we didn't mention was, of course, that DVG banned the Lucio. So Frosttails, they rolled out on a Juno Kiri lineup, which is very greedy. And so you find yourself in a room like that, don't have a lot of protection going for you. But now they make the swap over to the Brig Juno instead. Keo is on the Symmetra.
Okay.
But gets picked early here. So Frosttails, they made some adjustments here. I actually do like the Symmetra here. I think this is a great comfort for them. But you can't just die like that. You can't die early like that.
No, and the big thing too is that's why I think you're going to be able to see Willie's playing a little bit further forward to not allow the setup to get that TP across this bridgeway and get into the back line. Nice stick comes out instantly. Nobody's ready for it. Dip laying down the pain. The Symmetra TP is there, but now it's going to be even further chaos as everyone from Frosttails is getting burnt out.
Yeah, DVG are just building ultimates on the back of this. You know, haven't really been able to, or forced to commit anything rather. Dip, you know, you win a fight with essentially just a pulse bomb, but now you got 2 minutes on the timer. Frosttails, this is their map pick, and they've struggled to kick things off here. Keo now over to the Cassidy, abandons the Symmetra, and I mean, you're barely close to the support ultimates here.
Pack continuing to keep tabs on that side room until moving in together, forcing Dip back. High Noon forward, moving in through the vortex just around it, finds a shot onto Pack amongst the chaos, and that is a huge opportunity because the pulse bomb doesn't really get anything either, with the Annihilation now looking to penetrate out into the open field, start dealing that chip damage to force back Dip, and honestly, it's really not working. This is just a little bit discombobulated by Frosttails because of a number of variables that catch them off guard.
Yeah, well, they don't really have anyone to push on. Willis drops low here, but Willis is doing a great job staying alive. Gogo commits to rally as well here. Keo goes down. This is a 4 versus 5 kind of scenario here. Frosttails kind of...
Yeah, this is very forced. You're going in with a disadvantage. Then it's going to be counteracted by Natsuki with that rally to just basically go head for head. And then you carry 2 ultimates into this. The one benefit is, at least with Frosttails, they're going to have that orbital ray to try and utilize into this next fight, but it's still going to be a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a massive challenge. Majin swaps over to the D.Va here as well. So we got a D.Va matchup on our hands. I feel like you need some of this pace with the boosters. You're just not going to be able to catch anyone. Here's the speed ring. Let's see how hard they commit.
Shifting to the side there. Oh, what a beautiful eat. That could have been another revisitation to the previous elimination from the pulse bomb, but Keo now on the point, holding quickly. Nice high ground advantage, moving up top, trying to drop them down below, rotating across the stairways as the orbital ray crosses onto the point. One tick still obtained and looking to gain another, but Majin removes the support. It's Yoham that has to be the one to keep this team going, but unfortunately the numbers are starting to overwhelm this position, and now looking to close out that third and final tick so they can transition into that streets phase.
Oh, what a tough first point for Frosttails. But the cap done there with the swap over to the D.Va. Nice use of the orbital ray as well here, and you at least give yourself a chance to get a decent push here. You know, it would have been impossible to hold that first point, really. So Frosttails back in the game here now. Let's see if they can keep some of this momentum up. They don't have any ultimates for now. Yoham sitting on this orbital ray. This should be an easy fight for DVG. But if Frosttails could squeeze this one out, this would be massive.
Yeah, because this multi-high ground position can be so difficult. Orbital ray across the center. It is so much damage going to be boosted forward. Everyone from Frosttails has to abandon ship, and you see Pac eluding on the upper side, but everyone chasing Pac down, forcing the recall. And that will be one dip able to stabilize for now and force them back.
And here's a D.Va. Here's a D.Va as well. Half health. Yo, they got a lot of damage here. You can pushing. Speedring comes out. They're really committing here.
Oh no.
Finish Frosttails.
Tried to go with the pulse bomb onto Baby D.Va since the self-destruct was out because of the DMAC, and this is now just unfortunately starting to become such in disarray that one dip is being able to take advantage of this, getting these staggers. Even though Frosttails has the closer respawn in sense, they're not able to come back fully, and Pac's really trying to do a lot of work, and they actually do take the spawn advantage to take that fight.
Oh, it's messy. It's messy indeed, but that was about a minute you just spent on trying to stay alive. You come out on top in the end there, but this is time wasted for Frosttails. Again, no real ultimates here. Deadeye is going to be popped from Keo. Both sides trading.
Maybe. Oh, Keo gets the better end of that. And now with the follow-up onto the support line, this is one dip now having to say, all right, we're going to get one last good shot at this. We need to reset and try and hold the line at the bridgeway.
Yeah, this is going all Frosttails' way here on the second point. Snatching out that first fight win, and then as well a key Deadeye from Keo. And now you give yourself a good chance here. You have the positional advantage. It's going to be tough for DVG to roll out here, but they do have Natsuki's rally.
Pushing through, speed ring to get out quickly enough. Pulse bomb gets actually the elimination, not the stick, but steps onto it. And you've got one dip able to actually turn this back. Again, holding near that doorway and working up that arch. With only 10 seconds to go, it seems that they're going to be able to pull a Gandalf and deny the Balrog.
Oh, and dip as well with the pulse bomb to go. Doesn't even give Frosttails an opportunity here, really. Touch from Pac, but it's desperation time. There's no way they'll be able to sustain this.
Yeah, you're buying a decent amount of time. You can see him in the distance. It would be a absolutely wicked turn of events if there was a regroup fully onto this. I'm giving major credit to Pac, though, playing on this point. As you do have the orbital ray come across the bridge. I might have spoken too soon. One dip now forced into the corner, attempting to have a counter orbital ray across that payload, taking the high ground with the torpedoes to get the extra damage and healing to sustain through it. Self-destruct up top, comes down for two. Frosttails gets the third with that DMAC as well. They absolutely pull this out by the sheer grit from Pac to hold on and reach this checkpoint. I am sorry, but that Balrog knocked Gandalf to the side with an entire team kill.
What is happening? There's no way. How did Pac just live for like a minute on the payload?
So, I mean, I think it's... I think it's based on the architecture there, because Pac's able to go and get the health pack, utilize that small architecture of where there's the debris. It's close enough that you can use the dash and the recoil to buy the time, and everything falls into place.
And now you're popping the rally here, so Frosttails, they're just keeping the momentum going here.
Great engagement, though, to try and counter again. Go down. You lose Kiwi. They've got 50 seconds now. Pac still on a field day right now, doing whatever possible. They're going to get one last shot at this.
One last shot indeed here. 45 seconds to go on the second point here. DVD, they're coming up with a couple of key ultimates here. Natsuki's built that rally once more. Frosttails, you just want to give yourself one good fight. Don't stress into it. Symmetra Wall's gonna come out here.
Big wall, pulse bomb sticks, hits the wall though, didn't quite land. Natsuki brings out the rally. There's the D-Mech, self-destruct just on the other side of it, does clip Kyo. It was able to get just enough damage around that inner doorway where they isolate and focus Frosttails back, and we find ourselves in another desperate moment. I don't think they can get it this time around.
Surely not. Not this time, not this time.
There's the D-Mech
as
again.
well.
Yeah. Oh man, but you got to give some major credit to Frosttails. Pax, once again going to try and be the MVP hero. Has a few little channels to work through. There's the side door and the opposing position, but not this time. They will not underestimate it. High Noon with the Deadeye comes in, and that will be the marker set. But realistically, getting that extra distance from such a marvelous play from Pac is something to really admire.
Yeah, the Balrog popped off. I think you said it. Who was the Balrog?
Oh, who's the Balrog? Oh, at this point, it was
the
Frosttails to get across the bridgeway. I mean, look at it. It was so wild. You see that Diva bomb ascend, and it just comes with inside of the atmosphere where it completely turns it around. I mean, it's beautifully done. And it's moments like those, I think, that really just kind of tell you it's not over until it's over, friends.
You gotta be kidding me. That was one of the most stupid overtime comebacks. I can't believe it. Dip is 23-3, and it's just like, what is happening?
Yeah.
How did we not hold them on first point? Instead, Frosttails, they get the second or third point, 43 meters as well. I mean, if you're Frosttails, you're like over the moon. Just like, that looked terrible to start off. We got the third point. We have an opportunity to win out the map. That's about as much as you can ask for, provided the situation that we're in.
Yeah, feeling pretty good. I would be on the defensive side because we've got that 20 seconds to go. You're going to have the leading selection going to be that Diva, whereas there was some attempt, with the Ramatra, thinking it might be something that they can work with, adjust the DPS line, bringing in the Symmetric because that's available now for this one. So a lot of different methodology kind of taken here from Frosttails, but on the defense, I think the fact that they're going to stick with the Diva is something that's really going to help benefit them to also just maneuver between that high ground and low ground to counteract against Willies.
Yeah, they spent so much time on the first point, just like trying to figure out what composition do we run. And like you say, when Majin swapped over to that Diva, it was just a different Frosttails. Pack came out clutch on that Tracer as well, finding picks for this team. But now on the defense, they look pretty set. They look pretty comfortable. Let's see if with a good defensive stand here, you can find a way back into the series.
Willies already being able to move quickly into the open space in the courtyard much more effectively than we saw from Frosttails early, but great early pickup, denying Dip, who has been such a thorn in the backside of Frosttails, to no longer have to worry about it and focus on the front game. Kyo's going to play aggressively once again to collapse onto this alongside Pac, and that's the first of many fights they're going to need.
And you can just see the pace they're playing with this Diva here now. The Ramatra kited sometimes by a couple of these compositions, and now Frosttails, they're pushing directions back and forth, trying to isolate individual players from DVG, putting pressure, feeling themselves out. Where can we find pressure onto a player? Where can we find a pick? And they're looking confident and good on this Diva composition now.
Dip already networking up towards that stairway alongside with Willies, both partnering to find value. Nice speed ring, huge elimination, getting rid of Pac, now attempting to find another with this ultimate. Looks for the D-Mech, follows up on Baby Diva. Great assistance though to knock back Kyo, but even with that effort, it is futile as Gogo manages to get the elimination onto Willies, so they will now lose that frontline tank, and this will be consistently one Dip taking advantage with a slightly more reasonable time bank here to start gathering those 3 points.
Absolutely. Very reasonable indeed. You didn't even have to expend any ultimate, so now you can capture this point and start pushing up as well. You have the ultimates to give you a little bit of confidence. So if you want to take a relatively early fight here, if you want to make some good stand, you can do that. You certainly have the ultimates required. See how they take this one.
Ooh, Dip!
Oh my
Gets
God.
a pick. No one's even ready for it. Dip comes in from the shadows of night and takes out one.
Dip is crazy.
Yeah.
Dip is so good. Absurd.
So let's see now as they're going to rotate to try and get on this high ground to oppose one another. Down below, though, still some contention. Orbital Ray is live and ready. Will it be initiated is the question, with one Dip dropping below. now finally comes to the table, but Keely is down. It's essentially just thrown out into the mix of things and no longer has the assistance from the healing and has to wait for the spawn. 1-for-1 pickup. The Tracers are going wild, but when you lose a main support like that, where you no longer have that fluid amount of healing, you have to force this rally. It's an emergency case where you're keeping stable to have this payload moving forward, and that few last seconds of the shield gets a great bash to the face onto Pac.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates being committed from either side there. Both teams committing the double support ultimate, trying to rely on those big area of effect heals coming through from the rally and the orbital ray. And DVG come out on top here, pushing the payload. And they're going to find a pick onto Keo here as well. DVG looking real good on this DivaCom.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so great. They've really drawn all the attention away from Frosttails so that they can take the fight while the payload's getting aggression. But the thing is that they're winning the fight regardless, so this is even more streamlined for them.
Yeah, you can just see the proactiveness. Even though we are on a 4 versus 5, okay, let's dive onto the Cassidy. You find a pick as well. 3 versus 3 here. Both teams gonna take their time here to wait for reinforcements, and DVG, they're a little bit stuck here, actually. Joham's gonna go down.
You can see Pac really focusing so much attention onto the support. Has to bob and weave through the shots. Self-destruct on the corner, able to at least get some damage, but are they going to come back to touch? Managing to do so. Majin gets there in time, but at this point, everyone rotating back to try and give assistance. They're just getting damage funneled into them, so they get an easy checkpoint on this, and now have 4 minutes to work with to pass that golden box of victory.
Wow, that was a crazy flank coming in from Sidra and Natsuki, actually. Because Frosttails, they pushed in 3 of the members into that small little corridor, but Sidra and Natsuki took the off angle, and that gave them the opening pick, actually, just putting pressure. Early Deadeye here from Sidra.
Rotating around.
Devastating.
Doesn't quite get the pick to get out of the mech, so that's huge for Frosttails to just deny that sightline. Now a return. Keo has that defense matrix over the shoulder to guarantee. Stick comes in, gets 1-for-1, and you've lost the Dip, the one who we talked about statistically in that midway, where they were so vital to this. Again, there's still 3 minutes to go, so they have another attempt if this doesn't go their way, but there is still some great reactivity from Dip to make sure that they can at least get themselves out, and they're actually going to make a shift too. Dip's going to go back onto the May now.
Oh, this is really interesting indeed. Obviously, really good on the 3rd point here, but you know, you've been looking so good on the Tracer, and now you're gonna make the swap over to the May. 3 minutes to go. Obviously, key hero if you're able to build a blister against something like an orbital ray, a rally, right? But to see if they get any value here. I feel like Frosttails in a good position here, and Pac finds a pick with the pulse bomb. Frosttails, I really do think that with this composition now, playing the Tracer, they can be proactive. They can hunt for some of these picks and navigate around the May if they'd like.
I mean, look at just how much of a hornet Pac's being, just constantly stinging over and over and over again on this back line, just causing harassment. Again, the pulse bomb already gets them almost 60 seconds worth of time off the clock for him.
Right, exactly. And now you have orbital ray on either side here. Yon's gonna poke one early.
Ooh, big wall, doesn't quite land onto anybody, but that extra damage is going to be necessary as there is a quick dive forward. Majin looking for into the back, but 2 are already down. Frosttails at this point are just going to have to do some collateral damage and wait for the respawn to try and get one last attempt, but the payload's in such an awkward position that it's close enough that it might not be a full 5 that come back into this.
Yeah, this is looking like TVG are going to close things out there. Symmetra teleporter from Keo.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my.
What indeed. And, you know, it doesn't matter. May, Tracer, it's just got it. It's locked in.
And you can see Zydra just like, all right, I've got my revolver out. I'm just going to go target practice with this last few seconds. So that will put them at a position of a 2-0 scoreline. But again, you have to give still some massive respect to Frosttails in the way that they are attempting to try and go blow for blow. Even though it almost feels in some regards they're punching up, they're still getting some hits.
Yeah, if TVG ended up losing that map, I would have mauled it out of control. I would have just been like, I can't believe we let that push happen from Frosttails. We were in control. We let them back into the map, but instead, TVG, they looked really confident on that push as well. Able to bring some of these fights back, Dip popping off on the Tracer, and then later on the May as well. I was hyping up Frosttails. I was saying like, hey, they're playing proactive with this Cassidy. They're finding all the picks they need. But 1 May wall and 1 orbital ray was all that DVG needed to push the payload across the finish line. And again, I think this is kind of like the DVG we saw like at the start of stage 2, like where they're playing with pace, they're being proactive, and you're seeing Sidra Dip popping off, leaving a mark.
Well, and even not only just like it's not only all of those things, but in conjunction with that, it's just understanding that we know that Dip has been playing masterfully on this Tracer. And in the tail ends of it, you know what, just continuing to be in their head, just like, you know what, I think this is still the best option. Understanding that changing those little tiny tweaks for Dip to now go on to the May, what can it do for the composition? What can it do to also potentially isolate in this very narrow or enclosed space to try and get those sections and divisions from the players where they can get those pickups like we saw on the Symmetra, or even other when they were leaning in with the orbital race. So all of that just really heads up play and why they're in a position to where they can continue moving forward with a almost convincing 3-0. But Frosttails are not out of this yet.
They're not out of it yet. They get a reverse sweep. It's been a tough couple of months here for Frosttails. Obviously, they only really won 3 maps in Stage 2.
Yeah.
And then you get bodied 3-0 by Team Vision in the upper bracket here earlier today. And now you're down 2 maps. I mean, Frosttails, they really haven't been able to find their groove now on, you know, several months in a row. And so you're kind of like, what do we do in this scenario?
Yeah.
Like, are we just gonna keep hoping that Keo pops off on the Cassidy and pack on the Tracer, or like are we gonna do something desperate here? It's a really tough position to be in if you're Frosttails.
Yeah, and I mean, because realistically, both Keo and Pac have been such monumental factors to really keep, not to say that they're not able to function as an entire unit, but it's just that little extra cherry on top that's allowing them to stay in these fights, to get those eliminations, to take the early fight advantages that really snowball the rest of those so that they can get that progression, specifically more so on this one with the payload. But again, overall, it's just, I think we have to really see maybe just a little bit more coordination between how some of the entryways with the tank and also just potentially keeping Pac on this Tracer, and that communication between the two of them to tighten it up a little bit, because they're not playing badly. That's the thing.
No, I mean, they aren't. Like, I'm thinking back to some of the fights we saw there on Eichenwalde as well. And, you know, I'll try to describe them the best I can, but like when on the defense, when Frosttails on the second point, you know, they're trying to rotate up onto the castle, and DVG, they dive onto Keo. They find an early pick onto the Cassidy, and that fight just kind of breaks down. And then, you know, DVG, they're pushing the payload, you're trying to get your troops back, and then, oh, they're in a small room. Let's go push them into this small room, and then there's a Cassidy behind you. It's just all over the place. Like, I think Frosttails, I think they're playing pretty well here. I think they have some individuals who are popping off, but I think you're seeing that DVG are just a better team.
Yeah, they're just, it's almost just, it's like the refinement. It's kind of that finesse that comes along with it, just with the way that they play and how they communicate with one another. So I can only hope that we go into this third map where you're able to see a little bit of, you know, focus and agency on potentially almost taking that hot beat for a moment, because the tempo has been very fast, and I think that's what's been helpful to Frosttails. If they can get that early lead, catch their opponent off guard, they've been more often than not able to take the fights. But then when it seems to shift a little bit, it's just, you can't quite make the right decision in that return chaos to be able to find an outcome or an answer that gives you the better end of it when it starts really putting weight on your back.
Yeah, 100%. I'd kind of like, because of that aggression we talked about, like I think I'd rather almost like see them maybe force some of this Lucio Kiri instead. Just like, okay, well, the opponents, they played a lot of Juno Brig so far this series. We're not really feeling comfortable against that. Like, maybe this would be the opportunity to get rid of one of those support heroes and try to force something else.
Yeah, we're just waiting patiently for those bans to come in, but we can take a look once again here. It is going to be Frosttails map selection, where, again, if they can at least get an opportunity with their map selection, they can start looking at this reverse sweep. But we talk about it so much in the regular season, but now even here, that when Frosttails pick this, and if they do feel confidently, they're still at an uphill battle, now allowing their opponent to make the map selection, the remaining maps that are potentially going to be ahead of them. So you just have to be playing on all cylinders at that point and making sure that your decision here is the best to put you in a position, and maybe could be one of those things where you play a map that's beneficial to you, but also you can maybe deny that classification of map from your opponent so it's not as favorable. Oh, they're gonna do it. Okay, all right. Some excitement in the chat. We're excited. Everybody should be excited. We get to see it live at a pivotal moment here for Frosttails, where they are going to enter into the new map.
He hasn't forgotten.
I'm so excited for this one. I can't wait to see what they got in store, actually. For this kind of like map here as well. It's going to be a Diva ban coming in from DVG here, and Frosttails is going to drop the Juno ban. So exactly what I talked about. They move away from some of these Juno kind of compositions. Likely to see the Lucio Kiri. No Diva in the mix as well. This just screams to me like Ramatra, Lucio Kiri.
And I think, I'm pretty sure I heard it, you heard it too. I think Prod was just like, we'll throw a little bit of the excitement in there from the players as well going into it. I heard it in the background and I was just like, oh, maybe it is all of us collectively as we're going into this map. So I think no matter who takes this map moving forward, this is just going to be a good old fun time playing some Overwatch on a new map.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing Atlas in a competition, right? Like there was no other region that just like, we're gonna play Atlas before EMEA, right?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, so we get to see it first here, and if we wanted to put a little bit of like, you know, one of the asterisks or like the footnotes, it was like, yeah, in NA. It's an easy cover. It's an easy cover for us. But now we can also take a look here. So we do have the map selection, and we actually do have the bans coming out as well. So DVG is going to look to ban out the Diva, and we have the Juno coming out from Frosttails.
Yeah, really interesting actually to see DVG as well. They're banning that Diva because they did look very confident on it, and we know as well that, you know, like it is a hero that Willis can really play here. I'm excited to see if we're seeing any like Hazard on this map potentially here. You know, we've seen a lot of Ramatra so far this series, but no Juno being available right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see some like Hazard, Lucio Kira or something like that.
Ribbit.
Indeed.
I kind of want that as like my phone background. Like when nobody texts me, it's like that's the face. Like it's like, yeah, you have a text message. You should go look at it.
What, the frog?
Yeah. Either that or make it like a ribbit sound, something along those lines. I'm really diving into this new map. I'm just so ready for it. As we're going to be having these doors open in 15 seconds, we can already see. Oh, there's also another piano in this. I have to be honest. I'm excited to have another piano that we can have some people play. I wonder if it's too... I've not. I am not. Oh, wait. Oh, Dip, you were going to be our MVP, but it's okay. Or Pac was going to be one of them.
World
no, it's
first
Dip. There we go.
Overwatch Esports.
We have it clipped here. That's what's going to happen, as we do get to see the Hazard. So you're right.
Yeah, it's another hero that Willis is so strong on, and they're playing this aggressive composition now. Also, I mentioned this in the pre-show, a lot of really good high grounds here overlooking the point, and that is what we're gonna be fighting about here. Wall committed early from Willis gives Frosttails an opportunity here to push this wide high ground.
Instantly had to evacuate, though. There was just so much funneled in to that Hazard where you need to just look for a regroup and focus on where your supports are to get you topped up. Keo gonna still reside on that high ground, but a little bit of pressure coming out from Dip on the backside as Gogo harasses and shuts down Zydra. So now you've lost one of the DPS. Willis is gonna fall as well. So this will be Frosttails able to start taking dominance first on this initial flashpoint, and they absolutely need this to start.
100%. I think they're feeling confident playing the Orisa into the Hazard, but Willis is going to make the swap over to the Ramatra. You know, having some kind of staying power onto the point is going to be so crucial on these flashpoints. You're going to need your Cassidy to play pretty proactive on the flanks, try to find some of these picks, but you also need someone to contest at the middle of the point, and the Ramatra and the Orisa does just that. I'm taking a look at the Cassidy players here, Rich. Who can open things up for either team?
Taking a look from an off angle, you can see that there is a massive amount of pressure onto Zydra, where Keo is a little bit more open and free, not really too much pressure applied. 60+% here for Frosttails. Sound barrier comes in from Gogo, holding onto the Kitsune rush. And you can see already, once again, Frosttails getting the early elimination, and things just start to have the domino effect, where now when you lose the tank, it's just done and dusted. 82% with how fast this generates. There is no way that I think you're going to get a clean one Dip 100 Gorillas contention, or at least of even just potentially the Tracer.
Yeah, Dip might find a touch here, but it's actually not going to commit to it at all. Didn't really seem the point with a few members missing. And so Frosttails off to a hot start here. Nice early aggression from Gogo, committing the sound barrier. To see how they play this one, though. Not having a sound barrier is, of course, going to, you know, be a downside here if we take a straight up fight. So kind of like, can you open things up with a Deadeye, with a Pulse Bomb? What can you do to really nullify this ultimate advantage DVG has?
The other thing that's nice too about this one is you've got those two pillars towards the center, but they're going to take the fight up top and in the back. You've got a great Terra Surge that pulls in Natsuki, getting the elimination, and now focuses so much on Yoham, who has to put that Kitsune rush into the mix. And with a follow-up by Kiwi, that's going to be Frosttails getting the better end in the later portion of the fight to try and reroute onto one Dip. This presence from Willies is attempting to try and counter it with the Ramatra swap from the Hazard, but it's still not going to pay dividends, and now you've got, once again, Frosttails taking this with confidence.
Yeah, Majin is kind of popping off on the Orisa here. Great Terra Surge to kind of protect the positioning of the rest of the team, and then finds a couple of picks rather in the middle of that fight. So the great Orisa play so far, maybe something that Majin can rely on for the rest of the map, get them back into this series. And now DVG, after having committed so many ultimates, now you're just kind of grasping at straws, like, okay, how are we gonna open things up here? Dip under a lot of pressure, recall, force, surely, no?
Able to actually get enough distance between the two, since I believe Pac just changed trajectory on where they were dashing. Nice sound barrier to come in from GoGo. Pac now with that sound barrier. Elimination once again, and I absolutely agree with you. This Orisa play has been stellar, surgical in some respect, as it's now just going to be the second point about to be claimed and looking to finish it off with their third flashpoint.
Yeah, Willis is going to cap just actually swap over to the Orisa themselves. Just saying that Ramatra is not working. Keo is hunting on the Cassidy. Frosttails looking good.
Bobbing and weaving now, Dip down below, utilizing again those two columns that I mentioned, but Pac says, no, 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 my friend, you're sent back to spawn as we're looking to try and get this into the second one taken.
Side rough, I don't care, but
man, nah, not gonna happen. That'll be an overtime, and now you're in a position as Frosttails. You mentioned how many like collectively victorious maps they've had over the course of the season. Right now, on the first brand new map, they're looking to be able to turn this into a reverse sweep and show that they're able to play this new map very effectively.
This is their map, Rich. If it wasn't the proof all along, they would have a great stage 2, but no, they're looking great here. Absolutely. I mean, you win that crucial fight when DVG commits ultimates, and now Keo is just pushing it. The aggression from Keo and GoGo. They're just running over DVG.
Before you know, it's a go-go. You're gonna see Frosttails and take it. I'm sorry. It was under 10 seconds. We're good. It was under 10 seconds.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Gotta know the rules when I do my improv theater, so... Oh man, but yeah, again, Frosttails taking this quickly, and now you can see Dip looking to try and find an avenue in.
Absolutely, the double support ultimate here. This should be a fight they've won, but again, Frosttails with the aggression. Just look at them. They're making it difficult for DVG here, and they're building percentage. DVG not able to really set up a solid fight here with the support ultimates. This is going to be the time when Johan unleashes the Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, one Dip really just being forced into these small places. Nobody saw that one. As you do see a return pulse bomb come in, Pac in and out, get rid of Dip, and you can see numbers advantage once again for Frosttails. Zydra moving in. Great Javelin denies the high noon. The Deadeye no longer available. One Dip is able to take this, at least for now, but I have a feeling it's going to be really sketchy to hold it longer than that.
Yeah, now essentially you just have to win the one fight, and then you can go really aggressive. Frosttails just gonna build these support ultimates. Don't make any mistakes.
Oh,
they're not
no!
Mistakes. They're just finding picks.
And now you can see Willie's trying to play forward, anchoring on that doorway. Javelin goes white. Great Terra Surge to bring him below. But what a Suzu to mitigate the damage entering into that. The perfect and impeccable read and timing onto it as Frosttails now start to claim dominance. They've got a Terra Surge and the sound barrier, soon to be followed by two more with only 30% left to go. They are in a prime position to take this.
Like you said, just an amazing Suzu from Kiwi there to keep the rest of the team alive. And the name of the game has been aggression from Frosttails. 85%. Just go aggressive. Full send it with the sound barrier. You're gonna get the Kitsune Rush. This is what has been winning you the map so far. So
oh no, Dip doesn't even get there to touch it in time. No attempt for contention. Map 3 goes in favor of Frosttails, and they're gonna attempt the trajectory to scale Everest to find out if they can get this reverse sweep and keep their, tournament lives in this bracket on the line.
I've never seen a team play Atlas better. That's it.
Literally, the most literal statement you can say.
they dominated 3-0. That was disgusting. Now if I'm DVG, just like, do I ban Orisa? Like, what was that? That was disgusting aggression from Frosttails.
It was like an ace in the hole. And the thing was, too, is you and I were touching base on it a little bit when it came to Eichenwalde, where it just seemed like whenever the tempo was a little bit shifted, I've loved to see this type of aggression for them. But in the subtle moments where now you had one Dip take the advantage, I felt that there was so much more responsiveness and reaction coming from Frosttails that they gave ground when needed to. They found a couple of picks with this specific play from the Orisa from Majin, and all of it really just kind of fell into place. And I need to see this from them moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm thinking back to like map 1. You know, there were a couple of fights where like Gogo dies early, you lose your Lucio, 4 versus 5 situation. That was not the case at all. Like your Lucio is present, being aggressive, committing sound barrier, and really helping you get some of these fights going, right? It felt like Frosttails in this map, they just didn't commit the same level of mistakes. Like they weren't dying early as much, and instead, you know, they were the one finding picks. Keo has just been popping off this entire series. It's been a struggle for Frosttails because they've, you know, have individuals who are, you know, racking up the frags, like Keo, for example. They just haven't been able to put it together as a team. This map, though, they just played fantastically well together.
Well, and the best part of this too is, like, you know, with that Orisa now starting to rise to the top for the tank to bring to the table, I'm curious if they can continue to get that type of snowball. But we're going to give a quick little break to you. You can maybe get some snacks, some drinks. We're going to take a breather, but we're going to get into this next map in just a moment on the other side of this break.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude.
Genji, you want Nino?
Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me, on me, on me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down.
That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, back
Oh,
home.
no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Going in.
Stop the cart.
Yeah. I'm ready.
Anyone can be a champion. Absolutely. Champions all around. We've already got our 2 relegation teams where we've got from the FACEIT Masters fighting off against it, where we now have our 2 teams here in a reverse sweep position where Frosttails is able to take that map 3 and say, we're not done yet. Johnny, we're going to go to Esperanza next.
And DVG said, no more of that Orisa business. don't bring us that. That was really what made Frosttails excel on Atlas, our first showing on that map, of course. With no Orisa in the mix here, how do you really keep the momentum going if you are Frosttails? They decide to ban the Brig instead. So again, like I commented on earlier, trying to move away from those Juno Brig lineups and introduce more of Lucio Kiriko into the mix. It's looked better for Frosttails. But like you said, back against the wall. You lose this map and you're out.
So let us take a look now, as we've got 10 seconds to go, what might be brought to the table here. I truly feel that this is going to be one thrill of a TVT battle across this entire map, and I'm going to be so hyper fixated to see how the ebb and flow is going to be with Dip and Pack leading into this, as we open the gates to see if Frosttails can keep in this.
Now, it's going to be mirror compositions on either side here, but to see if the Tracers can open things up. They've been standout all series long. Dip has been looking amazing, but Frosttails had the momentum on the previous map. Let's see if they can keep it going.
Lots of aerial combat right now between the Divas. Heavy damage sustained onto Willies as they have to fall back and look for a top-up before re-entering into it. Both gonna cycle quickly until they go for the back line. A nice evasion coming out from Natsuki to elude that incoming damage as Majin has to retreat back, looking to use that cover effectively, and a D-Mech actually comes in because of the aggressive push forward by Willies. Kyo gets the shots necessary, and now things start to turn. Dip now gonna need to be very, very careful on this, as you've got Frosttails taking this initial neutral.
Yeah, no reason in the mix, but you can see that Frosttails, they're still trying to make that aggression work. It's an early dive from Majin, but Will is losing the mech there. It just can't happen. You would have been in a great position if you were able to live through that dive, but instead it's Frosttails with the high ground advantage now, building some of these ultimates. If Kiba could get this Kitsune Rush, that would be amazing. But I'm not expecting Frosttails to let DVG just walk up freely here. You just gotta double down on the aggression. Go fast, be proactive.
Kyo trying to watch that side angle, so if anybody moves up to potentially catch the better end of the first exchange, you've got the Deadeye available now, pushing across the bridgeway, forcing them back, dropping below, maybe an angle, gets the boop and actually finds a pick, but a return pulse pop, taking out both support. This goes from 0 to 60 with Pack absolutely unleashing hell onto one Dip.
Yo, a 5K! He just went crazy.
Yeah, I love you, Prod. Get that solo cam angle onto Pack right now. Feeling like a champ as we push this. Let's get the replay on it. Just comes in up top, right behind. Patience is a virtue. Clips, by the way, off the wall ride to cycle through for the 5.
Oh,
that's just masterful Tracer play.
That was disgusting. Amazing play from Pack, and now you reach a checkpoint here as well. You haven't even used an ultimate besides this Deadeye. You're in a great position here, and now with the high ground advantage, you can really play this one however you like. It's gonna be aggression from Gogo.
Oh, yeah, and you're gonna zone them back to guarantee the checkpoint. You're gonna now hold even further. There's retaliation with the Kitsune Rush from 1D as they attempt to make their move back into this so it won't continue to progress. They've committed both of their support ultimates in retaliation and have managed to stem the bleeding for now.
Yeah, Gogo overheated a little bit there. They had a great
spinning them discs too fast.
But then just the sound barrier through the choke. Let's just go for it. That was a little bit too deep there if you are Frosttails. Again though, 57 meters built up already. Great start for Frosttails here. Let's see if they can hold on to this lead and not give up too much to DVG.
They're trying to network through that back middle position.
Again?
Seeing if there is an opportunity. Willie is really taking advantage of Majin. Self-destruct going to be tossed up top just ever so slightly before getting completely knocked out of it. So Remacked, great positioning to recover, but unfortunately because there was so much attention to try and get Majin back into it, Kyo is left vulnerable, and the picks now start to come through. One Dip is going to be able to take advantage of this position, and a self-destruct zones back with a DMAC to guarantee that there is no more harassment or contention on the bot.
Yeah, it was a fairly weird fight from Frosttails, I gotta say. Like, they're taking so much damage, committing so many resources to get this position that by the end, DVG are just like, okay, like Majin, you lost half your health, like we'll just beat you down. Frosttails is spread all over the place. It's a little bit too messy from Frosttails here. You gotta keep composure still here, even though you got the lead.
Yeah, they need to just be able to regain some stability, control the mental, communication needs to be clean. High Noon comes out from Zydra, gets almost a deja vu moment here, but survives through it. Pack can't get the elimination, so that's still free firing and zoning back Frosttails with the counter play coming in from Kyo across that way in the window, zoning them as well, and now that actually buys enough space to get the bot to move away to not get the checkpoint and try and recontest this. Significant damage onto the tank line. Willies has to leave, but that Kitsune Rush comes in. Nitsuki also close with the sound barrier to couple that with it if it absolutely gets dire. Sound barrier now active. That explosion coming in from Majin dwindles the health far enough that they have to commit this into it. Zydra low, harassment in the back. Kyo and Pack desperately and dangerously low, has to elude, and by doing so, pumping that healing into the tank, they get the advantage, reach the checkpoint, and now surpass Frosttails.
Oh wow, this has actually been a huge push from DVG. They're able to build a support ultimates faster than Frosttails, give them the advantage there, but Majin dies early. Now Zydra, and it looks like Frosttails are actually going to get themselves an opportunity to get back into this map here. Great pick by Majin there, but yeah, it's been a back and forth map, looking at messy either side here, Rich.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great like attention to detail and finding that early position. You can see Pack as well going right for Nitsuki, playing close to that. So this will get them back to that neutral and look to engage on that archway just on this opposing side. So now they'll be able to take that high ground, potentially going to have some contention with One Dip, but yes, they will get there first.
Yeah, Gogo has this sound barrier. Let's see how they opt to use it here. Majin's gonna drop low.
Has to use and they have to force. Yeah, the sound barrier has to be coming out so quickly to try and keep Majin alive, because if they lose that tank, this spells disaster. There's the self-destruct zoning around that center pillar. Zydra is down though, 5 versus 4. Advantage in for Frosttails. Kitsune Rush comes out across the center. Kyo gets the damage mitigation with the roll, but there's an instant follow-up by Willie's playing close and making sure to get those micro rockets on top of it. But even though they had a unique exchange, it lights up in that kill feed as Frosttails now look to take the advantage themselves.
Yeah, it's still a pretty expensive fight there. Kiwi has to use the Kitsune Rush. I mean, you force a sound barrier that early, like you don't have any resources. Like Majin had to use the boosters back. You can't use the sound barrier aggressive. They do close it out, but I think DVG are pretty happy with Frosttails using both their support ultimates now. They still have positioning here. They're getting close to their own support ultimates here.
Zoning them back, keeping the distance, approaching that checkpoint to take the positional advantage, has to go into contention. They don't want to allow this to surpass it. 2 meters difference with a swing between the side room and gets the damage plus the shot. But a pulse bomb comes in onto Zydra, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but you've lost Pack, who is a huge player in this from Frosttails. Self-destruct now, forced out on the outside because they were able to get that damage onto the mech. Willies gets 2 immediately afterwards with the assistance from the support line, and they'll be able to change this trajectory back in their favor with only 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go, and they're gonna stagger Majin as well.
Oh, it's a brutal stagger. Absolutely brutal stagger. Bot's gonna make it all the way over to Frosttails' side of the map here, and like I said, like, you have to commit the ultimates so early that you just run out of steam. In DVG, that was an easy hold from them. Now they get the sound barrier themselves. They can go for an aggressive push here if they'd like.
Moving quickly up the stairway, you can see Dip falling back for the moment, recognizing that big Suzu to come in as well to mitigate some of that damage. and just keep invulnerability as Dip has to force the recall. No longer has it. Moving underneath, goes for the stick, doesn't get eaten, but a quick booster from Majin to move to the side so it doesn't explode onto the rest of the team. It's 2 minutes now to go. The meters continuing to accrue, and the sound barrier comes in now from Frosttails to try and turn this about. Big damage onto Majin, forces them out of the mech, has to look to get back into it. Pack and Go-Go sweeping through as a unison to now turn this over, and they are going to now have to get every fight win moving forward to surpass the meter difference to keep this alive.
Yeah, really held their breath there. Go-Go committing the sound barrier. It was a must-win fight to not let things get out of control. And like you said, 90 seconds on the timer here. Kiwi's going to have this Kitsune rush, but really you need big individual players to step up here. Keo getting closer to the Deadeye. Pack with a pulse bomb. You need one of these players to really open things up here because you need to win fights consecutively. Pulse bomb?
Ooh, doesn't land. Hits the deck, unfortunately, and misses the player. Now, Kitsune Rush going to be up the stairway towards the high ground. Zydra goes down. That is a group collective focus. They knew exactly the target they wanted and were able to capitalize on it. 55 seconds to go. Now they need to try and solely take the remaining portion of this when they're going to be walking into 4 ultimates against 1 Dip.
Yeah, that was the easy fight. And now here comes the difficult one. It's going to be 40 seconds. This is essentially it, right? This is your best chance. Don't have any ultimates going for you whatsoever besides the self-destruct. You're gonna go early. Try to find a pick, but you just can't get it.
Suzu already forced. Zydra get the Deadeye onto Kiwi, and that's disastrous. Now there is so much weight on the shoulders of Go-Go. Everything starts to crumble. The hope and the dream of keeping this alive in the reverse sweep is now just completely disintegrating in front of them. With 1 Dip able to take the advantage, there's only 10 seconds to go, and this is unfortunately not looking good. And they'll allow that bot to sit there for Frosttails, unfortunately, to look at the conclusion of this, as they'll potentially get one last touch, and maybe Pack can pull off another miracle.
Recall force. We'll get 1 more here, but surely everyone else just slightly too far away. Majin is back, has a self-destruct.
Oh, Dip though says not this time. We will not allow you to have another attempt. Now with a second piece, we saw how Pack rose to the top, and Dip comes in clutch with a 3 on it, as their bodies unfortunately can't get there as a solid unit. The overtime shall dwindle, and that's going to be 1 Dip versus 100 Gorillas. Moving on through that lower bracket, and we say a fond farewell to Frosttails in their attempt here onto this relegation match.
Yeah, DVG looked like the better team throughout the series there. And at least Frosttails had a few things going their way, but the way DVG were able to come back there on that Esperanza after, suffering, 60 meter, behind in the first couple of minutes of that map, it looked rough for them, but they were able to come things back. I mean, what standout players? Jake, you must have lost your mind with some of those pulse bombs.
Yeah, that was as you guys are saying throughout, there's so much pressure on these teams here, and it was showing, right? Like both teams were making mistakes, maybe not playing at their absolute best, but it ends up being decided by who's got the fortitude to see themselves through it. I think really impressive plays. I liked Keo was doing so much for Frosttails in this match, man. On the Cassidy, just really creating a lot of openings, lighting it up. It wasn't enough though, and I think part of the reason for that was Dip's performance. I mean, he's always been a superstar for the squad, so incredibly consistent, and he delivered once again today. Just ridiculous highlight plays, like surviving forever, creating so much space, tons of pulse bombs, just a menace on the field.
I mean, it really just started out where you did see this dominance coming in from 1 Dip, and Frosttails, it truly did feel they had to just always have to try a little bit harder, and they on multiple occasions really put up a absolutely dominant performance, as we got to see in the later half towards here, where you started to see some trajectory change. Pack was just popping off in these later portions. We got to that map 3 and things looked so much greener for them, but then tailing into that last map where unfortunately they just were not able to outmatch on it, even though it was a worthy attempt, like you said, Johnny, getting such an early advantage. It was just moment after moment where they started to just once again fall behind.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of fights there on Esperanza. I feel like they really want back. Like they didn't get value from the sound barriers, like get caught here and there. It looked messy at times, and that allowed DVG to reclaim the lead roughly like halfway through this map. And I think that has to suck, because you looked so good on the 3rd map, obviously winning it, and then you get up to an early lead. You shouldn't really be losing those kind of push maps when you get up to like a 60-meter lead. So I think Frosttails are taking themselves. We'll see them in FACEIT Masters next season there, of course, but at least there were a couple of signs of life, and Kyo with a good showing on the castle.
Yeah, definitely some things to build on for the future for this team, but we've got to talk about this match, the player of the match. Let's fly it right now. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be a huge surprise to any viewers, but it's going to be Dip. I mean, this guy just did the most in this series. I mean, such incredible stuff across the board. Even I liked, when the May came out in a couple of those key moments, it looked really solid from Dip. So despite the fact that he's, 99% tracer in the series, showing that he has the flexibility, which is, I think, going to be crucial if this team does qualify back into OWCS. You need to have that flexibility even on the tracer role.
Yeah, he knew the job. He was just like, okay, we have an orbital ray. We're on Eichenwald the third. Let me just catch this Cassidy, and then we'll just, walk over them, essentially. So he knew his responsibility, and he popped off. It's rare, I feel like, these days, that a player just kind of like takes over the lobby, and it's just like so clearly like the best player in the server. But I feel like Dip kind of like undisputedly was just like, I'm just gonna dominate this tracer, and was the biggest reason behind the win here today.
And again, not only just what we got to see from their point of view personally and just in the kill feed, but when you were talking about it, Johnny, and we looked at the stats between side swaps. I mean, Jake, you were looking at it too. It's like these numbers are just wild to see how much contribution we have.
Yeah, Dip was doing crazy things. Let's take a look, though, at the overall bracket, because remember, this win for 1D100G, it keeps them alive, but in the end, it doesn't mean much if you can't go on to win that lower final. And of course, we're going to play the upper final first to determine our first team qualifying in to Stage 3 EMEA OWCS. It's going to be Vision taking on Anomaly. And I mean, both these teams had very strong showings in our off-broadcast matches. As you were mentioning, Rich, they've had kind of blow-for-blow battles in the FACEIT Master League. And I think these are two teams that really are familiar with one another. And so, much like the previous match, I think we'll see both teams, throwing everything at the wall. You want to qualify here. You don't want to take a risk and have a chance against the resurgent 1D100G to maybe knock you out of contention. So both these teams, this is a crucial match, one that they want to win and lock up their placement in OWCS. We'll be jumping into that right after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Change your side. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. Here
your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the OWCS promotion relegation for Stage 3. We're going to see which teams are going to be rising up out of FACEIT Master League to compete in that top level, and we're definitely going to get some new blood. This upper final match in promotion relegation is for a spot in the OWCS. So remember, this is Team Vision, Team Anomaly battling it out to be that first team qualifying. And honestly, these two teams, they know each other well. That this is going to be a knockdown drag out, but anybody can get to this point, you guys. Like, this is an open ecosystem. These teams have risen to this point out of like true competitive integrity. There's no you scratch my back, I scratch yours. There's no like having the slot for free. You got to just win your way to the top, and that's what these teams have done. We can also, of course, for everyone to be able to get to that level of competition, no matter where you are in the FACEIT ladder, we are introducing this new referral program I want to tell you guys about. So it's just the opportunity to potentially win a trip to the OWCS finals if you have the top referral. So you're going to be able to go to fce.gg/referral. Referral program rather, to get your unique referral link, and then whoever refers the most people is going to be able to get that fully paid trip to the OWCS finals, which I mean is a pretty incredible prize. And of course, we got a ton of other prizes from cash to FACEIT points for a lot of folks who are able to get some solid referral numbers in. So if you're going to have your friends hop on a play on a team, you might as well get this referral code. It's just some extra bonuses going to be coming your way courtesy of the good people at FACEIT.
I mean, that's just awesome. You see that right at number one, you're just like, I know the other ones are still really cool. You got the cash prize, you got that, but to be there, win the trip, to be among that excitement, that's awesome.
Who do you think?
We'll see you there, man.
Rack Attack?
Rack Attack can win it. That's true.
Yeah, I can see Rack. When I was with him at DreamHack, he was just like, oh yeah, like such a humble person though. I mean, realistically, like of course we've got so much that follow, but it would also just be great to see who's going to be able to take that so that they can get to that event where it's going to be just a thrill, I think, for everyone.
Yeah, so that's open to everybody. So make sure you get your FACEIT referral link and then, try to jump into the competition, earn some FACEIT points, some cash, or, maybe that top slot, a trip to the OWCS finals. But of course, we've got more matches to play before that. We're here in promotion relegation today, and this match is Anomaly versus Vision. Two teams, as Rich, as you were talking about before the broadcast, these teams have been going blow for blow for quite a while. Let's take a look at the rosters. I believe we've got Anomaly first here. Kind of talk me through this team, Rich. Like, what should we expect from them as they come to compete potentially in OWCS next stage?
I mean, again, one of the biggest things for Anomaly is that I'm really focusing on. I know in the grand finals aspect, they had a really, really hard time against Vision, which we'll touch base on in a minute. But I mean, the unique factor is almost kind of like this utilization of trying to get Croxy in it, where you just had this Hazard and then you had the Orisa. It was kind of a seesaw between the two of them, but there's still some really great standout names that we are used to seeing, those within the tier 2 region or continuing to work up to this tier 1, where King is a big name that we see. Zoro is another one where they're just excellent players from the DPS line to couple alongside of it. And I think if they can really refine that tanking type of methodology to partner with the rest of the team and how the supports work alongside them as well, it can be a really dominant performance from them, and they just have to take that time to really start thinking through that methodology.
Yeah, and so their opponents are going to be Team Vision, another team that has some pretty scary heavy hitters coming in. I mean, I think you're like, Johnny, tell me about some of the players on this team. Who should we expect to be the superstars here?
Yeah, Violet has been hanging out in Team Vision for the last few months here. So they've been having a relatively easy time in the FACEIT Masters, but they did lose, of course, to Anomaly in an upper bracket match. When they did qualify for this tournament, but Team Vision, they brought it back in the grand finals after all. It really felt like a pure Daigo moment where everyone in FACEIT Masters made Violet angry, and Violet just started playing angry, and they moved away from playing a lot of these Violet Illari comps. I think they played Juno Illari at some point, and it just didn't work out for them. So they swapped over to Lucio Kiri, looked a lot better on Lucio Kiri the last couple of matches to qualify for promotion relegation. And if they can carry that momentum, they're going to be the hands down favorite to really qualify through this match, right? They beat Anomaly 4-0. Now you just have to beat them once more and you're through, right? Team Vision should be big favorites in this one.
Yeah, I think they're going to be, really confident coming into this one. And for this match, it's going to be myself and Rich casting. So Johnny, thank you for the analysis. Take a break. Take 5. You might need it after that last series. We will see you back for more matches, of course, as the day continues. But yeah, Rich, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. Appreciate Johnny being here for the first match. We're going to be cycling throughout the day. You're going to see a lot of rotating faces, but I'm looking forward to getting into it. And, you know, like you mentioned, as we've started to really talk about these teams, they have a long-standing history, at least within the short proximity of time. Team Vision came out really dominantly in this tail end of it. And like Johnny had mentioned, you just unleashed the true beast from Violet, and it really changed how things are kind of turning around. But as we enter into this, we can really take a look at that map set, and the decision has been made where it will be Busan first here for map selection. And we're going to have Anomaly getting rid of the Tracer, where with Team Vision on the opposing side, banning out the Lucio.
Yeah, I think the Lucio ban makes sense for, you know, Vision, with Violet probably preferring to play some of these greedier, more damage-heavy, slow play supports. And, you know, I think in terms of his wheelhouse, where he's been one of the best players in the world, has a lot of times been in that flex support role. He can definitely play the Lucio, but it's not necessarily the direction you want to go for Vision. And in response, I think this Tracer ban is very much about King being able to play the Genji and preventing Choi Se-won from, I think I would call Tracer probably his best hero. So both bans make sense to me, and they're honestly pretty impactful bans, being maybe some of the best things that these teams can respectively you know, take away from their opponents. So to deploy these in map 1, there's pretty high stakes in the results here on Busan.
Well, because you really just want to make that statement out the gate. You want to set the tone between these two, since they've had such repetitive combatants between one another. So as we lead into it with those few seconds remaining, Slow Dive again is one I'm really focusing on, because it does bring that Freya into the mix, which has played predominantly alongside how the Sojourn has performed. So really seeing the differentiation between King and Zoro versus Choi Se-won and Slow Dive.
Well, the Sombra is going to be just dirty here. Such a challenging matchup here for Genji and Hazard. These hacks could be really powerful. Choi Se-won has to be careful, of course, is at risk of being caught. And I wonder, can Anomaly even attack this high ground? They are really struggling, but Choi Se-won, so low, needs a bit of support. Okay, just barely is going to slip away.
Yeah, sliver of health. Great attention to detail by Violet to make sure that it is topped up so they can get back into this. But again, looking to still see Anomaly rotate and play from that high ground and the theater to dive into this forward. The Hazard rotating to the stairway to get some damage onto the back line, but a great hack comes in, very vulnerable, able to get that wall climb out of the danger zone as there's an attempt to try and still maintain. Spear spin to knock back, but Tama overextends, unfortunately becomes left just out in the open with no healers could get fluid healing on to him, and that's going to give Anomaly the opportunity to take this with a great slow play.
Yeah, Orisa kind of forcing the issue there, I think, unnecessarily. Anomaly instantly punished that, and even with the drone coming out from one, I mean, Tama was just too high up in the air, couldn't get the benefits of it. So Team Vision is going to try to add a bit more tempo to their comp with the Juno, but that's a big bite win for Anomaly. Now they're sitting on this amplification matrix, a really powerful tool for defending the point. Team Vision don't have an ultimate to come break back into this.
We'll see how this amplification matrix is going to be utilized out the gate easily, funneling so much damage into it, really just going to buy time. Team Vision allowing that to finally dissipate before engaging completely, trying to get that virus across the way. This is still a very steady, slow play right now for Team Vision.
Choi Se-won just peeking, hunting around the edges, trying to get something done. A little bit risky, doesn't want a hard commit, especially with the Cassidy nearby to play bodyguard. Sombra could be in trouble. Big connections though. Onzakrox struggling to keep pace control on this high ground, has to just fall back and get some heal.
Yeah, Zoro looking to rotate back. That's a lot of damage, though, unfortunately. Choi Se-won gets the elimination to follow up onto it. And now, once again, Tama, extremely low, forces the Terror Surge, pulls them in, but there's denial with a great rock in the way so that it prevents some of the sideline. But this is still an opportunity for Team Vision to outmatch and outmaneuver Anomaly, who originally had a really great slow play and got, again, 63% already.
Yeah, and Tama was on the absolute limit, so low there in the Terra Surge, but a perfectly timed cleanse from Violet saves him, gets him back up to full HP, and that's the play we expect from Team Vision. Now with the EMP on the cards, Anomaly, this is a very scary position to walk out into. Choi Se-won can really dictate the pace of this fight, but doesn't want to go too early. His team doesn't have the best chase potential, so really needs to catch Anomaly in a spot where that's hard for them to retreat.
How the EMP will be utilized. Waiting to see if you can see multiple members in it. Could drop below once they move out. Separation and distance between the tank line and the DPS goes a little wide, has been revealed, so they are aware of where this Sombra play is, but King with the blade, waiting to be unsheathed, aggression forward, fortify active, defenses are high, but now they fade. Sweeping strike down below, gets a quick pick onto Violet, and now chases down the back, but one says, that's fine, kick to the face, my jet boosters are there, and now Anomaly can rotate back onto this once again, despite the few eliminations Team Vision had.
Yeah, Anomaly just did enough in that fight. Despite losing the BAP super early, Brig was able to clutch out there. Jonowich staying alive deep into the fight. Zoro as well on the Cassidy. No answer for him in deep into the engagement. Once again, Team Vision now on the retake, and it's coming into that last fight territory. One with the Orbital Ray. This needs to be very clean, but coming out through the choke points can be scary against Genji Hazard.
Speed ring out, letting that Centaur rush forward with the Orbital Ray, attempting to force back one. The tank positioning from Krogs, oh my goodness, gets blown up and is obliterated on that backside. So now it's a great opportunity for Team Vision to take control of this. But you can see Anomaly drawing back, not allowing to overcommit into this. It's going to swap over. They want to recover because they're only going to have a good 30 seconds to try and recover back into this. If that pick comes through, that'd be very, very beneficial. But unfortunately, it's a top-up and now one last engagement.
Rally against the Rush here. Rush comes first. Violet wants to get aggressive
Big pull
as well. Do they have the connections? They do. Zoro goes down. BAP is low. Jonowich trying to hold this position down with the Brig, but it doesn't look like it's enough. Team Vision battling aggressively.
And with a javelin into the wall, the rally no longer available. The shield is shattered, and you'll have Anomaly positioned here. There's an attempt to try and hold onto the corner. The upgrade for that extra shielding from the Orisa. Tama needing to give that coverage and protection for those as they move in. Great pickup to swap it back over. 99 leading into a 99 situation, and it's going to heavily start to favor Team Vision as they recover despite not getting this first.
And both teams going blow for blow here. Team Vision, I mean, Violet is clearly making a difference here. I mean, that call to go super aggressive with the Kitsune Rush was so important. You know, it feels like if Anomaly had a little bit more time to work that Genji, the Hazard, look for picks, this could have been a different fight, but Team Vision just aren't giving Anomaly those opportunities. At the same time, though, I mean, some of these chaotic fights, even with the EMP, right, Anomaly was able to clutch out against that, definitely speaks highly of their potential to make this one a close match. Like you said, I mean, it was a bit of a blowout last time for Team Vision, but 99-100 first round of Busan, this looks like a closely matched set of teams.
Yep, changing the mindset and how they want to play this. And the other thing too is when we take a look at that first series that we had in comparison to this one, it's a lot more tactical and methodical, especially bringing that Sombra into the mix. And now as we do enter in onto this, I'm curious to see if it happens again. And it's going to be on the reverse side. It's going to be the Sombra from Anomaly, but now they're going to have, yes, the 70s.
Okay, he's trolling. He's trolling.
All right, yeah, so we got double Sombra.
The counter pick here. Makes sense, you know, onto the Diva. A Diva with the mobility advantage here could be a little bit awkward for Tama on the Orisa. There's a lot of space to cross to close these gaps, but Crocs is already out of mech. That is brutally punishing. Somehow Slowdive able to get that pick so early, and now Tama,
oh my goodness,
just uncontested.
Yeah, they're just pumping so much into Anomaly that there's just no way to stabilize through the damage. And at this point, they just have to give ground and let this give over. And realistically, the opportunity for King to really contribute with the Sombra wasn't even there.
And honestly, for Jonowich here, the Brig is a really rough character to be on against this support comp. I mean, the amount of poke is pretty disgusting, and this is a very open map. So Brig, there's not much cover to play around. There's not really much. You can check the Sombra, but that's not really the most powerful move from a Brig. You want to be getting aggressive and actually punishing people. So if Team Vision can keep Anomaly at distance, it's going to be hard. So Anomaly, they need to move fast on these walk-ups.
See how this rotation is going to look. Attempted hack onto Croxy. Couldn't quite find it. Will Slowdive be able to get some value here? Rotating towards the middle. That's not what you want to see, though. Violet going down early, a player who we've highlighted so significantly for Team Vision, as it's still percentage gain. We're going to look to try and get that hack on the back with the invisibility to focus the back line. And again, it's so timed and tempoed here that there's really not this overwhelming aggression that comes through, but this is still Team Vision getting 3%.
I mean, Violet's back in the fight. Oh, and not for long, though. Nice headshot from Zoro. Cuts him down, so there's no support onto Tama to keep him up on the point. And Anomaly, they do find the flip. So Violet making a mistake there, being caught on the off angle. You're not really able to fight once the enemy does get on top of you. Team Vision, they have to keep kiting forever into these engagements. And I mean, Zoro is able to capitalize on that as well. Is going to have the overclock for this fight. So that could be a pretty powerful tool despite Vision having major ultimates of their own to open this one up. I mean, you're going to get a chance here if Zoro can live the first few moments.
Jose one on the reposition overhead on the drum, looks for potentially an EMP combined with the Terra Surge to pull them into the clutches, and they get an early pick. But all the while, Zoro in the back with the overclock. Like you mentioned, the value that can be brought to this engagement is absolutely paying dividends. 3 eliminations already, with a great follow-up here for Anomaly, able to completely deny the synergy from Team Vision.
Yeah, you use that EMP Terror Surge to take down the rally, which looks like a decent start to the fight, but then Zoro's taken that opportunity to take the position he wants on the map and is able to use it to great effect. Slowdive feels the pressure, is going to swing over to the mirror as well.
And now, Tama. That's not what you want to see for an early pick. They're going to just give it a few seconds, and at this point, everyone from Anomaly is going to look to play further forward to try and see if they can put some salt in the wound.
Yeah, and with King's EMP, I mean, this is scary TPing forward, even considering ripping it here. Yeah, he's going to try and dive in, hits
on 4.
EMP on a 4, yeah, big connection.
Now, seeing if they can continue to gain this percentage and put it into a really awkward percentage gain. Croxy needs to be very careful, though. DMEX self-destruct within range. It's going to be Tama looking to use defensively to deny that elimination from the explosion. Violet, though, clipped by it, which is not what you want to see once again. Violet picked out, solely leaving it onto the shoulders of one who has the orbital ray. Violet takes the slop onto the brig and now looks to try and push back onto the point. They have to contest it with 5% to go. EGS, though, is now no longer here. It's solely on the shoulders of Jono. And with that last overtime opportunity, Team Vision will be able to capitalize quickly with there not being enough healing for Anomaly.
Yeah, great clap back there from Team Vision. One with the orbital ray was exactly what they needed to swing the tempo back in their favor, despite the player disadvantage. And I love the brig swap from Violet. Crocs is instantly going to respond, though, going back to the Orisa, so mitigating some of the value that brig is going to be able to bring to bear. Both teams now with some powerful tools. I mean, I'm especially looking at Zoro with that OC, though, in a quite a wide open map. There's not too much speed or catch available here. Team Vision need to weather this storm, and I mean, they have the Ramatra ultimate to help them do that, but I feel like Zoro could be the one to open up and score a point here for Anomaly.
We've already been able to see 2 quick eliminations with the overclock. We'll see if it happens once again. Rotating towards the back of the pagoda to get a sightline across that center drum. Overclock active shield is there. Blocks the first one. Violet quickly moving alongside one to make sure that they are not in the sightlines and waste the ultimate. Hack comes in with an EMP as well. Shosi 1 is left alone elsewhere, but now Tama doing everything imaginable to try and just lock them down with fists and this EGS orbital ray, and is going to attempt to give the damage advantage for Anomaly, but Slowdive says, I've got an overclock myself, and I'll get a 2-piece. EGS up top will easily be punished by Tama on the Ramatra, forcing back once again Croxy, who is hacked once again. It is no ability to deny with the Fortify. He will take it and swap it back over, and there is no one left to make it a Team Vision map 1 win.
Oh my, Slowdive. You know, that first kill he finds with the OC is a brig on 99% rally. That is so, like, I guarantee Brig is hard spamming the rally button there, just trying to get that last tick. And if Slowdive is like a few milliseconds slower, rally comes out, that is a different fight. That's an Anomaly round. So the fact that Slowdive able to find that pick in the crucial moment steps up big time for his team. I also like to see from Team Vision, I like that Violet goes Brig there. You know, he is in the Diva matchup. I wish he maybe went Brig a little earlier in the round, but I just think it's really important for this team to be at their peak potential, that Violet isn't, let's say, like 100% committed to playing quote unquote the carry supports, where like his aim is going to be a crucial factor. Like sometimes Brig is just the best character. It's the one you need, especially in that Diva Sombra matchup. I think you can't be scared to go to it. So I'm glad to see that Violet did make that swap. I'm also glad to see that it's not just the Violet Choi-Se-Wan show. Like the rest of this team is stepping up and making it competitive as well. And they're going to need that if they want to compete in the next stage of OWCS. And 1-0 map score, I mean, it's starting to look like that is where their future lies.
Yeah, setting the tone, making it seem like it's deja vu from that grand finals. But again, can't count out Anomaly, where there were, I think, still some strengths across the board. You did have a great couple of overclocks being brought into the fight, though it's really just how Team Vision was able to escape and understand the spatial awareness to elude a lot of that incoming damage and or control on the point as we take a look at the stats here.
Yeah, big damage dealt here from Vision. A little bit deceptive considering the composition mismatch, and I do think this is just a very close map. Despite the 2-0 scoreline, you know, Anomaly are able to get fight wins, able to survive and play through some challenging ultimate situations, especially against Choi-Se-Wan's EMPs. I feel like his Sombra, I mean, it wasn't like, I would say, completely stifled, but they did a pretty great job at, you know, dealing with the hacks, at surviving some of those EMPs, rotating out and still clutching out a couple of those fights. Zoro, especially on the hit scan, is, I think, going to be a key piece for Anomaly. Him and King together on the DPS line need to continue to produce, especially shutting down that Vision backline if they want to make this a closer, more competitive series.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they attempted to go with the mirrored Sombra aspect of it to try and bring that to the table to see how they can match up against it. But yeah, I would agree that they were stifled. They could not yield as much in return versus Team Vision. So, but now we're going to look to try and go into our map selection here. Again, it is Anomaly who gets to make the map choice. We've already graciously been able to see our new Flashpoint map in Series 1. Curious to see if that might be something somebody wants to dabble in today. Or the other thing too is when we got to see these two play off against one another, Anomaly was an interesting team that wanted to, you know, go on to Circuit Royal, where we did have this Reinhardt Bastion composition. It worked out towards the introductory portion of it, kind of fell towards the end. So there is some uniqueness that can come from this team playing a little bit outside of the box, which I'm curious if we're going to also potentially have that be here too, since it is in that upper bracket where they get that second attempt. Of course, they don't want to be in the lower bracket, but it's where they can kind of play around a little bit as well to then potentially look to take it down in that lower bracket.
I wouldn't hate to see something like a Lijiang City here from Anomaly. I think King's Genji is something that they want to bring out as much as is possible. And just looking at the map pool, it feels like Lijiang City is probably the best Genji map available. Maybe might require some like intelligent hero bans to make it as effective as it can be. But I think if that's the style you want to look at, that, you know, it's certainly an option. It's also a place where Violet might not be able to get away with the double flex support that has made Team Vision so effective, where it feels like, you know, those mobility, the main supports tend to be quite strong on Lijiang City with how many close quarters engagements are on that map. But as you mentioned, you know, Anomaly, maybe the Genji could also look good on Circuit. Maybe, you know, there's other options for them. And this is a moment I think that's actually really important, right? With them being blown out by Team Vision in the past, winning map 1 was obviously what you wanted to start off the series on an aggressive foot, but failing that, at least stopping the bleeding, setting the tone by, you know, setting the series to a 1-1 score line. This map 2 really is your moment. I feel like if you go down 0-2 with the history between these teams, Team Vision are only going to accelerate from there. So for Anomaly, this is a little bit the do or die moment. Yes, you will have more chances in the series, but it's looking very dire if they aren't able to take this one here.
And we can hope to see that, again, going into this next map, waiting to see what that final selection is from them. They're really thinking and contemplating on it. And I agree with you very much when you really made that additional note where it talks about the ban aspect of it, because King is so dominant when it comes to this Genji play and how their performance, historically, just from what we've been able to see over the course of years from a professional standpoint, even in Tier 2, back when I was early aspects of their play, just always had this really receptive understanding through interviews. Just it's like they can really reside and thrive on that. So those bans could be significant as well to only further put, you know, that insult to injury on how they can compete against Team Vision.
So,
oh, we're gonna get it.
An Anomaly comes out. Okay, Atlas. I mean, maybe this is this is such a new map. I don't even really know what heroes are the best. I did notice a lot of verticality on the map. I think that could bode well for something like the Genji. Maybe the Orisa looks strong as well, which, you know, further benefits Genji, at least in my eyes. So I'm curious to see, you know, Team Vision banning out the Cassidy. An interesting choice, maybe one that they are worried about coming out from Zoro. It's a bit of a closer range map, so maybe some of these longer range sniper hit scan, while they could be effective, might just struggle a little bit if the brawl comes right on top of them. But this is such a new map. I think even these top teams are still going to be experimenting and trying to figure out what exactly works. I'm just curious to see what their vision of the meta is.
Yeah, because when we got to at least see it in our previous series, we were really noticing just the difference of almost a architectural congestion, where in some of the flashpoints you have the two pillars in the middle, the stairways are up on that high ground, there's not really the greatest long sightlines, but then if you find a specific angle, you get that kind of sightline. So there's a lot of just nuance, I think, to this map, which also gives the opportunity for these teams to, again, maybe that's the direction Anomaly wants to take. Hey, this is a newer map, we're still kind of learning it, we're figuring out what's going to work. We know that Team Vision previously already had the advantage against us, and you yourself said, you know, they're a team that if they can really get this out the gate, they've basically set themselves up for success. Throw a curveball in there, go onto the new map, see if you believe your team coordination and your communication is far superior on a map that you're both really just dipping your toes in.
Yeah, I wonder if there's ever even room on this map for like a double flanker setup. You know, if hit scan struggles, especially with Cassidy, probably the best close range hit scan, you know, being taken out of the pool with the ban. You know, I wonder if there's room for, you know, the Venture, the Tracer, some, you know, maybe even some Sombra play to just really up the tempo, especially with how much cover there is, like you mentioned, on the objectives themselves. kind of it feels a little bit easier to wait out a hit scan and potentially just jump on top of them when they step up a little bit too close. So that's just my sort of open-ended initial analysis of this map. But you know, we have to see the teams play. It all gets, you know, sort of figured out in the fires of competition for us to see, you know, what actually wins, like what is in fact the best. And this is a great little early glimpse before the mid-season championship where we're going to be able to see, you know, what meta is starting to come out here on Atlas.
Well, and to reinforce that even further, I think that's why when we got to see the Tracer dynamic on this map, it was really, really substantial because there's so many little corridors and little avenues that you can work through, whereas both of these teams haven't really led into that. But in saying that, that was the secondary hero choice for King outside of the Genji, back when we used to see it in contenders, where it could be something that we have brought to the table and allow that same type of advantage, which would then, in this point, give Anomaly a higher chance of taking the success of the map architecture, as we will get potentially some piano plays. Yeah, we only get the tail end of it.
Both teams hovering the Lucio Kiri here. Team Vision sticking with Thomas Orisa. And it's going to be a relatively straightforward matchup here with the Tracer Sojourn on the DPS line. And this is going to be potentially an opportunity for Crocs to make plays. However, I feel like if he can't find relatively early pickups, Orisa is going to outvalue in the long fight. So Team Vision want to just weather that storm, play things a little bit slow as they're waiting on the high ground for the point to open.
Crocs now going to look to try and swap sides. A little vulnerable for the moment. Has to be careful because there's a lot of damage that'll funnel in from that high ground. As Tama, who we've seen already in previous play, does very well on this Orisa if given the space. Crocs up top again, looking to maybe get the decent damage. Great Suzu again to keep him going, but things are getting a little dire as finally a pickup comes in onto Violet, and recognizing the substantial value that can be brought overall. It's Team Vision who claims this first to gain the percentage, but I'm not quite sure how much longer it's going to last, as one actually gets a takedown onto Crocs.
Yeah, that kill on Violet was expensive, cost a lot of HP across the board, and now it's a 4-on-4, both teams scrapping it out. Violet is going to be back into this engagement. Choice One already had a pulse bomb up, goes wide, but doesn't necessarily need it to win this fight and get the cleanups. And Anomaly, despite putting a lot of point pressure on in the response, in the end, that's an early flip for Vision that leads into a fight win. So Anomaly, really painful way for that first fight to go. Basically the worst case scenario here.
And already just pushing so far forward to get the intel, pushing back into this, already starting to chip away at the health bars as Crocs now looks to enter back in. There's a great elimination though onto slow dive, so they've lost that damage and gonna really have to try and be cognizant of how to allow enough time to get slow dive back into this. And realistically, since the fight's going on outside, Crocs is just gonna say, well, you guys can be up there, I'm gonna come right down here.
He has to grab the cap there because it's OT, but I mean, Team Vision have battled back to a player advantage. They're going to be the first ones back at full strength here. Crocs dives in to try and change that, but okay, seems to be alive for the moment. Team Vision, though, tempo lead. Early beat comes out from Jonowich. Can he turn this run around?
Doesn't quite clip onto King, but King's in the back. Sound barrier to counter. Violet making sure there's enough protection onto Team Vision as they still have two other ultimates in line. Crocs gets extremely low, taken down. The hyper focus comes in by Choice One, and that will be a first flash point going in favor of Team Vision.
Yeah, I really like the plays I'm seeing from Team Vision. I mean, just great, deep understanding of the game. When it comes to the pickoffs, it really is back and forth, but Team Vision is getting the better of the long fights, understanding that even if they lose one player, they still have the means to come back and win. They have better point pressure so far, and at this point, a lot less of that high-low. Looks like a good spot for Orisa to me.
What a wild javelin in the distance, is continuing to keep their distance as the Orisa is going to try and hold the line here. Waiting to see how Crocs is going to network into this. Point not yet active, so still keeping distance as Zoro has the overclock. Kitsune Rush now will be unleashed as well as the overclock. Shots fired, heavy damage into Tama and will not be able to withstand it. Violet falls close in suit, and now Anomaly has taken full control of this and really just has to force down both One and Slow Dive as they're going to be taking this one as well.
So they've ripped the OC to clutch, but really just couldn't produce anything with that. Now One in a bit of trouble, has a teleport. Is there support there in time? Just barely, it seems. Oh, not enough, though, to get slow dive out, and that's going to be big advantage for Anomaly. It's their turn to win a fight with an early cap and get some stagger picks, and they want more, it seems.
Zoro getting the intel of where they're positioning from, has to leave, doesn't want to overstay their welcome with 35% and climbing. Tama needs to find a really good Terra Surge. Could look to try and synergize between the Terra Surge and the Pulse Bomb for some significant value, but we've already seen some stellar Kitsune play from our support line. With now Jose 1 underneath, getting some consistent damage. King gets 1, so that removes any Suzus, and this is Anomaly again finding these early picks, and it all anchors on King, who I highlighted as someone I was so excited to see being able to bring this Tracer to the table.
He has to continue to produce that late pick on the EGS, though. Opens up a power play for Vision, and they know it. They want to get that early flip back onto this point, give themselves another chance to take the second flashpoint. Violet, 95 to beat, takes a lot of damage, though. Has to stay alive, needs this sound barrier, isn't going to get it off. Crocs takes him down. King with the second.
Yeah, Tama gets the touch, but it's really not going to yield any benefit. So now it's a 1-to-1 flashpoint score as we transition into the next one. And again, with that opportunity now for Anomaly, you'll have EGS with that swift step to get close to be a part of it. So they should have the advantage in where this next flashpoint positioning is to try and give themselves the edge necessary.
It's a great point from Anomaly. Evens up the scoreline 1-to-1 on a map that's very important for them to win. Team Vision gets early point position, though. They're going to be able to just play mostly defensive in this battle with the high ground controlled for the moment for them. Violet's beat has to be importantly second here. Ideally, they want to force Jonowitz to an early beat.
And this is that RNG aspect where it was closer to Team Vision spawn. Now they're going to lead in with Violet Sound Barrier, giving that protective shielding. A Pulse Bomb comes in as well, absolutely annihilates the tank. So it is solely now going to be on the DPS and supports to withstand this. And they also committed both the Kitsune Rush and the Sound Barrier to sustain through it. So they've had so much thrown into it. But as I say that, Zoro's like, I'm not going to be done yet because this overclock's going to pick up quite a few, bobbing and weaving through it. There's been so much from the supports to keep them alive, and with the timing, it actually allows Crocs to get back so they can swap it and start surpassing in percentage.
That's a hero play from Zoro with the OC. He's been so consistent with his ultimate. Now it's Slowdive's turn to potentially turn that one around with an overclock of his own on the retake. Needs to follow up and do at least as much. Crocs wants to, of course, stifle that with the ultimate of his own. He's already hitting the back line, already putting some pressure here, but mostly just trying to hold this one down. The spiked wall to great effect used here, holding the point.
Oh, and they all backed out, though. Team Vision able to get out 2 eliminations, though, since they separated and maneuvered to the left and right side of Anomaly's positioning. So they're going to have to give that up. And Anomaly's in a good place once again now to take the flashpoint advantage.
King producing quite well on this point, this entire map, as you already mentioned. Let's see if he can get done more. 90% to that next Pulse Bomb. Slowdive once again with the OC, but didn't find a window to even pop it in the last fight. So this is the one opportunity for him. Already being assaulted by Crocs on the backline. They want to put the pressure on this Sojourn. Sojourn gets a chance, sliding forward.
Oh! Big pick mid-air, cannot elude the free fire, and now you've got Team Vision taking full control of this to swap it over. 99% and held. There's going to be, of course, another opportunity for Anomaly. They'll have the Kitsune Rush, and judging by the time, they should have that sound barrier and maybe even edge closer to Zoro's overclock.
Yeah, the OC has been very important as a tool for Anomaly. Zoro would love to build one up, but 50% to 50% cap, he needs to have a good fight to get the OC online. And Team Vision, you know, with that Terra Surge with the Pulse Bomb, they've got some very serious threats of their own.
King continuing to harass on the side. The TVT forces a recall. You can see just consistent pressure from both. All the while, Tama on the high ground has to bail out of it. The spear spin blocks the incoming fire as EGS leads with it. Great job to counteract against it, though. Huge pick onto EGS, and it's an even trade. But now with both supports eliminated, Anomaly is feeling the pressure. It is going to be dire for them to turn this around. So Team Vision is able to actually gain that second flashpoint so that they can carry into this third and final one.
Yeah, and Arissa now perked up with that power javelin is a bit of a problem for Crocs in particular. I mean, you're a really easy target generally on that hazard, and the power javelin can really displace you, really mess up your tempo play, especially your mobility. So important on that character. However, Zoro has the OC with a beat to protect. I mean, that is a very powerful combo to be sitting on coming into this next flashpoint.
Curious to see how this first initial engagement's going to go. Looking for a power javelin with no one home. Anomaly positioned well near that point to try and get it once it does unlock. Kitsune Rush for one could be something they lead in with and absolutely will, so that they can get that tempo advantage. Jose one again, another pickup onto the support line, out the gate, and just completely denying a full 5 engagement. This once again is really just kind of the kryptonite for Anomaly, where they're losing someone so early.
Yeah, it's proving to be a real struggle. Zoro missing the second slide there, couldn't get up to the high ground, and just got absolutely hunted down. Team Vision aren't even content with this. They're looking to potentially get more, and I like this play from them. Full aggro here, chasing deep to the spawn. Tama, maybe he's gone a little bit too far, though. Needs to have some support to get out of this, and pulse bombed as well. So Arissa overstays her welcome on the point, and with the tank down, this is a massive opening now for Anomaly to come back in, especially with the OC online. They're already starting to pressure the point. Team Vision backing off for now, but they can heal up this Tracer. Choice of One can contest this for quite a while.
Yeah, we can see the consistent contention, just so that percentage gains so much closer to 99. 62 is a worthwhile to get those couple of extra touches. Zoro gets one onto Violet, so they've lost one, and one is, well, one is one. That's going to say that 10 times fast. Also gone now for both supports. 18% in climbing. Anomaly is not out of the weeds here yet, though. They have the point, and with the staggered kills, Team Vision can come back in and really start taking the numerical advantage onto the players if they can get those pickups.
Yeah, the beat is forced here. It's very defensive. Zoro with the OC needs to be able to turn that one around, find some offense of his own, but the Orisa up in his face with the Fortify. So difficult to find that connection. Gets one shot on the choice they want, but it's not enough for the kill. And Team Vision overwhelming. The beat from Violet slams the door on Anomaly.
Yep, gonna have so much protection onto this, 85%. They will be closing this out here in a matter of seconds as the overclock gets 2. Nothing remains from Anomaly, and this was that second map, like you mentioned, needing to be so important for them to start really being able to clap back at Team Vision. But now, Team Vision is having that consistent deja vu moment from Grand Finals, where they are now only just one map away from being able to qualify themselves and drop this opponent of Anomaly down to that lower bracket.
There's been bright spots for Anomaly, but so far it just hasn't been enough. I felt like the difference maker in this map was really Choice A1 for me. I mean, so many times he's picking off EGS and the Kiriko many fights in a row, really. And in the fights where they are losing, it's Choice A1 staying alive deep into the engagement, coming back with clutch kills in the scrappy fights. And we talk about how scrappy promotion relegation is, how individual players need to step up and find big kills. Zoro did that, but more often than not, it was Choice A1 just living, just continuing to contribute bit by bit, and ultimately it just overwhelms the Hazard comp that kind of wants these fights to be explosively in their own favor.
It just compiles on top of each other until now it's, you know, small advantages become great distinctive victory patterns. And again, even not only just EGS, but finding a couple of great picks onto Jonowich, which again, you lose the Lucio, you lose that extra mobility where you're trying to have it for yourself, or just the boot potential to knock away and keep the Tracer out of this. And we can take a look at the stats again. Team Vision here really just being able to just throughput so much healing from the incoming damage, despite it being slightly higher than Anomaly. But overall, it's just so favored in how Team Vision plays, despite there being, you know, this close in proximity of the stats.
Yeah, the Orisa just looks really strong to me on that map. I mean, there's a lot of environmental knockoff potential, and all the cover on the map also creates a lot of opportunities for you to get speared into the walls by Orisa, or like, you know, shoved into a corner by that spear spin. There's also a lot of tight angles where the Terra Surge can just really rip you apart, you know, force you to fight into like a death spot. And, you know, that's just the after point 1 where I felt like, okay, Hazard has some potential here. There's a lot of high-low gameplay options. From that point on, I just didn't see the vision of the Hazard quite as much. So it's definitely a great thing to see this early on, where, you know, in EWC, I'm expecting to see maybe some more teams bringing out the Orisa on Atlas, and maybe if they want to go that direction, it's going to be a map pick for them.
And that was one of the things, you know, we slightly touched on when it came to us really going through the teams and the roster itself, where the Hazard was something that they really lean into, and it just seems like it's just a cut below the rest. And the Orisa is really making such an impactful contribution to the teams and how they're playing and competing against, especially even on this new map, and why it really works. So as we're going to be seeing what this next map selection is from Anomaly, they are in a dire situation where they need to make this count. We already have, again, it looks like, oh, I see we're great out on push. Maybe they did make a selection, at least of the category, but we'll find that out here in just a moment. But regardless, we can at least see what is remaining. And we might have one of those attempts of a reverse sweep situation, but it's going to be a challenge.
He has a long road home. I mean, you've used your respect ban on Choice A1's Tracer, and I see why you did it on map 1, because map 2, Choice A1 Tracer kind of farmed, kind of just dominated the game. I mean, King went toe-to-toe, I would say, in the 1v1, but that's not enough, really, because Choice A1 is just eating up your backline. He's punishing Zoro, who really is, for me, right now, the bright spot for Anomaly. Anomaly going to take us to Midtown. So probably some more Tracer on the cards. This is, however, a very strong map for Hitscan. So if Zoro, he's been having, I would say, probably the biggest game on Anomaly so far. You can keep some of the high mobility style, so it's not really like a Circuit Royale Widow map, but maybe the Sojourn could continue to look strong here. And I think that, that makes sense to me in a way, right? Play around what's working for you. However, in being a longer range map, there's also very much the opportunity for Violet to get away with a double flex support here. So I wonder what'll be the response to that from Anomaly. They're going to have to pile on the aggression to punish Violet.
Yeah, and again, with just the additions of what those ban selections are going to be and how it might tweak those little details, but I absolutely agree. I think that Zoro, when it comes to the Sojourn, is really impactful, especially when you're giving those sight lines. And again, when it comes to, the previous map on Atlas, we talked about, a few of those positions where we got some great POV to see those long stretches. But then on some of the other ones where they're really disjointed, the patterns are a lot more close together. You have to have that dash ready to just slide out to get away from any of those collapsing players, or even just the Tracer in that sense, since there's so much being thrown at you. Realistically, I think that this is the moment where we're going to have to see the Sojourn really come out on top, as we do have confirmation of the bans, and it's going to be Team Vision removing the Symmetra, and the Baptiste is going to be taken out of the equation by Anomaly.
Yeah, so Anomaly taking the BAP out, I think this really is a direct attack on Violet, mitigating one of the most dangerous potential flex supports he could bring to bear, where, historically, Violet has been just a monster on the Baptiste. Sim being taken away, I think is more just Team Vision wanting to prevent any kind of crazy variable play here. They just don't want, when the Sim comp comes out, it really does change everything, especially this first point attack is just completely different with the Sim than without. And I think they've been winning this series so far. You just don't let King really change things up. This is probably, without the Sim, I expect to see more Tracer Mirror, and I think that's just Team Vision protecting exactly what they feel super confident on, which is the Choice A1 Tracer, and just tearing it up. And even with the BAP ban on Violet, it's like he still could bring out the Ilari. It could just be like a Kiri Juno that they've looked really solid on previously. I'm also curious to see what Tama plays. He's been pretty heavily favoring the Orisa. I think actually has only played Orisa so far in this series. Wonder if that will continue to come out on Midtown. Not a great Orisa map, but not bad by any means either.
It's almost like one of those things where I think that Tom has been playing confident enough, not only in what we got to see during the grand finals and previously through their bracket for the FACEIT portion, but also going into this, that there's no real reason to swap it unless there is a strategy that they want to lean into it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we kept the Orisa. But you also mentioned just a little bit about how it's kind of forcing the Baptiste, where it's going to have to change up for Violet specifically. And this is again where we talk about it so significantly, because in a reverse sweep type of position, now it's going to be your climbing the hill. So even if you do have Anomaly take this victory, it'll be map selections for Team Vision, the remaining portion, where they can go into those maps that are favored to them specifically, or try to play into it. So realistically, again, you have to hit where they do have such strength, and going after what Violet's strength is, I think is absolutely and utterly necessary to try and give them any sort of lifeline moving into this potentially fourth map.
So yeah, speaking of the long climb, by the way, we also want to call out that, FACEIT Season 6 signups are open right now. So if you want to jump in, register your team, register as a player, find teammates, you can go to faceit.com/OWCS to get the info needed to sign up for that. We've talked about it's a pyramid system. Anybody could play their way up to the divisions to reach this level. But of course, we got to jump into the match. Team Vision on the cusp of earning their spot in next season's OWCS EMEA, the top level of European Overwatch. They can taste it at this point. They've beaten the Anomaly before. They're up 2-0 once again. This feels like their spot to win. However, that's also kind of a moment of ultimate pressure, where some teams can end up making mistakes they wouldn't otherwise make when they feel like, oh, we've already won this series, it's already ours. That can be that moment of hubris that can be just a step too far. So Team Vision, they got to lock in, they got to stay focused. Anomaly sticking with their guns, Crocs on the Hazard. Kind of a tough Hazard map from my perspective. We'll see how he ends up playing this one, because I feel like Orisa is going to be able to get very aggro on the Cassidy. Zoro, this looks scary to me. Like, dealing with a Lucio speed boost Orisa running you down on Cassie, that's super scary to me on this offense.
And again, with Tama, I feel that it's just been such a dominant performance on the Orisa in the way that they've played it. I'm really excited to have at least the Orisa stick into this. And you even talked a little bit about it when we think, you know, what Zoro is going to do for the hit scan aspect of it. Well, Slow Dive being on the Sojourn is also still one that we have to keep a watchful eye on, and how they're going to be able to contribute from that long range, while we have Chose 1 being that backline harasser.
Yeah, we'll see if there's more than harassment coming. Zoro on the walk-up. Big headshots from him. I mean, these are pretty impactful in terms of pushing back the defenders from their 4 positions. But look at Tama. He is absolutely sending it. This is what I was worried about. Just how do you play? I don't think he can play Cassidy in this matchup, right? This is such a hard spot to be on Cass.
I mean, you went golden and trampled your way through the front line and says that it doesn't matter what you're throwing at me. I am an immovable object.
I love how quick Team Vision was to recognize that. They instantly called it. Oh, Cassidy, you know, you're not allowed to play that. We are going to crush you on this offense. And now Zoro over to the Sojourn. Has a bit more mobility, could slide back and kite the Orisa. I like this pick quite a bit more here. Crocs walking forward, gets instantly speared back though. And Team Vision playing the defense so far, so good.
EGS now gets that nice swift step to regroup with the team to not find themselves vulnerable. Chose 1 very low, big play by King, looking to match it up in the head-to-head aspect with the team close by. 2 minutes and 50 seconds still to go, only 1 minute and 10 off. And now with EGS, oh, that javelin gets real close for a pin. But again, it's this slow, methodical play right now because there's no real window of opportunity just yet to push into this. And at this point, you've got Crocs now starting to fall back, and it seems like Tama's just going to throttle.
Anomaly keeping a bit of position, though, on the map, staying alive, keeping this one in contest. Vision back to full strength, but Crocs, that's a huge pickup onto the Kiriko. It's going to open things up to continue to progress towards this point. Team Vision trying to get that beat online, but it's only the Lucio single healing here, so they're going to end up giving a lot of point capture up. Team Vision going to go for the retake here with this sound barrier.
And now one is going to look to try and swift step back into this to get close, but the Kitsune Rush will be thrown into this if you have Team Vision enter, but you will have them cross paths. Sound barrier comes in. Jonowich is a little bit behind, so there's no way to use it themselves, and due to that small percentage difference in the ultimate economy, that is what makes Team Vision take full control of that.
Yeah, you think about that first fight is really starting to pay dividends. Those early pickoffs, you know, sent Anomaly back to the spawn. In the time bank sense, it was relatively painless. However, at this point in the game, right, that's that ultimate advantage that you get from the early free fight, that you have the first beat online on defense, you're able to get a free retake. Now walking forward with the beat on offense, it's much more difficult to use this ultimate aggressively when Team Vision can fall back. And I mean, they're pretty hard to catch. Orisa, even with the sound barrier, you're not necessarily gonna be able to punish an Orisa.
Chose 1 keeping tabs onto King, getting still some decent sight lines up top, waiting to see how... Oh, Suzu is down already, no longer has it to be able to recover from the incoming damage, and that is just beautiful recognition. Slow Dive rotates forward very aggressively. Despite going down, this is a massive light up in blue for Team Vision in the kill feed.
Crocs barely gonna survive. The respawn from EGS keeps him up, but those shots from Slow Dive to take the beat off of Zoro enabled the kill to come in, and that's massive, forcing the reset there. Team Vision, they're down and out of ultimates though. Anomaly, this is really their moment to grab the cap. Zoro with the overclock needs to find kills. This is a do or die situation. You lose this fight, I think the map is gonna very quickly go against you.
One tick.
Oy, 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 this
and
is not
only
good.
one stun. Oh no! Has to bail and gets obliterated. Thomas says, not today. I'm just gonna chip away at your health.
Zoro?
Zoro at least gets one on to... Okay, there's a second. We going for a third. Nobody low enough just yet, but still pummeling shots into that body of Tama, who is extremely low. Has to force the fortify. Gets another pick onto Violet, and as whimsical as it might have seemed, it actually comes through with Zoro being the MVP to keep this going.
Crocs space created, bro. They're all looking at me. Don't worry, guys. They're all looking at me. No, Zoro, insane kills with a 4-piece to get that first cap to open up the cart. And now with the more dynamic objective on the field, this should be a little bit better for the Hazard. Now you can play a little bit more in and out, not forced to actually stand and contest on a point, but Slow Dive shuts down Zoro, and that's going to take the wind out of the sails for Anomaly.
Yeah, Zoro just gets javelined into the wall and is a sitting duck on that position for an easy pickup. So now you can really stem the bleeding, play triage here with 2 minutes to go. And this is, I feel, a really dominant place to play for Team Vision to hold them.
Yeah, this is a powerful spot. Choice one up on that high ground, very awkward to dislodge. And I mean, Violet's gonna be able to play up there with him. You just have a lot of power in this position to contest from an awkward angle. I love the way Crocs is moving forward though, from that high ground, trying to break up the setup.
Violet just barely moves out of the way, quickly dives from the high ground, and now the Kitsune Rush comes out. Deja vu, but this time Team Vision once again is going to follow the same script. Sound barrier to go. Jonowich has theirs to counteract against it, giving the protection onto Crocs, moving into the shots fired from Zoro down below, forcing Tama back, and actually gets the coverage. Minute and 20 seconds. It's practically neutral, but Jonowich and EGS are so low. Zoro says it's okay. I'm going to give some value into this just as much as Slowdive is with the overclock, and despite the chaos, it is gonna be Team Vision holding strong again.
Oh, and they could take this to a spawn camp if they want to.
Yeah.
This could be a little scary. This is one of the better spawn camps in the game, actually, especially if Sojourn holds the high ground. Really awkward. Yeah, you can see Violet 1 setting up on the high ground. Widow comes out for King. Desperation Widow trying to get some sort of a cheeky pick there out of the spawn. But just gonna go back to the Tracer. And maybe that was enough here to push Vision back to the choke point. Still, these are scary choke points to take even out of the spawn camp.
Oh my, Suzu's already used 2. They're just having to spend so much early that they can't really coordinate a effective fight into this with only 30 seconds now.
Yeah, King.
See if they can maneuver.
Has to slip into the flank, but it's mostly going to be Zoro with the OC, I think, who needs to produce here.
Yep, Chose 1 keeping again. Intel onto it. Zoro once again with the overclock tries to dive forward. They're around this edge, up the stairs. Big damage. Spear spin mitigates it. Buys a few seconds to get topped up, but King comes in alongside the partnership between the two. But one alongside that Tama play to try and top him up for healing starts being offensive and gets the pick. Now Kitsune Rush dissipated. Team Vision falling back. This cart's gonna move underneath the archway as it enters into the overtime. You've got the disruptor shot sticking close to try and zone them back. EGS watching the high ground position and trying to get a couple of shots. It's going to be a quick duel between the two, but now the fate lies within the Kitsune Rush. Dropping forward, sound barrier to assist. One used it earlier, so the advantage is for Anomaly. Tama can't quite pull them in fast enough with the Tarot Surge so that they can get the damages. They have to maneuver outside of its radius. Slow dive, about to have the overclock. Could be the defining factor as King goes for the pulse bomb. Can't quite land it. Reposition now up top to keep Slow Dive topped and making sure that that overclock comes online. Forcing him and launches forward. Gets the shot, goes wide. An attempt to pick up. Zoro in the back continues to bob and weave. And all the while the focus is there. It's going to be Crocs eliminating a support. So Violet and Jonowich, the only two supports, have the mobility, but the healing is spread. Team Vision now with the numbers advantage, diving into it. Crocs going to put that ultimate across the lower level. Doesn't quite lock them down to find the damage into the back. Jose Juan gets that pick and looks to follow through. It is still pushing forward in the overtime, but despite the attempt, Team Vision in round 1 sets the mark, and now Anomaly has to hold the line.
I love that fancy footwork there out of Zoro to be able to dodge through the overclock, but in the end, Soul Dive does find that one tap onto EGS Kiriko on the high ground. Also, I love the boop by Violet there, booping the Tracer. That was what caused King to miss the pulse bomb. Would have been an easy pulse bomb, but the exact timing on the Lucio boop, he ends up just throwing it straight into the wall. Didn't see that one coming, so great play from the main support from Violet. And Team Vision, they've set themselves a win con here, and end of second point, doable for the defense, but definitely I feel if Team Vision get an early cap on first, this one is going to feel very, very difficult. Anomaly, they need to run the clock down. They need to win at least a couple of fights on this first point defense to make this winnable in that second phase.
Whoo! It's going to be an exciting one. Everything now. It's this one last round that defines it all for Anomaly if they're going to have to say farewell or attempt to push through 2 more maps to allow themselves to be in a better position. But again, we always say that there's the lower bracket because this is the upper part, but you never want to put yourself in that position. So again, it's not like a, hey, you know, we've got a fail safe, but like you don't want to think that way.
Yeah, you want to play to win every map you're in, you know, take it one map at a time. And I think for Anomaly, part of this is just like the closer you make this, the better you feel like you're playing as a team, the more momentum you'll take if you do end up going into that lower bracket final against 1D100G, who you already beat right off broadcast. So you think, okay, maybe you just do it again. Like you said, you got to focus here. Maybe you can win a map here. Maybe you can make this series more competitive. You know, Team Vision is an opponent you're going to face off against again.
Alrighty, let's see what Team Vision does on this attack and what value they can gain. Also to see how King is going to counteract against this. Crocs already with the hazard, playing slightly forward, goes in for the back. Big rail onto slow dive, but unfortunately, everyone else responds, and you've lost your tank so early on the defense from Anomaly that this is going to be very dire, and they'll be able to get a positional advantage.
Yeah, and they're able to start capping the point here. Choice A1 building up percentage. It's a big pickup by EGS on the slow dive, though, and if another pick can come in, I mean, this could be a hold from Anomaly. Croc's going to come back on the Orisa, take this one in the mirror match, but they're up one already. This looks like a great spot for them to get the retake as Croc steps up onto the point. Team Vision going to have to hold back, trying to just stay alive, wait for Sojourn to come back into the engagement.
Javelin, Great Suzu has to be forced instantly to make sure that they can withstand that follow-through as Crocs plays so aggressively to counteract against it. The Orisa v Orisa up the stairs. They can't backpedal fast enough as there is so much realistic healing. They get the sound barrier in time. Can they push back? They're pressing down the stairs. The pulse bomb is close. It gets enough chip damage from the radius so that now Zoro can find the follow-up with the rail. 2 minutes and 30. One tick of Kane. Now one has that Kitsune rush to throw into the small room to the side, but there's not enough chance to get Tama back topped up and healed. So this will be now Team Vision, unfortunately, being able to draw back as Anomaly has the positional and numerical advantage.
Unless, hold on, Choice A1 with 2.
Well, oh my goodness.
Sick as well.
Gets 3. There's going to be 4 unbelievable plays. As much as I thought it was going to go down and it was an even swap, you say Josie won, able to say, nope, I'm still here. I'm playing my game among everybody else, and it will be an absolute turnaround with over, well, what is it going to be? 5 or just under 5 minutes now that they can work with? That's huge.
Choice A1, just absolutely different things going on there. His team down so low, it looks like he's got no chance, but just almost single-handedly brings that one back with a couple of well-placed kunai from one to assist. And now Anomaly, they've got a lot of time on the clock to try to clutch this one out. 4 minutes to hold, though. I mean, that's a tough burden.
Yeah. I mean, again, there is a really good chance if you can keep composure on this high ground. You've got Zoro with the overclock, forcing back slow dive, who we've highlighted a lot. Terra Surge gets 2, a third, and that is a big play by Crocs, who, again, has opted to go onto this Orisa in something they desperately need, and to really hold with probably 3 more fights that they're going to have to work through.
Yeah, the Orisa mirror, and as you mentioned, winning the fight close to the choke point is pretty massive, right? Able to hold on to this position makes it much more difficult for the attackers to walk out when they're coming through the choke points, but unfortunately, Anomaly kind of just back into the high ground. They're not able to continue to leverage this, so Cart's going to roll up just a little bit.
And you can see Choi looking to now once again find an opportunity on the back, has to force and gets the health pack. Pulse bomb waiting to be thrown into the mix. Though a numbers advantage once again for Anomaly here on the defense. EGS does commit the Kitsune rush, but Team Vision with both supports, if they can find a coordinated play, they'll be able to outmatch and outmaneuver Anomaly. But King actually says, I'm sorry, I'm tired of seeing you in the kill feed. I need to be there.
Yeah, and Anomaly are doing a great job at finding the weaknesses in this Vision offense and punishing them one by one. However, double support ult stacked up now for Team Vision. They have a bit of control of the map, but Violet goes down. What are they doing here? Way out in the open. Gets punished. Crocs, great aggression. King finds a chance to take down the Tracer as well. And Team Vision, this may be another reset for them. Anomaly, they're doing what they need to make this one winnable. Still time on the clock for Vision to reset, but they've got to clean this one up if they want to secure this 3-0 win.
Yeah, that was one of the 3 that I mentioned. They've got just over 2 minutes now. Hopefully they can find a refocus here, because you mentioned it. You talked about the psychology, not getting yourself in a position of saying, hey, we've already got this. And at this point, it seems like maybe a little bit of out-positioning or mispositioning is causing some problems. Kitsune Rush now available. One going to be leading that across the street here, as they've got both support ultimates still online because they didn't use it previously. Now up the stairs, you've got the disruptor shot to maneuver away from that opening on the Midtown tunnel. Rotating back, Javelin's continuing to keep distance here. Violet not committing the sound barrier because they will need to utilize that, because they most likely know that that Kitsune rush from EGS is close. Pulling them in with that Terra Surge. Only Tama gets picked. Health is midway and has the Fortify to get that extra protective armament. Violet still sticking close, not putting themselves into an open position where they're going to be picked up. With 1:30 now, things are getting really dicey.
Anomaly, they have that Curie ult advantage, though. They're able to kite the ultimate coming out from one. They're playing this one very slow, running the clock down bit by bit. King is huge, and there's
because
no
they
plans
saw
for slow dive.
Yeah, the Suzu happened just a second early, and King saw it, so was able to take advantage of that, and now EGS moves in and attacks alongside Zoro to get the pick on the support line.
1 minute on the clock, Rich. This is looking more doable than ever. However, I still think Vision, they have a chance. They can clean things up. Tracy won. He's deep in the back line. Position is known, though. That does really help the defenders to continue to hold this one off, but we'll see if the distraction of the Tracer in the back line proves to be enough for Team Vision to walk up here and maybe take this high ground control with the sound barrier.
4 ultimates available. One not going to most likely get it in time or towards the tail end of the fight. So there is the ultimate advantage. Big pick comes up early. Tama starts to lean in and shoulder checks for now. The kill feed is going to be heavily Team Vision as they unleash 3 of their ultimates, basically keeping the pulse bomb as an insurance policy if they need it. 22 seconds, and you can see that golden box of victory. That's what Team Vision's looking to claim.
Oh, this touch is going to be so desperate. You have a few ultimates. Zoro, though, needs to find kills, and the touch, let's see if King can get it in here. In position, yes, he's able to grab that defensive overtime. Zoro with the OC.
Oh, big! Already removing slow dive. Sound barrier active as well to give the protection. Zoro is saying, I'm the one to watch, as it will be 3 easily in the kill feed. The overtime is active. Just under 3 meters is what was required for Team Vision to make this a 3-0, but it will be stifled. It will not be a repeat of the grand finals from that FACEIT League, and now there's at least 1 point on the board and another moment, a reprieve for Anomaly to breathe.
Yeah, and it's a well-needed reprieve. I love the Crocs Orisa swap. Honestly, I felt the hazard through the series. It didn't have the same impact for me on the Orisa, but when Crocs went over to the Orisa, the play was really solid, really clean. He was finding a lot of pickoffs, a lot of frontline pressure onto the enemy tank, and I think there's a real chance here for Anomaly. If they continue running it back in the Orisa mirror, I mean, you got to think like, okay, the whole series overall, yes, you've been losing, but in this map, when you went to the Orisa mirror, you were winning way more fights than you were losing. Once Crocs made that swap, generally they looked like the better team. And so with Zoro continuing to fire on all cylinders, King finding some big connections as well in the backline, Team Vision, a stumble, but could be more than that if Anomaly can continue this tempo into the next couple of maps.
Yeah, I am really excited to see the way that they've been able to kind of adjust that, because if we take a look at kind of just, like the ebb and flow, like music, how it has its melody over the course of this. At the beginning, it was a lot slower. It was more methodical. The sombras were in the play. Now we're going to kind of have it be a little bit more partially aggro, still playing within the hazard, and then this shift to where it's going like finding these picks, having some of the aggression, able to try and shift it around a little bit, catching Team Vision off guard. And there's okay, let's be honest, there's a marvelous play that comes out here by Choi where this Tracer gives them much more of an opportunity, which I think would have gone a very different way. So realistically, as a whole, I think Anomaly is looking very good with the way that they've kind of had that conversation with each other to shift things.
They had the adjustments pay off, and despite the stats maybe not being the best, they're still able to get over the line here with the win. That's going to be big for them. However, as you mentioned previously, now you have back-to-back map picks for Vision, back-to-back ban control as well. I'd love to see Team Vision throw a ban at Zoro, throw a ban at the Sojourn, because I think that he's been a massive playmaker for your squad, and it's been on that Sojourn where he's looked the most deadly by far, with tons and tons of openings being found. Maybe that's something they can consider going into these next 2 maps. However, you can also think, look, maybe that was just, maybe we've just got a little bit too big for our britches, thought we had already won it. Maybe we're playing a little bit too sloppy on that payload, on what you thought might have been the final point of the series. And if you just clean things up, maybe you can win from here. Not so many map picks to choose from, though, going on deeper into the series. So definitely an interesting one on our hands here, Rich.
100%. And with that, we've gotten to our 3rd map, so we're going to be heading to a short break. So don't go anywhere, my friends. We're curious to see how this unfolds, and maybe this will be the match and the series that brings us to a map 5.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Yes, indeed. As you see, FACEIT League is where you want to be. I really tried with that one, and I think that rhymed very well. I'm going to give myself a compliment on that one. But yes, thank you, Prod, with the ding-ding. Yeah, we're back here. Jake, I'm sorry. I'm just having a moment for myself. Really.
Oh, that was respectable. I'm with it. You got the ding-ding, all right? There's no debating once the dings come out.
Alrighty, well, we're going to be looking to see this next map and what we have in store. It's going to be Circuit Royal as we're entering in onto this, which, again, we've seen some interesting forms when it comes from Anomaly, like I mentioned, where we did have this Reinhardt Baptiste or Bastion kind of play. We've already confirmed the bans here that we can take a look at. So let's take a look. We've got Akiri from Team Vision, and then we've got another Symmetra going to come for this one from Anomaly.
Akiri ban is interesting. It takes out some of these high tempo options that might often be available on this map. We've seen some teams play dive with like a Lucio Kiri and just be super aggressive behind something like a Genji. So I think it makes sense in theory in terms of attacking what Anomaly have shown that they like to play previously. Team Vision got to run the Mei BAP there of themselves, but Anomaly rocking up with a combo I've never seen before. I mean, we've seen a bit of Lifeweaver, but with the Sombra Cassidy, very interesting choice. Mostly I'm worried, once again, for Cassidy, maybe the Lifeweaver is the tool you need to keep you alive, but there's going to be a lot of threats on Team Vision.
And we'll see if these unique selections make all the difference to make this an even 2-for-2 on the map score. Violet now on the Ana, which is, again, one to be very scared of. Those sleep darts can be absolutely devastating when land. As you can already see, that pedal looking to try and give the rise and fall for Zaro. Ooh, a couple of decent shots. Has to abandon ship and gets pulled out. Does not want to overstay their welcome.
Yeah, Tama just rolling the card forward. They're not trying to force anything too aggressive here. EGS takes a big nade on the high ground. Tama holding that card, but I mean, the position looks pretty good for Anomaly. These Lifeweaver heals are allowing them to continue to control this high ground. I think Tama on the Orisa needs to go deal with the high ground position. So far, you can't just leave the BAP up there forever. He's going to do way too much as we see Anomaly winning that burst defensive fight.
It's working out very well. Pick does come through, trading out for a few, but still really going to be Anomaly. The biggest question is, since they've lost a couple, granted King will be quick, do they give ground as they wait for the full regroup of 5?
Yeah, so far it doesn't seem like it. I mean, the Crocs still holding this off, even though he's been playing most of the game. One already forced into a very defensive immortality field. Tama so low, needs a bit of support, just barely comes through in time.
Yeah, just able to get the couple top up, break the shield, break the wall as quick as you can. The Zoro gets the pickup onto slow dive again, has the ultimate available, and you're gonna not like to see EGS going down though. Had the amplification matrix just about up to really funnel down the center, and things start to look a little discombobulated, but the Lifeweaver saves Crocs immediately.
Yeah, pretty sick play from Crocs. Instantly healed back to full, going straight up the high ground. Takes out nade from Spawn though. That's going to make it very awkward. He can't really continue on to the fight. Can rip the ultimate though, locking Tama down, but the nano is enough and stabilizes the position. Team Vision finally going to be able to get this cart rolling forward, but that's 2 minutes off the clock, basically in the attacker's spawn. So well played to Anomaly.
Yeah, Choice Say 1 also makes the adjustment and goes on to the Mei. What we kind of even talked about a little bit and alluded to in our previous series, where taking the Tracer, switching on to the Mei. You were highlighting it, and I think that the Mei was absolutely necessary to really get some divide and conquer with the wall, and then also what can be brought to the table and has the Blizzard as well.
We'll see what Slow Dive has on the cards here. Can get a lot done potentially from the Skybox here on the Freya, but Choice A1, I mean, it's a tough spot to be using a Blizzard though. I mean, Sombra has so much mobility. Orisa can just take through a big EMP, instantly shuts down the Amp Matrix. Crocs strikes and punishes.
Yeah, this is very, very well played so far by Anomaly on the defense. Again, it's something that we unfortunately didn't get to see them play as well in the grand finals against Team Vision, where they took it quite convincingly. But realistically, right now, defensively, this is such a stalwart positioning that Anomaly is playing.
Yeah, Anomaly Crocs on the Orisa once again. I highlighted that in the last map, how good he looked on it. Now, though, the tempo swings back into Team Vision's favor, but early Amp Matrix tries to change that. Team Anomaly fighting early.
Big Bionade lands, has to fall back. Immortality field tossed up to the high ground. Amplification Matrix really not getting much value since everyone was eradicated from the high ground. This is going to be quick movement forward as Team Vision buys some space and keeps Anomaly at bay. Ooh, maybe gonna get that high noon value. Zoro peeks the corner, nobody in sight. Spearspin is there as well. Everyone abandons the cart for the moment to not overstay their welcome as Crocs comes in quickly to try and make sure that their back is a full 5. The Doomfist is a wicked thing to see, but maybe it'll be able to help them at least contest this for a few more seconds, but the numbers are falling rapidly as the Doomfist is not able to contribute in the same way.
Look, it's a hard life on Doomfist against the Hana and the Orisa. You got so many big threats. Team Vision able to grab that first cap, but all in all, Team Anomaly, I mean, they ran the clock down very significantly on first point. I think they can be quite happy with how the fight has gone so far. King's gonna step over to the Venture to maybe bring some aggression onto Violet, who is a little bit defenseless on the Ana, right? No mobility in this comp at all for the supports to be able to utilize, and King can get to the backline, could be great, but an early pick onto Zoro, that really hurts. Anomaly wanted to play this one quick, but instead it's them who are gonna be retreating.
Well, and the biggest part too is it's always a weird movement with a payload to work around that Yui and head up the ramp. So you're getting so much value here by how far Team Vision is playing forward, so they can really hold this doorway and just get free progress on the card.
Yeah, and King taking out this wide angle does open up a bit of space. Ant Matrix coming out for the defense, beat as well, just getting them out. Tama trying to tank through that with a spin as well. Monstrous hold from Team Vision, just unafraid of, despite the double support out of Anomaly, no quarter is being given.
Yeah, not at all. And again, you're pulling everyone so close together. The Bionade lands onto 2. Again, no ability to top up and heal through this. So that just gives so much space for Tama to play forward even further. And with a minute and a half, they've actually been able to recover because they had 2.5 minutes. They're now going to get an extra 30 on top of that, which they had originally. So this was a great recovery in that first checkpoint to second checkpoint.
Yeah, they've definitely equalized and now earned things back despite a potentially rough start to the map. They're in a great position here to go forward. Anomaly going to go over to a more conventional comp with King on the Genji. But now, I mean, you really have to move quick. The cart is rolling forward second by second here. King maybe can get into the back line, but finds an Orisa, not the 1v1 you were hoping for.
Nope. Just a big Centaur to have to deal with a lot of defenses. Still continuing to pump those shurikens quickly into the body, getting some decent percentage for a last moment switch. But there's just so much healing being throttled into it by Violet. That's a big takedown, though. It's what you want to see from Zoro. And now King can look for a flank. It's causing disruption where now the pull from Crocs forward gets them close together to see if they can get the execution. Zoro with a disruptor shot managing to get that extra chip damage onto Choi before they can get out and use that defensive play. And unfortunately, the Bionade, even though it was there to help land on 2 or 3 people multiple times, it was not enough with the influence that was coming from Zoro and King.
Yeah, Zoro gets a lot done there with the OC. He's been such a consistent performer here on the Sojourn. Team Vision now reassessing their offense. Violet gonna go over to the Illari, so playing that poke game, trying to bait these rushes out of Anomaly. And despite the Genji Orisa, I mean, you don't have any source of speed up in this comp, so Anomaly potentially gonna struggle to gap close, given the amount of, you know, backline poke and mobility available for Team Vision.
Bola available to see if anyone's going to be the prime target for it. It's a challenge with how mobile King can be. Same thing with Zoro. Up top, decent shots fired, but has more than enough coverage there, and you're going to see EGS stick close to guarantee. Bola gets the grab, can't quite get the follow-up damage onto it, so still really holding that Watchtower. Dropping below. The pull from the Terra Surge is huge. You aren't able to sidestep out of its radius fast enough, so that gives a massive turnaround here for Team Vision. What a great play and a great read by that Terra Surge.
Yeah, sick combo play there from Tama and Choi Se-wan. Pulled down directly into the Blizzard on the low ground. Desperation recontest coming out into the Ant Matrix. Can you even touch the point? Doomfist comes off of Crocs once again. Has to be so cautious. I mean, monster damage is going to be coming in here from the attackers.
And with Violet now on the Iliari again, looking to try and see what value can be gained, putting that healing forward. Also, well, King says, all right, I got a blade, let me do something with it from spawn, and denies them with just 2.4 meters in 24 seconds. The spawn advantage and the ultimate come out big.
Yeah, Crocs and Zoro did a great job holding the cart so that King and Jonowich with the rally blade could connect into the backline, and despite a really perfectly timed immortality field from one, it just still wasn't enough. Violet got cut down. Attacker's gonna have that one last shot here with the Orisa stabilizing on point. No ultimates at all for the defense. King trying to get something done, sneaking in on the flank.
Stealthy on the backside. No one yet aware until finally starting to put that damage in. They know that there is someone flanking from behind. King inside of the immortality field, so it gets him out. Overtime starts to dissipate. There is an absolute need to stick close. Sunstruck down below, gets the damage, knocks them away. Team Vision has the numbers advantage and are only just moments away from actually completing the round.
Hold on.
In the corner, you can see though that Zoro, and again, Anomaly does have the respawn advantage. Crocs on this Diva, diving forward, mitigating with the defense matrix, holding the line and preventing the damage as it's still a swap. Tama onto the wrecking ball to roll back into this. Violet and Choi continuing to stick close. The dynamic duo in the final moments are able to overwhelm and collect the souls as Violet shows why they are such a dominant force when they are in this role.
The veteran stands tall in the clutch. You can see Violet, forged by years of experience, just ice in his veins there in the do or die moment on Circle Royale, able to get the cart over the line into third point with some beautiful headshots and a clutch play across the board from Lijiang, even dodged by a near margin, getting his ultimate eaten. He faked it out, flicking down to the ground, forces the Diva to drop the Matrix, and then turns and cleans up the Baptiste with it instead. So just immaculate plays from Violet there on the Iliari, showing why he's so good on one of his best heroes. What a clutch out there. I mean, I thought when Diva had found some kills and was that close to their own spawn that Diva would be able to hold it, but not to be. Vision caps all 3 points.
And now we take the swap of sides. You do have the map completion for that first round, so now it rides on the shoulders of Anomaly. I'm curious to see if they're going to want to go into their unique hero selection or they're going to stick with something more formidable. And I do believe that I think the Orisa might be the better option versus attempting something a little more cheeky that they did in that previous Grand Finals.
I mean, this is a pretty massive amount of poke to be playing for Team Vision. However, Widow and Genji are two very strong heroes into a poke matchup. Genji with the deflect can obviously create massive value and punish some of these low mobility heroes with the Dragon Blade in particular. And Widow, while she's not going to win like the raw tank battle or poke battle against a tank, she can always find those pickoffs. But Zoro seems like he wants to go something with a little bit more mobility, trying to maybe deal with those Mei walls.
Okay, so we do have the swap onto the Freya. How it'll couple alongside King and the positioning. We can already see that Crocs is playing extremely far forward, looking to house near that stairway to block any sort of reposition from Team Vision. Zoro not yet finding clear sight lines, being very challenging. As you can see, that consistent healing as well coming out from Violet on this billboard is just so much funneled into the team as they continue to bob and weave onto the corner.
Yeah, that pylon's so much value. It's just healing constantly. So Violet already almost has his ultimate online. Zoro finds an opener though, and that's Anomaly with a chance here to potentially break open this offense. Team Vision are quick to fall back. They want to fight at full strength here, but will they get that opportunity? Anomaly chasing forward, maybe looking to end this one before spawners can come back in.
And now EGS has such a great anchor to get their pylon out as well, and because of that solo pick, it gives so much for Team Vision to give it. The amplification matrix now coming up to funnel damage through it to force back everyone from Team Vision. What a great wall, though, to hold a lot of that incoming fire initially from it, so they couldn't get as clear a sightline. But you do have this ultimate available. Violet, you can see it now active, attempting to counteract against it. Will somebody be sunstruck? That's the real question. Tossed into the backside, it is going to be one. There's the deflect, so it denies the damage coming in, but it does trigger onto Crocs, able to work their way through the shop and still being topped up by the pylon on that upper billboard.
Yeah, the pylon just doing the most here on the offense, stabilizing. Neither team can find a window to get in. Terra Surge on the cart, so powerful with the help of the Polish shot as well. This may have finally cracked this defense. Choi Se-wan still fighting back with the Blizzard.
Really difficult position to be in. The pull is there. There was some great denial in positioning and evasion of that Terra Surge, and having the immortality field to guarantee that they can escape out of it. Anomaly on the attack, though, is really not in a prime position. EGS, as I say that, gets actually both supports, so there's an opportunity for Anomaly to regroup back into this, and they actually get the checkpoint.
Yeah, able to hold on really well there. The Terra Surge coming back in from Vision, it just wasn't enough to actually get kills. Only broke a couple of buildings, which is nice in this comp, taking down the pylon, taking down the immortality field. However, not enough to hold the position. Choi Se-wan goes over to the Genji as well. And in the end, Team Vision can be decently happy with the clock that they've run down, but you got 4 minutes on this offense, so Anomaly want to continue their chances here and force an overtime round on Circle Royale.
I'm watching closely for how valuable this blade can be. Taking an off angle. That's big damage, though, onto Choi. Slow dive as well. There's so much. The ultimates come in, and Violet says, I'm going to get you this time. I didn't before, but if you give me a second attempt, I'll be sure to do so. Even Choi say one, getting the deflect onto Jono. So this is, again, a great hold on the high ground, and I think a really great place also to anchor to draw out this time bank.
Yeah, this is a spot where you have a lot of open high grounds to be able to use on this defense. But Croc's able to hold that off angle position means that Team Vision aren't able to fully reset the map control. And so Anomaly get up around that U-turn relatively easily. However, Zoro with an explosive bolt in his head, gotta be a little bit careful.
Getting a little low, might go for the bola. Doesn't do it quite yet, but King comes in with a slash. Great dash through from Choi to stop that blade from getting even more value off the reset. And with it now being a 4 versus 4, Violet is down. It's solely onto one. Pulls in from the Terra Surge. Bola to combined as well. Once again, you get that double pull into the center of it. An attempt to deny any sort of mobility to get out of its radius. And it once again works wonders. Anomaly now looking to force them back into the doorway. Choi gets hacked and is denied, even though there's the reset onto EGS. And this will guarantee another checkpoint with an identical time bank here to push forward for 4 minutes.
Yeah, Anomaly fighting back so well here in the series. King over to the Sombra, trying to stabilize this, but Team Vision still have a lot of players alive in the fight here, so I wonder the attackers, even though they've gotten that checkpoint, if they're going to be able to stabilize here. And for now, holding the point is, I mean, decent spot to be, but Team Vision get full control of this choke point. Another tough spot for attackers to break.
Taking a hot moment. There's 3.5 minutes. They do have time. Javelin charging up to try and whiz around the corner. As we wait to see if there's potentially a pick or maybe an early opportunity for King to find a hack on that. And realistically, it's just slow and methodical until they get that amplification matrix. Now they're going to look to lead in. There is, unfortunately, in return from Violet, getting multiple procs as they hold in the door. Choi also following through to give some extra damage to proc it, and they'll be able to hold again here right near the spawn.
Yeah, that's a big fight to be able to win, you know, taking it deep into the enemy spawn, resetting them. And the Sombra on this offense, I'm a little worried about. I mean, EMP in theory is powerful, but Team Vision are going to be able to spread out on all these high grounds around the choke point. It's hard to see how King can find the really decisive EMP he's hoping for. Maybe with EGS Ultimate, it could be enough, but teleporting into a dangerous scenario, needs a bit of help from the boys to stay alive.
Well, that was a good support though, coming in from Crocs, able to give agency and be able to escape that versus it turning out badly to draw more time down. Violet says again though, sorry King, go back to spawn, with the rest of Team Vision maintaining this high ground, the amplification matrix boosting that outgoing damage.
Yeah, the Sombra not able to get much done in some of these fights. That's a big pick by EGS on the Violet, though. A massive one, in fact, that really limits some of Team Vision's staying power. They might finally be losing this choke point. Anomaly would love to get it done with a minimal commitment of ultimates, but somehow, some way, Vision fight back as they've done time and time again. The spam from the Genji is enough to find that kill.
All right, it was at 4 minutes, and now it's at 1 minute and 45. Things are starting to look way more grave at the moment, and this EMP has to be so value driven because this is what they've invested in. Anomaly making that swap for King needs to be able to get the truest of value. A pull comes in, EMP onto 3, but there's already one down. Jonowich is eliminated and has to go back to spawn, but can they follow through? There is Thunderstruck, and now you're going to see Tama be able to get that follow-up.
Yeah, Violet trying to clutch this one out, trying to trade some kills, and even rips the ultimate as well. Oh, no way are they going to bring this one back? I can't believe it. Now even the Baptiste in the sights. Violet bloodthirsty here on the back line. And those late hits from the attackers are going to mean Team Vision are once again going to be able to fight here at full strength. Crocs is walking out on the Orisa. I'm not convinced you can actually take this position. Yeah, he has to fall back to the choke point. And Team Vision, they're back with the Orisa, although off the high grounds, maybe a little bit awkward for them. A nice amp matrix further sets the defenders back to the spawn.
Yeah, and Violet just comes out so clutch there to make sure that they can stabilize and hold on to that. Now drawing back for the moment. They don't want to, again, be completely trampled by the aggression forward. Elimination onto Choi from that shot in the back. And now with 30 seconds to go, Anomaly swivels around the corner. Bola is activated. Great amount of healing and focus, but unfortunately EGS is going to go down. Tama playing to counteract this positioning, staying close, but Zoro up top. There's no real way to stop them. You can even see Tama trying to javelin them off the high ground because they can't just continue to let this damage rain free.
Yeah, and that pick is going to further send Vision back. Resetting once again. Choi Se-won, though, he has the blade. He could be the answer to everything Anomaly. No ultimates online. If they're not able to get in this fight, here's the initial dash. An instant rail. Shuts him down.
Immortality Field buys a quick second as the blade is unsheathed. Overtime is active, looking to now push into this. The respawn advantage in favor of Team Vision, but Crocs gets the elimination onto Slowdown. No longer having that harassment. King gets a pickup. You've got now EGS coming in with the ultimate of their own, procking it onto Violet, bringing their counterpart down. The overtime is still active. There is no one really here except for the Venture buried underneath, and those few seconds might be able to buy enough time for the rest to get out to the point to contest it as they re-enter in. Dashing forward, slow dive, recalling and forcing back behind the pillar. There is a quick elimination onto one. The second that they come out onto this with those rollerblades, a Terra Surge to pull them in. Zoro now continuing to unleash the overclock. As wild as that last attempt is, they still complete it, and now each have only 60 seconds to try and set a new mark.
There's been a few moments here in this series where Vision has felt on the cusp of closing things out and securing that initial qualifying spot, but in those moments, it's Anomaly who's been the team to clutch up. It's Anomaly who's been the team to step up to that moment of pressure. And I mean, Zoro, so consistent on the Soj. When he pulled that hero out, it really was the answer. I mean, finally, it was the way that they could break open what looked like an unstoppable defense from Team Vision. However, 60 seconds on the clock for both teams, all bets are off. I mean, this map gets completely crazy in overtime, full perks available. Could shift how teams decide to approach this first point. And Anomaly are gonna try to run it back with the comp that they had some pretty strong success on in the first defense. I'm a little worried about it, though. As good as this comp was in the first point hold, I think mostly because Team Vision just played badly and didn't come clear the high ground with their entire team. I feel like if you just immediately send the whole team high ground, clear out that position, from there, I'm not sure how the comp really functions for Anomaly. I wonder if Team Vision will be able to make that adjustment in the initial fight and potentially get a snowball rolling.
I agree with you entirely. It's one thing when you're kind of just feeling it out and evaluating, and then you're doing it again and saying, okay, we're going to for sure have a counter to this, because realistically, Anomaly did buy and reduce a ton of time on Team Vision, but then they were able to recover in the later half. So this could be a defining factor now that they know that that's what they're coming into, that Team Vision might be able to get some early progression with only this 60 seconds. Javelin already into the wall. That's going to be some massive damage. The Immortality Field is there, and a Lifeweaver pull to save Crocs' life, but they're not out of this yet. EGS getting collapsed on. The pick comes in, and this right now, as you mentioned, is a collective effort where Team Vision says green means go, and we are pushing everything we have.
So they pay me the big bucks, Rich. Exactly as I called it. Team Vision just sweep them out of the high ground, and from there the comp just doesn't work. I mean, Anomaly get absolutely crushed, and they're gonna go over to the Genji now, double swapping the BAP and the Illari, but you're just on the final hold of the point, and with some pretty serious ultimate disadvantage if the fight goes long. So Anomaly, they need to make this about picks. They need to find openers. If Team Vision just plays this one slow, they are gonna be the ones getting all of their ultimates online first.
And we'll see if Zoro is able to make something happen playing this back line, getting some decent shots. A pick comes in. That's the first one I was hoping to see. Anyone else in the sight line is the real question. You can see the support playing near that statue towards the center to hide away from it. As slow dive goes in for the bola, but it doesn't pay any return. Now the body just being chipped away. As I say that though, Violet comes in on the King, playing super aggressive forward, and this gets the checkpoint right there up close and personal in the overtime with only 60 seconds for Team Vision to guarantee that they are going to progress even more so up this rampway.
I thought Zoro had done exactly what the team needed, but in the end, Souldive was able to turn around, get a counter kill onto the enemy Illari, and then stick the Bola on the Bap, who still had the immortality field himself. It doesn't kill him, but forces him back into the corner, gets him low, forces the immo field, and the rest of the Team Vision is still able to capitalize. I mean, just big performances there from Slowdive in the clutch, and Team Vision now just earning a bigger and bigger advantage for this overtime.
Goes for the old big pull. Oh, it just... I don't think it hit him. I think it pulled in.
Terror Surge there.
Yeah,
really
it was
well
eaten
done
by the
Crocs.
spin. Oh my goodness, that would have been so clutch to have the combination, but still, even in this overtime, it's going to be Team Vision to be able to push forward. They're looking to reach another checkpoint, and they want to absolutely solidify that the challenge of Anomaly on the attack is almost non-existent.
Anomaly flew too close to the sun there, going for the re-up on that burst point cheese strat. Falls flat, and now Team Vision with a massive momentum lead. Anomaly should be able to stop the snowball here. They have a massive advantage in terms of ultimates. Really, this should be open and shut for Anomaly. They want to play this one careful, though. You don't want to throw the fight from this position.
Bola not landing, hits that arch. Now up front, EGS has the pylon. Overtime is active. Deflect comes in from King as the pull follows through, getting them close, slashing them down one by one. Yes, they've stopped them, but what a distance they've been able to cover.
Yeah, I mean, capping second point from a 1 minute starting position is a way better than average performance here. And so Anomaly, I mean, to play this one as clean as they need to is a monumental task. They've done it before and a couple times in the series, clutching up when the odds were really against them, but this is probably the steepest climb they've faced yet, and Team Vision now have the opportunity to kind of calm things down. You get an actual round break here, you get a minute to kind of set the expectations, to set some plans and some contingency plans, especially where even if Anomaly win a couple fights, get some momentum going, Team Vision, all you need is one. Once the overtime starts rolling, you can really just play for that one monumental ultimate advantage fight, and you're probably going to get a couple shots at it, a couple shots on goal here for Team Vision to be able to end this series 3-1 and book their ticket to the OWCS Stage 3 EMEA.
Oh boy, you know, whenever like you're out looking at like a hike or like a trip that you're gonna go on or walking a lot, and you're like, man, this is gonna be a really long adventure ahead of me. Like, I think I'm gonna make it. Or like with Zoe when she goes on her massive runs. In this case right now, if I'm Anomaly, I'm like, this is a really long road ahead of me.
You can't
right
think
now.
about that, though. You got to think 60 seconds
I
on the
know.
clock. Let's go out there and let's get some opening kills. Let's get this momentum rolling. Zoro going for exactly that with a Widow. Just a little wide. But I like the attempt. This is the vision. This is how you need to be playing if you want to be able to clutch the series. And I love the choice to go to the Sojourn, the standby that's worked for you before.
All right, and now peeking the corner already, playing forward. Crocs up front near the SUV, using it as a blockade. EGS is already down. Tama finds the pickup. The spawns are close, so it wouldn't be out just yet, but Anomaly has to be careful. If they lose another one, this will be dire. And as I say it, Slowdive finds it, and this is where now the outcome changes. Team Vision is going to play so aggro here, and they have this corner to anchor on for even more pylon healing.
One more pick would be a death knell for Anomaly. They have to be so clean. EGS taking some poke. Oh my god, just barely doesn't die there again on the Illari. And you're going to get that one more chance. But again, Team Vision, big ultimate tempo advantage. Slowdive with the Bola shot could end this one.
Looks to reposition, slowing from the high ground, goes in with the Bola onto multiple players. There is so much pressure put into this, but they still survive through it. The healers coming out clutch here from Jonowich and EGS to keep Anomaly in this. Peek in the corner. Jonowich now holding close. Now Sunstruck ready to land. A counter play as well. The overtime is active. One goes down. Is there a follow-up? Finds the prime target. Looks for the boot back and gets the elimination onto the Baptiste. EGS is fallen to the wayside as well. Team Vision will hold strong here with an amazing attack and a stellar defense to show why they are the team to continue moving on up.
well played from Team Vision. It took a couple chances on goal and Anomaly proved themselves a tougher foe than they maybe expected, but in the end, Team Vision just overwhelmed. Too many clean plays, huge performances out of, I mean, it felt like first in the series, it was Choi Se-won stepping up, creating big opportunities on the Tracer. Then there's a moment where, you know, for me, Violet really starts to take the reins and have some huge clutch fights there on circuit, but Slowdive is the one to finally find his footing in the hit scan matchup and really deliver massive performances there. Quite a few clutch kills on the Freya to secure Circuit Royale, and of course the series, the placement into OWCS Stage 3.
Violet's just a
Johnny,
by the way. Hello.
Yeah, Johnny, you coming in to join us, and at this point, just gonna piggyback off and be like, Violet, done and dusted.
I mean, it was Violet is just smurfing. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that was just some disgusting Illari plays. You know, closing out the attack there to cap the 3rd point, then just like goes in and just hits these like huge captive suns. Like, I don't know. I just love it. I just love watching Violet. It's fun.
The OG, he showed he's still got it, coming to compete now back into OWCS, you know, fairly where he belongs. We definitely saw a lot of signs of life from Anomaly. They made this one close and competitive. Definitely more back and forth than most of the matches these two teams have had. I also felt like Crocs on the Orisa looked pretty solid to me. Like, this is something they could build on going into that next match where Anomaly are going to have one more chance to earn their qualifying placement. This is a team there. I mean, think about Zoro, big OCs throughout this series. Something that you have to be really worried about, honestly, as 1D versus 100G. Going up against King and Zoro right now, I don't love it. I don't love it. I mean, as much as, you know, this is a big win from Vision and they did outplay, these were two pretty closely matched teams. I mean, even a lot of the maps won for Team Vision were really down to the wire.
I was actually just going to say that as well. It's just like this still feels like a reasonable outcome here. If you're an Anomaly, because like you were able to get one map, you made it pretty competitive against Vision, who, you know, let's be real here, like Vision, they're in the LCQ, like they're trying to qualify for the mid-season championship still. They got plenty of good players, and they'll be going up against teams like Falcon, Zeta Division. So Team Vision, they got their, you know, sights set on like better ventures here, and obviously they qualified because of this win. But I think Anomaly, like, they were able to hang somewhat, and I think that's concerning if you're DVG. So one match stands between those two teams now for one final spot in Stage 3.
Yeah, and it's all on the cards next. Of course, we got to look at the POTM in this match. There was a lot of deserving candidates, I think it's fair to say, you know, from Team Vision. But of course, we had to give it to the GOAT, the OG, coming back in, you know, just taking control of what was a very competitive series. But I mean, I think you're right to say Violet. This was his series, especially Circuit Royale, that overtime push. It was like, oh boy, he's up. He's hitting some shots. He's finding the heads over and over and over again. So many clutch plays on the Illarian, able to stay alive deep into these engagements.
Well, and I mean, again, you mentioned it even before highlighting Violet. There's so many candidates, but again, Violet truly just took control. And this is, again, a seasoned player who is really just a force to be reckoned with. And it's moments like these that really just change the outcome. This looks so different if that play doesn't happen. And then they get to try and reset and anchor and put, there's just so much to this that makes a drastic difference.
Yeah, that was a crazy play, the one we saw right there, where they actually just like Violet just like saved the play as well. I know I already glazed Violet, but shout out Slowdive as well.
Yes,
some
true.
Great moments in Soj. So
I felt like the Team Vision across the board came together. They proved they're more than some of these stars, some of these more well-known names. I feel like the rest of the squad also stepped up to the plate and we're clutching out well. I think Juan made a great effort on support. Tom on the Orisa, stable and really forced the game into his lane, forcing it into an Orisa mirror, able to deny Crocs the ability to play the hazard in that match. So let's take a look at the updated bracket though and see where we're at overall for Promotion Relegation EU edition. And right now, Vision earned that first qualifying spot. Anomaly knocked down, but not out. They still have one more chance. And remember, off broadcast, they beat DVG 3-1. Yeah. I mean, you would think, run it back. You had an hour between the matches? Like, nothing should really change here. However, DVG have had the opportunity to watch this match. They've had the opportunity to adapt and adjust and maybe, just maybe, produce a more competitive result in this series. So I think if you're Team Anomaly, you got to stay on your toes and continue to fight hard as you have been throughout that entire last series. But of course, that match is going to be after a short break. So grab a snack, get ready. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with all the action.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS. It's the Stage 3 Promotion Relegation Tournament, rather, for teams competing to be able to be in OWCS Stage 3. And we've already given our first slot away to Team Vision. They earned it with a decisive win over Anomaly. Now, for that next and final slot for EMEA, it's going to be Anomaly taking on DVG. And this is an exciting match. As much as, maybe Anomaly are a little bit favored here based on the previous results, I feel like there's always that opportunity to change things up now that you had an opportunity to kind of relax and reset. Rich, I want to quickly get your thoughts about this matchup going into what is going to be our last match of EMEA for the day.
So, I mean, one of the biggest things is it's kind of nice that we actually get to see it happen on broadcast, whereas we didn't get to see it in the first part since it was off broadcast. So that'll be a nice little piece of it. But, I mean, realistically, when it comes to Anomaly, the way that they've been playing, I will say it was much more elevated than what in the grand finals looked like in the FACEIT aspect against Team Vision. Team Vision still winning, but I think Anomaly is going in the right direction to really being able to face off against one Dip, who we know so very well from the regular season. I feel they just need to acknowledge and kind of adjust some tweaks here. They know that that new map's in the mix. Anomaly is just firing on all cylinders, I would say, to the best of their capability, and that they can't underestimate Anomaly. That's going to be one of the biggest things for me.
Well, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. You don't want to underestimate your opponents here. I mean, for either team, really, we've seen how back and forth things can get in the chaos of promotion relegation. But for this match, it's going to be myself and Johnny on the mic. So, Rich, take your break. We'll be back, of course, with more matches to be covered in the MA side of promotion relegation today. But for now, it's just going to be me and Johnny. So
bye,
I will
Rich.
take it away.
Yeah, he's gone. We'll see you in a couple of hours. Enjoy your break. Yeah, final match of EMEA here, Jake. This is gonna be a really fun one. Look, I'm looking for this one to go the full distance. And these are two teams that now will be familiar with each other. They've had the opportunity to not even only play each other, but also to watch each other play. And I feel like it's two teams with different styles here. I'm going to do this. I'm just going to read out the bans from Anomaly from their first match at the very start of today. Anomaly banned Tracer the first game, just like, okay, we're gonna get rid of Dips Tracer. They banned Brigitte, Ramatra, and Juno. So they know that the Brig and Juno is gonna come out this series. They're trying to get rid of that. They know that the Ramatra has been looking really good for DVG. They want to get rid of that. And Dip is just a beat on Tracer. So Anomaly know what's coming their way in this match.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I think both teams can adapt to one another. I'm also curious to see where Crocs ends up landing on the tank picks, because he really started that series against Vision very focused on getting value out of the hazard of playing the high mobility comps, but eventually swapped over to the Orisa, and that really did close the gap in the series. It made it much more competitive. The Orisa did look better, and so I wonder if that's something that Crocs is going to carry forward for Anomaly coming in to Oasis, which is their opening map pick. Remember, now Anomaly is the higher seeded team because they're coming out of that upper bracket. And the first time these teams faced off, it would have been DVG, right, falling out of OWCS. So already the script has flipped, and some pretty surprising bans, maybe not so surprising from Anomaly to take the Juno out, like you mentioned. But for DVG to ban Tracer puts a lot of respect on King, considering Dip has been pretty much a Tracer spammer all season long and has been looking phenomenal on the hero. So very interested to see what DVG want to play, given that the Tracer ban is pretty uncharacteristic for this team.
Yeah, Jake, I would have even said the Dip Tracer is like a win condition for DVG. So they're just happy to get rid of this hero here. So that's going to be massively interesting. Also, I think it's noteworthy just some of the compositions we saw from Anomaly in the previous series. Just like they can change things up if they want to as well, like play some pretty like unorthodox stuff at times. So maybe that will give them a leg up in this series here as well. We'll have to see. I think we've seen in this meta, there's either like the Ramatra teams or there's the Orisa teams. So I like that you kind of hit on that earlier, where you look at a team like Anomaly and maybe like Orisa is just their strength, right? And that's maybe there's something catered to. So I do expect that Orisa ban to come out at some point, but not quite just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. I think Crocs has shown a lot of flexibility to me. I think that's going to be an advantage for Anomaly. But however, the Tracer ban on Oasis, I mean, I wonder, do they ever pull out like a sim here? Do they get really funky with it on Oasis? I feel like the Tracer ban is so surprising. It says to me that they want to do something that's pretty off the wall here, because, I mean, historically, this it's been one of, I mean, it is one of the better Tracer maps in the game. Its control is always pretty dominant for Tracer, but Oasis is a very solid point for her, able to get a lot done with these pulse bombs, able to find picks on the flank and stall the point. So definitely both teams, maybe 1D100G just want to like completely change the story, considering they did lose 3-1 in the last series. Maybe you just feel like we got to say screw it and do something completely different.
Yeah, maybe like, okay, so Dip might play like May on University, and then we'll kind of like see where they go from there. It's an unusual ban for sure, so we'll have to see when we get into this next map here. I mean, looking at the rest of DVG here, though, you know, it's not only Dip we need to talk about, even though Dip was by far like their best player, I think, in their previous series that like really helped them get across the finish line. Cider as well, I think, was a big reason they qualified for Stage 2 in the first place. When we were here in Stage 1 promotion and relegation, Cider was just like an absolute beast, like a standout on those hit scanners as well. Willis, of course, we've talked about. So if some of these players can come online and really play at some of their best, I think we expect DVG to play at the higher level. I don't think we expected them to be down in the lower bracket to begin with, right? Like maybe one of the favorites to qualify here. So a bit of a surprise they lost to Anomaly to begin with, but now they have another opportunity to claw themselves back and secure that spot for Stage 3.
Yeah, I definitely won't count anybody out. I also won't count any of you out. You guys still have the chance to sign up for FACEIT Season 6. It's still available, so faceit.com/OWCS. Get your signups in. They are still open, still available. Get those teams together. You know, you can find teams on the FACEIT platform. If you're just like a ranked warrior, want to find those comrades to be able to go into battle with here in FACEIT, and maybe climb your way up and have your chance here on the broadcast here, playing in promotion relegation for a chance at OWCS like Anomaly and DVG are right now, and hopefully we're able to get into that match soon. As I think the fans are all super excited to see. Like you mentioned, we had pretty high expectations for DVG. We thought, you know what, the requalify was almost a foregone conclusion, but Anomaly and Vision have shown that that's far from the case, that both, maybe we would have two new teams coming into OWCS out of FACEIT Master League, and that would be an exciting result in and of itself.
Yeah, I suppose the meta maybe has slowed down a little bit from when DVG like burst onto the scene in Stage 1 and early Stage 2 as well. Like, it feels like we've kind of settled in like the past month or so into a very Ramatra heavy kind of like compositions instead. We know Willis has like a great Hazard, for example, and when they can up the pace a little bit with the Diva, like they love to do that stuff, but it feels like it's kind of been fading out a little bit, and maybe it's hurt them a little bit, but still though, they definitely have the potential here to take down a team like Anomaly and qualify.
Yeah, and you know, I wonder if something like the Genji could come out. I remember, you know, Dip and Willis comboing on the Diva Genji style was one of the first times I thought, oh wow, this is a team that, you know, we really have to respect. So maybe that's what the Tracer ban signals for Oasis. Also a pretty good Genji map, especially with Tracer off the field. Maybe they can go back to that signature, you know, 5-man dive style, playing super aggro in your face and trying to change the tempo onto Anomaly here on Oasis.
How do you feel about that matchup between Dip and King here? Because, you know, even looking back at like years past, I remember even like early last year when King was on that Luminosity roster, I was like hyping up King, you know, like one of the best Genjis in the North American region at the time, you know, can't play that Tracer as well. I feel like going up against Dip here in this matchup, like it is a low-key, a bit of a monster matchup between two really talented players. So
yeah, I think
that's anyone has the upper hand.
Absolutely the matchup to watch. I guess I just don't think you can call it, man. I think that really is like an any given day. I just can't. I don't think there is much of an edge there. I think King is maybe the player who wants to, I mean, maybe for each of these players, but King especially maybe has more of a chip on his shoulder of being one of those players who's been waiting in the wings for a long time and is maybe elevated now to compete in the OWCS, compete at the highest level of the game. That's, I would say, probably his personal expectations of himself. Where 1D100G, despite starting the last stage super hot, they fell off. I mean, I think that's kind of a brutal way to put it, but they fell off, man. Other teams continue to climb and they couldn't maintain that level of play through the stage. And so the trend is pretty bad right now for 1D100G. This is a match to potentially reverse that trend and change things up, but you got to still be able to deliver here. And honestly, if Willis goes Diva, Crocs might have just open season on the Hazard. The Orisa forced him off before, but I'm kind of excited to see why he's been so insistent on trying to bring out this Hazard, what he can do in combination with King's Genji. And
okay,
1D100G are playing Sim.
It's actually gonna stay on the Sim here. They're just going in.
Oh, but the kite is good from Anomaly. They fall back off the initial aggression, now refighting back into this, and Sim gonna struggle to get high energy up against Crocs, who can be very mobile on that Hazard. Crocs taking a lot of face pressure there, but able to get healed up, able to stabilize. No one dead just yet. 1D100G dropping low. Anomaly fall back, but they're still biting. Zoro grabs a quick pick onto the Lucio. Now the retake comes in without the speed. It's going to be hard to continue to kite back and survive. Crocs find Zidra, and they're just being punished on the extremities of the fight. Zoro continuing to look for more, and an early cap comes in. The TP gets the dregs of 1D100G out into the reset, but Anomaly navigated the sim comp with ease.
Yeah, they were very aware of the Symmetra coming out and actually disengage really well. Then gave themselves an opportunity to re-engage. Dip finds a pick up to Zoro somehow. Okay, you hate to see that early. Come on now.
Yeah, that's a spam pick, probably coming in from a couple sources. TP straight into the backline. Anomaly juking away. With the mobility they have, they're kind of kiting this sim. She's not able to get any kind of connection. EGS now finds Yoham, and I mean, Anomaly are dancing with the sim. They look really comfortable in this matchup. EGS does go down to the booster from Willis, but 1D100G, they're not out of this just yet. Zidra finds a pick.
Yeah, normally with a great opportunity actually to close things out. They, have the cap as well, but Sidra, double Deadeye. You don't see that every day. Actually going to secure the point there for DVG, and yeah, so far, I mean, they've been playing pretty aggressive with the Symmetra so far, like teleport up early. Willis utilizing the boosters to keep pushing and try to look for these picks, but Anomaly has been really aware. Now though, King with the Dragon Blade, Jonovic coming up on the sound barrier here as well, so if you wanted to go for some kind of aggressive engage, you could. Still though, I think you have to wait and see where this teleporter is going to be placed. Yoham finds an early pick as well. Just going to buy more time for DVG here. But really, Dip is like the central character here on this round, I feel like. And you just gotta wait and see where these teleporters come out.
I mean, it's so crucial that you get to pick that fight and send Anomaly back, because now Natsuki has the sound barrier available. There was a tempo opportunity there for Anomaly, but now facing down the beat is going to be a long, drawn-out ult fight, which should be good for the Symmetra, right? The beat really mitigates her weakness. Early Kitsune Rush going in aggressive, forces the beat out of Anomaly, who respond with an OC and a beat of their own. Now continuing to turn back in. Zoro has been such a hero for this team, pumping as much damage as he can. The sim wall making it much more difficult to connect into, and 1D100G making the ult fight very strong.
Yeah, committing a lot of ultimates here. King's going to pop the Dragon Blade finally, able to get one. Sidra goes down, Crocs follows up with a pick onto Dip there as well, but both teams trading back and forth. Does look like Anomaly are going to close this one out, but it looked a little shaky there for a moment. DVG playing fairly aggressive, but Jonovic responded with the sound barrier. Anomaly bided their time and finally run over DVG with their own dive.
And 1D100G, remember their last retake was off, I would say, I mean, it's hard to call a pick lucky. It's like, yeah, you shot well there, but now they're just going to come back in from the lower, touch the point. But, I mean, Anomaly aren't surprised by any of these moves. They look so well aware of where the TPs are coming in. And, I mean, 1D100G is kind of waiting in the wings on the side of the point. It's not clear where they're going to go from here. Another map flip, but not progressing things just yet.
Yeah, the teleporters have been a little bit awkward, to be honest. I don't think Dip has got an insane value with this Symmetra. Sidra goes for a Deadeye here, looks for a pick. Crocs kind of caught in the open, but will survive as the hazard for now. DVG, though, with some positioning onto the point.
I love that deflect from King. It prevented Zidra from casting the High Noon and actually getting his damage off on the hazard, because he would have killed himself on King's deflect. Now it's Willis who just gets punished, can't get enough done in the fights, and the sim is just not able to get energy, not able to really find impact in the fights, and instead it's Crocs and King profiting from that chaos. Crocs a little bit low, but it's only the double support online. 1D100G, Desperation Doomfist comes out, but not what you want to see for fans of 1D100G. And Lucio not able to get the retouch, dies for the trouble. Willis has a power punch, but this just looks impossible. And yeah, even the rush over the top, the beat as well. Anomaly gonna close this round out with extreme prejudice. And the sim, I don't like it into the hazard. I think a sim is makes sense if you're in an Orisa mirror or a Ramatra mirror where the game is so slowed down. You can get that high charge beam and just be a frontline pressure monster. However, the execution just isn't there, and Crocs with the hazard is just absolutely dodging away from everything. They're not able to catch him at all on 1D100G.
Yeah, King 11-1 after the very first round, cleaned up on his hero as well. I think it's noteworthy as well, DVG, they actually banned the Symmetra against a team like Frosttails as well, so maybe feeling like they didn't want to play Symmetra in a previous match, but now they bring it out here. Obviously Tracer being banned, one of Dip's go-to heroes, but still, it feels kind of bad if this is the way you go down by playing a Symmetra when we've seen Dip have such amazing success on heroes like Genji and Tracer. They're gonna stick with it here as well. Crocs is on the Doomfist. You never see this.
Excuse me? Excuse me? All right, Doom is out. I mean, he's doing big things. They're dancing with him. The Sombra as well. And I mean, in fairness, Doom is pretty sick against Symmetra, right? Like, it's, you know, she has no mobility to speak of. When you teleport around and you're like completely 5-stacked, Doomfist can just crush you with these massive AoE punches. So I mean, while Doomfist I think is a very weak character, I think in light of the comp, 1D100G need to adapt. I don't see them winning here, continuing with the Symmetra.
Oh, this is not a Crocs moment. Like, this is a Crocs thing to do. It's just like, yeah, I'm gonna roll it on.
Oh, wait, what is he doing here? He's gonna chill. Okay.
Not the best hero, but let's make it work in this matchup specifically. So, okay, let's see it, Crocs.
Rest of the team walking forward. Dip taking a lot of pressure. Zoro, you can tell he's got a lot of focus fire there for the Sombra. Hack onto Zidra. Manages to roll back and get just enough into safety here inside. A big bolo, though, from the flank onto the Symmetra, and the follow-up is there. Anomaly swarming forward over the attackers. And 1D100G just getting cut apart. Zoro so sharp here on this Freya, really making the most of his mobility. And yeah, Zidra desperate for a trade, but still can't find anything. And Anomaly, I mean, just flawless in this round. The Doomfist, yeah, Dip force onto the Sombra. I think this is a great response pick, but I don't think, I mean, they've used their Tracer ban. It looks like kind of a mistake here right now. Anomaly just adapted so well in response to that ban.
Oh no, Dip's gonna get caught in spawn here as well. Does trade with Crocs, but
I mean, Crocs, he's gonna be back so fast on the Doomfist, right? That's like one of your biggest strengths on Doom is you're still gonna be able to fight us 5 on the point.
King is building towards this EMP as well, so DVG, they might get some positioning on the point. They got a Deadeye as well, Sunbear coming up, so they can use these tools, but normally if they can buy enough time here, they got some big ultimates coming up.
EGS near ripping the rush. Beat comes in a response from Natsuki, trying to stabilize things for the moment. It buys a bit of time, but that rush, it's still online. Hack comes in, attempted by King. Great care from Willis, prevents the hack coming in. Now Zidra, bit of free reign. Doomfist is backed off. For the moment, the ultimate pushback. Lucio gets punched too deep in, but the flank, the kills are already there from Willis and Yoham. There's no follow-up left. Janowicz with a very desperate beat there, a 2v5. Kind of a wasted sound barrier there. Would have loved to have that for the retake. But in the end, Anomaly, they have ultimate advantage, and they're up to 92%. This should still be an open and shut round. King has the EMP, and 1D100G, I mean, he just takes like a god cleanse from Yoham to be able to stabilize this.
Oh, the sleep. It's a long-range sleep from EGS onto Willis. Just able to get a little bit of damage down there. But DVG, it's a tough spot here now because you don't really have any ultimates. You need to find picks. You need to play aggressive. EMP comes out from King, gets to pick up the Natsuki, and this should be Anomaly cleaning things up.
Yeah, and as much as this looks like a bad play because Anomaly did just shut it down, I think you had to take this kind of a risk. What are you going to do? Sit on point and wait to get EMP'd? It's like an automatic loss coming your way. So Zidra takes the chance, swings wide, isn't able to get that instant counter kill onto Zoro. A couple OT touches able to come in here. Dip can maybe keep it going for just a little bit longer, and there's a chance here if Dip can get an EMP online, but oh, Dip going down is really painful. Willis super low, hacked on that Doomfist. Cassidy caught between a rock and a hard place here, trying to get back into this one. Zidra finds something, but I mean, Crocs is still alive at full HP on this Hazard, just the raid boss on the map, and Anomaly are almost certainly going to be picking up map 1 here, and yeah, they do it here. Oasis goes their way. 1D100G, I see the vision of trying to like flip the game and like go to a sim strat, but I just think Anomaly were born ready for the sim strat, man. They look really well practiced in that matchup, and it's one that I think teams have started to prepare for and started to consider, as it's been kind of the top meta in the EMEA for a while now.
That just feels bad. Like, if you're DVG, you're just like, that's a map to forget.
You got
we didn't get any momentum.
You got Doomfisted. Like, that's pain. That's pain, son. Like, you don't want that matchup.
That's one of those outcomes where I'm like, we're never playing Symmetra again. Like, we're just never even pulling it out. Like, it's just like we're never gonna redeem ourselves on this hero. Let's just commit to playing other heroes than the Symmetra in this series.
Yeah, I just think, you know, and there's another world, another matchup where it could have been worth it. It could have looked stronger. And so I sort of see the idea, but Anomaly are not that team, and this is not that world, man. We are going to map 2, 1D100G. They're gonna have an opportunity to take the map pick, to set the tone with the first hero ban if they want it. And that maybe can change things up, but already Anomaly playing angry here, frankly, after that last series. And you gotta remember, Anomaly, despite the fact that Vision closed that series out, like those last few maps, man, Anomaly was fighting so hard. It was so competitive with Team Vision. And so I feel Anomaly has hit their stride. They're looking confident. They're not letting that loss to Team Vision affect them at all. And it feels like the momentum is only built through the day for them.
Yeah, I mean, they looked incredibly comfortable on that Oasis. And I think you know, obviously it helps that the opponents are playing a hero like Symmetra. Like, you have a favorable compositional matchup. You beat that team 3-1 earlier today. So, like, there's nothing really that should dent Anomaly's confidence going into a match like this. You know, good to get a map on the board there. You know, Tracer was banned, so maybe I know in this scenario DVG they were the ones who banned Tracer, but I'm kind of hoping that Dip comes out just guns blazing on the following maps on that hero, because I really do feel like DVG, they need a great Tracer performance from Dip if they're gonna win this series.
Yeah, I mean, the Tracer ban looks a little bit suspicious right now. I think they're probably worried because I think what happened, I would assume in that match off broadcast, is King just did him dirty on the Tracer.
Probably,
if they're gonna be hitting that ban. And honestly, even as good as Dip has been, I don't think he's going to be able to have an overwhelming performance over King compared to other, you know, opponents he's been able to best throughout stage 2. And so, honestly, I think you might be right. That is a bit of a win condition, but that's such a rough spot to be when Zoro's been taking Choice A1's head off all day long. I mean, despite the loss, he was still firing very well on the Sojourn and able to cut down the Tracer in many situations. And then King is another big threat you have to worry about in that frontline flanker battle. And so, I mean, the win condition is hard to see for DVG here. They have to find the adjustments. Maybe there's a way to get this sim comp to work, and I think there might be, but I feel like you have to like win the Orisa mirror. You gotta force Crocs to the Orisa mirror by defeating him, by pushing the hazard out of the game. Then maybe the sim can come out. But there's so many steps from here to there. And with the chaos of promotion relegation, I'm with you, Johnny. I don't know if I see it for them. I think this might just need some heroics from Zidra and Dip to bring this one back.
Yeah, this screams to me that maybe you ban you know, one of the supports that Anomaly wants to play, like get your Lucio, Kiriko, try to force some kind of like Juno Brig duel here, of course, because you get to ban first, you protect ban.
Yeah, you can protect your Brig.
Support heroes, so that just makes sense to me here. But if you wanted to ban, I just don't see the hazard ban like being valuable, because I do think that the Willis should be good on that hero as well, right? So like, I don't think the value you get from that ban is enough, and like if you're not gonna play the sim, then
I think the hazard ban would make sense considering Anomaly plays a ton of hazard, but I honestly think Orisa's just better, so you're like almost helping them by banning the hazard, and then Will's just gonna go Orisa, and you're still in a world of hurt. So you know, Crocs, he's that solid player. He has the flexibility. He showed it in the last series. DVG, they've got no easy options for them. Nothing that sticks out to me as like an obvious solution to their problems. It's going to take a big team effort here to bring this one back and, you know, retain that place for OWCS. And it's a tough spot to be here. But, you know, another map, another day, you always have that chance to bring things back.
Yeah, you always have that chance to bring things back. And looking at the maps coming up here, we don't know the map yet, but it is noteworthy that both times DVG has had an opportunity to pick a map today, they have gone to Esperanza. And so I don't see a reason why you wouldn't expect them. Okay, and they're going to pick Eikemwalde. Yeah, never mind.
Get grief, Johnny.
Never mind. All right.
Dip did crazy things on Ike. They're like, run it back. This is just like playing Frosttails, right? Maybe not. Maybe not. King is King's a little different. We'll see.
All right. They play that one Eikemwalde against Frosttails, and we're like, wait, this is a good map for us.
This is our map.
We're in.
I mean, low-key, it is kind of... I do think that D.Va is a good comp matchup for them. Maybe they want to go to a map where they can bring out the D.Va. Maybe that's the adjustment that allows them to match the pace that Anomaly like to bring, rather than trying to like defend against that pace. You can just bring it out yourselves. Curious to see what the bans are, because now the other worry is, okay, if you do use a support ban to protect your Brig, that also means you could be tanking a D.Va ban in response, and that could take away and make Eikemwalde a little bit more awkward. I don't know if you want the hazard mirror against Crocs. I think Crocs has been spamming that hero so much, it looks like exactly where he wants the match to be, and maybe a ban could help him keep it in that wheelhouse.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on. I feel like you have to protect ban if you're picking a map like Eikemwalde, because it's so overwhelmingly like D.Va favored. We'll take a look here, and it's going to be an Orisa ban, so okay. Makes sense.
Yeah.
If you want to play the D.Va, you know?
Yeah, I mean, but Anomaly banning the Brig is interesting, though, because I actually think as much as Juno Brig has been the bread and butter for DVG, and the Brig ban makes sense in that context, I'm worried because I think also the Brig ban really helps D.Va, right? Like, Brig is the best answer to D.Va, typically. And so, from the support line at least, so now DVG, They may have to change things up in the support line. It may be another run back on the Lucio carry match. However, they're going to be able to get the Diva to have quite a lot of impact, I think, in the series. However, you know, in fairness, Brig can also be good against Hazard. So, you know, this opens things up for both tanks to be playing something highly mobile, highly aggressive, and set the tone of the match here on Ike.
No, I think you're absolutely right there. It's going to open up things for both tank players to have a significant impact in this one, and I do expect both teams to come out playing, you know, Tracer as well. We'll have the opportunity to have a lot of impact in a match like this one. So we're just waiting to get into Eichenwalde. That's our second map of this series. Remember that big stakes on this one because the winner does qualify for OWCS Stage 3, and the loser is out. They have to go back to FACEIT Masters. They're not qualifying. They'll have to spend another season grinding and hopefully getting another chance in the next promotion, relegation. So big stakes in this one.
Absolutely, as we're jumping into the action here on Eichenwalde. Remember, this is for that final qualification slot for EMEA Stage 3 OWCS. Anomaly, they feel like they can already taste it. They've beaten DVG once today. All they have to do is do it again. They're up 1-0 after a very dominant map win where they honestly just had the download on DVG. They just had all the answers. And so coming in here to Eichenwalde, we'll see if this is enough for 1D100G to change things up. But I mean, not only just getting the dream comfort picks, it's like, oh, this is what we love to play. We love to play the Lucio carry Hazard. I like the look from 1D100G though. I think the Ram style with the Cassidy could be quite a strong offering. Only worry for Cassidy is the Sojourn matchup on this map. I don't think it's as decisive for Sojourn since there's so much cover on the map and so many close range angles. However, in theory, if Sojourn can just get the space she needs to work with, and you know, Ramatra is going to feed you a lot of rail shots, it's a little scary for 1D100G with how good Zoro's been today.
Yeah, I feel like Zoro is one of those players that I think we've seen in a couple of matches, just like able to play proactively on those flanks as well. Get themselves into a position to build up those rails, but then take an off angle, hit a railgun shot, and try to look for that opening pick. You know, aggressive overclocks as well coming out from Zoro.
Quick pick? No. I love the life grip for efficiency, though.
I would have been shocked. Come on.
Yeah,
now.
no, that pick, I feel like it never works anymore. People are aware of it. You know, they're ready for it. Give it a shot, though.
Maybe in scrims. People slacking a little bit.
Yeah, Crocs holding this off angle now. Ends up dueling a bit with Dip. He's trying to work his way in here with the help of the Ramatra. Should be able to do just that. Crocs forced back now. And 1D100G just taking the tempo with this Ramatra, kind of charging forward here.
It's kind of scary if you're Crocs, no? Playing this Hazard, like, gotta wait for a great opportunity to engage. Can't really battle with the Ramatra as much.
Yeah, needs to be able to find some of those more vulnerable backliners. Willis gets super low, and Zidra just crushed on the walk up here. Spam comes in, and Crocs gets the follow-up kill. And that's the worry here for 1D100G is like, yes, your Ramatra's pretty strong pushing forward with that form. However, ultimately, if you don't get kills with form, and I mean, the mobility is amazing for the rest of Anomaly, like, it's hard to see how you actually get the follow-up kill. I mean, I think there's a lot of pressure on Zidra to get a connection with that flashbang, deny some of the mobility, but Zidra is probably one of the biggest targets for Hazard, so one of the players who has to be most worried about the aggression.
Yeah, as you walk up here again, you know that it's oh, Zoro finds another pick up the side, right? Like, this can't happen.
Zoro's just doing whatever he wants in this defense. I mean, that's the weakness of the Ramatra is you really don't pressure a hero like Soj, who's got amazing mobility, zone control, loves to spam these big chunky tanks, farm rails up. A cheeky tick almost comes in for Dip, but the awareness is too good. Jonowic's going to take that 1v1. And Dip is in the back line now. That's a variable that probably helps you for the offense here. See if Dip can get something done, but could be awkward as now Anomaly just playing super forward, super aggressive, and you're not able to connect to Dip, who ends up falling back a little bit through the side.
Kitsune Rush being popped here. Anomaly, they have a slight timing, but Johan's going to trade the Kitsune Rush as well. Both teams just trading damage right now. Soundbears surely dropped any moment.
Earlier beat coming out from 1D100G, better beat out of Jonowich, gives the advantage to Anomaly. Can Willis get anything done in this fight? He's caught by the downpour, and damage is being pumped into him, but that block is just enough to keep him alive, so both teams backing off, licking their wounds, and Zoro with the OC, though, getting ready to open this fight up. Crocs diving to the backline and finds Zidra once again, and this man is receiving all of the hatred, the full pressure. Crocs goes down, but the trades are already good, and Zoro, he's so clean with this OC, with the rest of the squad surrounding him. He pushes forward, cleans 1D100G off the map. Bit of ultimate advantage now for 1D100G. They've got the High Noon, they've got the Annihilation. Maybe that'll be enough, but against this high mobility comp, these are not the best ultimates, frankly. High Noon, Annihilation, they're both, the vulnerability to both these ultimates is the enemy just running away from you and you're not able to continue to connect.
Yeah, DVG kicking themselves a little bit right now. This has not worked out for them. Picking Eichenwalde, banning Orisa. They're just walking in and getting picked by Anomaly time after time. Crocs now already looking at the backline, and Sidra trying to get something on. Deadeye comes out here. Pulse. Oh, man.
Oh, and another from King. He's just eating up the back line. I mean, the rest of his team is falling back, and he's just continuing to pile on pressure. Zydra's so desperate, finally gets a kill on the Lucio, but is just dead to rights here. Yeah, I mean, Lucio, not really an impactful kill. He's going to be right back into the action before the push could even really come in from 1D100G, and Willis couldn't even get the ult off that fight. Here's the replay from King. Oh, the Lucio tried to step up to him, and he just, claps him down. He takes dip as well. This is maybe why the Tracer Band comes in, but now King is free with his reign of terror.
All right, Willis has the Annihilation. He's going to pop it very early, actually. Just loses health. Bro, it's one.
He's just dying in the Annihilation. Yohem does have the ulti though, so maybe Kiri can get this fight onto the point. Crocs waiting in the wings on the high ground, looking to come in and strike into that backline. Zydra dropping low. Yes, you have the point control, but it's not enough to keep your backline alive. Natsuki's so incredibly low, just barely gets healed up. Now the connection onto the Sojourner, but he's kiting away. You're just being pulled in all directions at 1D, 100G. The desperation beat, the pulse bomb goes wide. The beat stabilizing you for the moment, but Jonovich once again a better beat from the defense. And Anomaly, the full hold, giving no quarter to 1D, 100G, just obliterating them on Eichenwalde. And in overtime, it seems like almost a formality right now. Anomaly, all they have to do is grab one tick. Best you can do is a draw. Nightmare scenario in map 2 for 1D, 100G. Their chances are slipping away by the second.
Oh, life is pain. Wow.
Why are we here? Just to suffer?
Oh, man. No, don't show the score.
Don't show. Oh, God. Oh, the humanity.
Oh my god. Oh, a full hold on Eichenwalde is just brutal. Like, you don't think it's gonna happen to you, and then it does, and you're just...
Especially no ticks. No ticks is... Oh, that's just desperate, you know? Like, it's just desperate, and I mean, it's just such a struggle. I felt like Zydra is trying to walk in, his head's on a swivel, he's being hit from all sides, and got to give a lot of props, I think, especially to Jonovich on the Lucio. I love the way he's connecting into some of those backline dives, but very stable from him. I mean, only one death on the defense, and I mean, he did 2,800 damage on the Lucio. That's not insignificant. He's really contributing to some of these backline dives and managing to always have the better sound barrier. Really clean plays on the Lucio that I think if you don't have that extra oomph from the Lucio, this isn't such a clean full hold. So props to Jonovich there.
I'm always here for the Lucio glaze. Whenever someone glazes Lucio, just like, yeah, that's right.
True, and he's true.
They deserve it. They deserve it. Spot on. Yeah, also credit to Crocs as well. I mean, you're literally just toying in the back line, just like, yeah, I'm gonna stand on this little high ground. I'm gonna stand on this bridge and just like look at you. You can't do anything about me. So in full control, that entire defense.
You think King's gonna keep the far here? I wouldn't even necessarily hate it, but I think it's a little too crazy. They're a
little overconfident, Jake.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the Freya, I guess, is a pretty scary matchup for Farah, but Zora on the OC, man, you got to be so scared of this guy. He's been lights out. One opening pick would be disaster. Defenders trying to make the house work for themselves, but Zoro just takes Natsuki's head off. He peeked for 1 second, just got cut down, and Zoro needs a bit of help, but maybe his team is just uninterested in falling back. Sports are like, screw you, bro. That's on you, dog. We're moving up. We're capping, but maybe that's a bit of hubris. Hold on, because still a chance for everyone to.
Okay, all right.
I thought there was a chance, and then they see 9. I mean, in fairness. Gosh, golly goodness, what are you gonna do in that type of a scenario? We all knew they were gonna lose Ike, right? We all knew, but to go in one fight as well, it's a disaster, Johnny. It is an absolute disaster on the field right now.
Oh wow, they've not had anything going for them this entire series. Like, really, it looked tough on the Symmetra, and then you play the slow Ramatra Cassidy comp on Icon, and you can't find anything. Wow, they're kind of lost in the sauce here, Jake.
I don't know how Anomaly lost a map the last time these teams played. I mean, that's what I'm most interested. Like, what happened? Like, I just can't imagine. I mean, the play is so sharp, so clean. there's just nothing to work with. And you know, when you're and then you know, this is the type of game that just gets out of control, right? Like, how do you change things on map 3? Like you mentioned, you've tried the sim, you know, you've tried to slow things down with a Cassidy or Matra. Neither works at all. Both plays get absolutely dominated. And now what do you pick going into map 3? This is beyond picks and bans. This is beyond map selection.
Don't cook.
Yeah, just go to Esperanza, play the Sojourn Mirror, pop off. But it just feels impossible right now. I just got to keep it real with you, man. This is the type of series you don't often come back from this spot. And I say often, you don't. I don't want to say you don't ever come back from this spot. It's still only 2-0. There is always that chance. But Anomaly, this is one of the most winnable series of all time. In fact,
if there's any kind of like hopium, it's that DVG forced map 5 against Peps in the final match of stage 2, but they lost map 5, so they almost reverse swept. But you know, they forced map 5, so maybe
100G were that map 5 team, but the things have been slipping against them.
The joke was never quick esports, you know, so maybe they won't be quick in this match either, but. Who knows?
We'll have to see. We're going to give the teams a bit of time to regroup here and reset coming into map 3. So we're going to throw things to a quick break. When we come back, we of course have the conclusion of this match and get to see who is going to grab that final qualifying spot for EMEA OWCS. So don't go anywhere. If you do, just a quick snack, come right back. We'll be here in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS. It's promotion relegation day, and we brought a special guest on to analyze this current match. Siri, what are your thoughts? What's your take here on the current position of the series?
What do you think?
Just speechless. She's just speechless. She just doesn't have a comment for us. I totally understand. I mean, given the scope, the stakes of this match, the intensity of the competition. Goodness, this is too cute, Johnny. This is the let's just. Do we need to play this one out?
Some good vibes.
Let's just. What if we keep your cam on while we watch this next map? Thoughts on that, production?
Picture in picture, just like
yeah, little buffer cam.
Yeah. Look,
Siri, you gas this fight. You gas this fight.
Yeah. You know, well, I got some packages being delivered today, so maybe she'll pop off in the mic in the middle of the map. So, just warning the viewers out there: if there's a dog barking, you know, don't be too surprised.
Okay, DBG, take us to the map set. It's going to be New Junk City, the pick, and they're going to ban away the Lucio. So now protecting once again the Juno Brig. And this time it's Anomaly's turn to take the Tracer out of the mix. This is a spot where they would love to bring out King's Genji, where they feel really confident and strong on this setup. And I wonder what's the answer going to be for Dip. I hope it's a Genji mirror, because like you, Johnny, I don't want to see any more Symmetra based on map 1. I don't want to see any more of that. Please.
No, please don't. Please don't.
I'm begging.
You know, I was thinking about this during the break. I was just like a little bit sad because I feel like Willis has not had an opportunity to have any impact this series whatsoever.
No.
And in the last promotion of relegation at the start of stage 2, like, wow, Willis, like this young, talented tank player, you know, phenomenal when it comes to the Diva, Hazard. And so this series so far, it's just like, I'm stuck on Ramatra on Eichenwalde. And
I hope it's not the last we... I was gonna say, I hope it's not the last we see of him, you know? Like, they might be in the position of having to battle back through FACEIT once again, but
for sure.
There's gonna be a lot of players in this 1D100G team that maybe end up making a salty run back, a return to form. Maybe they can still do it here in this very series as they come out on the Symmetra once again. And in fairness, this is a much more winnable scenario for the Symmetra, though. It's in a much more stable tank matchup with Crocs on the Orisa, where Sim could get a lot done here.
Yeah, you're 100% right here. You can see the aggression early. Willis does find a pick here onto EGS. So early off to a good start, 5 versus 4. You got to close this one out here. Well, they should do that with relative ease as the point unlocks and Dip finds a pick on the Crocs. That's going to be DVG actually off to a good start here. See if they can continue some of this momentum. This is the first great thing I think we've seen from DVG all series.
Yeah, I mean, I like the calm matchup here. I think Crocs, good response though, instantly over to the Hazard, right? Mobility is the key in matching up against this Symmetra. However, the Bat Brig, I'm a little worried about them. The Bat Brig are going to be super vulnerable to a Sim Rush. They're not really going to be able to escape. And this is where that Lucio ban is starting to come in. You know, you're not going to be able to kite away from Symmetra forever without that mobility. It's up to the King and Crocs to put the pressure on Symmetra, put her on the back foot.
Yeah, this is up to Dip really to put DVG in a good position to succeed. Teleporter comes out. Dip's the only one taking it forward now. Anomaly doesn't have any pressure, but Crocs punishes Dip. Oh, this just can't happen. You're such a pivotal character in this comp.
Yeah, and King brawling it out on point, but Willis and Johan combined for a couple counter kills, so still winnable now for 1D100G. Even without the Symmetra, the rest of the team fighting quite strong. Natsuki does maybe bite off more than get you with the Hazard, but put a lot of damage down on him. Crocs trying to find a way out of this situation, trying to maybe reset the health bar. EGS still has the higher control on this Baptiste, but maybe not for long as 1D100G are starting picking at these players from all sides, and Anomaly crumbling, maybe just having to back out of this and head towards that next flashpoint.
And I guess one of the issues here is that it's really hard to kill Willis. I mean, that's one of the reasons we have been in a Ramatra meta. It's just like the survivability of Ramatra is absurd at the minute. And so, yeah, you find a pick of the Symmetra early, but you still have to jostle for point pressure and like stuff like that. And Willis is just like, okay, well, I'm going to hang out on the point. I'm going to pop Nemesis form and I'm going to have a great time.
I actually like the Sim, you know, in this matchup without the Lucio speed to kite. I mean, that was what made Anomaly look so good against Sim in the first map on Oasis. They were always rotating away, never caught by the Symmetra, but Dip is able to get a lot more purchase now in this compositional matchup. So pretty impressive that they were able to, you know, I think be wiser than we were with our reactionary, no more Symmetra take. You know, they're able to play this one a lot better and securing an early advantage. And Matrix from EGS could find a pick up, but the Sim wall separates away the pulse bomb. Massive there, not pulse bomb, the bullet shot forces the immortality field as well. Anomaly trying to stay alive, but they're struggling in this fight.
Yeah, they really are. Sora's going to pump the overclock and finds a pick onto Johan with it as well. Looking like Sora's going to close out this fight here, and Anomaly is going to get on the board. Off to a good start here. Have committed a lot of ultimates, but given it's the first fight of a new flashpoint, you're happy to do that.
Yeah, it's huge, I think, to have point control. The Sim fights so well on defense when you have to clear all these corners and she's holding on to her resources and using TP in response to your ultimates. Now on the offense, Dip's gonna have to make some sort of aggressive move. However, TPing in with Rally and Ramontra is pretty scary. I mean, Anomaly, even with the Blade, I'm not sure you're gonna be able to fight into that.
Yeah, good luck, King. But if you get out an ultimate or so, like, I'm pretty happy with that.
My
Willis going
goodness.
to go aggressive with the Annihilation. King under pressure, but should be able to get away here. This is a lot of great positioning, though, for DVG purchase here, Jake.
Huge Kite, they're able to stay alive and, you know, not able to get connections. King bashed with the Blade. The Rally so powerful. Natsuki takes a lot of damage, but ends up just holding a lot of the pressure, and now he's taking the fight right back to Anomaly, cleaning them up off the point. And 1D100G get the flip. Well played by both squads, but 1D100G, I love that they held the Rally until later into the fight when the Blade came out, used it responsibly, and just barely have the support to keep Natsuki alive and fighting through that Rally.
Yeah, this Juno break with the Symmetra is just not at all similar or so different from the dynamic we saw in Eikemalde when Crocs just had a field day. This time, Anomaly have to play so passive, they have to play so scared and really pick their moments. And they've had a hard time, like, breaking down this powerful DVG composition. Bonus shot's gonna come out there. Not sure if it hit, but DVG, just look at this positioning right now.
Oh, Willis got turned on. Yeah, tried to get a little bit too much done in the flank. The rest of the team wasn't there to follow up on that play. And now Brig's gonna fall next. Yeah, without your Ramontra, you see how quickly this comp gets dismantled. And this should be a very quick retake there for Anomaly. Only losing the Sojourn, definitely a worthy price to pay.
Kind of overcooked there. I'm not sure why Willis was caught.
I think Willis went deep trying to follow up on the Bola shot, but the rest of the team just wasn't ready for the play. And it's that kind of off-sync moment that will be very costly with a Symmetra comp, where you really do need to be fighting together at all times.
Right, oh my goodness, speaking of. Anomaly turns onto DVG actually, and you know, last fight territory here should be Anomaly cleaning up here and securing the first point. Well played there. It looked for a moment like DVG, they had a lot of momentum going their way, pushing down Crocs, but Jonovic popped the Rally, and that was enough for Anomaly to turn things around, and we're evened up. One apiece here on New Junk City. DVG backs against the wall, facing elimination here and risking going back to FACEIT Masters. They gotta find a way to win this map. They have some ultimates coming up here, but it's building towards Annihilation as we get closer to unlocking the third point here, Jake.
It's a little scary though. Crocs with the downpour could be a big problem for you. Dip has to be cautious, maybe use that teleporter to dodge away. But there's going to be a lot of poke from a lot of angles, a very open point, a little bit harder for Sim to get those connections. She does rip the Sim wall to make a bit of space and time, but that's allowing them to put a lot of cap pressure on. EGS with the carry ult, so far not much able to be produced from that. And the downpour, I don't believe it found anything, so 1D100G fighting well into this.
Johan gonna build this orbital ray. So far, DVG look very satisfied just playing onto this point. Crocs going to find a pick onto Dip, and that's a lot of damage being taken out from the equation, but Willis is just pounding on this Ramontra.
Now we talked about Willis struggling to find impact. Well, here it is now coming out. They're able to prevent the cap coming in as well, and they're gonna get the first fight win themselves. Simwall provided a lot of value there. I actually love that Dip goes off towards the Sombra. I think the Symmetra was losing value by the second, but Crocs strikes so quick before the enemy has a chance to even regroup. The hack comes in, he can't jump out of the orbital ray though. King's still ripping the blade, going full YOLO here. Very committed movement. And the rest of the team, yeah, they're not able to help this without Crocs. There's no follow-up to that. Dip on the Sombra, still keeping the comp, I think, very cohesive, but able to match the mobility of the Genji, and big hacks on the King.
Yeah, maybe King as well, playing a bit overly aggressive there. Maybe we'll even swap off the Genji here, we'll have to see. But Sora popped the overclock. Kitsune Watch being committed from EGS here. Wow, this is an expensive fight.
Oh, and it's going to be more expensive than you would hope, because you're not even able to get the fight win. You get no profit from that massive investment. Wow. And Dip Sombra has been a decisive swap. King going to go over and match the Sombra himself, but much more difficult to play Sombra into the Ram than against Crocs, who, frankly, I just struggling to see the dives really here for the Hazard. As good as Crocs has been on the hero, 1D100G have proved very stable with this Break Juno comp.
Yeah, 94%. We need to get a touch going here. King will be in the vicinity. Crocs is going to get that touch, but Willis has the Annihilation here. Should clean up as this fight kicks off.
A little bit of an annoying attack there on Zidra. Willis popping the ultimate, staying in the enemy backline. Brig is struggling to be able to fight into this one. Pops the rally, but still not a fight you really want to be taking. Annihilation getting so much value, forcing all of the support's attention onto himself. The rest of the team is profiting elsewhere. You see Yoham, Zidra get the completed kills. Great frontline hold from Willis. Hold on, the counter kills do come in, but I think the full HP Ramatra is just going to be too big of a wall to overcome here. Willis with the cleanup. King just stalling on the Sombra, but no hope to really get through that tank health pool. And 1D100G on the cusp of taking a map here and forcing us to go deeper into this series. Anomaly need to make some adjustments.
Yeah, we're finally seeing DVG play their game on this Juno Brig, and Willis is getting all the value here on the Ramatra. Anomaly's been struggling so far. No real big ultimates for them to use as this fight is going to kick off as well. Did sitting on this EMP, just scouting for now. If you just find one, a slight opening, that could be enough here. Look at the Juno.
No, you don't need much, and you find exactly what you were looking for. Double support caught on the back line. EGS does teleport out, though, so hold on. There's still a chance. Bola shot, damage barely being dodged, but the trade's coming in, and this time it's Crocs, who's still healthy, still in the fight, takes down Willis, and now hunting forward, looking for more, trying to break this Sombra invis and maybe get the cleanup here. Dip getting a lot of heal, but Crocs, he's just tanky, playing this one nice and patient. Stays alive, keeps his health up, and yeah, the rest of the team should be able to clean this. Tons of packs, though, coming in onto the Freya, who lives way longer than she has any right to. Crocs shuts that one down, though.
You gotta be kicking yourself, though. I was a decent DP, you find opening picks, but I normally find a way to win in the front line. That's going to be crucial for them, being down a point here on Flashpoint. They have a lot of ultimates in their pocket as well. King now the one scouting with this EMP. Tough to get value, perhaps. You're just going to unleash. What?
I mean, DCMP still found Zidra. Wasn't on his cam, but the cleanup was there from Zoro, able to finish that kill. Willis just going for it, trying to get some kind of a trade, and wasn't the biggest EMP maybe that he was hoping for, but it was enough to get the job done. And in the end, getting the fight win, keeping your players alive, it's all that really counts when it comes to, you know, your status in the match overall. They're able to force Dip back off the flank too and further deny this setup. So 1D100G, despite being up 2-1, I mean, they face a steep road to a retake here because, yeah, you have some support ultimates, but Zoro has that one-tap threat perked up on the Sojourn, is going to be a bit of a problem.
Oh, yeah. This feels like a Zoro moment here. Could really take over this fight with an overclock. Double support ultimate from DVG here, but Zoro could flip it all on
his headshot. Is he gonna rip the OC here? Does he see a window back in the fight? He's up on the high ground. This is his big moment. Gets an early headshot onto Zidra. Now the OC comes out. Another headshot connection onto Willis. Means double support ult just to stay alive. Only orbital raid committed so far, but Natsuki holding onto the rally. Just didn't see the win con in that fight. And don't blame him. It looked like a really dire situation. Willis now just being kited around, delayed, and finished off eventually. Anomaly now evening up the score 2-2. They may deny 1D100G from even getting a point on the board here in this series. The swaps have been good. The Kiri Juno now able to navigate with much better mobility. Willis hasn't been able to find that same level of backline connection on this point against that support lineup. And the rest of the team also brings a ton of mobility of their own. It feels difficult to catch anything. That's why Zidra goes over to the Cassidy to maybe help find pickups on some of those slippery targets. But, I mean, this is a very open point. This high ground is a long road to cross. Maybe Rally can help bridge that gap and catch as well.
Yeah, looking like they're gonna play quite aggressive. Crocs takes a lot of damage and gets hacked as well. EMP
big
coming
EMP.
out. Big EMP.
But is it enough? The orbital raid came down from Jonowich in time, and that's keeping the rest of the team online. Zoro does end up going down, but 4-on-4, you're pretty happy with that after an EMP does come out. Jonowich now back up to the high ground, trying to re-engage, trying to keep those players on his team up and healthy. Willis gets low. The trade does come in. Yoham cleans up his counterpart, but now Crocs finds a kill of his own. It becomes a wild death match here. The EMP committed from King. He's going all in on this fight, but the Ram Shield is perfect to be able to stabilize the spot for Brig to get just a little bit of health back in. An Anomaly may have thrown good money after bad. The point flip already came in. The kills are getting cleaned up, but hold on. Crocs, this fight is just continuing on into minute 3, it feels like. Now it's Willis being hunted down to the ends of the earth. Can't quite get the ultimate online in time. Zidra finds a high noon kill of his own. 40% on the cap. Anomaly just will not give this one up, though, and they seem to be able to have scrapped this one back into control. Unbelievable performance from both teams there. What a dogfight, Johnny.
Yeah, and if you're DVG, you actually leave that fight really happy. Like you mentioned, 46%. That is quite a significant percentage built up. You got out EGS, utilize the Kitsune Rush there as well, and DVG, they're coming out on their own support ultimates here. So yes, Anomaly, they currently hold the point, and they're building percentage, but DVG, they got themselves a great opportunity here to stay alive in this series.
Maybe, but Zoro has point position and overclock. You're retaking into that on Cassidy. This is kind of a long-range scenario. I mean, Anomaly are so aggressive. They're taking the fight straight to you here. A very aggro push here into the Ramatra. Gets kind of clapped down, but Crocs finds value elsewhere. He's able to take down Zidra. And no trade was able to come through here. Orbital Raid came out from Yoham. Stabilizing for the moment. They're able to punish King as well. Annihilation. Forcing away the Sojourn. EGS taking a bit of pressure. Also going to have to TP out of this play. It's so scrappy. Anomaly, though, up near that 90% threshold. Now, finally, the connection comes in. Sojourn surely out of mobility. The Curie heals are massive. The hack pack as well is keeping him up under the face of the withering pressure from Willis. Now it's Natsuki's rallied, trying to keep the point alive. They get the flip in the chaos. And even with the Ray, it's 3-on-5. Now 3-on-4. Anomaly, he's so scrappy here in the promotion relegation days, Johnny.
Yeah, actually a bit of a risk there, committing the orbital Ray. Like you said, 5 versus 3 does find a pick there, but the cap is all DVGs, and you know, we got Sombras coming up on EMPs here. This one is really back and forth. Sydra's going to find out the pick on the Crocs here. And limited time for Anomaly to really regroup here and get a solid fight.
Oh, King, he can't die here. He has a TP out. Should be able to get out of this one. Someone needs to get that overtime contest, though. Is it going to be King? I don't think he's going to make it. No, and he's not. Yeah, the C9 can't quite get there in time. And that's a scrappy one, but whatever it takes is what 1D100G say. Whatever it takes. Serious, absolutely vibing out, loving the action in that last match. And I mean, what a performance there. Like we talked about, it gets crazy, it gets chaotic. I would have thought this is the one series after how map 1 and map 2 went that's not going to be crazy. It's going to be open and shut. It's going to be boring. Anomaly, they're going to clean this one up 3-0. Come on, they just absolutely destroyed for 2 maps in a row. But 1D100G, they go back to the bread and butter. They find the answers. The Sim opens the map up well. The Sombra closes it down, and they're able to, I mean, those are some incredibly scrappy, drawn out, long fights. Both teams just going blow for blow, back and forth action throughout New Junk City. Long road to climb, though. Remember, this was a map pick for 1D100G, and that's the last map pick they're going to see. They're going to have to go up against back-to-back map picks here from Anomaly to be able to potentially earn their spot, the retake here back into OWCS Stage 3.
Welcome to promotion relegation. It's just a madhouse. It gets crazy, back and forths. It's just all over the place, just chaos incarnate. I mean, this has been a thrilling New Junk City and opportunity for DVG to get back into this series, but I feel like this is DVG just like playing their favorite game. Like, you couldn't be happier if you get to play Ramatra, Juno Brig, you know, Dip is even like on the Symmetra played a good Sombra as well. Now though, how do you win 2 more maps in this series when you don't get the opportunity to pick a map like New Junk City? Like, this pool is really going to open up, and it's going to allow Anomaly to put some pressure onto DVG and the compositions being played.
And Anomaly, well, they've used the Juno and the Brig bans, so that does, I think, help you for DVG, right? You can keep that support line that looks solid for you. You know, the question is, on this map, you banned the Lucio, and I think that was actually pretty important to make that Brig Juno style look so dominant. I think without Lucio in the field, I think Brig Juno probably is the best comp. However, it's like the Lucio Curious, the Lucio Bap, these are the styles where I feel like you have the same mobility, maybe a little bit better than the Juno, but you have quite a bit more poke damage, and so you're able to win those longer trade fights, especially when Orissa's come on the field. So I think there's definitely some scary compositional matchups coming in, but at least DVG are going to be able to have the tools that they want to work with coming into the rest of the series. The bans, I think, are not going to be super impactful going deeper into the series. I would love to see a Sojourn ban maybe thrown at Zoro, though. I think that's like one thing you could still attack with a ban. That's just a very solid player hero combo that we've been seeing great performances on throughout the day for Anomaly, and I would love to see DVG maybe ban that out, force him to show some other hit scan capability and what he can do maybe on a Freya mirror where Zidra might feel a little bit more confident.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I think at this point in the series it's worth pointing out as well that because we played Eichenwald the second, one of the maps that Anomaly has really liked to go to is Midtown, and obviously won't be available to pick here now. So, you know, if you look back at that Eichenwald, and of course that was one of the most devastating, crushing defeats that DVG could possibly take, but you did pick a map that maybe you felt confident going into it, and also you removed one of the comfort maps for Anomaly, so you don't have to go to one of their best maps later on in this series now. You have a bit of a grin on your face here, Jake. Are you just...
I'm just looking at Siri, man. You know, she's living her best life. Like, if we could only be reincarnated as a cute little pupper. Look at this. Look at this. We're getting a show. This is the show within the show, guys.
Don't encourage her. She's a brat.
She's a brat.
Princess and a brat.
She's allowed to be a bit of a princess, as cute as she is. I think we got to give her that. Just loving it, just living life. I'm like not even thinking about Overwatch anymore. I'm fully locked in
You
just
gotta
to the
look
Syria
in on the
experience.
game. This promotion relegation. Huge
Yeah,
stakes.
you're right. There's a big game going on. Siri's like, She's like, that is a little eye roll.
When snacks, when bones.
I'm supposed to throw to something. I didn't even hear what production said. I'm too locked in. Oh, okay. So let's take a look, guys. We got some new content.
Oh, he's so zoned out.
Some new content coming your way, guys. So let's take a quick look.
Lost. I'm alive. Now we play in my world. Selecting upgrades to match new user. I think a level up is in order. How did you get in here? Don't touch that. Hey, this is not part of my programming. Class dismissed. Overdrive activated. Final upgrades inbound. You have unlocked the privilege to annihilate. Leaving so soon. Game over.
Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS. It's promotion relegation day. The gloves are off. It's getting wild in the server here. Anomaly, DVG battling blow for blow. I mean, the first two maps were not really blow for blow. It was a beatdown. It was Anomaly just serving up pain and DVG only asking 4 seconds. But, you know, New Junk City, change of tempo, change of pace. DVG going back to the old standby Brig Juno comp. They looked a lot more solid on it. Can they continue on, though? And I love this. DBG, I called it out. Maybe the Sojourn ban attacking, you know, one of the strongest looks from Zoro. Anomaly ban to BAP. I don't know that. I guess this is more of a protection ban, you know, keeping the Lucio Curie online for them. See if this Brig Juno is able to continue to deliver, though, on Esperanza, Johnny.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of more of a protect ban, the Batiste there, because of a Curie ban available, of course, here. still. So we'll have to see how this series is going to play out here. We got 2 match points, of course, for Anomaly. We're back. We are back indeed. So again, this will be, you know, an all-time comeback from DVG here. Very tough indeed. We're facing a scenario here, Jake, where both teams from FACEIT Masters could get promoted to OWCS Stage 3. It's just, I said this as well during the previous promotion relegation. Like the teams down in FACEIT Masters, yeah, it's wild down there. Like it's just every team for themselves. Like they're just, it gets heated down there, and then you get to play against these, you know, privileged OWCS teams. You know, they've been coasting. You know, they've been, you know, with fancy tier 1 teams, and then these hungry FACEIT Masters teams. They're coming to promotion relegation. Like, okay, it's our turn. It's our era.
We'll see if it is indeed the era of the FACEIT Master League team. It certainly looks like that with Anomaly on match point here on Esperanza. This is their map pick. This is the moment to close out the series. You lose this map, and it starts to be 1D100G back in the driver's seat. Sidra going to be over on the Freya. I think a very comfortable spot for him to be. Anomaly, Zoro, I think the Sojourn ban is going to be a bit punishing. Sojourn has been a key part of their success historically, you know, really all day long. And, you know, I think the Cassidy, we'll see. It's going to be a little bit harder. Ramatra can get right up in your face on the Cassidy. You know, the Freya can be hitting you from all sides. However, I think Anomaly, you're going to be able to bring the pace much more effectively with the Lucio Kiri here. And this is going to be a tougher storm for 1D100G to weather.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Anomaly are going to play this Lucio Kiri composition here. Obviously, maybe we'll look for some selective timing where maybe they can utilize Orisa's offensive skill set there to finalize some picks here. Zoro's taking a lot of damage early, and already DVG, they got some momentum on their side and pushing Anomaly back, putting them in a pretty awkward position.
A bit of map control earned by 1D100G, getting a bit of presence on the point, but, you know, Anomaly dodging that pretty well, staying alive, getting deeper into this fight. This first fight on Esperanza tends to be pretty slow, but as I say that, Anomaly getting aggressive now, pushing in, trying to connect towards that backline punch. The Juno form used by Ramatra. Crocs also used pretty heavy cooldowns. However, Ramatra in a bit of trouble now, trying to get pushed in by the Orisa. Great catch by Crocs, punishes Willis, pushes him out of position, and 1D100G, they know without the tank, their odds are very low. They're going to go for a desperation dive in, but Zoro's getting all the heals, all the support in the world, and he stands tall at the end of the fight. Anomaly get it over the line. First fight, very important on push to set the tempo of the map, and it goes the way of Anomaly, our favorites, up 2-1 rather, on match point in the series.
Yeah, I feel like that just can't happen if you're Willis. You know, you get kind of isolated by the Orisa, take a lot of damage. You're playing this Juno Brig composition. You shouldn't get picked like that to start off the fight. And now Anomaly with the high ground. EGS has actually built up an early Kitsune rush as well, so fully expecting Anomaly here to pick a timing when maybe DVG are somewhat committed. Get max value here. Did pass a pulse bomb though. I mean, it's a Suso against it. Like, it's so hard to get value from that, but ultimates are coming online here.
The Lucio Kiri also has pretty strong poke, and here the rush comes, you know, sending it into this backline. The bullet shot came in, but just instantly cleansed away by EGS. And 1D100G, they stay alive, which is pretty big, but the cart continues to roll forward. They're gonna have to come out and retake now with the Brig Juno. And trying to clear this high ground is a pretty tough task, especially against the high noon from Zoro. King's Pulse Bomb, though, taking out the Brig. Such an impact kill. Without the Brig, it's so much more difficult to navigate the pressure. High noon shot into the Ramatra, slows him down for a second. And, I mean, Zoro is just denying them from retaking the high ground. Finally, Ramatra swings it, and that should be enough to get control. But as you just said, the checkpoint just goes the way of Anomaly, and they're happy to do whatever map rotation necessary to grab that cap.
Yeah, I mean, they had ultimates as well, maybe thinking about dropping them, but they just don't feel comfortable and wait for Natsuki to get back. 60 meters right now for Anomaly. They still have a Sunbear in hand. Here comes the orbital ray from Johan. This has to be the push for DVG. But they just can't get any in position.
And the Ray is just, everything's being tanked up. Orisa with the spin and the beat. That's too much help to get through. Willis goes down. The rally, not enough to stabilize. Flashman connection on a dip. Not able to get the kill. He recalls away, but he just has to run for the hills. The rest of 1D100G, no chance to fight this one out. Sidra, hopefully he can get out as well. Escape with, you know, just his tail intact. That's not much else. Nothing really to write home about here for 1D100G as Anomaly
brutal.
Up to a massive lead here. I mean, 85 meters and counting. 1D100G, you need to stabilize this match here, but EGS already has another Kitsune rush.
I mean, Willis is going to be forced to pop this Annihilation at some point. You know it's coming. You could kite it, bola shot, no value whatsoever. And King finds an opening pick here as well. Anomaly in control, Jake.
Rambolt staying alive rather for a long time, but King is just continuing to hunt and peck away at this backline. The Brig Juno don't have the durability to deal with that Tracer flank. Once he already finds one kill, he snowballs into more, and the emotes are coming out. Uh-oh, okay. Team Anomaly, they're feeling themselves.
Oh, there's somebody here.
He's still emoting, bro. Oh my god. Willis over to the Queen.
No.
I mean, YOLO. You gotta like, honestly, you only live once. You gotta bring it out here. You gotta make some changes. You're down 120 to basically 0 here. 1D100G, it's just Dip's Pulse Bomb standing between 1D100G and potential elimination from a fast cap here. Anomaly would just love to close this series out in style here. Early pressure onto Dip, runs out of skills, throws the Pulse Bomb, goes wide, no chance now. Zoro charging forward, full aggro, wants to swing with his High Noon, gets a bit of channel onto the Queen, onto the Brig. No one can come touch the cart. It's continuing to roll forward. Everyone is just hiding, waiting in the wings. They wait out the High Noon, but the map is getting out of control here. Johnny, Anomaly looking to slam the door of the series. A couple connections from Zoro would spell disaster. Crocs is still healthy, still has that Terra Surge. Bot has been stolen though, so hold on. This one's getting a little bit wild, a little bit wacky.
Oh my god. All right. Well, good luck.
I mean, Zoro's just alive. He's just a Terminator here in the flank, and Brig can't quite regroup to her teammates. She's all alone, right, getting punished and surrounded, but Crocs at the same time. Maybe it was off sync. This is turning into the dog fights we expect here on Promotion Relegation Day. Things are absolutely wild on the server. 1D100G have the tank advantage, though, and that should allow them to stabilize for the moment. They want more than stability, though. They want counter kills. They want to turn this game around, so they've got to start building momentum somehow. Anomaly wisely cut their losses, though. They have such a ridiculous advantage. They don't have to do too much to play their way out of this. I mean, if anything, that's the only way you can lose is by doing too much, by overforcing the play. As now Anomaly, Orisa is back. They're fighting in full strength.
Dude, Zoro could complete this daily Duolingo, and I still think that they win this map. It's 140 to 4. Like, come on now. Consider Rush being committed from EGS. Double support ultimate from Anomaly, actually. And Willis, your pulse.
Oh, the Brig is already down. The rally got no value. Crocs with the spin. A 3-piece for Crocs and the Orisa. And cart rolling forward. You've got to contest this cart. You've got to be able to get those overtime spawners out because the bot is going to be charging forward to finish. Not much time left. I mean, you just have a few seconds to be able to make this hold. That Suki on the Ana, maybe he's going to be able to pump some big heals from spawn. But can Queen touch? I mean, High Noon plus Orisa. I think this one is done and dusted. The nade is huge, though, onto the Cassidy, but C9 is there. Oh, no, Johnny. It had to end this way. It had to end this way. We should have seen it coming a mile away. Anomaly take the win, despite some late in the series heroics from 1D100G, forcing the continuance after a win on New Jung City. Anomaly, it's just all them in the feed. They find the answer. It's the Orisa, it's the Lucio Kiri. Rock solid performances from that, and we've got our stage 3 contenders for EMEA. It's going to be Anomaly and Team Vision earning those qualification spots. As you guys are saying, it's going to be 2 new teams, 2 fresh challengers to come to test the best teams in EMEA, the best teams in the region, to see what they can bring at this top level of Overwatch.
I just gotta say, like, I'm sad. I'm a little sad. They gave us so much. Quick Esports, they gave us so much. Frost Hill Esports, and they go out like that. I'm sad, Rich. How do you feel?
It's one of those really just kind of sad things. I mean, again, you had high hopes. We were thinking it was going to be, I would say, a little bit more competitive between the two of them, but there is a little bit of, I feel like, a lol fest up and down between this adventure. So, I mean, what a match for you two. I mean, I'm sitting in the wings just looking and being like, I'm having a good time observing this one.
It got wild and wacky in that one. Definitely neither team, I think, probably playing at their absolute best, but that's the pressure of this moment, right? With arguably more riding on this match than many others we see all season long, where this determines whether for teams have been fighting to earn their spot in the top level, whether you actually get that, or whether you got to just take a whole other lap in FACEIT Masters. And that's going to be the answer for 1D100G and Frostales. They're going to have to take another chance in FACEIT Master League, going to have to deliver another strong season to be able to compete. Because, I mean, Team Vision and Team Anomaly, think that these teams brought some heavy hitters to play, right? King and Crocs coming in for Team Anomaly, Choice A1 and Violet on Team Vision. I mean, it's FACEIT Master League is no joke. It's not going to be easy to requalify and have another round in promotion relegation, but it's just exciting to see the scene still thriving, still fresh blood making its way to the top, and some new names really impressing us here on the server today.
Yeah, getting both teams from that FACEIT Masters League tournament, that's awesome. I mean, again, of course, it's unfortunate to see two be dropped down to brought back into it, but realistically, that just right here proves that the fact that one team, but both teams have been really putting all the work in that is necessary to get them into this position to move forward in such a manner.
I gotta say as well, just like some of these players we've seen before, Zoro, King, they keep grinding. They keep grinding. They find like-minded people to play with, to compete with, to practice with. And because they stay committed, because they stay grinding, they earned themselves a slot into OWCS Stage 3. So that's your reward for sticking with the game and finding a group of people that also want to climb and compete.
And, speaking of folks continuing to grind, I think we have Zoro for an interview. Hopefully, is it ready just now? Here he is. Zoro, congrats you guys on qualifying to OWCS. I mean, this is a big moment for you guys. I guess first question is, what does this mean to your team, to have grinded through FACEIT Master League and to now be, ready to go into Stage 3 EMEA OWCS?
Well, we're excited. We had a little bit of a rough patch in FACEIT League, but we managed to get over it. And, well, for example, the win versus Vision that got us to relegation. That was a big step for us. And I mean, in my opinion, we played really well versus the Vision game, now today as well. And well, yeah, I think we proved that we're actually better than some of these top teams, I think.
So you mentioned, some of the challenges and the obstacles that you've had along this way. What does it look like with you and your team that help you kind of figure out those obstacles and how you can overcome them? Is it one specific person that really is the significant leader to that? Is it where you collectively kind of address these together? What does that look like on the back end for you and your team?
And I gotta give credit to King. King has done so much for this team. Coaching wise, he's done coaching videos that has really helped us. And honestly, that was probably all of it. King has helped us so much. It's probably because of his experience and he's just a smart player. So he's helped us get through this rough patch and help us improve and stay on our grind pretty much.
Tell me a little bit about how this team came together, because of course, you were part of Sakura Esports to start this year, then maybe a little bit disappointing in the way how that ended. So you're back now, you're qualified for OWCS Stage 3. How did this group of players kind of come together and start playing together in FACEIT?
I think it was a manager that got us all together pretty much. I think for a lot of us, it was mostly we had no other options really. So we all just kind of got rounded up together, and well, we were actually a good match for each other. And we had a Korean coach at the start as well, who really helped us to get us going. And then after that, we tried sticking to it.
Well, great to hear from you, Zoro. Congrats again. I'm excited to see what you guys are able to do in Stage 3. Of course, competing with the top dogs in the EMEA. I mean, you said it. You guys, showed that you can be competitive at that level here today, and we're just excited to see what you do with it. So thanks so much for the interview, and congrats again on the win. We can also, of course, announce that you are player of the match for this series, which shouldn't be a huge surprise. You put up some big numbers, all day today. Even in the Vision match, we were highlighting you a lot as having a really huge performance, especially on the Sojourn. A lot of clutch plays from you, so a well-deserved win. One that you guys can go celebrate and enjoy yourselves, because now you get to just hang out, watch the mid-season championship, and get ready to take on some of these top teams next stage.
Yeah, I also want to say happy birthday to King. It's his birthday today. So
oh hell
yeah. Oh nice, happy birthday.
Let's go. Happy birthday,
nice birthday present for King to get a qual into Stage 3 as well. So thank you so much, Zoro. We'll let you go for now, but appreciate it. We're excited to hear and see more from you in that upcoming stage. I know a lot of the fans watching are going to be excited to see that as well.
Thank you.
Zoro.
So that's going to be our EMEA, promotion relegation for the day. Let's take a quick look at the bracket. We can see, what went down throughout the day, how the teams got there to earn these quals. Vision and Anomaly getting it done, getting it over the line, and our two teams out of OWCS being not just relegated, but sent back to FACEIT Master League.
That's just so cool. Again, I keep emphasizing it. And again, we also get to see that there was this 3-1 scoreline from the upper match A that we didn't get to see earlier. So we got to revisit that, live through the same moment. And now we can see both of these two continuing to move forward. And they're going to be among all of these other teams that we have been consistently seeing play at such a high level. And now, you know, this is like a moment of celebration where like you acknowledge, you recognize, but then it's like now you have to look to that next level, that next time to elevate against all of these 6 others who are going to be just as competitive and if not more competitive to try and knock them out of it.
Yeah, if I'm Gen G or Peps, the 5th or 6th seed, I'm like, oh boy. Vision, now we got to think about this team. Now we got to avoid relegation this way. Like, high pressure there. I'd be pretty nervous if with Vision being promoted here and Choice of One and Violet being in the future for me.
Well, that's one region down, but there's still one to go for us. Of course, NA promotion relegation is up next, so don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it to a short break. Get ready for some big matches. We got Young and Beautiful versus Dilducks. That's going to be our opener for the day. Big games on the horizon, guys, and we'll be here to bring you all that action in just a few minutes. So grab yourself a snack, get some water, freshen up. We will be back with more.
Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lambda.
They have fought for pride, for prestige,
A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
and for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick. Zera does it again.
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Copper. He looks so good on this Winston right now.
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
And we are back, guys. It's going to be in a promotion relegation. There's a lot of exciting matches to cover, and if EMEA is any indicator, these things are gonna get crazy. That's the one expectation that I'm pretty solid on here. Joined by Rich and Johnny for all of the action. And what are your takes, guys? Dilducks versus Young and Beautiful is our opener.
What a way to start right now. I mean, again, we get a little bit of 50-50. Yeah, I mean, it's just some laughter all around because, again, Dilducks, great to see them here, young and beautiful. They've already put up quite, a bit of performance, but they find themselves now in this lower position where we get to see if whether one of our FACEIT teams gets to go first or it's going to be one of our long-standing ones to go first, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, young and beautiful, they're back now participating here in promotion relegation as well. So just to, get everyone up to speed here, while we were doing our last EMEA match, the first round was being played. We might even have a bracket. I don't know. I just made it up. Sorry, production. So we'll see, actually. But there were 2 matches that took place already in the first round. So Supernova, they beat Young and Beautiful 3-1, and they advanced to the upper bracket final. And Dreamland beat Dilducks 3-2 as well. And so Supernova and Dreamland, they're waiting in the upper bracket. And we're just going to dive into Young and Beautiful in the lowers already.
First, we got to talk about the schedule, how we got here to this point, though. We've got to
He's just so ready. He's just so ready.
We're all ready to get into the NA matches, but of course, this is the overall, the season, the stage 2, what we come to expect. Of course, everyone's looking forward to that midseason championship in Riyadh, the Esports World Cup. That's like the biggest, brightest lights. However, this is down in the trenches, man. This is the grind. How you get to that point is through promotion relegation. This is that great filter decides who's going to get their chance to go up into OWCS and try to compete with the best teams in the world. And this doesn't just start here. I mean, this is that we are really at this moment at the gap between FACEIT Master Series and the OWCS, but there's a whole layer of teams below that as well. If you want to join in, anyone's open. It's a fully open ecosystem. You grind your way through open, advanced, expert, eventually qualifying to FACEIT Master League. You win that, you're in those top 2 slots. You're going to get your shot here on a day just like today here in promotion relegation. A chance, just a chance to earn your berth into the Overwatch Champions Series.
Yeah, it's such a great opportunity. And again, I could see you, Johnny, you just ready. It's like, you were talking about like bar brawl and everything else. You're just like, yeah, let me just I'm going to take my jacket off. We're going to enter too. We just want to hop right in. So
it is wrestling. Like, it's just, it's crazy. Yeah. By the way, if you're an expert right now, if you're an FACEIT expert, you're 2 seasons away from being in OWCS. That's like half a year. So like, just stay committed. Stay grinding.
All right, guys. So let's take a look at the regular season NA standings, see, how we got the teams here. First of all, the top 6, how strong they were, but then Supernova, Dilducks, 2 of the teams that are going to be competing today to decide if they have another chance here in promotion relegation. Dilducks, a bit of a meme team, but they've shown that sometimes in these chaotic scenarios, like this is the promotion relegation is where Dilducks thrives. This team was built to dominate promotion relegation. This is their moment. I'm not even capping. I don't want to go against Dilducks on a day like today.
Oh man, yeah, I really can't wait to see what they brought here in store. I think for Supernova as well, this is kind of like a moment they've been kind of like dreading, because I think they actually like have higher aspirations than being back in promotion relegation. Tough start of the year for them. Didn't make it to stage 1, had to qualify through promotion relegation, and now it was like a bit of a messy stage 2. Every time Supernova comes up, I just gotta bite the bullet. Like, I was in on this team. I thought this team would pop off and be a middle of the pack team in stage 2 North America. They couldn't get it going, and now they find themselves back here in promotion relegation. So I'm still holding on hope, though. I'm still holding on hope. Supernova, they already won 1 match today. They're now 1 match away from being back in OWCS Stage 3, but you never know in promotion relegation. You never know.
Look, NA is a scary place to be, and I mean, in promotion relegation, looks like our upper final is going to be Supernova versus Dreamland. Dill Ducks, though, played them very close off podcast Dreamland. And so, you know, proving that scrappiness now, the lower final is going to be Young and Beautiful versus Dill Ducks. A lot to play for in these series, a lot of intense competition. I think you guys are probably right to say Supernova are the favorites here, but Dreamland have been a team that have impressed us for quite a while. I mean, and they took that blow of being forced back into FACEIT Master League and having to earn their slot again. And so they would love to be able to lock that one up right here, right now, and put to rest some of the fears of a rematch against Dill Ducks with a 3-2 scoreline. That's a scary spot. That's a scary opponent to be facing with all of this, you know, basically your whole season on the line, whether all your work through FACEIT Master League was enough to qualify you. But of course, if you too want to join the players here competing on broadcast today, you've got to sign up for FACEIT Season 6. That's available right now. You go to faceit.com/OWCS. You could sign up. If you're able to rise through the ranks and reach the top of FACEIT Master League, you too could have a chance here to make it into the Overwatch Champions Series, fully open for anyone to grind their way through the levels of competition. So it's a really exciting moment for Overwatch Esports, and we're seeing a lot of these, you know, fresh new faces come out and really impress us. And speaking of seeing the fresh faces come out, we're going to be ready to jump into match one very shortly. It's going to be Young and Beautiful taking on Dill Ducks. We're going to take a quick look though at their rosters before we jump into the action.
Yeah, I mean, we can even just talk a little bit too, just briefly here before getting into it, where when we talk about Young and Beautiful, when they were going through their matches recently to get them into this position, I mean, their grand finals was unreal. It was a 7-map banger. And when we take a look at the roster just in general and what they actually bring to the table in this, again, you focus on names like Alex and Juice, where, again, on this DPS lineup, they've been able to perform at such a high level. And the synergy that I will have to say between Icy and Neptune are really, really good. Like, they are so understanding of how to be able to give the proper amount of support and necessity to this squad to be able to overturn situations where I think can be very dire or really complicated when they get into that type of chaos. And with this going such a lengthy distance, I wouldn't be surprised that I think this first match again between Dill Ducks and Young and Beautiful is going to be a really good one.
You'd be at a winning better if you were betting for scrappy, chaotic matches overall today. I think that's a very safe bet. With Dill Ducks on the server, it's virtually a guarantee. It's virtually a guarantee, guys. We know things are going to get wild.
Oh, yeah. And, well, this is a bit of a change up here as well in the damage roll. If this is right as well, we'll have to see. Because I would expect, you know, Razor, Victory to be maybe the damage players in this one, PDK. You never know. Dill Ducks, you know, they brought in like 8 members to this one. They're just gonna it's gonna be chaos all over the place. Obviously, they found success in Stage 1 promotion relegation, and I think it was a big surprise to us then, Jake. They knocked out Shikigami, which is like this revered organization in North America, just like ever present throughout contenders and OWCS last year. And you're just like, what is with these Dill Ducks guys? Like, they're crazy. And then they come into the Stage 2 and like build this whole brand, and it's just like an amazing experience. So I think you're right, Jake. Heading into today, this is the home of Dill Ducks. I just love the promotion relegation. This is where they belong. This is where they are at their peak.
They're the gatekeepers, Johnny. But to stay the gatekeepers, they've got to qualify one more time to OWCS, or, you know, take another road through FACEIT Master League to decide which one of these teams has another shot at earning their qualification spot and who is going to be going home and headed back down to FACEIT Master League. We've got to get into the match to decide all of that. It's going to be Rich and Johnny casting this one. So guys, take it away.
I can't wait.
Farewell for the moment, Jake. We appreciate that. We're getting... I think Jake may be a little bit jealous that we get to actually go into the Dill Ducks matchup. You know, I feel like any of us really just want to take this one just because, again, the memes, the fun aspect of it. But realistically, I think it's going to be one of those ones, like I said, where when we take a look at this again, the corrected Dill Ducks roster, I know that you were making a comment to it, so we do have that accurately going into this now. So all of those that are viewing at home, to make sure that this is correct, we've got it here for you. And again, looking forward to it. PDK and Razor are the ones I'm really kind of looking at as well, just like I had mentioned on the opposing side for Young and Beautiful, Alex and Juice, the impact that they'll have and what this first map is going to have for us.
Yeah, these 5 guys turning up at the gym, you're just like, oh no. Like, oh shoot, this is gonna be a tough one.
It's a duck day
right here.
It's a duck day. That's what's yeah. It's just
this is my El Clasico right here. Like this is the matchup I'm looking forward to. Like this is when it's an absolute peak for me. Barring the Champions Clash and World Finals and like all that. This is where I feel at home. This is in the lower bracket semifinal of the promotion relegation tournament, and we're about to load into map 1, Lijiang Tower.
Yes, Lijiang Tower with Young and Beautiful banning out the Baptiste, and then on the opposing side from Dildux, it is going to be removing the Symmetra. This has been, a pretty frequent or at least consistent one where on this map of control, you're getting rid of that Symmetra, not wanting to really have it because it has been favorable and feeling very comfortable, and even just being able to see how useful it can be, because you and Jake were commenting ever so slightly about how the Symmetra kind of plays a role into it and the advantages that it can bring here. We've not really seen it as much, but it might be one of those things where just specifically for the control map, you want to try and deny that, because the maneuverability across this really small place for a control can be really devastating if you know how to coordinate as a group.
Yeah, it's just one of those heroes like you don't want to have to worry about. Just like, because like if there's a Symmetra on the field, it's I think Shockwave said in one of the interviews in Stage 2, just like it's not like it just changes how Overwatch is played. Like it's not the same game anymore. It's just you're playing 4D Overwatch at that point, and if you don't want to deal with that, just throw out the Symmetra ban, and Dildux do just that. So we're heading into control center, and we'll see two pretty brawl-focused compositions here. No Mei in the mix, so we'll see some poke to start here with 2 Sojourns actually. Let's see how if any of these Sojourn players can open things up here for either team.
And Young and Beautiful taking that high ground position. Javelin gets a nice early lead in damage. Neptune in the back looking to regroup and give some movement here. What a recall that happens in time just to get out of that initial damage that's up front.
No.
But Juice finds the follow-up regardless. Juice was hyper-fixated onto Razor and then continues to do so, but Red X says, all right, you got my buddy, I'm going to come after you myself, as Dildux are in the numbers advantage right now. Even though it has been Young and Beautiful taking the initial point, it's going to cycle back to where Dildux take the advantage and can be able to gain some percentage of their own here.
You can never count out the Ducks. You can never count them out. They're down land, they'll come
Flying
back.
V, right?
Flying V.
Yeah.
I don't know. The 4-man Flying V, I think it's less dramatic, but it still works a treat. And they find a way to get onto the board here. Juice, though, open things up there nicely with a pick onto Razor. See if they can do the same here.
Oh, very aggressive forward positioning by Razor, drawing attention away. But Young and Beautiful able to take this back over. Ultimate's about to be online here. Alex really the one that kind of leads the pack for Young and Beautiful to see if that pulse bomb can get an early pickup onto the opponent. Baz also needs to be extremely careful. I see that health value continuing to dwindle as Alex takes this roundabout position and gets clocked by BDK. That rail shot was charged and primed to get the elimination to force back Dildux, where they are not again at this full. So now pushing in, Javelin on to that Ramatra, no longer able to have design on the field, and it's just going to be pretty scrappy out the gate once again. I'm feeling if this is indicative of how it goes, I'm liking it.
Yeah, I mean, Dildux, it felt like they've been relatively in control here, finding a couple picks here and there, but still, Young and Beautiful, they have the point cap. So, Young and Beautiful, they're sitting pretty, 50% and counting. They got 5 ultimates. Oh, we've got 10 ultimate fight here. Oh my goodness. Rich Rad, buckle in, buddy.
Ooh, boy, I'm ready for some fireworks. I know the 4th is over, but, we still get to have some here as you lead in with the Kitsune Rush, followed by Red X now on the sound barrier. Protective shielding across the board as streams cross from Icy as well. Health values dwindling. The pulse bump tossed in, but the overclock comes raining fire on the back line with no one yet really falling to it, but the rest of Dildux are actually able to hold on to 2 ultimate, both Razor and Baz, and are pushing all the way back to the spawn.
Yeah, Dildux look really comfortable right now. Only committed to 3 ultimates as well. Alex gonna go for a couple of shots around the Windmaker. Can't quite find anything. But Dildux, they lived through that with 7 ultimates being committed that entire fight. Still have the pulse bomb. Still have the Terror Surge here as well. If I'm Dildux, I'm pretty comfortable here. Yeah, it's on you. It's on you, Ramatra, to put the Annihilation. Try to get some value of this. We're pretty happy to disengage if need be.
Pass design with the Annihilation being held off, now being locked into the corner. Annihilation at this point, since the fight's already started to ensue. The pull Gonna have to use that defense for now as the Annihilation procs. Low health value gets really dangerous. Young and Beautiful actually come in with a nice whirlwind to take it away from Dildux.
Yeah, actually kind of like pushed in the sign with that Annihilation to guarantee the Annihilation value. So, you know, you take those if you're the Ramatra. Dildux at 98% here though, and they got a Kitsune Rush. They're coming up on, got a slight is a window. It's almost gone now. Well, there's no window anymore. I lied. They will be able to drop this Kitsune Rush maybe to secure their on there. Razor been relatively quiet here on the Tracer. Has a pull spawn, but with Zeus on the field, so hard to get value.
Oh no!
Juice.
Yep, it literally juiced up with those rail shots that constantly are charged. And again, you unfortunately see the elimination come through where Juice no longer can use the overclock. Gets picked up quickly. So Dildux at this point need to try and reconvene back to this corner position to maybe try and regroup. But unfortunately, Alex is there on the stairway and gets a crossfire onto the tank.
Juice still has the overclock here as well. Young and Beautiful in a great position here.
Quick double dash onto the point. Overclock is active, firing down the center position with a great sound barrier to hold on with some extra fortification. But as they're airborne, they're picked up quickly. Young and Beautiful acknowledges the weakness because the sound barrier was used so early to hold on through the overclock. Those rail shots and assistance coming in from Icy are so important and allow them to get this first round of control.
Yeah, that round for me is all Juice. Like, you open up 3 fights with railguns, that is just a difference maker, really. I mean, that just gives such a big advantage for Young and Beautiful. You're able to take so many fights, 5 versus 4, 12 and 4. I mean, that just tells the story. Just look at these stats, like Dildux. You know, so many of their members combined for big eliminations, but at the end of the day, it's Young and Beautiful going up 1-0 on Lijiang Tower.
As we head into our next sub-map, we'll see if there's anything adjustment-wise that Dildux wants to bring into this. I mean, again, realistically, you did kind of make a big point of where Razor on the Tracer hasn't really been as monumental. I would say that Alex may not be like a, oh my gosh, coveted Tracer, but the correlation of Razor and working alongside PDK or like potentially against Juice has been much more formidable. So we'll see if Alex and Juice can continue to play this dominant role over PDK and Razor.
Yeah, Neptune right now helping out Alex, but got caught actually by PDK. PDK, okay.
You know, I was making a comment about how I need to see PDK and Razor kind of elevate it. Well, those first couple of shots out the gate, and the fact that it was, what, 20 seconds to hear that bell of saying team kill, that was very, very lightning fast.
Wow. Maybe you should do the caller. That was impressive. You just like called it.
Every now and again, I feel okay about doing that, but more often than not, it doesn't land.
PDK locked in when he heard the cast. He was just like, all right, I need to find a couple of picks, and did just that, combined with Dildux. So off to an early lead here. This has been a story of Sojourns so far, opening up these fights. I say this time. Oh my goodness gracious.
What a flick. He just instantly swivels 180 on that dash and again takes the numbers advantage for the moment. But Juice says, all right, if you're going to be focusing on the back line and my harassing Tracer, I'm going to now look to try and focus down Baz on that tank line.
No Ramatra available here though for Baz. So it's quite an easy cap for Young and Beautiful. Big pick from Juice there to just allow Young and Beautiful that opportunity to begin with. And another pick. What is happening?
Yeah, this is all anchoring on the Sojourn play between both of these. I would say that Juice is starting to elevate a little bit more, but PDK, if this can continue finding that pickups, denying Alex, it'll be in a good spot for them to be able to retake this.
PDK.
Maybe. Oh, another one! Oh, no, you didn't! Salt in the wound! Wrapped with barbed wire at this point with an overclock now available leading into this. Gets another onto Neptune. Send him up there. Holy Christmas.
What are they? They're just destroying. They're just pulling off.
Yeah, both of them are just literally saying in the lobby, guys, just get in my sight lines. I'm going to have some fun with it. Dildux now looking to hopefully turn this back around. Baz had to force out the Annihilation, which, again, really didn't change the outcome here as Young and Beautiful is still gaining percentage.
PDKs here, overclock, locked and ready. Both sound barriers come out from either team here, but Young and Beautiful, they're just building percentages. They're quite happy with the outcome of this scenario. Neptune finds a pick onto Redix here, and it looks like Young and Beautiful are even gonna close out this fight as well. Dildox, despite finding the picks, with a double pulse, just what I thought was over, they bring it back.
Yeah, finally we get to see Razor start to come to the surface as it's been so much talk about the Sojourn play. Razor now gets a 3-piece in total to strip this away as we get that replay.
Wow.
Let's take a closer look at it. It's because I think Icy also swift stepped over to it and then also was clipped by it.
I mean, you just gotta be kidding me. That was a massive pulse bomb from Razor. It allows Dildox to stay alive in this map now. They still have a Kitsune Rush to go here, so a great win condition. Oh, but Icy finds a huge pick on the Frothy.
And now Juice gonna now jump into the back, has the overclock, gets one, can't quite find the other as they're bobbing and weaving around the health pack, but still eventually goes down, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And Young and Beautiful switch it right back over with only one last fight available to Dildox.
One last fight indeed, and this Kitsune Rush should be an amazing win condition here. It's gonna get a bit dropped from Frothy Philly. Bass looking for targets. The sign is just not gonna have the staying power onto this point, so this should be Dildox getting the cap here.
Oh! There was the vortex that was just over the edge, so any hope of surviving the second he stepped off just instantly vanished in front of our eyes.
They're gonna recontest. We're just resetting. Just reset. reset. We got a Kitsune Rush
Fastest
coming our way.
reset ever. Fastest reset ever.
That was a quick reset indeed.
As there's 15% now to go, looking to lead back into this. Baz with the Annihilation, attempting to try and just get some chip damage on to Design for the moment. Rotating back. Vortex is present with the Kitsune Rush crossing this control point. Damage being still pummeled from Icy, rounding the outer side with the Annihilation from Baz, chasing Sniper away. Gets the pick, and there's some great follow-up by Razor, but there is still too much contention as Baz goes down. The trades continue. The sound barrier is there. Redx giving coverage for Razor to do the job. Pulse bomb available, and now it's all on to Alex to try and keep this into the overtime. Juice swapping onto the Sombra to get there fast enough, but unfortunately comes way too late, and it is a 1-to-1 sub-map score.
Yeah, and Razor is finally coming alive onto this Razor as well. Amazing round from Razor, and Dildox are going to tie things up here on Lijiang Tower. Heading to a third bound, it's going to be Garden. And this has truly been a back and forth. This is what promotion relegation is all about. This is why I'm amped up. This is going to be a beautiful series.
I think, if anything, you're more excited for what I'm just taking from this experience about this singular day than even, like, the world event, where everybody comes together. You're like, nah, right here. This is where I put my little fold-out chair, and I just sit and watch.
Right here. I mean, how could you not love it? It's just Sojourns popping off, back and forth, pulse bombs. Like, it's just absolute mania.
Oh, but we're gonna now see a swap up here from the
Sojourn
DPS.
Farah.
Alex gonna come onto the Farah with
not?
rockets raining.
I love it.
Let's see now if there's going to be any potential rockets that'll dislodge anyone from that bridge. Everyone focusing to the outside of that pagoda. There's one, seeing if the elimination comes through. It's going to be just shy, but there needs to be somebody handling this Farah or trying to take the ground game, and Baz was able to do so, getting rid of Juicy. Even though the Farah is still getting a lot of value of putting damage, there's no real direct rockets or anything that they have to focus onto it and take just complete control of the point and the ground game.
Yeah, you land some of those big rockets and you hit some big damage, but it's so hard to capitalize on that damage. Razor, meanwhile, on the Tracer, kind of free farms with purposeful damage. It's like, okay, we're gonna focus down this target. The Tracer damage is so reliable. Meanwhile, Alex just trying to fire these rockets, set up Juice to maybe land some railguns, but you're just looking at this POV and you're just like, okay, well, how are you helping us winning these fights? You're not really. Like, you're landing a few rockets here and there, but Dildox are way more comfortable when it comes to the actual front line and helping each other out, finalizing kills.
And there's going to be this recognition. Alex is knowing that at this point they're taking such a quick engagement down below that really there's not enough impact. And like you said, the execution value or the elimination value isn't there. It's just damage, but no follow through. So now with this Tracer back here from Alex, that can start to try and harass the back line. Great Vortex for the moment, slowing Red X. So finally getting close enough that the wall ride and that movement wasn't as effective to escape. Pulse Bomb on the inner wall manages to get them in the explosion radius, so Design is no longer here, and basically you've got Young and Beautiful behind the 8 ball having to recover from a decision with the Pharah that's not paying off dividends.
Yeah, see if they can close this point out here. I mean, they're all the members are here. They just gotta find the frags, and Bass is actually going to pop the Annihilation, and they're forced to retreat. Soundbarrier comes in.
Re-engagement. Sound Barrier gives the coverage so they can come back tenfold. Icy also has that Kitsune Rush to boost forward, but Dildux still getting what eliminations that they can. And Design is now going to do Annihilation, and that was Red X getting picked up, and there was no Sound Barrier to really help through that.
Yeah, that was an expensive fight from both sides there. And now Young and Beautiful, they're in this tough position. They gotta commit big ultimates. They can't afford to lose a single fight. Alex, you almost feel like had to come up clutch with this Pulse Bomb, but like you're up against a Kiriko with a Suzu. Like, so hard to get value from this one. How do Young and Beautiful give themselves an opportunity to win here? Icy provides the answer.
Oh goodness, that's going to be so important to get these picks like this. And again, with how PDK started to play in Night Market, carrying into this one is so critical. Just extremely low, by the way, for both of the Tracers, having to force a recall to get back into it and waiting to see who they can unleash this Pulse Bomb onto. Still hyper-focusing damage onto White Room as it fists blazing from both Ramatras, but not able to hold on with all the damage shot from Juicy and the assistance from Design in that front line.
Yeah, I almost feel like if you're Dildux, you wouldn't want to wait for that Kitsune Rush to be built and use that as your engage condition. But because Bass stepped up, took so much damage, you don't even have the Kitsune Rush online, and now you've given Young and Beautiful this opportunity to build their ultimates back.
Kitsune now
window
across inner circle. Have some very aggressive movement forward, and the damage from Frothy not really landing onto the targets that would have been liked. Alex comes now in from the window, goes for the recall and says, I'm going to take a step back, but being chased down. Sound Barrier about to come online, as well as the Kitsune Rush for Young and Beautiful. If they can get that and buy a few more seconds, they could re-enter, but there's 2 eliminations that come out before they can get it online. Icy is unavailable. The Annihilation is denied, and that's going to be Dildux in a prime position to take this first map and set the stage to show that they are still a team to be reckoned with.
Oh, it's just a devastating loss because, like I said, they were so close to building those ultimates. I mean, they were 70%, but then that Kitsune Rush, that timing was perfect from Dildux there. Young and Beautiful essentially lost the map with double support ultimate available. They were that close. They just built them in time. The problem was they were dead. By the time they had ultimates, they were dead. If they just got them slightly earlier, they would have had a great opportunity to close things out, but Dildux just escaped with the most perfect of timings.
Yep, the smallest of margin makes the biggest difference, and right now you can at least see that there is 1 point on the board right now as we take a look at some of the highlights from this, where, you know, across each of them there were the respective benefits and the way that each team played, allowing them to get that point. And things, again, in this start for the first round, very heavily favored in Juice and Alex and what they were bringing to the table. Second one, mind you, we had out the gate PDK saying, all right, I now have to step up. So I think this consistent back and forth is going to be throughout the entire series.
Yeah, absolutely. The damage players stepped up here in our very first map, made plays either side, and that is of course a great sign. Both teams feeling real comfortable here. You know, I'm quite curious, you know, where we go ban-wise here, because I think both teams, they were kind of satisfied the way things were going. Have to see what the next map is as well.
Yeah, and also with the bans, we kind of always waver away from Control, and with realistically what we've been seeing, I want to see more Alice. I know that we've already got to see it twice, so yeah, you and I are just ready to go for it. As we can take a look at some of the stats here, there was a lot of healing that was coming through again. 5K more superseding Young and Beautiful just because of everything that was being contributed into this. And again, you see the healing because when you talked about it, how the Pharah is just consistently applying area of effect damage, it's going to force that consistency of now having to heal through it, but the eliminations don't directly translate to the amount of damage / healing that correlates to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we even saw the scoreboard after the first round. Like Young and Beautiful, they didn't have the same level of eliminations and some of the bigger stats, but they were let's call it, they were effective. They were effective with the kills they got, and that was enough to win a round there as well. So you don't need the best stats. You just need to find the most important frags, and you're able to close out a map like that. But Dildox, they clawed themselves back. Round 2, round 3, they looked a lot better and really came online. So the first map of hopefully 5. There we go.
We can see it. You know, we've not been able to get to that map 5 thus far, but we can take a look now again at the map pool, in which this is going to be Young and Beautiful's pick. So since Control is out of the mix for right now, I'm, realistically not quite sure what they would want to lean into, because historically when they were playing against Dreamland in that grand finals or just their other opponents, it has really gone the distance. So they eventually get to such a variety here. So it's just going to be a conversation that they want to have to see, is there really something they feel more formidable against Dilducks, and how they can counteract it against the way that they've been playing, in addition to the bans that might be beneficial and more advantageous for them to take this next one.
Right. I mean, do you even go to, something like a pretty default map like Esperanza, for example? Like, do you just want to continue kind of like what you're doing, right? There's so many directions you can go these days, because these map pools, they're so versatile. Could go to something like a Circuit Real and like really force that if you'd like to. Obviously would slow things down quite a bit. But if you want to play Brawl and just like go to New Junk City as well, you can do that. So lots of different options here for Young and Beautiful. Well, let's see what their preference is, and kind of see how the story develops throughout this game as well. Because you look at that first map, and like I said, like both teams, they're playing roughly the same stuff, and both damage players are popping off. Now here's an opportunity to kind of like alter and change your game plan based on what you saw in map 1, right? So the information that they received, what do you do with that? How are you going to set yourself up for success?
Yeah, and it widens the spectrum for opportunities. I'm just so like hyper fixated on the bans, because that's, I think, one of the interesting things is, even when we talk about Young and Beautiful, they've been pretty consistent. Juice has more often than not really stuck onto the Sojourn, really stuck onto the Freya. There is some usage from Young and Beautiful. Alex really has leaned into some of the Symmetra, which is maybe in the reason why Dilducks already have that intel of wanting to get rid of the Symmetra, to not let that be an advantage against them, because Alex can play it quite well with the way that the coordination is from the team, and why I think they did and went so far into that grand finals against Dreamland, because the Symmetra was really crazy to have again.
Yeah, I mean, that could just be a huge factor in this series as well. We're gonna go to Circuit Real actually. Okay. So it's going to be a bit of an interesting maps here, and see like how they kind of like play this one out, because I feel like historically we've really seen more and more teams just bringing out the double flex support lineup here as well. Like, can you play the BAP? Can you play the Alari? We've even seen some defenses, I believe by GK, they play the Ana, and so you can go a lot of different directions in this one. If you really want to do that, then surely just for safety reasons you ban something like a Lucio, like a Kiriko, right? To just like try to stave off the dive as well, the fast tempo, if you do want to commit to something like that. So we'll kind of have to see what they are cooking here.
Yeah, I actually do believe we were getting confirmation, and here it is that we can present it. Young and Beautiful going to remove the Ramatra, whereas Dilducks are going to get rid of the Freya. And again, I mentioned just before going into it where, typically when it comes to Young and Beautiful, Juice is very, very good on the Sojourn, very good on the Freya. Getting rid of that targeted ban that might be very comfortable on this map for Circuit Royal, I think is something they understand is potentially a strong power play from Young and Beautiful.
Yeah, 100%. Freya. This is one of them, one of the go-to maps for that hero, of course. So maybe you're saying that like we don't want to risk, these very like quick deaths, really, because like you don't have a lot of time to just like prepare for a bola shot or aimed shots coming in, and then all of a sudden you're dead, right? So stepping away from that hero entirely. The Ramatra ban, I suppose it's kind of interesting, you know, maybe a bit of a protect ban as well, if you really want to consider something like that. There's no, like, with these two bans, there's nothing that, like, you know, is taken out of the mix. Like, everything is still pretty much on the board here, if you wanted to. Like, lots of different supports to be played. Still, you know, you can, you know, force these brawls if you'd like to. So maybe this is the way we're going with this series, where both teams are just going to leave things open and just kind of like play their comfort here. No need to force anything.
Yeah, just kind of shake a hand, say, all right, you know, map 1 went the way it did, and we're going to come to this one and say, all right, let's just kind of go square up, see who's got the better outcome, despite it not being a more so vital pick that we typically see in the competition, as we now have Dildux on the defensive side first, so we get a little bit of intel, as it's going to be Razor with the Mei. And again, I like seeing this because of what value we've at least been able to see Mei brings to the table in both of the series that we had earlier, well, 3 of them, from, you know, the EMEA side of it.
Yeah, on this map especially, you know, Mei has been a go-to for so many teams in the past. I mean, it does kind of help as well that you get rid of the Freya, who, you know, is one of those heroes that could have a relatively easy time, you know, in the air, finding some of these shots onto the Mei. Gives some more credence to some of these more ground compositions and gives an easier time for Razor to find value with this pick onto the defense. Let's see how Young and Beautiful navigate around this.
Quickly getting some intel with the Hanzo first, and then Juice going back to the tried and true on that Sojourn, with Alex sticking with the Symmetra, like I had mentioned, playing it quite often and seeing how that's going to work going through this Circuit Royal.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Obviously, a lot of damage to be had there if you get in range of something like your Orisa. You know, maybe you can create a bit of an off angle for Juice as well. Escape some of these Mei walls as well, you know, even if you could. A lot of options on the table here for Young and Beautiful and how they approach this. Here's a teleporting.
Ooh, that was a very quick response, yeah. Able to just see if it could maybe draw their attention away, but the rest of the team from Dildux has to just fall back, especially since PDK is gone. And now with the Orisa down, this is going to spell disaster and be a blitz of a take on this initial checkpoint.
Yeah, there's a ton of damage here, really, with the Symmetra and the Sojourn. If you're Dildux, you really gotta be careful. Baz swaps over to the Reinhardt, and he rolls out with it. Goodness gracious.
Feel like we had a little bit of this conversation for EMEA for some of our FACEIT groups, but I guess Dildux being those attempting to try and hold their position in Overwatch Championship Series for the next stage, they want to bring the Reinhardt defensively, and I mean, it's forced back. Yeah, you never know. Ryan and Orisa, here we go. We'll see how that plays out. A couple of decent fire strikes through that narrow area. The TP quickly to actually take the high ground, and now starts getting damage behind the Reinhardt shield, forcing them to reposition and adjust. And I think at this point, that's a great early pick from Razor onto Juice, so you don't have that consistent flow of damage, but Design needing to be very careful since you're separated from the team. It's going to rely so much on the healing from Ice Sniper to keep them going, but there's just Razor right there to toss those icicles into that cow.
That was actually a huge map flip as well, because you have the payload, of course. So you're like, okay, we're gonna pretend to be attackers. Nice amplification matrix. And they feel really comfortable just sitting onto that card. Finds a nice opening pick onto Juice here as well. All right, so you're on a fight with the Reinhardt. You know, that deserves like an award of something, a certificate, diploma.
Well, then things look a little bit more dire as it gets a little bit separated and the Reinhardt's all alone. But yes, we have to commend.
Guys, I'm staying.
Yep. I mean, 14% away, you got to get a shatter. For all those Ryan mains that are in the chat right now, feeling pretty excited about it.
Yeah,
4 minutes now.
They still have the Blizzard here, so a good opportunity to re-engage here. A lot of ultimates on the board here, Rich.
Now, Baz going to be their shield, pressing out. Everyone again from Young and Beautiful. This ebb and flow running back. Wall is there to help deny some of the sites as you have the shield regenerated from Baz with the Earth Shatter available. Redix gets it. Big shatter! And the Suzu isn't there to actually get them back up out of it. And we now have seen it. Reinhardt not only on the field, but a shatter that works, and every bit of Baz knows it's worked out beautifully. Even has a quest marker to say who wants to take up on this next adventure.
I can't believe it. we're so lucky.
Promotion and relegation.
Amazing.
Promotion and relegation.
Amazing. They win that fight with just an Earth Shatter and a sound barrier. I know there's still 3 minutes on the board here, but you got an overclock, you got a blizzard. Dildox with a lot of great tools at their disposal here.
Ant Matrix was right there onto design, had to just bail out, isn't going to stay in it, so this will buy a few more seconds worth of time. Can't quite actually find anybody up on that high ground, just hugging behind that pagoda. And now, moving forward, gets that pull. Terra Surge is instantly mitigated by that Immortality field with Icy with the Kitsune Rush crossing over the payload towards this final checkpoint, seeing if that's going to be enough for Young and Beautiful on the attack to convert and make this a worthwhile. But PDK gets that overclock shot and is able to dominate here, dropping below with a second rail. Some trades, but it's still lighting up blue.
Yeah, and I believe that Blizzard from Razer actually got decent value because Young and Beautiful, they were looking to engage on the back of that Terra Surge, but just planting the Blizzard in the middle of the road, it kind of like stopped Young and Beautiful in their tracks, and that just bought enough time for Dildox to gain some momentum in the fight. PDK pops the overclock, and you hold on for another fight. Quite expensive fight here, but you're coming up on another Earth Shatter. Did it once. Can you do it again, Baz?
I think we all have faith. But again,
sold.
those who say fool us once, shame on you. Fool us twice, shame on me. And now with a minute and 30 to push up here, you do see that there is a very careful entry rotating around this corner, not wanting to leave yourself vulnerable since that shatter is about online. And Matrix again get a throttle forward. PDK takes out Juice, which is already a massive advantage. Fire Strike clips down below. Fire! Oh my goodness, the shatter gets 2. The Fortify was active. It might have been enough to body, but it doesn't matter. Razor comes in with a 3-piece to capitalize on the 2 that were on their backs. And yes, it is now 2 shatters that still gain value.
Young and Beautiful, they're kind of questioning this. I was like, what do we do? They're playing Reinhardt. We can't deal with this. They're hard committed to this Sojourn and the Symmetra, and it just hasn't worked out for them. Now though, 5 ultimates, 50 seconds to go. This needs to be Young and Beautiful getting ultimate value.
Juice just shot after shot into that shield to hopefully break it down so there's no more defense. The photon barrier comes in from Alex to try and rotate and give a little bit of separation from PDK. A nice pull down below, and it gets 3 pulled into it. Baz was low enough that there is a quick execution from Neptune, a massive coordinated assault that gives them just enough space with a team kill and will enter into the final home stretch.
Yeah, 15 seconds. No opportunity for Dildox to really re-engage here, just too far away. But still though, if you're Dildox, a massive win. Being able to trickle down so much time on that second point after a pretty awful first point hold. Minute 30 to go here. Bass is over onto the Orisa, so Dildox with a pretty good opportunity to make a grand stand here on third.
We'll see how this movement occurs. Blizzard ready. Oh, Javelin got real dicey there for a moment, almost getting thrown off the edge. But PDK with the overclock onto Juicy, takes down the counterpart, is locked into a duel alongside Design, but Baz saying, I'm still gonna be just as valuable on at this point, and will be able to really change the trajectory here. Great job by Dildox defensively to hold this spawn area.
Yeah, now Alex needs to drop a great teleporter for his team here. Razer obviously very comfortable with the May wall and the Blizzard in hand as well. This teleporter needs to put Young and Beautiful in a position here. Let's see, they're kind of under a lot of pressure with this window being deployed.
And very patient plays, 35 seconds. Last opportunity to get a good engagement here. TP up towards the stairway, gets a little denied by the wall. Everyone's camera right in the face of it, and attempted to actually get locked in with the Blizzard, but was able to get the TP out so that they weren't sitting ducks in it.
That's huge. That's huge, getting the Blizzard out.
Now, looking to move in. Wall is there. A little bit of a difficult sightline. 2 can't quite go through, but breaks one of the pillars, so you do have the sightline for Icy in the back to try and press forward. But no, it is not going to be enough healing for Alex to stay alive as Frothy gets that extra damage onto the Symmetra. No more TPs. They're falling to the wayside. Young and Beautiful cannot make any more progress and will be denied completion in this round 1.
That's a fantastic hold from Dildox, considering the circumstances in the way they lost that very first point. And now very winnable for them to go up 2-0 in this series. gotta feel like PDK really stood out on that Sojourn as well. You know, back on Lijiang Tower, you know, it felt like the Sojourns, they were kind of like going head to head, but this was all Bass in the Sojourn matchup.
Yep, and it's been so significant to just see the amount of damage that's coming in from PDK to try and turn it back around. Same thing when it comes, I mean, when we look at it here, you can see that Design is also being one to put a lot into this from like the tanking side of things. It's just these javelins are landing, the pressure is there, you're finding some decent engagement and really landing those shots to give that extra kind of offset in damage necessary, since it is more Alex and Juice kind of falling a little bit behind in comparison to the DPS from Dildux.
Yeah, a bit of a struggle there for Young and Beautiful in that offense. I mean, there were a couple of opportunities, but the fact that Bass was able to secure some kind of value with the Earthshatter in 2 fights, you know, that's going to help Dildux when it comes to some of their ultimates, their other ultimates. Like, they don't have to commit as expensive each and single time to win some of these fights, right? PDK clutching up with the overclock. It was very efficient from Dildux, and so Young and Beautiful, they struggled. They struggle on that offense, but, you know, backs against the wall here, Rich. This is the lower bracket. If you're Young and Beautiful, if you want to play in OWCS Stage 3, you gotta come online.
It's do or die. Everything counts. The rail shot already generated. Nobody really in the sight lines to feel confident on. With Dildux playing very close towards that stairway to get the high ground position, so PDK can also get a very, very far forward angle to hopefully find some shots. Bodied for the moment, but the disruptor shot will block a few of those shots. This gets a little dicey here for Juice in the back, but is able to get topped up both by Icy and Neptune. While Icy has to now be just as cognizant since their health value is low. The main wall blocks a lot of the sight line around that corner. It's nice Suzu already, but since that has been expended, you are now vulnerable, and PDK recognizes it, seeing that they are too far forward and there is no way to top up onto it, will be able to overwhelm alongside Razor.
Yeah, I think Alex kind of messed up his May wall there, and Dildux capitalized with all that damage pouring into the sign on the Orisa. And that's going to be a relatively quick cap here by Dildux. Already have the amplification matrix built up here, and you know, there's some snowball potential here. If we could find the pick early, that would be devastating for Young and Beautiful.
No pun intended as being on the POV of Razor, who's on a May. But yes, snowball indeed, as you do have Baz rotate around the UE, looks for that wall, gets the Blizzard tossed out. Nice evasion. It's actually going to be Design jumping out of the way and using the Terror Surge of their own in the back position with that Immortality field, not giving Fortification to survive against it. So Design, because he played way too far forward, it actually benefited to elude that Blizzard and looks to try and turn this back around and deny Dildux from taking any more space.
Yeah, and it was great patience as well from Design, recognizing the Immortality field was up. And it was almost a gamble from Dildux, recognizing they couldn't walk out of the Terror Surge. But patiently, Young and Beautiful, they took down the Immortality field and then allowed Design to drop the Terror Surge. Easy 2K, that set them up for success. And now, you know, it's going to be a tough fight. Dildux, they're sitting on 4 ultimates. They're sitting pretty here. They have a lot of options here. Can Juice maybe come online here and bring it in this Sojourn battle?
Not only a lot of options, but a lot of time. 4 minutes to really work through. What a shot between the columns and the amplification matrix. Neptune absolutely sent packing, and now the overclock still available. Could look to use this to try and swing in through the doorway to enter into the hotel, but going to buy as much time as possible since the payload does still have a ways to go.
Overclock. Oh, by Juice here.
Pull in. Nice pull, does get the dash. Baz gets one as Neptune's down. Sound barrier no longer available for Young and Beautiful on the defensive side, and this is where Dildux can now start to press again with so much aggression. The Blizzard is there, but they're all amongst the outside. Double wall into the doorway, and there's no one that can stop except with just under 1 meter. They're right there on the cusp of it. Maybe Young and Beautiful comes back with that Kitsune Rush, and it does supersede the damage of Dildux and can stop them just a sliver away from the checkpoint.
Yeah, it almost felt like Dildux, they were just kind of betting on the payload pushing in there. Razor, you know, dropped the May wall, dropped the ice block, and just really trying to prevent Young and Beautiful to get the touch in the first place. But Young and Beautiful, they get the final touch, and then the Kitsune Rush damage is just overwhelming. Dildux just couldn't stand up to it. Want to see here, Dildux allowed to go again. No big ultimates here, actually, so Young and Beautiful, opportunity for them to stabilize on the defense here.
Yeah, big aggression here coming out by Design, dropping to a low, gets clipped by the sound barrier, so had some extra fortification, pulls in again with a Terra Surge, Cryo Freeze is active, so Razor's going to be perfectly fine here within that, but Juice plays back, sticks alongside Icy since the numbers are reduced for Young and Beautiful. They need to give ground and look for a respawn.
Yeah, Razor is keen. Just like, yeah, I'm on May, I'm alone, I know. I'm going to push the cart a little bit. Don't die here now. That would be devastating. All right, Dildox ready to go here. Great window placement here. Amplification Matrix could be devastating.
Yep, already opening it up so they get an angle into the doorway. Wall comes out again to try and hit the checkpoint, but quickly pushing into it. And now, right when they step in, the Blizzard is there to lock them down. But a desperate prayer with the return Blizzard and Cryo Freeze to keep this in contention by Young and Beautiful. It might have actually been able to sway it back into their favor. The absolute just instant thought process from Alex gives them a second lease on life for the moment to give the team enough time to come back from spawn and find picks that are necessary. But PDK getting Neptune on the back. It is still 0.02 meters with a minute and a half. They just have to give some kind of ground, but Juice is doing wonders to try and counteract against them. And again, it is an absolute almost micrometer that they are away from that checkpoint and once again are stifled.
I mean, the patience was just unreal because the Blizzard came in from Razor and you think, okay, Dildox, they got point control following the window in the Blizzard. But Alex with a better Blizzard and it just buys enough time for the rest of the team to pop off here. 1 minute to go. And Dildox, they just haven't found a way to close out this second point.
Selection picked up by Design, utilizing the Orisa shield to block some of the backline damage. Trying to get that up as frequently as possible. Both opting into it, as it is only 40 seconds to see if they can progress through this next checkpoint.
Oh my goodness.
In now, what a quick movement forward, but unfortunately because that shield was there and the maneuver around the outside, it didn't quite get nearly as much damage value. Young and Beautiful on the defensive position are actually able to once again hold back. Dildox on the attack cannot make it.
Oh, the stagger as well. I almost fear that Bass has to swap hero here because you don't really have anyone to touch. It has to be Razor. This is going to be so difficult for Dildox.
Swapping onto it. Oh no, and PDK is down. Juice able to find it. This now is just game over on Circuit Royal. You will be able to see even with this attempt to get back into it, it's all on the shoulders of Razor and Baz to keep this in contention. Pulls right back into it, bumbles out of the way, rolling swiftly, but Baz has nowhere to get any healing since it's entirely separated across this position. The Kitsune Rush gains no benefit, and that now will allow Young and Beautiful to make this a 1-to-1 map score.
Wow, are you kidding me? It felt like Dildox were about to cap 3 times on that second point. But Young and Beautiful, they just found a way to contest the cart, find the required frags, and play that little like angle onto the cart there on the second point. That was devastating if you're Dildox, honestly, because it really felt like they were having a good offense and they were about to close out the second point. But Young and Beautiful, gotta give them credit, stalwart defense.
Yeah, and it's all down to that really clutch, just subtle play from Alex too when it got to that 0.02 meters. The Blizzard, like you said, and then just being in range with the Cryo Freeze to keep it holding for a moment or so longer until you can get yourself topped up. But I mean, there was a wild attempt here with this Reinhardt play where it's just out of nowhere. Again, we're seeing some major success. It doesn't quite, again, pay off in the long run. But, I mean, whoo boy. Like, you gotta be honest in saying now that we're going to get a 1-to-1 map score and that it has been very close between the two, more so than I would say in some of the ones that we had from EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Dildox, I'm kind of almost confused. I'm like, how did we not cap the second point there? Like, we were, you know, a meter away or less to cap several times. We had some really good fights with the amplification matrices, with the blizzards, and it really did feel like Dildox, you know, they were about to finish off the map there, but you just couldn't get it done. You just can't, you know, get down with stuff like that. You just can't, you know, be too emotionally upset that you lost the Circuit Royale there, because I really do feel like Dildox, they played a great game throughout the entire map. It just came down to the very, very small details.
Yeah, and just really clever use of the Reinhardt and being able to get value from it. So they're willing to think outside of the box and bring things that aren't traditional and actually still played it proficiently.
Yeah, I mean, look, when they swapped to it, I was like, okay, I kind of see the vision. Like, I see why the swap to Reinhardt was made. And then the problem was that the enemy team was just like, okay, well, we're young and beautiful, we're just going to swap over to the Orisa, and you're going to have a nightmare matchup. And at that point, I'm just out on the Reinhardt. I'm like, okay, you're playing Reinhardt to Orisa. This is going to be terrible for you. But Baz found a way. Yeah. 2 shatters in 2025.
In the same map, on the same side, like all of those things.
Back-to-back fights, back-to-back holds, yeah.
Crazy. It's like you're just thinking like, oh yeah, like I don't really see the vision. It's just the ripples in the water until eventually it comes to a stilling halt, and then you're like, okay, now I can see everything clearly at this point.
Maybe they should have played Reinhardt on attack. I don't know. Maybe they would push it in. You never know with Dilducks. Like anything could happen.
And we do now at least have, again, that 1-to-1 score, so curious to see what's going to happen moving forward, because, again, this is now going to be Dilduck's selection when we do take a look at the maps that are available to us. We've already been able to see both an escort and the control, so having to lean into potentially either going to do the push map, a hybrid map, or, you know, even just the flashpoint. So of those 3, I'm really curious if maybe we'll see, you know, you and I had the lucky opportunity of seeing our new map with the flashpoint on map 3 for the first one for EMEA. Maybe we'll get that repeat and run it back again.
I mean, they picked it in the upper bracket.
Yeah.
So, Dilducks, you want to pick Atlas again? Trade offer, you pick Atlas, maybe get a map win?
Yeah. Yeah, seeing if you're going to roll the dice and manage to get boxcars, or you're going to find yourself getting a pair of snake eyes. Either way, so
I feel like it'd be on brand for Dilducks. Just like, yeah, we're going to pick the new map because who doesn't want to see the new map? Do it for the fans. Do it for the viewers.
Yeah, they've always, I think, really been ones that they're just going to appease those that are viewing, just like us that are even talking about it over the course of this. But again, we'll just give a few more moments as they're looking to make those final decisions on what the map and the bans are going to be. And, you know, now that we're moving into this third one, and one of the other things, too, is like, was interesting to see a little bit of the play. So actually, I think we did just get confirmation. Yes, we did just get confirmation. So it is going to be Dilducks banning Orisa, and it's going to be Young and Beautiful banning Tracer here as we go into Atlas. Yes, it is.
I'm so
you know
pumped.
what? We're holding true to a script. This is our script. So
Dilducks picking Atlas in the script. Thank you, script writers. Thank you. We're blessed on this day. We're blessed. And also the Orisa ban. You know, there's also additional credit to the script writers, because Orisa been looking real powerful on Atlas so far over in EMEA. So now you get the Orisa out of the way. Okay. Are we going to play Ramatra? Like, what do we want to see? A Hazard? We see some Hazard being swapped off quite easily. So maybe Bass will swap over to the Hazard here instead.
Well, and I mean, again, you know, talking about their opponent also getting rid of the Tracer, we know that there can be already in the EMEA sector of this, where Tracer is such a dominant hero on this. There are all those little nooks and crannies and avenues and channels that you can work through, the small rooms where you can really get a great dash to get out of sight lines or go for a recall, and you're really not quite sure exactly where that recall brings them to. So I think that's a great selection as well for Young and Beautiful to kind of just take that out of the mix here, because we've been able to see Razor on occasion play very, very proficiently. It's not all times, but when Razor is able to pop off on the Tracer, it can be dangerous.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point as well. With it being a new map, like maybe it's not, you obviously have scrimmed this map, you have a pretty decent idea of like how the map works and, you know, all the important positions and all that. But maybe it's just not yet just like to the point where you're super comfortable, where like where those recalls end up and stuff like that. So you don't have to worry about that now. It's going to be the Ramatra mirror. Playing Lucio Kiri here as well. But I'll say it again because I said it in EMEA. Just look at these rotations onto the high ground. You know, it kind of plays like New Junk City first, you know, rotating around the point, trying to get this high ground a positional advantage. It is key.
Such instant aggression into that high ground. You can see that the teleporter is available if needing to switch behind, and you can see already how Juice is looking to use it, swapping positions to try and draw attention away from the front line, which worked very well initially, and now Alex is able to have one of the turrets get that pickup onto Red X. So loss of that mobility. Design gets a follow-up onto Baz, who's more of a sitting duck at this point, and because of that, the Symmetra really gives much more agency to Young and Beautiful to take this fight.
Absolutely. It's so scary, you know, walking into a Symmetra like this, and oh, Young and Beautiful, they're just gonna keep pushing. Beautiful shots by Juice.
Seeing if there's going to be any more that fall to the Peacekeeper. As you now have Design playing even further forward, 27% already obtained, and realistically, it's all Young and Beautiful's control as Dilducks are needing to regroup as a 6 or 5.
Yeah. Honestly, go again. Like, Icy Sniper is building up on this Kitsune Rush. As soon as you have this Kitsune Rush, it's an opportunity for you. Dilducks, though, gonna drop to the low ground here. Maybe put some pressure onto the point.
Seeing if it can maybe cause
This
Young and
is
Beautiful
tough.
to drop below. Because again, the Kitsune Rush now comes in, floodgates open. Juice looking for a great pickup on to Redex, but bobs and weaves out of it, and Redex actually gets the better end of the exchange, and that is a quick change up here. Dilducks, despite going onto the low ground and a Kitsune Rush being thrown at them, they come back tenfold.
Yeah, it was kind of like bait.
Yeah.
They were just like, okay, we're gonna go to the low ground. But then, I mean, Juice just dropped in on the Cassidy and was like, oh, okay, well, I don't want to be down here. That ended poorly real quick. There is some more space on the low ground to operate than something like New Junk City first, I suppose. So a little bit more comfortable playing in this area on this low ground.
Though this photon barrier is going to be really helpful to set yourself up to compete against Dilducks. Blizzard now tossed into the middle, splitting sides with the photon barrier. Juice is not going to be able to gain anything with that sound barrier active as the annihilation comes in afterwards as the sound barrier starts to dwindle. And because it dwindles, you can really start getting that just slow ticking damage from the annihilation. Young and Beautiful take full advantage of that and read the situation effectively, so they can now take this back and claim this first flashpoint with an entire team kill.
Yeah, looking real clean for Young and Beautiful playing this kind of Symmetra composition. And even though PDK was just hitting shots from above, it wasn't enough. And instead, the Symmetra has been paving the way for Young and Beautiful here so far. The kind of tempo they've been bringing. Just not something Dilducks... Excuse me, Racer.
Oh, man, promotion and relegation, Johnny. We get to see it all.
No
Junkrat lobbing grenades across this new map. Maybe Dilducks knows something about this map in Junkrat that we don't know. Ricocheting grenades off the architecture. Juice gets one onto PDK, so far, Razor really hasn't made anything of value.
What is bro cooking? What is... We've seen like two of them hit, right? Oh my God.
At least for what we've seen on screen, we're hoping that they've got the mathematical geometry of how to bounce them off the walls that we're just missing. Playing now into that vortex once again, has to be careful. The Kitsune Rush is active, grenade still flying, but is going to be harassed from behind. Has to use the Suzu as Juice takes another when swapping on to this Cassidy. And this is just a wild roller coaster right now. Oh no! With the mayhem! The mayhem kills Neptune! No way! You know, this is what happens. It's like, if you're gonna try and throttle me, well, you know what? You're gonna get punished for it.
I can't believe it. Oh my God. All right. I wonder how his teammates feel about that. Oh well. On to Venture.
As now Juice on the high ground waits patiently until Dilducks move out. High Noon active, gets a pick on a DDK between the pillars. And now in a good position once again. The overtime is dwindling, even with Razor attempting a slew of heroes to try and counteract against this. Dilducks are not feeling great right now.
I mean, what even was this point?
Yeah, that,
Young and
that
Beautiful,
right
they
there.
just have to be thankful. They're just like, all right, great. Appreciate it. Up 2-0. Feeling good.
Just literally asking, are you trying to be the gatekeeper for us to go into, you know, season 3? Is that happening right now?
Essentially, they're just like, are you giving this one? Are you? I don't know. That was crazy.
And now we do see a refocus again. Still going to look to try and stay on to the Venture. Sound barrier available for Young and Beautiful. Will need to use that if entering and competing against potentially that Kitsune Rush soon to be available from Frothy. Neptune playing very close up front to give that movement speed to Design, who is in a dangerous spot. PDK with the rest of the team pulling together to get those eliminations. Finally, Dilduck starting to gain some traction. As wild as that Junkrat thought was earlier, they're starting to reel it in now, and they are not wanting to let this just go by the wayside.
Yeah, Dildox finally locking in here, and obviously the Venture, it is a solid counter for the Symmetra on some points, and especially on Flashpoint, you can get away playing the Venture. Obviously, you still have to be wary of the Cassidy from Juice there as well, but I feel like Dildox, nice execution there, playing the Venture in their composition, and now you built up a couple of ultimates here. Dildox not quite out of it just yet.
Big pick. That's exactly what you need to see from PDK. Finding an elimination like that onto Juice. Great also follow through by Razor, who's going to utilize that burrow to get into a better position again to catch Young and Beautiful off guard and force them to retreat.
Yeah, and it's just additional percentage on the board here. Dildox now with 5 ultimates. Don't need to stress this one. Young and Beautiful, of course, kind of feel like they have to commit to ultimates in this one, so Dildox can kind of approach this in a few different ways if they'd rather just play economically.
Whoa, what a big TP counter side. They actually come from behind with the Kitsune rush, and the sound barrier from Neptune gives them a great protective cover. And with PDK gone, that only further eliminates the major threat, and they solely have to rely on Razor to be able to put out the damage. So really heads up play by Alex, who has not had such, I would say, a coordinated reposition from the Symmetra teleporter.
Yeah, it really caught Dildox off guard, like you said, and PDK goes down before the sound barrier comes out from Redx, and now Dildox, you know, you just have to win that one fight, but committing with the Kitsune rush, the sound barrier, it kind of opens up a little bit of a window here for Young and Beautiful. Still though, Young and Beautiful, can they find value with this Deadeye? Can Alex cook on the Symmetra once more?
Seeing if they've got a ripe steak dinner, or unfortunately burning the bottom of the sear. 50% now in climbing. You can see it contested. Nobody's yet there moving back. Finally, Juice has to drop from the high ground to reposition near where the photon barrier is as the annihilation comes out. Baz gonna look to capitalize on this with Frothy not being able to give enough healing to keep Baz alive, but despite not having enough healing, everyone else falls in suit, and despite losing the tank, it's a worthwhile trade where Dildox keep them in this and get their first flashpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. They do a great job of maneuvering that Deadeye from Juice, and Alex as well dropping that Symmetra wall. Dildox just buy themselves enough time to find an opening in that fight, and Bass annihilation puts a lot of pressure onto Young and Beautiful. And Dildox still in this map very much. This Venture might have been the key to allow Dildox back into this map here. And you can see PDK already rushing towards this high ground. Oh, but this is...
Oh, no! PDK once again absolutely ambushed by that. A well-coordinated attack again is going to put Young and Beautiful in the driver's seat, at least for numbers for now. The question is, are they going to be able to get any more out of this? There's still a great recovery here by Baz, dropping down below. Kitsune rush across the control point, and Alex is going to get redirected out into the middle. Beautifully done to put them on the back foot. Burning out, unfortunately, as Dildox looks to take another one here.
Yeah, I kind of can't believe that Dildox were able to come back in this one. Nice little ambush here from Razor, securing some more value with this Venture. And now, you know, Dildox are really cooking with this kind of composition. Lots of ultimates here for Young and Beautiful, but, you know, Dildox, they might have found the key back into this map right here.
TP again available. Oh, the Vortex actually drops them down below. So now you can see the separation, and Redx chases Juice underneath. Nice pickup though onto PDK, so Dildox are even now since both Cassidys are eliminated. Razor looking to put some damage in, utilizing the mobility from the Venture, but can't quite get just outside of the radius from Design. So 85+% accrued by Dildox. That still feels really good. Okay, Design, you're gonna give me a...
Thank you, Design.
Yeah, oh man, I felt a little dizzy there.
All right, so if you're Dildox, you got 87% here. So you have a couple of fights here to find something to get going for you. Young and Beautiful, though, they might be forced to drop this Annihilation or this Symmetra wall. And if you do that, Dildox have to be pretty happy with that. Can you get some of these ultimates out?
Razor has to burrow immediately in that Vortex to get out. Was just a sitting duck for the moment. Couldn't really use the dash to reposition. Now, as BDK kind of bobs and weaves between the photon barrier to make sure that they are not vulnerable, as well as Design leaning in with the Annihilation, they get the picks that are necessary to force back Dildux, and will have one last shot to hold this, and it's in a really awkward spot because 70% is so close. I don't know if Dildux are going to even really be able to get back with a decent engagement and a beneficial position.
They should be able to at least get a touch, you know? Like you said, what is the positioning going to be like, though? But really, you got 3 ultimates out, and this is their best chance. They got a Kitsune Rush. Can you touch here?
Oh. Able to get into the corner just in time, but look at how low Baz is. Kitsune Rush is leading up to the point and not actually across the point. Young and Beautiful able to do so, but PDK gets Alex. The TPs are gone. The turrets aren't available. Juice is about half health and being throttled once again as hyper-focusing onto Razor, who's been the hero selection that has given them some benefit. The Deadeye can't get it. Beautiful wall that comes in. PDK doing everything imaginable to try and keep this alive, but will not be able to, as Young and Beautiful now puts themselves on a match point.
Oh, that's so tough if you're Dildux. I really felt like, you know, they had the recipe for success. They got out the 3 ultimates, but like you said, there was just slightly too much percentage built up for Young and Beautiful, which made that final contest so very difficult. And by the end, Redix dies with 99% to sound barrier. If you just have slightly more healing, you know, a couple of Cheerios, that should be able to be enough for Dildux to really give themselves a proper good chance of winning that round. It's brutal because I don't think you can do much about the fight where 3 ults are being committed from Young and Beautiful, but you should be able to give yourself a really good chance in that final fight, and they just couldn't do that.
Really needed a bowl of those Lucio O's to get the rest of the way, but unfortunately here, it's going to now be a match point position here for Dildux, and Young and Beautiful wanting to be able to work their way through this lower bracket to still have a chance to be in this promotional relegation tournament where they will be that selection of 2 and going into that season 3. So it's wild as we're going to take a look at the stats here. I mean, look at the damage too that Young and Beautiful is pumping out in this, and it's just, again, so much I think related onto just them sticking to their guns in that sense, where Dildux, I mean, let's be honest, the Junkrat was a wild decision, and I guarantee, and those grenades were probably not contributing much to the overall damage.
No, I mean, got like what, 60%, 50% ult charge?
Yeah,
that's not a lot of Junkrat damage right there. That's tough. But also, you know, credit, like you mentioned as well, Alex Symmetra has been a difference maker so far in this series. And now if you're a Dildux, you really have to take that into account, depending on where you go next. You have to be ready to deal with one of those Symmetras. Obviously, you brought out the Venture yourself. You looked pretty good playing the Venture. But the Symmetra, it's just a better hero than Venture currently. So it's something you have to take into account.
Yep, and we're going to be heading to a short break to give them some time to think and evaluate how they want to move forward for Dildux so that they are not out of this yet. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
We're back. It's more puppy hour, indeed. With such little care, we're excited regardless. Giving some major kisses.
This is Siri's favorite day as well, except for the fact that I work from my computer all day. She would like to go touch grass, quite literally, but we can't. We got promotion relegation to take care of.
Yeah.
I do get live bats though when I commentate matches, so that's great. Thank you.
Yes, as we get to have a bunch of dog love, you know. But speaking of dogs, this is going to be a dog fight moving into this next one, which we're going to see if I know I spun that one in there.
Wow,
thank you, Prod. Thank you. The number of dings that I've gotten today, I need to have like a ding counter.
Oh yeah. You know how to crack the joke.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, with the buzzer. Okay, I'll have both a ding counter and a buzz counter where I'm not doing so great, but at least I'm in the green zone. I'm not in the red zone. That's all that matters, fam.
No, you're doing great. You're doing great.
As we're gonna now head onto this map and see how it's gonna unfold. Again, looking forward to it for this push map, and one that realistically, again, when we take a look at this, it's gonna be the two bans are Dildux banned out Lucio, and then Young and Beautiful banned out the Wrecking Ball. So
why not?
Could look to, I know, why not? You know, realistically, it's their match point too, as you can see right there. So they want to just close this out now and keep moving towards that one of two spots.
Yeah, Dildogs, if you want to continue playing in OWCS Stage 3, you gotta win at least 2 maps in a row. You haven't made things difficult, or you have made things difficult for yourself after you locked in Junkrat in the previous match. Maybe don't do any more of that, Racer. Maybe stick on the Tracer for this one. Noteworthy, we're going to see Baptiste Brig compositions from both teams here.
All right. So we'll see how that's going to fend off. Nice early javelins whizzing by on the front position towards this neutral until it opens. Baz already getting the early doorway positioning to try and anchor off of that. Curious to see how PDK is going to find a couple of shots. Needs to be cognizant, though, of that side corridor where many can move underneath the awnings to get some off-angle shots. But really just careful movement from both sides. Don't want to put yourself out into the open. Baz really being the most aggressive one and just Beyblading their way to this neutral fight. Honestly, it's going to be forever until Alex finally makes some headway onto Razor.
It's actually an amazing pick from Alex as well, because Design was struggling in the Orisa matchup, but that Tracer pick might have just flipped this initial fight on its head.
And you can see Icy getting lobbed into the wall. Sniper needs to be extremely careful with the amplification matrix already available. 2 down, and this is going to be Dildux attempting to take the advantage here. Amplification matrix, what a reposition. They're swinging through the door, and now you've got Baz looking to try and flank from behind and actually able to assist with Frothy.
Dude, how did they win that?
That was wild.
Dildux had no right winning there, and they just do it. They get the Terror Surge, you know, get value from the Terror Surge. Icy Sniper might have overheated a little bit with the amplification matrix, but I just can't believe Dildux won that fight.
Now you can see the Design is playing towards the stairway to potentially get up to the high ground to compete against it. Dropping down below, attempting to keep this moving forward, making it a real challenge as PDK draws back, has the Deadeye, gets Javelin and denied. Great responsiveness while Juice attempts to do the same thing. Couple of decent shots. Young and Beautiful now are in a position of where they can finally take this back, bring it to neutral, and push that barricade for themselves.
Yeah, it's a nice fight win for Young and Beautiful. Late pick of the PDK as well, and now you get the opportunity to establish some kind of high ground position here. Alex going to have this pulse bomb available here, but at this point, like, you're playing Tracer into a Baptiste and a Brig lineup. This is just not the kind of map where a Tracer has a significant amount of impact, right? You're really looking more towards the Cassidy, the Baptiste, for example. Like, these kind of heroes, these kind of players to really step up here. And so now, Young and Beautiful, when they have this high ground, what can they do to cook here?
Big pull, Immortality Field is out. Will there be a follow-through? You've got the rally from Redex, lobbing couple of javelins to keep him into the corner, but now keeping distance. Great javelin to land onto that to deny any further bashes coming out from the rally, so it gives some space and distance, but Razor will bring down Neptune, who has also been just that consistent fortified wall of defense to keep the back line alive, as it's will be lighting up blue once again for Dildux.
Yeah, trading back and forth here. So Dildux to escape there. A nice fight win. And now Frothy with this amplification matrix, being able to hold on to these couple of ultimates could be a big difference maker, because if you get this checkpoint, that's already quite the way cleared for you, paved for you to try to win this Esperanza.
Now with the checkpoint made, it'll buy some time for a regroup, so it can't gain much more. Still 6 minutes on the clock, so a plentiful amount to try and push this back from Young and Beautiful. Baz rotating underneath. And here's the thing, is that they can really just continue to keep this bot here under this archway and play the high ground and really run the clock.
For sure.
Let's see. Is anyone going to be able to pull the trigger moving forward into this? Terra Surge still being holstered for the moment. Damage being pummeled onto Baz. Nice javelin pulls him away from the architecture to have more damage being thrown into this. Spear spin and a redirect attempts to completely collapse onto Young and Beautiful, and it forces them away with PDK now actually focusing on the front line. It was really just Baz causing massive distraction for everyone in that tunnel.
Yeah, it's such a scary fight for Young and Beautiful for exactly that reason. And now Dildux, they're gonna keep pushing this ball and get so much distance here. And now if you're Young and Beautiful, you still have to deal with this Deadeye and navigate all of that. This is an opportunity for Dildux to really run away with the lead in this one.
Shield active on the high ground, giving coverage now for PDK. No one really breaks it. Everyone tucks tail and hides. Down below. Underneath, a javelin at least gets Baz discombobulated for the moment, but can't quite yet be taken down. Great coverage from not only the Fortify, but the armament as well, with a Terra Surge to pull 3 in. Gets almost the edge. Immortality Field is still there. Nobody could get rid of it fast enough. That would have been absolutely devastating if the damage onto it was there. Trades all around, and at 100+ meters, you're going to now see once again Dildux continue to push it further.
Yeah, that was a crazy break duel to end it there as well. But the assistance of Razor is just going to be enough in a 2 versus 1 situation there. Yeah, 112 meters here for Dildux. This is really tough now for Young and Beautiful to get back into this one. And for exactly the reason you saw there, Neptune forced to commit the rally. And like, look at this fight. If you're Young and Beautiful, what option do you have then to pump the amplification matrix on your side of the map? It's going to be an uphill battle for Young and Beautiful to get back into this one.
And now quick shift back up to the high ground once again, hitting that positioning and where you can keep it under contention, and you're gonna need to have Young and Beautiful play into this. So you also have this barrier that comes out from the perks from the Orisa to give extra protection alongside what Redex is doing with the Brig Shield. So this is just so much stacked against it for Young and Beautiful. They have to make a miraculous play to turn this about.
Yeah, they're going for a bit of a wraparound here to take the high ground, but the bot pressure is just too much. Okay, this is interesting.
That's good. They were able to take advantage with the extra damage, but you can just see Razor saying, that's fine, you forced Amplification Matrix, got a pick, but we brought you back to square one and have to bring the bot all the way back again.
Even PDK has to be kind of happy, just like, all right, you got a pick on me, but you got no progress and you committed an Amplification Matrix.
Now IC moving up top to stick alongside Design. Barrier Amplification Matrix down the funnel actually gets Neptune. That was a wild use of it, but it pays off. And now just looks to try and clip a few shots through it. Has to be careful. Baz gets a shutdown onto that mirror. And now Dildux again with only 2 minutes and 40 seconds, holding strong with this bot not able once to get back to the neutral.
Yeah, they're looking super solid right now, taking all the right fights. And this is where you need someone like Juice, for example, to step up with this overclock. Really haven't seen that much since that initial Lijiang Tower. This will be an opportunity where you can really take over the game here. Because Dildux, they're just gonna contest here. Like, they got the high ground ready to go. This is all to you, Juice.
You can see in the wings, Juice taking that upper position, needs to watch out, is absolutely collapsed on from every angle. Juice is just completely bamboozled and has no idea where to go.
What was stolen here from Alex? But like, this is it's
a TBT for the centuries. Here we go, gamers. Who gets it? Pulse bomb online for both. Nobody interject. Nobody interject. How dare you, Baz? It was a gentleman's agreement. It was a gentleman's agreement.
Oh man, this has been a devastating map for Young and Beautiful. They just haven't been able to find any progress. No momentum whatsoever. Look at the ultimates.
Yep.
Oh man.
Minute and a half left. Ultimates now starting to be unleashed. Red X leading first. Pulse comes in, is covered by the Immortality Field, but again, no longer available for everything else that's going to come in proximity. Shatter gets some decent damage on that health bar. But you can see Young and Beautiful having to drop back and go down below, forcing themselves out into the open space. PDK is down, but again, even if this doesn't go in favor of Dildux, they're just running the clock.
Exactly. Exactly. They're just running the clock and they're forcing Young and Beautiful to commit some of these ultimates. Here comes the rally from Neptune.
Oh no!
I see Sniper goes down. Dildux are looking so comfortable playing this composition here.
Yep. And you can just see Frothy having the time of their life in the Immortality Field, jumping all over the place. And 40 seconds now is going to literally be the biggest challenge to get a overtime push, not only into multiple fights, but a checkpoint as well. This is just almost looking indomitable.
Yeah, this is insane. I mean, what? You have to win, like, what, 4 fights or something?
And the time it takes for the butt scratch, I mean, oh, goodness.
All right, if they could just, I mean, they won't even really get the high ground here. You have a couple of ultimates. You could maybe get off to a decently good start here, but like we talked about, the fact you have to win consecutive fights from here on out is this mission impossible.
PDK drawing back, giving some space. They know that they have multiple fights ahead of them, but they also don't want this to let it get away from them. High Noon going into this big shot on to Icy Sniper, who puts the Amp Matrix out, though Juice gets a pickup onto Baz. That's the first of many you're gonna need to be able to turn this around. Half health triggered onto Frothy, who redirects back and needs some assistance. This is gonna be Dildux having to collectively group, and then no, na 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 na, hey hey hey, C9. Oh my God, Dildux right now, unfortunately, just take that one. They were already in a position to win, but then you just see, oh, Young and Beautiful step away. They lose control of the bot, and it is now all over and bringing them into a map 5. Whoo, buddy.
All right, well,
there we go. Yep, na 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 na. Look at that. Oh man. Can't even get there in time. Can't even get there in time.
You gotta be kidding me. No way. I mean, I know astronomical odds of them bringing back that push.
Yeah.
But come on, you got a 2K with the Terror Surge. Because of overtime spawns, you would have got to the checkpoint, and then maybe you're like 2 fight wins away. Look, again, very slim odds they would have ever come back in that push map, but still, losing like that.
It's just, if anything, this is one of those moments where you saw a little bit on Atlas where you had to have Dildux kind of give up when they went with the Junkrat. Now in this one, we're hoping that Young and Beautiful gets that out of their mind. They're gonna say, all right, we go again, we go to map 5 and fight for your life.
Yeah, that map sucked for Young and Beautiful. That is a devastating map right there, because, you know, off the back of Atlas, you're kind of thinking like, oh, we're feeling real comfortable, like the Symmetra comp, like we're just feeling unstoppable right now. But this map was just Dildux through and through. Like they just got the lead early, they pushed the lead further, and then they just kind of like played the entire map on the side of Young and Beautiful. It was quite dominant, yeah. So even the ultimates there in the final fight, you know, there was a decent chance there. So very tough way for Young and Beautiful to lose that map. And well, We're heading to map 5, Rich.
I mean, the only kind of benefit is, again, since we've had it swing back and forth between the two, since Young and Beautiful did lose that, they are in a position to be able to choose map, something that they can play to their strengths. So that's something to look at as a positive out of this, despite the pitfall and how troublesome this map was for them. And it was a combination of not only just, I think, playing very well from Dildux, but their understanding and the ebb and flow of this push map was just on point. Every time they went to find the specific checkpoints of where we're going to hold the bot, how we're going to take the high ground, what's the rotation like from that outer position through center to get back to neutral. Every aspect of it was just like clockwork for them without having any sort of hesitation, which again streamlined the whole process for them.
Yeah, 100%. Like the bot control combined with the way they were playing positioning and ults, it really felt like it was really difficult for Young and Beautiful to get into that series because, again, they tried to go for these, wraparounds, try to take some space, on the different angles, and then Dildux immediately, they had the right reaction. They always reacted really well to what Young and Beautiful were trying to do. So yeah, Dildux, they looked real comfortable on that kind of composition, and now, as we head into a 5th map here.
You said this too. Nobody knows this, but you said this during the break when we were sitting here like, I'm thinking it's going to be a map 5. Well, you know what? You're getting your wish.
We needed one. Come on.
Yeah, we didn't have any O3s. We didn't have any O3s. It seems that's going to be coming out as much. It's a very rare occasion here since we're getting some really, really good overall head-to-head matchups. But again, now we're going into map 5 for the first time over the course of today, and it's going to enter in on NA. So I'm really curious to see what the map selection is going to be for this last map, really.
Yeah, so the hybrid maps are Blizzard World, Eichenwalde, and Midtown. And so if you wanted to bring out the Midtown, I could see it. I think Midtown would be a pretty good map here for Young and Beautiful. Maybe if you want to like double down on this kind of like Symmetra. Both Eichenwalde and Blizzard World, I mean, they're... you have the verticality on Eichenwalde, but then also like Blizzard World is such a huge map.
Yeah.
Like it massively changes the way the game is played, right? So maybe the safe pick here is just like, let's go to Midtown, but we'll have to see where they take us.
Yeah, absolutely. As we finally get, it looks like we're getting confirmation of what that information is going to be. And it is going to be New Junk City. Never mind.
It's hybrid coming up next.
I was going to say, I looked at it and I was like, hold on a second. Okay, maybe I'm jumping the gun there. But so we'll get that decision here for the map selection in just a moment. I know, right? And I fell right into it. We talked about bait earlier, and now I just literally went right at the bit. I'm chomping at it, so.
If we had gone to map 6,
yeah,
we would have gone to New Junk City. But map 5, you have to play all modes. And so that's why there can't be at New Junk City, because we already played Atlas, of course. So, I'm sure maybe they would have loved to go to New Junk City, and they were like, let's go. There's nothing wrong with trying. Just like, hey, admins, we're going to New Junk City. Maybe they would have had to replay the match in like 2 hours, but nothing wrong with trying.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe we're going to have some miraculous way that this hybrid's going to come to a draw, and we'll find ourselves in another one. I'm not going to, I put that in the universe now. So, you had your 5. Maybe we'll have, I know, maybe you see it come true, but we can only hope for all those that are tuning out there for a long day of Overwatch. We mentioned it throughout not only EMEA, but this is, again, only game 1 here. We've got 2 more to follow as we work through this NA region to lock in those last ones. But, I mean, realistically, so I know you were talking a little bit. We've seen some Midtown already. We saw Eichenwalde. We've not really had a chance to see Blizzard World. And I feel like that's one of those maps, because of your comment about how big it is, the variation between each of them, that it's just one of the ones I can at least feel we wouldn't go to because of, I think, the uncertainty of the way that map functions.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think that, how earlier in the day I talked about how there are some maps that, you haven't practiced a ton and you don't feel comfortable with. Maybe that is Blizzard World in this specific map pool. So we'll have to see where they go, but Blizzard really would be a joker kind of pick here. Would change everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, with it being potentially a joker pick, I think we're going to be giving them just a brief moment. So I believe we're going to be heading to a short break. So don't go anywhere, as we're going to be heading back in just a moment to get that fix here so we can get this map underway.
about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nito? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down.
That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to world! Did you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Lost. I'm alive! Now we play in my world. Selecting upgrades to match new user. I think a level up is in order. How did you get in here? Don't touch that. Hey, this is not part of my programming. Class dismissed. Overdrive activated. Final upgrades inbound. You have unlocked the privilege to annihilate. Leaving so soon. Game over.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
We're back to continue on. I know that there was some interesting decisions on a map classification that was already selected, but we have resolved the issue, and now, Johnny, we know exactly where we're going. On a map I think you and I were both surprised to hear, which is going to be Blizzard World.
Whoa! Oh, I'm excited.
I haven't seen this in ages.
This one. Yeah, exactly. Like, we just haven't seen it in ages. We've been like stuck in this like Orisa, Ramatra kind of like meta for so long, and now you open the door to like maybe you want to play some double flex support. Wrecking Ball.
Yeah,
I'm just saying there are endless possibilities on Blizzard World.
Yeah, there really is. So we're gonna see how it's gonna unfold here moving forward, and with
Maybe
this,
I'm hyping us up too much.
No, I'm pretty sure that I'm okay with every ounce of the hype, because that really just makes me happy. Because realistically, again, I not only just love this map because it allows those types of just variations that we see compared to what we're used to, but also this just aesthetically, I love this map. I truly wish this was a physical place that just continues to embody everything that we know, just Blizzard in general, because it's just such a thrill.
Same. No, yeah, I freaking love this map. I mean, look, I'm a Blizzard fanboy through and through. Warcraft, Hearthstone, Overwatch, Diablo. I love all of it.
So I gotta ask then. So what was the first Blizzard game that you ever played?
Well, it was World of Warcraft. 2005.
World of Warcraft? Okay. I was curious if it was like, because I know a couple of friends of mine, they're all just like, no, Diablo all the way. Like that was like the first one to really get involved with.
Diablo. Yeah, it was probably Diablo 1. Yeah, okay. You're right. It was Diablo 1. Yeah, you're right, actually.
Those are like the real MVPs who know like the original. For me, it was Warcraft 3, where I was like, that's where I really started to get involved with it and just like started to play that campaign over and over and over. So for a very, very long time. I never did play World of Warcraft vanilla though. I get a ton of slack for that. I didn't get involved in World of Warcraft until like years later in like Wrath of the Lich King. So I was super late to the game.
Yeah, I played some, but I didn't know English. And so everyone who I played was just like, what are you doing? Anyway.
But we do have our bans now, as we can redirect. So it's going to be Dildux managing to have D.Va taken out of the equation, while Brig was selected from Young and Beautiful.
Okay, yeah, and so this is quite interesting bans here. So obviously, the Brig would have been quite potent against something like D.Va, for example, to shut that down. If we were to see some double flex support lineups come through there, and the D.Va, I mean, the D.Va being removed is going to slow things down here for either side, really. But still, the default scenario is just we're going to see meta. We're going to see some kind of meta here, Lucio Carry, or like, maybe even some kind of like brawl kind of composition here. But I'm just hopeful that maybe one of these teams, they speed things up and they give us some kind of dive.
Yes, as now you saw it there for the headers on each team. This is a match point for one of them moving forward, while the other is sent packing and brought back down a peg to the FACEIT Masters League in the future, and having to grind their way back up once again at a later time. So everything to play for right now. The stakes are high, and one of these teams are going to be moving on in that lower bracket to see who they face off against one last time to see if they're selected to progress forward.
I will mention the Wrecking Ball, but first of all, Observers nailed the free cam right there.
Yeah, they really did. Yeah, it was great.
The Griffin, the little drone from StarCraft 2. Oh yeah, probe. Sorry, it's a probe from StarCraft. I love it. They got everything.
Somebody in the chat was gonna get real mad for a minute. They're probably just thinking my life for ire all day long. But we've got 4 minutes now with the attacking side from Young and Beautiful to push onto this, and like you said, that Wrecking Ball is something to really keep an eye out for.
Yeah, I called it. We got the Wrecking Ball. I'm so stoked to see Bass on this hero. We'll have to see if they can execute, of course. Difficult against a hero like the Orisa with the Javelin here, of course, but can Dildux put things together and execute with this dive? Bass taking a lot of damage early on.
Barreling across that open field, trying to get as much damage, but also protective shielding, and really just being a thorn in the side of Young and Beautiful. Looks for that pile drive up top to get a stun. Can't quite seem to get it since no one's really there on the high ground. Barreling back in, grappling for now. It's really just this slow, methodical play coming out from Young and Beautiful and how they want to enter in onto this to not leave themselves vulnerable, because they're just hugging that inner rounded fencing before reaching onto the point.
Yeah, I mean, Design is kind of just pushing these angles as the Orisa and just trying to force recalls, force Bass off with this Wrecking Ball, and give themselves an opportunity to gain some space here. So you can see on the high ground now, Orisa is just kind of free farming, and now you can start looking for some kind of entry.
Javelin across the way, attempting to focus down PDK, who's on the Freya. Holding close, nice boop. That's going to be Design getting extremely low with a great pickup as well onto Neptune from Razor.
Yeah, very cognizant kind of rotations coming through from Dildux there. They're happy to flip map with Young and Beautiful, with Design taking that high ground. But then when the dive, or engage came through rather, from Design, that's when Bass on the Wrecking Ball came in with the pile driver and Dildux cleaned things up. So they're doing a good patient job right now, spawning out where Young and Beautiful are rotating and then punishing them with a counter engage.
With Design now opting in to go onto the Hazard versus the Orisa, seeing if that can give them a much more advantageous opportunity of pushing onto this point. Already starting to trigger it to see if they can get potentially a free tick down below, but contention is still present as the Bolo comes out in the back. Great assistance to go for a pickup onto Baz, and now defensively, Dildux have been dwindled to 2, and Razor and Frothy are unable to do anything about it right now, and that's going to be a quick third tick here if nobody comes back to touch, which at this point, you have to give ground and look for the streets phase.
Yeah, nicely done from Young and Beautiful, capping out that first point there. And Dildux have 3 ultimates in hand here. I cannot tell you the story. Baz is going to swap over to that Orisa, so favoring a more slower approach. Matches well into the Hazard here as well. See how they drop these ultimates.
Ooh, Kitsune rush across the center. Such a high aerial position coming out from Juice. Needing to get topped up, though. But unfortunately, BDK says, nah, I'm just going to keep focusing you down. If you continue to be in the sky, I'm going to knock you out of it. With 3 minutes and 24 seconds, and there's a great defensive positioning here by Dildux to hold them near their spawn.
Yeah, a bit of a brutal kind of spawn camp here as well. Let's see if they can commit to it. The Orisa is just such a pest right here.
That was a big javelin to lock down Design, but getting so much healing thrown in to make sure that they are stable to play this corner, but just really sitting at half health the entire time. And Neptune needs to give this sound barrier. And again, Design getting so low, forced back, using the ultimate to try and lock down Dildux on this defensive position. And PDK is the only one to go down until it starts to snowball. The dominoes continue, similarly to how the first fight went onto the initial point, and will do so a second time.
Yeah, still though, it's a good fight for Dildux because you cannot trade sound barriers. A lot of time taken off the clock there. If you are Dildux, Young and Beautiful now, they will have some kind of positioning. They have the Kitsune rush to go here as well. But still, Dildux, I think you're quite satisfied with that kind of a defense.
Razor goes for a quick double dash to find the back line.
No Suzu here.
Yeah, no Suzu. Will that pulse bomb go and hit the marker? Not quite sure if they knew, but that's going to be another pickup here by Young and Beautiful. They are actually playing this high ground and working through this stage very, very effectively.
Yeah, just with a lone Kitsune rush there. So this is actually a good opportunity to close things out here. Dildux, though, they have a Kitsune rush of their own, so should be favorites here. Can you disengage in time?
Suzu used once again very early. Needs to be cognizant of that, as there is a quick bolstering of the guard from Dildux on the defense, able to force back, especially since Design is out of the equation, and realistically just go back to the drawing board for 1:40.
Yeah, I mean, you should have known that that was coming as well. Just unbelievable tempo from Dildux dropping that Kitsune rush, and Young and Beautiful should have been ready for the disengage there. Now, have to find a way to regain some of this position here. Juice has the bowler shot. There's going to be PDK committing his first.
Oh, great use. PDK down. Now you can see Juice just repositioning up top, getting a lot of value. Separated, pulse bomb goes just outside of the mark. and Alex able to take down Razor. So with the only 4 meters plus remaining, a Kitsune rush comes in now from Young and Beautiful. That's going to give them agency to press forward, but a sound barrier from Redex attempts to get to Baz, but Baz does not get clipped by it, is brought down just in time, with Young and Beautiful taking advantage a 3rd time in a row in this big engagement.
Yeah, looking real clean here. Playing this hazard composition and on to the 3rd point here now. Only have a downpour at their disposal, but could maybe open things up here a little bit. There's no ultimates on the side of Dildox here. So a lone frag, 5 versus 4, could be everything you need to continue pushing the payload here.
And you can see Design playing so close towards that area, now looking to draw back. Suzu forced out, health value still dangerously low, and it's really threading the needle for Design on this hazard. I have to give massive credit. Wow. Moves forward for the ultimate, but Baz actually steps forward to elude, and everyone tucks tail behind that middle column. So it's basically a dead ultimate utilized here, with now a Kitsune rush available once again for Frothy.
Yeah, what a gamble that was. But you know, it would have been a worthwhile gamble, really, if you caught one there, right? But didn't get anything, and now Dildox, they recovered. They have a Kitsune rush, and they're gonna drop it.
Boa lands, Redex low, topped up. Frothy paying hyper attention to that, as this one only gets some chip damage on to Juice. But PDK needs to make something happen here defensively, because the movement is continuing to go in favor of Young and Beautiful. One elimination, Redex is gone. Frothy is the only one to keep this team alive, and Baz, no tank line means is everything resting on PDK and Razor's shoulders.
Yeah, and Icy will be able to push a tempo here with the Kitsune rush to try and close things out here. It's only a Terra Surge really between Young and Beautiful and capping this point out.
Now, Kitsune rush again, active sound barrier covers, lots of protection there. And now you can see again the pulse bomb about to be unleashed on the back line. Has to use that health pack quickly. Wow. Nice attempt, and gets that pick. Just such hyper focus from these tracers to eliminate numbers with under 5 meters to go, 20 seconds. I don't know if Young and Beautiful is going to be able to have enough though to get back in for a full completion.
Yeah, especially with Icy dying so late. You only have the Lucio heals now to try and get this touch. Alex should have a triple blink recall here.
C1, 2, 3 goes for the recall. And you can now have the activation. Kitsune rush across this home stretch. Damage is significant. The pull in for now. Great Suzu as well to get them out of it, and a sound barrier to boot. Redex gives so much coverage for Phildux on the dispense that Dildux are able to hold strong, force back Young and Beautiful, and deny them a full progression on this 3rd point.
Yeah, I really do feel like Razor kind of clutched up on the Tracer there with about 45 seconds to go. Like I said, Young and Beautiful, they had that Kitsune rush available. Could just drop it on the payload and close out the map, but finding a pick onto the opposing Freya, it really allowed Dildox there to make a stand. And looking at the stats right here, you can kind of see that Young and Beautiful, you know, they kind of like rack up these eliminations, but PDK,
I was gonna say, that's wild.
11 and 4. That's a standout right there.
5-digit damage dealing in that first round. I'm pretty excited to see that type of performance, and we'll see if PDK is able to do the same when we now take the swamp of sides, because again, realistically, that's how significant this Freya can be if PDK does have it in their hands.
Yeah, absolutely been a real impact player, these maps where Dildox have been successful, dating back to Lijiang Tower, the very first map in this series. Felt like PDK kind of took over on the Sojourn. And then as well, on Esperanza, another great map for Dildox where they slow things down with the Brig and the BAP. But now they find themselves on these Orisa, Lucio, Kiro compositions, and PDK once again doing great work on the Freya this time out of all heroes. So yeah, Dildox with a real good opportunity here. You don't even have to complete the full map, just barely. And you'll advance here in the lower bracket. Give yourself another opportunity to qualify for OWCS Stage 3.
And this is the last final opportunity. Everything is on the line here. Pushing into this first initial checkpoint. Such a watchful eye onto how Razor's going to look to harass and rotate in that flanking angle to draw attention away so PDK can get the damage just like that onto Juice. Design is also almost taken out of the equation here. Had to use all of the defenses available, and the healers are hyper-focusing him, and in doing so, Juicy gets picked up. Every resource is being thrown into Design, so Juicy's left to their own devices and unfortunately can't manage to hold on to it. But this is just now, again, such dominance with Razor getting 2 of their own.
Yeah, I mean, you called it, Rich. All eyes on Razor, and Razor just popped off there, finishing off 2-3 eliminations for his team there. And like that early Freya damage just forced everyone to try and keep Juice alive, and then Design took a bunch of damage. It was just too much for Young and Beautiful to deal with. The supports on their side, and Deluxe with a very quick cap on the first point here. Exactly what you want to see.
Young and Beautiful is going to absolutely have to find a way to handle PDK, because if it continues to do this, and then they're going to have to be cognizant and tucking away out of those sight lines where Razor can now bunch up together to pick them off in the back, it's going to be really challenging with 5 minutes on the clock right now. Frothy also basically has just been free to do whatever they want, because Alex, I don't think, has been nearly as much of a threat in comparison.
No, I mean, Young and Beautiful haven't really done anything so far. We will have both Kirikos building this Kitsune Rush at the same time. Gonna trade him.
Pushing across the payload, decent shots up top. Juice leaving themselves vulnerable, which is not what you want to see. Alex getting topped up quickly by the Kitsune Rush healing. But again, it's essentially, where is Icy going to put most of the focus? It's like when you see such massive damage onto one, the attention to detail goes to them, and then it leaves Design vulnerable. And once Design is low enough at that point with no defensive devices left, anyone else is just basically a sitting duck.
No pun intended.
Yeah, right? That was, I'm so glad that worked like it did, because I didn't even mean for it to.
You're a blessing. You're a blessing. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, friend. You're very welcome.
4 ultimates here. 4 ultimates for Deluxe here. We got a great ultimate bank built up here. Young and Beautiful with some of their own, of course, but Razor again on the Tracer.
Yeah, again, just finding such an opportunity to really compete against this. Juicy getting just completely capitalized on. Ebola comes in to pull them clustered together, doesn't get the full elimination, but it still funnels everyone into that side corridor to have to regroup back up front with Design. And again, because they transition that way, it's Design all by themselves.
Let's see if Deluxe here. They have this Terra Surge opportunity maybe to push early here and really make things difficult for Young and Beautiful. Obviously, they have this Annihilation, which could be so potent onto the point, but they're not even going to give them an opportunity in the first place, and Deluxe are just steaming ahead. 5 minutes here to finally cap out this point and win the series.
Yeah, I thought it was already quite quick with Young and Beautiful in the way that they were playing through this, but this is like a masterclass right now on Blizzard World from Deluxe.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job so far. And just look at them applying pressure early here. Again, just dwindling down these resources of Young and Beautiful before the fights even kick off, right? Have a Kitsune Rush timing here if they'd like to, but priority number 1 is dealing with Design, and Design already taking so much damage.
And the second they swing that corner, they're going to put it through, because it allows them to hang off of each of those anchor points, where now Juice gets a pickup onto PDK, which is massive, and the Annihilation stems the bleeding. They've actually been able to cauterize for the moment, forcing back Deluxe, and this gives them some breathing room, because they're going to have a lot more to go with 4 minutes left.
Yeah, they got a lot of damage into Design there, and that was the trigger for Frothy Philly to drop the Kitsune Rush, but maybe would have liked that one back. No one on the side of Young and Beautiful were really able, were close enough to be caught by the effectiveness of that Kitsune Rush. So this allow Young and Beautiful now to make a stand. It's gonna be after long and arduous kind of defense here, holding on for 3.5 minutes more. But if you can get some value out of this Kitsune Rush to start with, maybe you can build something.
But, I mean, this really highlights some of the details you were mentioning about this map specifically, is how when we get to this last stretch, it's so enclosed, and there's not nearly as much high ground and verticality that you can work with. Alex having the pulse bomb, keeping a watchful eye onto Baz, goes for the stick, the Fortify ends. 1 HP in a dream, but Alex collapses inward with the rest of Young and Beautiful to make sure that Deluxe are going to get stifled once again and no longer have the dominant position.
Yep, so that's another fight won. Sometime dwindle off the clock there, and PDK is going to make the swap over to the Sojourn after finding no value with the Bola Shot. Razor here. It's been so good on the Tracer. Now pulse bomb in hand again. Up against a Susu, but you never know.
Goes wide.
Nail it.
Nope, unfortunately not. Just over the shoulder, really. With now the overclock active. Juice playing back. with that Kitsune rush once again. Deja vu almost already since we saw it 2 fights ago. Needing to see if Baz can gain value, tucking into the corner to, again, mitigate some of that initial damage to go for a Javelin. Can't quite get value from it as Redex shuts out Alex, who has been a consistent thorn to the side if given a space to work with on the back line. 2 minutes to go. Juice gets another. That's a second pickup with Neptune assisting to take out both DPS and will be able to hold.
It's been a great hold so far by Young and Beautiful on this 3rd point. And again, maybe Razor on the Tracer getting a bit too antsy. Gets taken down by Neptune. Juice finds a pick in the Sojourn duel. Young and Beautiful, they just find a way to stay alive in this one. And now again, they got a good Kitsune rush timing here. Should guarantee some kind of value for them. And Dildox backs against the wall.
Tensions rising. The heart rate increasing. With just over 60 seconds to work with. And this is the last moment Dilducks are going to have 2 potential fights here. Pulse bomb from Alex, and Annihilation comes out again on Dilducks. They're just going to give in. They have to go for one last regroup and have forfed the Annihilation for this fight and have to solely look into the 4 ultimates that Dilducks are going to have for one last push.
Yeah, realistically, you should be able to get a couple of attempts here, but this is a time where Dilducks, you know, there's no kind of like forgivingness here. You gotta be very on point with your ultimates. You can't afford to make a mistake.
Kitsune rush active now defensively. Juice gets extremely low, has to be careful, needs to get topped up. PDK comes in and finds the vulnerable person in the back. Able to shut it out. Razor gets 2 now with 50 seconds to go. They've only committed the overclock. They have 3 more ults, soon to be 4th by Redex, so they can continue pushing this, and this is a great position to be in.
Oh, and Dildox had 4 ultimates as well to close out. Oh, and Alex goes down. This should be Dildox all the way here. I have no idea how Young and Beautiful are gonna survive this one and come back.
Respawn advantage now is going to allow Alex to get there quickly, though. Shield out and active by the Ramatra. Pulse bomb goes in, doesn't quite land. Sound barrier is active by Neptune, giving the coverage for Juicy to find an angle to get the shot. In the last-ditch moment, both support ultimates are active by Dilducks. Baz gets Juice. A second with a Javelin. Design goes down. Dilducks in the moment bottle everything up until they can finally unleash it onto Young and Beautiful and allow themselves to once again be the quack of the community and move forward.
Oh, what a gigabanger. What a gigabanger. I'm so happy. What a series. What a back and forth. Dildox. They get across the finish line in map 5. They bring it all the way back. There was a low point there, Jake, on Atlas when they brought out the Junkrat. And after that, it was all clean.
You shouldn't have ever doubted. That was only Dildox introducing more chaos into the match, which is, of course, what allows them to thrive in the end. And I think props to them staying alive. We talked about this. This is a team that's born to succeed in these high-pressure moments when they don't really feel like there's anything on the line. They've been a team that's been able to play with that looseness despite the pressure of the moment.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, realistically, Young and Beautiful, they went such a great distance when it came to the grand finals. That map 7 here, they brought it to a map 5. They've been competitive from start to finish, but Dilducks, again, are not going to go gentle into that good night. They will continue to reign supreme and be soaring amongst so many others with their wings held high.
I mean, yeah, this was just such a back and forth. And like, remember this one, Circuit Royale? It really felt like Dildox, they were so close here on the second point as well, but it was a great defense by Young and Beautiful. Ah, man, I really feel for Young and Beautiful. The way they lost this series, gotta be kicking yourself. Great opportunity to qualify for OWCS Stage 3, but couldn't quite get the job done against Dildox and to get eliminated here in the lower bracket.
C9.
I mean, just look.
What would the series have been without an epic C9 on push? I mean, that's almost par for the course these days.
Did it qualify for a Jake C9?
That was a true C9. I mean, the fight, any fight where you're winning and you C9 is a true C9. I think the fights where you're like super unlikely to win and then you C9, I don't qualify those. But the ones where you were probably gonna win, you know, like you might have been a few fights away from winning the map. Winning the map, let's say, is in contention, but you should have kept the game going. You really did have a good chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so let's take a look now at the player of the match. We've seen the highlights, but we've got to see who we're going to give those POTM honors. And today, it's going to be PDK, hit scan for Dilducks. I mean, this guy looked very solid from the Soj to the Freya. I mean, lots of big plays from him.
For sure.
Realistically, I mean, again, Johnny, you and I were really watching it out the gate. It seemed like PDK was a little bit underwhelming, but again, it was only after really that first submap where it was like, no, PDK started to then just take souls and really just found so much value over the course of these maps.
Yeah, absolutely. I really feel like PDK was a big difference maker, especially those maps that Dildux did end up winning. I think much of that was because Dildux did pop off, or PDK, sorry, did pop off for Dildux rather. So it was a big difference maker in this series. You know, maybe you could have made a, you know, an argument, you know, for Razor or someone like that, but PDK well deserved to have the match.
All right, well, let's take a look at the bracket, see where we are so far in the NA Promotion Relegation Tournament. That last match, Dildux, they stayed alive, but they're going to have to get another win if they want to qualify to come back into NA OWCS. To get our first qualification slot, though, it will be this upper final, Supernova taking on Dreamland. Two teams that both want to earn that chance to complete at the highest level, teams that have really wanted, and maybe Supernova, I mean, they definitely look like the stronger team coming in 7th seed here out of OWCS NA, and so, yeah, maybe they're the favorites to qualify, but Dreamland aren't going to make it easy for them. We're going to have to see who comes out on top of that upper bracket match in just a few minutes. We'll be right back after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Welcome back, everyone. It's North American Promotion Relegation Day, and we're on to some very impactful matches. It's time. We're playing for qualifying spots to OWCS Stage 3. I'm Jake. I'm joined by Rich and Johnny. Guys, what are your expectations here? Do you think Supernova is going to requalify? Will Dreamland be a problem for them?
Whew. I mean, Johnny, go ahead. I feel like you've got something real spicy to say with that face.
No, I don't
believed in Supernova, and they disappointed. Will he be salty? Will he be salty?
I'm sticking with Supernova. I'm not one to give up faith on the teams that I believe in. Yeah, I'm not one of those sports fans who like jump ship. So I'm like, okay, I committed to Supernova going into stage 2, and I'm still with them. So promotion relegation, Supernova, get the job done.
Speaking of not jumping ship, by the way, Johnny, that's a perfect segue. You got to get your ship of friends together. We've got the FACEIT referrals program, of course, is what I'm talking about. Get your gang together, get the crew on the deck, refer them with your custom link. Of course, go to fce.gg/referral program to get your unique referral link. Send it to your friends. Get your send it to the stream, whatever it takes. Get these referrals in. You could win a trip to the OWCS finals or one of these many cash prizes, FACEIT point prizes. Stack it up, baby. Get this referral program rolling. This is available to anybody, so make sure to hop on. If you're going to have your friends join your team, you might as well be using the referral link, right? Why not? And come to the OWCS World Finals. We will see you there. It's going to be an absolute barn burner. It's going to be a party. So hoping to see you guys there. Whoever wins that referral competition, going to be exciting to see.
What if you live in Stockholm? Can you get like a cash prize in
Uber? We'll give you an Uber.
Yeah, it'll be like you'll drive there in like a luxury limo where you just have like all the perks alongside of it. You kick your feet up. You just get to have a whole. It'll just take up like 4 or 5 cars length worth.
None of this is true.
I'm trying to give some hopes and dreams to some of those that might be close. But
Rich said it on air, so it's true.
No, oh God, no!
Legally distinct from a promise. I want to just say, you want to cover the production's butt there, but FACEIT referrals program is of course legit. Got to get on there, hop on, compete, get some of those cash prizes, maybe a trip to the finals. But of course, before those world finals, we got to see who's going to promote or relegate to qualify into the OWCS level, who's going to be able to compete, and potentially maybe we'll see some of these teams there. Unlikely, but it's always possible. They are competing to break into that top division. Right now, fighting this match, winner gets a spot in OWCS. It's going to be Supernova versus Dreamland. And let's start to take a look at some of these rosters. Supernova, the team coming down from OWCS from relegation, but probably the favorite across the board. They were the 7th seed in NA, so they were the stronger of the 2 teams here coming down to face relegation. They delivered, I believe, a 3-1 victory over Young and Beautiful, and now they're facing off against Dreamland, who had a tough time against Dill Ducks to be able to even make it to this spot. I mean, how do you guys see these 2 teams matching up as we jump into some of the rosters? First, let me ask you, Rich, about Supernova. Tell me about some of this team. Well,
no, you're good. I mean, with Supernova, again, you had mentioned it already that they're, towards the tail end of it, still not the bottom of the group, as we just saw Dill Ducks attempting to try and justify that they are not meant to be in that bottom spot. But again, with Supernova as a whole, I mean, throughout the season, we've been seeing them continue to try and perform. It's just always seemed like there's been some disjointed factors to it. I want to wait until we maybe get the names up there. I can talk, but realistically, I cannot. Hey, there we go. So yeah, we can talk a little bit about, again, you've got False and Sam that are in those subs, but taking a look at the main roster, Astro, who has been playing on that tank role. I think the synergy that's between them, I mean, there are names in here, of course, that we're so used to seeing. Ranko's one that comes to mind, Ryan as well, with what I've been watching and, seeing over the course of the season. And I think that there's just been some disconnect that they need to really refine as a unit. They've fallen a little bit, at least when it comes to some of the support line consistency and being able to optimize and take advantage of their opponents. But, going into this, Dreamlands is no slouch. And I think it's going to take a lot here for Supernova. And Johnny, you keep putting your eggs in the basket there, but I get to let you talk about Dreamland.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting mix of players here as well. Some that you'll definitely recognize if you paid attention to Collegiate or, even OWCS, of course, FACEIT Masters, because that's where they qualified from. But, you look at this list and like Pella, for example, part of like Rad and Avidity in the past. Obviously, I think one of the standout players for this team manually as well, has been around the mix here these last couple of years in OWCS, of course. So This is another group of those players, kind of similar to what we saw in EMEA, maybe, where like some of these players who have been around the scene for a long time, you know, they find a group of players to play with, and now suddenly they have an opportunity on their hands here to qualify for OWCS. So it's going to be interesting, you know, see who comes out on top here.
Well, Johnny, you're going to be able to watch from the bleachers. I'm going to say goodbye to you. Take your nap. Take your rest. Because, of course, it's going to be Rich and I that are going to be casting this one. So, Johnny, I mean, I know you're not a nap, but go sit on the couch. You know, put your feet up. Watch the game on the iPad, you know?
That I can do.
That you can do. All right. Go get Syria
See you guys.
all right?
Will do, Jake.
All right,
and then it'll just have like, and then it'll just literally be like a dog viewing show on the tablet, just sitting there and being waiting from a distance until you get back.
I have no issues with that. I'm telling you, I want the Siri Cam live on broadcast. Prod won't let me do it, but I'm gonna keep pulling for it, you know.
But now we're going to be heading into this first map, which is going to be Lijiang Tower. We've got the bans also confirmed. Dreamland going to look to take out the Cassidy, whereas we do have the Lucio banned out from Supernova. So again, this whole dynamic between these two, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Dreamland is going to play against this team that is, you know, been a part of the OWCS in this previous stage. So I mean, I really think it can go either way, but Dreamland's going to put up a fight.
Yeah, I wonder if there's ever a world where we see Pella, you know, maybe bringing out some of his unconventional picks. We've seen him play the Wrecking Ball maybe more than most players in the past. So I you know, this could be an option for him. Lijiang Tower, though, most likely going to be more of a heavy rush styles. We got a quick early pause. Players, you know, there's always these lingering tech issues they got to sort out. Somebody didn't charge their Bluetooth mouse. You know, I've been there. I got to say, I've been there. But you know, if you spam the chat caster to start the game, we might start the game quicker. I'm personally holding things up, as Twitch chat knows. So you can just let us know in the Twitch chat. If you want to start the game, you got to spam caster start the game.
There you go. Absolutely. Well, okay, so I got to ask you, because you made that comment. It's like, oh, like you've forgotten your Bluetooth. What's been like the most, oh no kind of moment when you played professionally? Like when you were just like, oh man, when something happened and like kind of like rattled you for a minute.
You're just praying something that is not an internet boom. If the internet booms, you're powerless. That's one of those things that like, look, sometimes you just take that L. And Pella's hovering the ball. I mean, it's control. So am I being baited? Almost certainly yes. Am I hype about seeing a Wrecking Ball potentially pretty viable on this map, in my opinion? Yes. Yes, also yes.
Yes.
Wait for him to go over. I mean, 3, 2. Wait,
here we go. Ready?
Real. No. Oh my God, he's rolling
It's
out.
real.
Let's
well,
go.
I mean, again, Dreamland over the course of the 7 maps that they had in that grand final for FACEIT brought it out on 4 separate occasions. So I'm not surprised to really see it be this relevant here, attempting to try and bring a curveball to the table to try and compete against Supernova. So looking to try and round over top, looks for a decent pile drive onto the supports, getting a very aggressive play, forcing out the immortality field. But why that aggression is happening, Astro gets a shutdown onto manually, so it's a numbers advantage here for Supernova as the point becomes active.
And this shouldn't be a surprise for Supernova, right? They've seen the ball come out before from Dreamland. If they've researched this opponent, which I think they have, they come out looking very prepared, peeling some of these ball engages and immediately moving to punish the rest of the team. Chasing the Wrecking Ball down is usually a mistake since he has such mobility and survivability, but the hit scan, you know, the Batiste, these are characters that are going to potentially struggle where ball just isn't offering that typical frontline pressure from the tank role.
It's also going to be really interesting to see if Astro's able to land those critical javelins to lock down the Wrecking Ball upon an exit way and make sure that it doesn't just see this consistent ebb and flow of going in and out of these fights. But I can see already Pella in the back getting harassed both by the Orisa play and the Tracer from Ryan. So again, this is not looking so great for Dreamland.
Yeah, Supernova playing really solid right now, punishing Pella a couple times in the engage. He's going to feel the pressure, just going to make that swap over to the Orisa mirror. And I like the timing of this. You know, you took your chances on the mid fight with the fast rollout, go for the retake, but look, it failed twice. You got to change things up and move fast. I like that Dreamland showed that adaptability as they're on the retake now. Ryan with a pulse bomb, though, could shut it down before it even really gets going.
We'll see if an opportunity presents itself to land on the mark. Shield drop for the moment. Ryan has to force the recall, so no longer has that as a lifeline as the Amp Matrix from a distance is placed, funneling damage down into the White Room. But there's still a backline attacker from Talisman to see if there is anyone that they want to dive into and really commit their pulse bomb to, since it is available. Overclock, looking for some decent shots again. Everything funneled into that small corridor. And really just a patient play to see what is going to actually be tossed into the mix. Nice. Terra Surge pulls in, plus the pulse bomb lights up blue. Supernova sending a chill down the spine of Dreamland and are in a prime position to take this first round.
Yeah, and that fight really got stalled out. Astro did a fantastic job just holding down on the point. Despite the opening pick onto Grapes, the rest of Supernova continued to fight well. Pella is forced to the Doomfist just to get a touch off here, and I mean, this is really desperate. Grabs the OT, stays on the high ground, but instantly speared out of the block. Yeah, it's a pretty hopeless matchup for Doom into the Orisa, and Talisman can't quite make it for the second touch. And in the end, despite a couple good opportunities there, Tracer looking good for Talisman, it's a 100-0 start. It's exactly what you wanted to see of a Supernova fan, but Dreamland, that's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I mean, again, you and I were both extremely excited to see the Wrecking Ball be brought to the table, but it's really just understanding if Supernova is going to really have the answer to counteract the methodology of its play. And you touched on it too, where if they've watched the footage, they watched the recent play in the grand finals where it was Dreamland versus Young and Beautiful, they recognize that the Ram and the Wrecking Ball were two very significant mainstays from Pella, and with that knowledge can really allow themselves to already structure an outcome to counteract against it and not find themselves caught off guard.
Man, Grapes is really aware. A great read to be starting on the Kiriko is very unconventional, but it's exactly the tool they need, given that Hanbei is going over to the Ana on this map. So this is a Supernova team that looks very well researched, very well prepared for this exact opponent. Maybe they expected to face off against Dreamland. Nade comes in on the Astro. It's just not time. The punish comes through. Big high ground surround here from Dreamland pays dividends.
That's unreal to see how long that timing was. You would think, you and I both are just like, it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. Okay, it didn't happen. So can't allow that to happen any further as Dreamland managed to at least take this point for now to start off.
But Ana on the high ground is going to be a bit of a problem. You don't have much mobility to deal with, or she's going to be able to get some pretty solid setups. Big slam in from Pella. More of a distraction play, though. In the end, Dreamland just wants to be harassing and, making awkward situations for Supernova on the walk as they come to touch point. Forced to use that drone already, but they do get the point flip with the help of the Orisa. So in the end, I think Supernova should be decently happy with this.
Yeah, and the fact that you're denying just continuous accrual on that percentage is so significant. Even if it's just a little bit for a short time, it's denying the advancement that Dreamland's going to be in for a later fight. With Tatsu, with this rail shot coming out, can't quite land on the mark, and you can see Ryan assisting on the outside manually, just having that health value flutter up and down, eventually getting Astro, and now Ranko has just not been able to give any assistive healing, and it's solely onto Grapes, which is not going to be easy.
DPS for Dreamland have been producing pretty well this round. I mean, manually taking risks, you kind of have to. As Freya, you end up being kind of the front line here on Freya, which isn't necessarily a comfortable spot to be, but it's just necessity with the Wrecking Ball on the field. You've got to be able to get in and participate on some of those dives. That winning that retake so decisively is huge for Dreamland, because now they have all 5 ultimates coming into this defense, and it's Supernova who face a very awkward choice in making the retake.
You can hear now the nano boost come out onto Pella. Instantly diving onto the supports as Grape sticks alongside Ranko. And because they're healing each other, both Jutsu and Ryan are sitting ducks for manually.
Yeah, great punish from the rest of the team. I like the way they're splitting the focus. I mean, even if the supports can protect each other, like you mentioned, they're not necessarily going to be able to protect all of their allies. So, Dreamland, the split focus ends up looking really solid for them in this Wrecking Ball comp. And they have the freedom to take this fight as they please, given the positions they're working with. I mean, there's a lot of options for them. And for Supernova, walking out, trying to touch point, maybe they're just going to go right to the point. Looks like that's the attempt here, but the rush is immediately Ranko sent off on a long walk off the short pier, and this retake seems doomed before it's even really began.
That is a unfortunate dark pit of doom down below. Great positioning again by Pella, and this is where things look much better for the Wrecking Ball. Understanding the tact and positioning for these grapples, the pile drives, the environmental kills, it all starts to fall in suit.
Hanbei has just been chilling this entire round. He's just been sitting on the high ground and never ever leaving, just doing whatever he wants on the Ana. Astro's going to go over to the D.Va to try and maybe change that story, but Narwhal's already on the break, and once again, Pella finds Ranko before the fight even begins.
And now in this overtime, attempting to swap it back over, the numbers are, you can see across the board, dwindled. It's only 2 that are here, so they at least swap it again to deny the 99% into the overtime, but this shouldn't last long, and everyone from Supernova is going to have to sprint back onto this point, the D.Va being one of the options to get there quickly. Minefield holds and just keeps... And is just clean right now.
That's a massive cleanup. The boop off the map on the D.Va is an unexpected boon, but one that you're certainly going to take here for Dreamland. Talisman shuts down Ryan, and the fight looks very good right now for Dreamland. Getting the cleanup, Bola shot layered in over the top here. It's the supports trying to stabilize for the moment, but Grapes can't quite get the rally online. Hanbei with a nano to add insult to injury here. Dreamland 99%. This should be a cleanup, an equalizer on this opening map, Lijiang Tower. We're 1-1 going to Control Center. However, you've got to think, based on how the map's played so far, Control Center, pretty rough spot to be playing the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're already seeing this type of value being gained on one that is not traditionally that, I can't wait to see how the rest of the maps are going to look. Because again, when you really need to understand a high level of mechanical skill for the Wrecking Ball to find those pile drives. I mean, we saw the POV on several occasions where it's a grapple that's sending the Wrecking Ball trajecting into the farthest distance and perfectly finding placement between the supports, isolating them away, getting the stun from the pile drive. There's just so much value being brought, even if and despite it being a challenging map for a traditional Wrecking Ball.
Absolutely. As we come into this Control Center round, both teams going to bring out the Orisa. It's a full mirror. A lot of pressure, I think, on especially Talisman versus Ryan, Manually versus Jutsu. The DPS are often going to be difference makers here. And both of them have been able to find some big moments so far in the map. So I definitely think, Dreamland have their work cut out for them. But this is very winnable. But oh no! Astro from downtown.
That's huge. Just taking full advantage of the dash already being down and just early enough taking the advantage. So now Supernova can play a little bit more easily. They've got also the Immortality Field to cover for the initial incoming damage that was coming through. So they've put themselves in a great early opening position.
Shield perk being taken by Astro should be nice on this map with all the, close range choke points. Not that much, shield spamming pressure really from either team comp here. A decent amount, but not what you want to spend your time doing, clearing that Orisa shield. So an interesting choice here for Astro. Looks to be very good at holding down these choke points is now Ryan, marking Talisman on the flank. Supernova would love to slow this game down, but they're not going to get their wish as Manually takes a head off of a Jutsu, gives him a free haircut, certainly one he wasn't hoping for.
Yeah, definite buzz cut indeed. As you see now, Manually looking to go back in for some unique angles, playing back towards the pillar. Ryan dives in for the moment, but forces out the recall, still continuing to climb in favor of Supernova now that they drop back from the high ground, keeping it under contention and denying that last sliver from Dreamland from stripping it away. Hanbei with the amplification matrix gets some extra damage and healing necessary to keep the front line healthy. Pella with the supercharge, or the Terra Surge, not able to find an opportunity to use it just yet because realistically they're hoping to not overcommit into this and they just have to get the eliminations, which finally are coming through, but still 60% and climbing.
Yeah, it's a decent cap so far from Supernova, but the fact that Dreamland get that retake with 4 major ultimates going to be coming up in this next fight, they're in a solid spot if they can meet these out piece by piece. Pulse bombs from Ryan and Talisman, though, are those X factors. Regardless of the ultimate advantage situation, a pulse bomb can be a big problem. Pella has now equalized perks, though, has the shields for himself. So both teams now able to fight with full resource. OC comes out from Manually, but the Orisa is just fortifying and walking away. It's hard to peek this corner, so for now, that's just an ultimate wasted by the defense.
Yeah, you don't really want to overextend, find yourself either divided or potentially a decent shot that comes in from a distance. Terra Surge to pull them in. Immortality Field is there, but the overclock comes in from Jutsu, who gets the pickup onto Narwhal, sending him packing, as well as Grapes being squeezed and sent back as well. 40% and continuing to climb, and realistically, Dreamland is still sitting in a very good position.
Yeah, Talisman with the huge pulse bomb there to shut down Grape's rally. Now it's Narwhal with the rally of his own. Can Ryan repeat that same feat? Maybe not needed as Renko assists that rail shot on the Manually to get the cleanup kill. Rally comes in from Narwhal trying to hold here. Still have double support alive, but the instant pressure onto Narwhal just nukes him down out of the fight.
Yeah, and there's a big bash as well that comes through, able to stun Grapes for the moment earlier in that fight, so it makes it very challenging to give that healing necessary and to block it as it switches back over to Supernova.
Yeah, getting the knockdown bash is massive against the rally, right? Like, you would much rather be the Brig with no ultimate, still trading, putting both on the floor. You're probably both going to die, but it looks much better in that position for Supernova because of that mutual knockdown bash. So now Supernova once again holding. And Matrix should be easier to use on this defense, but will they pull the trigger at the right moment? Astro, the Terra Surge could also pose a big problem for Hanbei.
Amp Matrix now out. That'll instantly delete that shield with the extra boost. Jutsu shutting down manually is, again, so beneficial. And the immortality from Renko holds strong, but Astro, unfortunately, is not able to get the healing necessary to top themselves up quick enough. And Grapes left vulnerable and picked up by the Terra Surge themselves. 99 into the overtime, and this is going to swing back in favor of Dreamland.
Really nice kiting from Hanbei's Baptiste. You know, he was just far enough back. Astro just missed the Terra Surge. Thought he could get him in it, but Hanbei had backed off at just the perfect moment. Doesn't get caught in the Terra Surge, stays alive because of it. They're able to clean up Astro and move forward, recap the point. Ultimates for the most part off the field. Jutsu with an overclock. Maybe you can make this retake work. Talisman with a pulse bomb, though, can be the answer that the team is looking for. I think defending Tracer with a pulse bomb is a great spot to be. The attackers are forced to come in and challenge you for position.
Big damage onto Ryan. Pulse bomb goes astray. Jutsu dodged out of it. Overclock finds Narwhal down below and guarantees that there is only one support managing to hold on to this, and it's all on Hanbei. Is there enough to turn it with manually getting two? I thought it was a concern when it was only one support, but the fact that you have this absolute retaliation coming in from manually, it gives them a new lease on life, and they need to manage this while Astro is still present.
Renko has managed to slip a couple heals in there, trying to stabilize Astro. He's too low to step onto the point. Just doesn't have the health for it, with Hanbei deploying that defensive Amp Matrix. And that's a big map win, right? Coming out here for Dreamland, the fact that they're able to hold on and make that clutch. I mean, they're the underdogs in this series. To start out with a map win, put some wind in your sails. The Wrecking Ball comp looks, it gets shut down on map one, and I'm thinking, oh, that's a big problem. If Wrecking Ball doesn't work at all this series, that's maybe your strongest card for Dreamland. But winning map 2 with it is huge, because it shows that, okay, look, in the right scenario with the right strategy behind it, this Wrecking Ball is something you're gonna have to continue to worry about. It's a problem you're gonna have to continue to solve for Supernova, and it's one that they may not have much experience against.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, with how proficient it was in the grand finals from FACEIT, I am not surprised to see it going to be played as predominantly here outside of the RAM whenever necessary, because once you start getting into this second round and the third one, it starts really stacking up, and why Pella on this Wrecking Ball is so valuable, in addition to being alongside the way that both manually and also Talisman play together.
Yeah, I mean, Talisman really impressed me this map. A lot of big performances on the Tracer, a lot of opening picks, especially in that second round, which, I mean, or rather the first round where they got destroyed, but I mean, Talisman was doing a lot with very little resource there, which is a great sign for your Tracer player to go deep into the series. And the fact that they're able to bring it together, stabilize, and run it back on control to win the first map, exactly what this team would have wanted. Despite being the underdog in the series, nobody wants to go down and face Dill Ducks, all right? There's pure chaos waiting for you in the lower bracket final. You don't want to take that risk. You want to win this one right now, a series that maybe you can control, maybe you can understand. When you go down to that lower bracket match, no one knows what's waiting for you there. No one knows what kind of strange entity thrives in Dill Ducks. Maybe they're going to play Junkrat against you. You just can't predict it. Anything's possible.
Yeah, and again, with Supernova on this first one, unfortunately not being able to take it, and it makes them have to kind of think, what do we want to do moving forward? Because with the Wrecking Ball being a non-traditional pick that we've seen over the course of, you know, recent history, how do they look to ban that out? Is there certain maps they'd rather hold it for if they want to ban it out? Do they want to do something early to where now they can equalize to try and eliminate some of the maps within the pool? So these are a number of different variables too, where you have a little bit of a wider option to ban, but in doing so, that means that there's a lot of versatility that Dreamland can bring to this because they have that unique set of heroes within their wheelhouse.
I feel like it's also very important for Dreamland to continue to have this support hero flexibility. Like, not every team can go straight from the Anakiri to the Brig Bap and still look really competent on both styles, and that's very necessary to make this Wrecking Ball work. I think there's going to be maps for you kind of need the Ana, maybe like a Zen. You need some, you know, very chaotic, high value generating supports to be able to make the Wrecking Ball style work. The distraction plays need maybe a little bit more firepower behind them to be effective. But so far, Dreamland, I mean, I think their experience on with the Wrecking Ball and the team comp shows that they know how to handle that. They know how to approach different maps, different situations, and put Supernova in a real bind. So going deeper into the map pool, I'm really interested to see what picks sort of come out here. I wonder, does Supernova want to maybe pick an escort to deny something like a Gibraltar? Where are you most threatened by the Wrecking Ball? Can you pick a map type to kind of deny some of the most threatening maps, or maybe take us to a map where Wrecking Ball just feels impossible? It's going to be up to them, their knowledge of the matchup, how they want to approach approach this with a lot of maps left in the pool, this is a very important pick. You really want to make sure that maybe some of the scariest maps are denied by this opening map pick.
Oh, I mean, and one of the maps that really just makes me think about, even though I know it's only been recently really added into this, I think of Atlas being not so advantageous potentially for a wrecking ball because the setups are not yet really known.
Close quarters, yeah.
And
like
I think, and it's very close. Yeah, like that's the immediate thing that I think. So that might be kind of like a little ace in the hole because that would really have been on, you know, Pella. Have they spent enough time in there to make the wrecking ball work? And even if it does work, is it truly viable because of those close quarters like you mentioned?
And honestly, I think neither Flashpoint strikes me as a wrecking ball map. I don't think you can really play it on New Junk City either. So another thought I had is that, like, okay, I think Wrecking Ball is probably the best map in the pool is probably Blizzard World. So maybe at least, you know, you could take us to one of the hybrids, but Supernova are just going to say New Junk City. This is certainly in their wheelhouse, something they're very confident on, but what I'm worried about is I expect now Dreamland have a clapback with a Blizzard World pick if they do lose this second map, which puts them in a great spot in the series overall. We'll see if it ends up coming into fruition just like that. But Dreamland also, they don't want to just give up wins just because it's a rush map, right? This is a team that has played the Ramatra, as you mentioned before. Pella has looked great on some of these rush styles too, and we need to see a big performance from them, especially if they want to have not only a qualification to OWCS, but actually a breakout performance there.
Because you have to think again, of course, you're thinking in the now, you want to get into that position, but it's that bigger macro picture when you look at now what you're going to actually be bringing to the table in the long run, that dream adventure and goal into who else you're going to be facing off against. So it's going to be something I think realistically, once we get those bans and understand it, it looks like we actually do have confirmation. So it's going to be Supernova that's going to ban out the Hazard, and Dreamland is going to ban out the Kiriko.
Interesting choices. I mean, banning the Kiriko, it strikes me as like a good strategy to enable Ramatra, because now you can maybe go for like this Brig Juno style or maybe like a Bat Brig style behind the Ramatra and you know, slow the game down quite a bit, which should favor the Ram. And Supernova taking away the Hazard, also interesting. I mean, it's ironic because I actually think both of these bans are really attacking the higher tempo options for the map, and so maybe both teams want the slower setup. Maybe Symmetras could come out here, and I think Symmetra is extremely strong right now in the meta, especially on a map like New Junk City. I think it is the meta, at least on a couple of these flashpoints, especially the mid fight. I think Symmetra is the best hero you can play, so I'm curious to see if either of these teams agree with that sentiment, if they have the experience and the strategic preparation to run the sim here.
Well, see, and that's the part you said right at the end, if they have the experience and if they have that understanding and how it works, because realistically, when we looked at the previous map or series in that sense, where we did start to see Alex utilizing that Symmetra, there were a couple of very strategic and significant plays that I think were far superior to other moments when we did get to see the Symmetra. And again, it doesn't have to always work every time, but if you're able to outmaneuver and outmatch an opponent, if Supernova is the one that only brings out the Symmetra to counteract against it, looks like Talisman's gonna opt in for this battle as well. So it's gonna be a whole different game like Johnny mentioned, and from what we've heard from interviews.
Interesting. So both teams going to go with the Orisa style here. Jutsu favors the Sojourn, where Manually values the Cassidy. So a little bit of close range versus a little bit of more, you know, sniper poking threat. See who ends up on top here. Big headshots from Manually on the Orisa, but takes a headshot himself from the enemy Sojourn. So got to be careful. Still fearlessly charging forward.
And ultimately, they didn't opt into it. It was only just for quick movement, so that makes me just want to focus so much on the influence that both Ryan and Talisman are going to bring to the table on these tracers. How do they find those networks in the back to harass the supports, to put them into an uncomfortable position, and what resources they can force out in these engagements? Already, Astro getting extremely low, using the fortification, having to draw back and play close together, and there is just so much healing being pumped into it. Immortality fields, both exchanged, but unfortunately, Dreamland was able to get it out first, and that's going to be Jutsu with a beautiful rail shot.
Yeah, finds a couple of kills now, and Supernova still battling this one out. Dreamland got the early cap. Narwhal with the deathmatch on the Lucio, but things are still turning the other way. Sojourn is alive and healthy. Narwhal incredibly low HP, trying to just escape out of this fight, just trying to stabilize things, but Talisman's back on the Tracer. He could have been able to hold on to this one for a few more seconds. We're coming into those last moments of the fight. It's Tracer, he's going to recommit, going straight into the low ground on the point. Pella's back on the Orisa, and somehow, some way, Dreamland back. What a knockdown drag out, but Dreamland get early control and continue to hold on to it.
I feel like this was that Tracer play on Eichenwalde, but this time it was with Narwhal and the Lucio just buying time, getting the eliminations, and giving enough agency for Dreamland to get back into this and now continue to climb. And Talisman gets the pickup onto Ranko. So now they solely have to wait for a regroup with only, what, 20% left to go?
Insane kill from Talisman. I mean, he had no help on that play. I guess other people had already dealt damage, but now immediately High Noon speed in. Super aggressive play here coming out from Dreamland. They're getting punished for it. The sound barrier available from Grapes does shut down the High Noon play. Pella trying to clean up the Lucio, but can't quite get it done with the Immortality Field, and the point cap was there from Ryan. So
yeah.
And Supernova, I mean, they did not crack at all under the pressure. Pella already has Terror Surge, so he's going to get delayed pretty brutally. Okay, no. Supernova are going to clean him up, and Dreamland sent back to the respawn, but they have the supportable advantage. Theoretically, a speed boost in with a sound barrier into a Terror Surge, this should be a really challenging position to hold for Supernova. They need to find picks.
Wow, Immortality Field instantly having to be forced out. There is so much forward positioning being played by Supernova, and does get a coverage though. Renko is there to guarantee that nobody is going to be eliminated by the Terror Surge from Pella, but it's still going to be a great follow-up from Dreamland, despite because Supernova started to play so far forward.
Yeah, that opening bait from Manually, he was out, it looked like too far, but managed to calm that roll back in, get the Immortality Field from Hanbei, and then get stabilized by the team. And when you push forward trying to chase that cast into kill, Pella punished you heavily with that big Terror Surge, put massive damage onto Jutsu, and the follow-up was good. So Dreamland up 1-0 now on this Flashpoint, playing the rush style that, well, frankly, they weren't like, I mean, they looked somewhat effective on the Lijiang Tower, but they're showing that they're way more than a ball one-trick team, right? To have a really solid performance against Supernova on this comp, this is your bread and butter right now in the meta. If you win on this, you can win on anything.
Yep. And now with only 15 seconds until this next Flashpoint becomes active, we'll see how Dreamland is going to look to play this and how they position themselves down underneath. Jutsu can't quite find some clear sight lines, finally taking a big wrap around and up on the high ground. That's a lot of damage onto Pella. Immortality Field has to be tossed, and Amplification Matrix committed into this. There was no way that you can risk not keeping Pella alive on this point as it finally becomes active. But Supernova now contesting, keeping that from being completely captured for the moment. Stuck Manually even knows it. Has a brief moment of pause to say, I'm done, fam. And now they are still at a 0-0. No one capturing it yet. Narwhal gets one, but is very low themselves, with Ryan sweeping in for the elimination and looks to try and finally take the advantage over Dreamland.
Yeah, nice attempt from Dreamland to try and clutch that one out. A couple of clean plays there. Manually rolls the pulse damage, but it just wasn't enough. It's already down to half HP, so the pulse still cleaned him up in the combat roll, despite that damage resist. Dreamland, now it's their turn to be on the retake. An uncomfortable spot for them. We'll see how they try to retake into it. This sound barrier from Graves come out very aggressively. You got to be always worried about the threat of these defenders pulling the trigger and just sending it into your backline. You don't really have an answer to it. Talisman, pulse bomb goes wide, no connection there, and the retake begins for Dreamland.
Manually on an off angle again, looking quickly to see if they can potentially get Ryan among the back line. Can't quite do so, but the damage now refocused onto the front line where Astro is getting so overwhelmed. Immortality Field and a double Terror Surge once again. Golden Centaurs go at each other and Astro finds the short end of the stick. Pella brought down regardless because Ranko is there, assisted by Ryan with a 3-piece in the kill feed to keep them alive, and will be able to make it a 1-1 Flashpoint score.
Talisman needs to die fast, man. He's staying into this fight way too long, and that means he's going to be on a very off wave from his team. It's just they're going to lose that first Flashpoint. Maybe there wasn't much chance for the retake anyway, but you know, still a little bit awkward for them. As now the Flashpoint score stands at 1-1. Both teams on this sojourn, but Ryan has a pulse bomb. He's got a sneaky hiding spot here. I don't know that Dreamland are going to check this. This is an unconventional spot. And if you walk up and don't see this Tracer coming, you could be in real trouble. Hanbei holding with just diamond hands onto this Immortality Field. Finally, it's forced out. Narwhal with the beat to stabilize. They continue to move forward to the point.
Yep, the both Fortify and also the Immortality Field gone, so they're basically sitting ducks, and Ryan's just waiting for the ideal moment. The shield blocks it, big pickup, huge damage onto Ryan, but since they hyper-focused onto Ryan, who was diving in to give the assistance, that's left Jutsu available to basically just continue causing problems for the rest of Dreamland.
Huge performance there from Ryan, though. I mean, big damage, picks off the Lucio, drops a massive pulse bomb into a swarm of Dreamland players. And I mean, the beat came out from Narwhal, but they just weren't able to capitalize and really move the fight onto the objective. And Supernova just outlasted them here. So showing why they take us to New Junk City, looking solid here. Manually, though, could turn things around, and you're completely dry of ultimates for Supernova. You have no true answers to the overclock on a very open point here on the bomb flats.
Looking to see how soon the overclock is active, and the time is now. No one really in the sightline just yet. Swiveling quickly to find somebody is now a big prime target is Astro. Rotating around the middle, the shield is active, so it's blocking some of the sightlines. Is necessary to harass the supports. Astro getting pummeled with healing by Ranko to guarantee that they are topped up and ready to go, but in doing so manually finds an off angle and gets a rail shot onto Jutsu, making it that they are only solely reliant onto Ryan. That overclock is down. There's no way they want to commit the ultimate, but Pella doesn't want them to escape, keeps them close. Narwhal comes in alongside with Manually.
And Dreamland, now they have a bit of a tough decision to make, right? They're completely out of ultimates on their side. Hanbei closest to that Ant Matrix. Maybe they can hold forward and deny some of this walk-up, but that over-aggressive play got a bit punished on the first round. We'll see if they can do it a little bit more cleanly this time, if they can deal with Ryan wrapping around, almost certainly going to be coming to contest this checkpoint.
Railgun still at full power.
We'll see how this movement favors them. Already catching out Talisman. Amplification Matrix enabled. So this is where really Supernova has the ultimate economy to fight back into this, basically waiting for it to dissipate. They have the time to do so and can look to re-enter. Now, Jutsu putting that damage onto the shield to eliminate it, forcing back with the Amplification Matrix even further. That is a slap in the face when you've got a shot like that from Jutsu. 2 already in that feed and looking to gain more. There's a third with the assistance of Astro, and you will have Supernova only have to commit 2 ultimates into this to be able to overtake Dreamland.
Great patience from Jutsu there, just waiting with that Ant Matrix, waiting for somebody to step out of bounds, just be a little bit too wide on the angle, and gets 2 kills for his Penavit. I mean, that's massive for the team. They get the retake, still with a big bank of ultimates. Dreamland, though, they've got time. I suspect they're going to want to make their way back into this if they can get that overtime contest from Talisman.
Ooh, Talisman's down though! Big damage trying to cross over and actually dashes right into the face of Astro, so they lose the opportunity to keep it into the overtime.
Ryan chasing forward, wants to clean up manually. Pella also dropping low, so between the checkpoints, Dreamland getting routed, it seems, sent back to the spawn. Supernova resurgent, aggressive here, and really cleaning the map out. They're gonna head over and get a free first cap on this checkpoint because they're able to win that fight so decisively.
Heading over to Ducts to get there before it becomes active. That's going to guarantee that they will be in a prime position to get it first, since you've got Dreamland looking for a regroup and how they'll enter in onto this, and curious to see what they'll want to opt into first for their ultimates to cast into this first fight.
Yeah, is there even going to be a touch? Okay, Talisman does blink forward onto the point, has the OC behind him to stabilize that, so no cap did come in. It's a good start to the fight, but manually, can he find more with the overclock?
Not pushing all the way forward, doesn't want to overstay their welcome nor leave themselves vulnerable. Manually with a disruptor shot, trying to zone them off the high ground, being a challenge to get those shots necessary for an elimination. Down below though, Astro's just holding on the point, has the shield and now an immortality field to keep Supernova healthy. With 5 ultimates online, they can really pick and choose how they want to disperse these into the fight. And at this point, they may not really need to. They're getting the picks necessary to carry those over for this last flashpoint.
That's a big fight win. I mean, Supernova came into that disadvantage, but they managed to clutch it out. They kited the overclock perfectly from manually. He couldn't really get any connections in. Both teams with big banks of ultimates, though. And I mean, yeah, you have the advantage of the overclock, but with this many ultimates on the field, I feel that the OC isn't necessarily going to be a backbreaker. So Dreamland have a good shot at this as they come up here and start to reassert themselves onto the high ground.
Ant Matrix first. Counteracted by Ranko. Javelin onto Jutsu. Needs to be cautious and covered by the shield. Ryan goes down below. Chip damage onto Talisman. Chasing with the assist now by the support line. Narwhal couldn't give the extra necessary support. Ryan picked up, gets Narwhal. They've lost the sound barrier. Dreamland doesn't have that to use for protection as Grapes unleashes theirs. And now that's going to be only 10% remaining. Supernova has played that impeccably, and Dreamland has no hope or prayer able to come back into this as they are unable to touch with a beautiful boop away from it.
very confident map win there coming out from Supernova. They took us to Flashpoint and they showed us why. I mean, putting on a masterclass, really clean plays. You know, the mid fight was a little bit chaotic, you know, you got a little bit scrappy and you end up getting clutched out there, but you know, coming to the rest of the Flashpoints, it's kind of open and shut. Time and time again, it feels like you just can't quite get into the fight on Dreamland. You're getting punished on the flanks, you're getting kind of pulled apart from all sides, and just really great plays from Supernova. However, like we mentioned, I mean, Flashpoint was maybe always going to be their strongest blow, and as they equalize the series 1-1, now ball's in your court, Dilducks. Where are you going to take it? Not Dilducks. Dilducks are living in my head rent-free. Dreamland are going to be able to take us to the next map and decide where the series is going to go from here. And man, Jutsu Sojourn has got to be top of mind when you make that consideration. This guy is doing different things here on this map.
And I know you're looking forward to that last match of the day because you get to actually have that Dilducks one. But yes, we can stay here now. And realistically, again, it's here's the interesting thing is because they're going to go to a map that's strong, that doesn't really have the Wrecking Ball, which is something they might not be prepared for. Now, of course, it's going to be on the side of Dreamland where they're able to pick a map that they can play confidently. But that is where we can start to lead into now Supernova. It could ban out the Wrecking Ball on a dominant map. So depending upon those significant factors and how they go with this, that pick and ban aspect really does change the strategic, almost kind of like mind game play of what you're going to go into next.
That's true. I will say though, with Dreamland, they have first ban prior, so they can always just ban a tank to protect Wrecking Ball.
True.
And ensure that they get the ball on the comfort map. So, I mean, my thought is that it's maybe Blizzard World. I think there is like a Gibraltar, could be a, you know, maybe the escort maps could be another optional look for you here. So I think I'm kind of just curious to see what Dreamland's perspective is. They almost certainly have a better knowledge of it than me in the current meta, given that they've been playing the Wrecking Ball. They're going to be able to take us to wherever they're most comfortable, whatever map type they want to dominate the hardest and eliminate from the pool. That's kind of why I like the Blizzard World, because I think the other hybrid maps are a little bit scarier from you know, my perspective in this matchup. Whereas on Escort, I feel like even all three Escorts are like going to be pretty fine for you as Team Dreamland. So, you know, up to them, I guess, how they have this read. I'm curious to see where they'll end up taking us. But it's clear that the series is between two closely matched teams, that either of these squads could be, maybe both of them will end up being our qualifying teams here to OWCS NA Stage 3.
Yeah, because technically, again, the losing team is going to go down into the lower bracket, face off against Dilducks. They can still take the win. So either of them really still can be those bottom two that are now brought up in that sense. So, you know, anything can happen, and I absolutely agree with it. And with this next map, waiting to see what it's going to be, I mean, I feel like you would want to go to something like Blizzard World, and I agree with that. We finally got to see it in our previous series for the first time, so maybe we'll get to see it again going into it and play to those strengths. Like you're mentioning, since they do still have the ban, we could take a look at what remains for everyone that's tuning in for the Push, Escort, and Hybrid map selection, since we did both have Flashpoint and Control already out the gate here for those first two maps.
Yeah, I wonder how. I mean, Gibraltar is a dive map, but I mean, we've seen them play Wrecking Ball on this before. But I mean, it strikes me as a little awkward. You know, maybe where something like the Winston, the D.Va would be more conventional choices. Blizzard World as well. I mean, you can play the Wrecking Ball, but there's also, you know, a pretty good argument to just keep it simple, play an Orisa, play a D.Va, and just play like a more classical style. However, with Pella on the roster, I just feel like we are always sort of leaning for Dreamland to try to snag that advantage. It feels like they're going to have the edge in terms of understanding the matchups with the Wrecking Ball on the field. They've played against many comps with this style, but not many teams have played against a competent Wrecking Ball look, because it's just rare to see at the top level play. There's not that many players who can pilot the ball really at this elite level.
Yeah, and it's something that realistically, even it's more so, do you want to try and invest that level of time to have it within your wheelhouse, or just accept that you need to find other means to deal with it? But it looks like we are going to have confirmation that our next map is going to be Midtown for our hybrid. So again, something where there is still, I think, viability to it. I'm curious to see if they stick with that, or if they do finally want to waver away from that and maybe not bring the Wrecking Ball into this.
Yeah, is the Wrecking Ball, I mean, Midtown doesn't strike me as a great Wrecking Ball map. I wonder though, I mean, it is a pretty solid map for your Ramatras, your Orissas, which Pella has shown that he can also pilot well. So, I mean, maybe this is Dreamland also, you know, just trying to add more complexity. If they get pigeonholed as a Wrecking Ball one-trick team and they over-invest on that, over-index on it, they become maybe a little bit too easy to attack with bans and, you know, strategies for opponents. So, you know, for their future in terms of succeeding in OWCS, I think it's actually really important that they are more than just, you know, a one-trick pony, that they have the diversity, and maybe, you know, putting up a win with a Ramatra or an Orisa comp is a way to show that, really.
Well, and the other thing too is let's say if it doesn't go the way that they like it by attempting to go down that route, they have a couple of really great maps that would be more significantly favored to them, where they can then bring that Wrecking Ball out, even the score up to the 2-2, and then now look to that 5th map where you can really battle it out, since they'll have essentially that second lease on life dropping down to the lower bracket against the Dilducks.
Certainly, you know, all possibilities still open in the series. You know, I'm just want to see more from these teams. Also, you know, Supernova, in the end, right, like I think it's big for them that they could take a map 1 loss, they can lose the first point on Flashpoint and just seem totally unfazed by it, right? They come back in, they're still playing patiently, they're still playing with control, and they're generating these big advantages and, you know, willing to outlast some of these ultimates without necessarily just immediately counter-ulting. Just having the discipline to make those reads is another sign I like to see from teams trying to vie for being at the top. You know, if you are playing purely formulaic Overwatch, you're always going to be missing just a little bit of extra value. We do have a sub, I'm hearing, though, on the card, so let's take a look at it. Okay, it's Monkey Happy coming in for Pella. So maybe, okay, taking us to Midtown says that, okay, we're going to do it in a completely different style. Yeah. I mean, now there's all these other possible options coming out, like any tank could really be coming onto the field here. I mean, maybe Monkey Apple play, you know, the Winston, the Sigma, some of these shield tanks. I do think Winston, I mean, maybe it's, I don't know, I'm curious why Winston's so unplayed right now. And maybe it is just the you know, dominance of characters like Freya and Sojourn, who have great mobility and massive DPS to burst you down, even out of Primal Rage, but there's always possibilities.
Yeah, and again, this is also kind of leaning into the aspect where we do see that they recognize that at this point, for as prolific and just masterful Pella is on the Wrecking Ball, they have to make that acknowledgement that, you know, we're going to sub somebody in. We have to take a different dimension with this. We're going to bring them to Midtown. Maybe there's something, a trick up their sleeve that they have that they really think is more formidable than the Wrecking Ball. But we can take a look at the bans here that have come through, where Dreamland has gotten rid of the Lucio, and then we've got Supernova taking out the Ramatra. So again, this now is where maybe that sub was a really good thing, because you're realizing you've lost a Sumatra, or the Ramatra. That's the one where Pella typically leans into outside of the Wrecking Ball. So now it's forcing that substitute to bring in a alternative tank that's going to be much more beneficial to their thought process and composition.
And I think the Lucio ban also is a good way to attack Grapes, where I feel like Lucio typically for me looks like the strongest hero in his pool. Definitely no slouch in the break, can handle it as well, but I think Supernova as a team, they like these rush comps. They like playing with pace. They like having the sound barrier as this overwhelming burst of aggression, where the team really is great at hitting with synchronicity on that timing. And so by taking the Lucio off the field, you're going to slow things down and maybe make this a little bit more hit scan and tank centric, where support's just going to have to maybe stay alive a little bit more patiently in a longer engagement.
So it looks like we also are going to let you know that Dion is monkey happy. So we will be saying Dion for that substitute that we did just mention, as we do get to take a look at the defensive side first. And what do we have here brought to the table? The Scotsman. It's going to be Hazard being brought to this as the tank selection, and a Weaver.
All right, low-key, the Weaver strats they've been growing like you know, a beautiful healthy forest of life-giving trees in these last few months. And I mean, I'm not entirely convinced yet, but there's definitely moments where the heals, the consistency of throughput, and the survivability of Lifeweaver are just really hard to answer, especially without Lucio. Not many good options to bring that level of pace necessary to punish Lifeweaver, or maybe you know, pick them off entirely before the fight begins. We'll see what Supernova elect to run once they see this compositional matchup.
What is it that Avril's been coining it as? The Beaver composition, right? I think that's what he's been saying for Baptiste and Lifeweaver. We'll see how valuable it's going to be on this defensive side.
There's a lot of saves, a lot of heals, and strat overall. I mean, a lot of options you have, and right now Ryan and Grapes headed forward into this alleyway trying to take that flank control, but man, Hanbi is battling them every step of the way.
And you can see Ryan getting a few bolts right in the gullet. And you can even see now that Dion is forcing back for a brief moment to recover. Manually gets gripped up so that they are not in a vulnerable position. Still a couple of decent shots now down below on that left-hand side of the fire truck. As this is an interesting play defensively from Dreamland, that they're trying to just navigate outwardly but not overextend themselves, as Ryan just sweeps in from the backside, getting some decent chip damage across the board on multiple members, and just has to continue doing so because it's making it really challenging for Dreamland on the defense.
Hanbei with these high-low hops has been in that position for way too long. Grapes finally shuts it down. That's a massive kill, though, from Grapes on the Kiriko. Now Dion is, here trying to hold this one out with not much resource to speak of. The Weaver has to pull him out, try to get his health bar back up for a reset, but the cap's coming in. Grapes has that Kitsune rush if he needs it. It looks like the recontest is going to be attempted here. Talisman comes out first, but instantly bursted down by Ryan with help of some teammates there. And yeah, even Dion just going to have to sacrifice his life away. The rush is just too much to fight into.
Yeah, and you just see instantly the second that Talisman goes out there is just blown to bits right in the face of Ryan with everyone else. So now just under 5 minutes to work through this Streets phase and see how they'll be able to fend off against it.
And they're going to keep the Weaver, so trying to get value out of this tree. Maybe it'll work, but this is a scary spot. I mean, Weaver on the retake, that's not a combination you want to see. I mean, this is typically a good hero, but it's just purely defensive. Immortality Field continuing to control Jutsu on the high ground. Both Sojourns taking risks, trying to fire through those respective Immortality Fields, but it's Talisman with the pulse bomb that shuts down Jutsu.
And with that, again, you lose so much of that long-range poke damage from the Sojourn. Talisman now looking to play potentially towards that back. Ooh, well, maybe you're going to have Ryan actually put it in check. I was seeing if Talisman's going to go in for maybe an aggressive play with Ryan. See, as we have on this back position, just keeping tabs on it. The payload still slowly moving forward. Bola comes in on the backside. Immortality Field is there from Renko, though. Ultimate committed as well from Dion to try and lock down multiple members. Dreamland gets the eliminations necessary to keep them sticking in this and actually holding back Supernova into their spawn.
Yeah, these are some big kills, taking the reset once again. Now Narwhal can take the position he prefers on the Life Weaver, and they're sticking with this style. So far, it's working decently well. I mean, I don't believe they've even used the tree yet, so I wonder if they're going to get value out of that somehow in this engagement. Maybe we could use it to block some of the shots from Jutsu with his overclock. As wait, Dion, a little bit too deep. Yeah, I think missed his jump to the high ground and gets instantly punished. Astro more than happy to take that one away.
Yeah, that javelin locking him in place, really just being a sitting duck for the moment, as now you do see pressure forward again. Jutsu diving forward alongside Astro. There's a nice Suzu to top up and keep them healthy with 3 minutes to go as that truck continues to move out from underneath the Midtown tunnel.
Talisman in the backline trying to hunt down the enemy tracer, forces the recall out of Ryan, starts the fight off on some good strong footing here as Dreamland takes in position, but Renko still has that matrix on the high ground. When he deploys that, it's going to be a real problem for these defenders.
Astro's having a really hard time, was completely collapsed on by two different positions, and now the Tree of Life is active. Narwhal making sure that there is enough healing necessary to keep this defensive line held strong and will be able to stave off. But as I say that, Supernova comes in with a couple picks of their own, not only onto Hanbei, but to Manually as well. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Talisman sticking close to see if there is enough contention here defensively and regrouping with the rest.
Well done by Dreamland, holding on to the point. And, you know, just trading those kills did enough. And the Tree of Life just created enough time, enough distraction there where Dreamland finding a couple kills. They're so close to their own spawn. They're very happy to be playing a long, drawn-out, you know, trading style engagement from that position. But, you know, we've seen Terror Surge Pulse Bomb be a incredibly effective combo in the past. Supernova, though, without a speed ability, it might be hard to get that Orisa into position.
We'll see how Supernova handles this, because this is a difficult position to push into. Don't really have the payload either as an obstacle to utilize as a defensive mechanism. Ryan goes in, forces out a recall, no longer available to Talisman. Maybe gonna be able to find something with this pulse bomb, but not overcommitting just yet with 1 minute and 20 seconds. Shots fired, Ryan low, gets topped up though, sticking near that health pack and have the Immortality Field active. chasing down, pushing across the bridgeway. It is just a scrappy engagement across this whole fight where no one's dead yet until finally Narwhal and Manually everything falls under the weight. Supernova patiently goes into this and is able to take over the defensive line of Dreamland and reaching this checkpoint with an entire team kill.
Once Astro connects that back line, man, they used double save. Both the Weaver pull and the Immortality Field were used on Ryan's Pulse Bomb stick, which is a pretty challenging thing to coordinate. I mean, in the end, it's kind of a normal mistake to have happen. But then there's nothing left to deal with Astro. Once he Terror Surges into that entire formation, they're just dead to rice. There's no way out of that position. They take massive damage, and the cleanup is just an inevitability. Narwhal, you've got the Tree of Life, but is it going to be enough to deal with Graves Kitsune Rush? I don't like that ultimate trade. I feel like you'd much rather be the Kiriko here. Such a long-lasting and multifaceted ultimate. It already comes out.
Yep, instantly going to be placed onto it. We don't see Narwhal commit that Tree of Life, as you mentioned in the trade. Hanbei, though, does have the amplification matrix to potentially toss into this and will manage to do so after the Kitsune Rush is active. Immortality Field from Renko keeps Astro alive just in time to start funneling health back into it, and Narwhal still holding on to this tree.
Manually, see if you can find something on this defense. Needs a connection from the Freya. Tree of Life on the car, assisting the trade, though, from this front line, and now Astro's the one who's getting a bit low, dropping the shields in the house, though, becoming a real problem. This Orisa can be very annoying here, and it seems like Supernova has just escaped from the tree, slowed the game down, and waited it out. It's sort of the weakness of the Tree of Life is that it is fixed in position and doesn't offer anything aggressive, so you do just fall back from it. Supernova, though, what are they going to do in response? How are they going to actually open this position up? Holding defense is not good enough, but killing the Orisa, that'll do it.
Yeah, and being great to dive back into this, the Bola from Manually gets rid of a DPS player, and both now actually in a very difficult position with 45 seconds to go. A stick gonna land instantly onto Renko. No Immortality Field available, but in doing so, Ryan sees him in the distance and comes chasing them down with 35 seconds, and this payload is still moving forward. Ooh, the recall barely gets out of that one with a javelin. Got real spooky for a hot second.
Yeah, Tracer Find is nice, but Talisman's back up, and so Supernova, they want to wait this one out, just regroup at full strength, take this 5-on-5. They've got ultimates coming up quite a bit earlier on their side. Gonna have maybe a full stack of 5 if they can get this fight to go long enough. It's just Ion here with this Orisa ultimate. Is it gonna be enough? Is it gonna be able to find kills? It's a pretty tall order against Kiriko Baptiste.
Ryan taking the elevator.
Now it seems like the setup is really good right now for Supernova.
Up from the high ground, dropping down below. Pulse Bomb not yet tossed out into the mix. Again, you've got that Kitsune Rush thrown. Narwhal is down. Ryan gets a hyper focus onto the support line, so it's all onto Hanbei. Overtime is dwindling, but needs to be very proactive in this. Immortality Field is used. There's no other lifeline here. Dion is down. Narwhal is late, swapping to the Kiriko to hopefully swift step, but their lives are already lost. This last 3 meters is going to be so detrimental, but they actually force back Dreamland regardless and manage to get the completion.
Yeah, great finish there from Supernova. Just textbook. I mean, they had the ultimate edge they needed. They grouped up as 5, and they just sort of cleaned up these defenders' positions one by one, dealing with the Life Weaver very patiently, but very expertly there, I would say. Getting the full cap is a great spot to be on Midtown. I mean, anytime you finish this map, you're probably quite favored to take the win here. So Supernova, they'd love to be able to earn that, get that feather in their cap, and be on series point, potentially in a position to qualify for OWCS with just one more map win. But you've got to make a decent defense to be in that position.
And now Supernova on the defense. Interested to see what they're going to bring to the table, if there's anything different. I have a feeling that they're going to stick with what they're playing, because realistically it's done very, very well. And when we talk about damage, though, I mean, again, even though you do have Dreamland not really being able to hold defensively, there is so much damage coming out of Manually. It's just quite disgusting.
Yeah, getting very well enabled there by the Life Weaver provides tons of heals to these highly mobile DPS who could really leverage that to play much more aggressive than you could normally get away with. Dreamland on this offense, they're hovering the sim, though. I wonder if they're actually going to commit to the sim, or if it's just a TP out of spawn, quick swap to Tracer. That's probably much more likely given the comp that they're running. That's what I expect here, but see how they approach this first point offense. Need to crack this one open, and I think often it starts with the flank bite. Tracer Kiriko can really get a lot of action there in the alleyway.
All right, Talisman will give the TP out front and then cycle back to the Tracer. Not going to stick with it. with this off angle just near the trash cans, waiting to see if anybody plays forward enough so that there's some decent chip damage onto Astro. Patience is a virtue. Big rail shot comes in though. Hanbei has to get topped up quickly. Sticking here near the laundry room and moving up towards the point. No engagement that is beneficial just yet, with Dreamland on the attack, looking to see if they can get at least some kind of pick or separation here. There's a nice attempt from Dion up top where Astro's positioned, but the Javelin dislodges them and brings them back to the low ground as Manuel's picked up by a great opportunity from Grapes in the back with those kunai.
Yeah, they hit it with the Lucio ban. That came out on the Kyrie and is doing massive things here, stabilizing the fight completely. And Dreamland with this comp, I mean, seems a little bit awkward. There's not much you can do about Astro's Orisa, who's been lights out all series long, has been a big performer, and you're kind of just ignoring him with this comp, trying to jump past him and get on the backline. It's so much easier said than done, given the mobility, the escapes, the hard saves you have available for Dreamland. Manually, a pick would be huge here, but not an easy thing to find.
We'll see. Speed ring is out. Not really going to
finds Ryan.
Not really going to get much value, at least for the speed ring. But yeah, we do have also a diving position from Dion onto Grapes. So that's a massive advantage here, only really relying on one support, and can just funnel so much damage into Astro where there's nobody able to top them up. And look at how forward you had Renko have to move up to find an angle, which leaves him vulnerable for the bola shot.
Bola shot is a big kill there to find, and somehow they find those openers, right? Picking off Ryan on the flank, that's a massive connection. Without the Tracer, there's not that powerful hero that can come chase down and punish the hazard. Ryan coming in for the touch and somehow kills Hanbei. What? That should have just been impossible, but now Graves, he's in with the rush. He's trying to fight this one out. Can Astro get back to the point on the Orisa? Yes, he can. Talisman gets trades, but this is turning very scrappy now. Jutsu, does he get the overclock online? Does he want to rip this? Yes, he does. He's going to pull the trigger, find one kill, pulse bomb down though.
Yep, with the pulse bomb down, you can see that Renko is here with only a sliver of health remaining to try and top up the remaining team. It was stifled, at least for the moment, to try and complete that third tick, but beautiful recovery here from Supernova to deny that third tick with only 1 minute and 28 seconds left.
How in the hell did they get that opening pick on the retake? I mean, that must have been some just monster kunai out of Grapes or something. I didn't see any other damage coming in, and it's a miracle kill that makes this all possible. But will it be enough? Will it all be forgotten if this cap comes in from the attackers? I think you will be feeling quite good about it. Pulse bomb goes a little wide. The cleanse is there anyway, and Dion fights Grapes.
I mean, it was huge that you see Grapes go down this early, and that's going to just lead so heavily into Dreamland being able to take the advantage now moving forward, similar to how that early attack happened for their recovery. And this will now be a transition into that streets phase with 3 minutes and 20.
Yeah, both Kirikos being punished here, struggling in the Orisa comp. I mean, Orisa just fearlessly can run you down as a Kiriko. Tracer can do sometimes the same thing with a bit of assist. And Narwhal gonna take the mirror on the Baptiste as well. But remember, I mean, in the end, it's a pretty good hold for Supernova, right? They got a lot of time off the clock. They did what they needed to do. You don't need to hit a full hold with the capping third that you've already accomplished. I mean, winning a couple fights here is all it takes, but now even scoreline 4-on-4 here on the server, and Talisman is turning that in the favor of Dreamland.
Yeah, and again, these are the types of snowballing type of effects that you need. Javelin almost denies the amplification matrix there, but is still placed for the moment. So there's funneling damage and healing up to the front position. There is the bola that's going to come out in the back. Nice reposition as well from a recall down below to stick close and keep this payload moving, attempting to work it underneath the tunnel so nobody can really contest against it. But the fact that Astro is aware of this, dropping down and getting the Javelin, forcing Talisman to have to regroup and reposition for the health pack, now facing off against 2, is going to abandon ship and go back down below.
And they're not able to continue to move the cart forward. Astro, he's dropped under the low ground, committing to hold this position, but maybe the Amp Matrix is going to make him regret that. He manages to slip out to the high ground. Fancy footwork from Astro. Has to blow all of his cooldowns, but he lives to tell the tale and has continued to keep this high ground control. Dreamland do progress the cart through the lower area, but will that matter? If you can't take the high ground, it won't be necessarily worth it. And a boot down on the low ground, Dion just couldn't get anything connected. Great punish by Astro.
Oh, telling a tale for another day, but Narwhal won't be able to. The overclock finds a quick shot to the dome with 1 minute 40 now. Dreamland on the attack, unfortunately being picked apart, and Astro plays forward. Jutsu waits for the moment to get that movement back online. Another follow through, and realistically, Astro is playing dominantly up front with the great assistance from the support line.
Yeah, that boot down in the enemy Arista was a game changer, right? I mean, Dion, I think, was hoping to maybe pull some players off with him, but he wasn't ready for Astro to be so quick on the trigger finger with that spear spin, punishing him right out of the fortify. Now into the spawn they go with the Matrix as well. This is a decisive attack now. Supernova want to end this map right here, right now. Still a minute on the clock, so opportunity for the attackers to regroup, but this defense is getting a lot of card rollback time.
Yeah, 60 seconds now. It is not a lot of time to be able to get to that next checkpoint since the car has already been slowly progressing backwards towards that doorway. The Kitsune Rush is going to be extremely important here for Hanbei to try and find value to get that cart far enough underneath the tunnel and start to emerge from the opposing side to get to that checkpoint. Active now from both ends. Looks like it's actually only going to be Graves. Hanbei's holding it. Yeah, so they're drawing back. They're using the immortality field. So now you can come back in tenfold. You do have the Terror Surge to try and pull them in to get the damage, but it doesn't quite find the value. Hanbei's Kitsune Rush is so far away from the initial fight. It leads into it, but Supernova can draw back and now look for a regroup.
Bullet shot available, pulse bomb as well, stuck in, connected. Recall gets Talisman out of that fight, and without Renko, it's going to be hard to stabilize. Astro running low cooldowns. Fortify use, it's just not enough. Ryan does trade on the Narwhal, though. This fight is still in contention. A couple more picks come in. Ryan finds another, and Supernova maybe dragging this one out. Remember, their spawn is much closer to this fight.
Overtime going to be dwindling, holding close. Dion alongside Talisman, as mentioned. Narwhal now going to be switching onto the Juno to get out quick enough, potentially to have those torpedoes assist. Bola active, tossed into the high ground in the back. Dion with the Terror Surge, pulls in Jutsu, can't quite escape it. Graves returns though onto Talisman, so no longer has that flanking angle. The Diva, Astro, bringing it to the table because it's a desperate time, calling for desperate measures. No defense matrix can mitigate the multiple angles that are being focused onto Astro, who can't quite get back into the mech. Renko is down, the Amp Matrix was there, but there's not enough to follow up behind it, as Manually now comes in with two themselves. Both supports are down. It's a dire moment for Supernova as Dreamland works their way through it and enters into the final stretch.
The high ground control holds strong there for Dreamland. They're able to keep control of the position, and fighting out on the point with that defender, or the attackers rather, up on the high ground is a tough spot to be. Manually wants to keep this snowball rolling. He knows that there's only, despite the recent success, only a minute 15 on the clock, so you still need to be very clean from here on out to even force an OT round. Supernova would love to regroup, would love to find a decisive Kitsune Rush out of Graves.
Clean and precise. This escalator gonna need to be very careful in how you play it. Suzu already active. Bola out. Renko is down. We focus on the escalator, but unfortunately the fight is taking place elsewhere while Manually brings him down. Dion also as well, continuing to focus the DPS out of this equation. 40 seconds to go. You said it had to be clean, and this is everything but.
Supernova, though, they're getting the job done. They're finding a couple of pickoffs. They're scrapping this one out. Don caught alone in the Orisa. Will they be able to chase him down? He has a fortified left, but Astro slamming the door behind him. Do they have the damage to get it? The shield block just barely gets the pulse ball off of his back. And that's going to get the Orisa out of dodge and back into this next team fight early. So good hold from Dreamland. They still have another chance at this with 4 ultimates on the board. Double support ulti with Orisa as well. A lot of opportunities, but picks can always change that.
Now pressing forward, Kitsune Rush is active, crossing paths towards this payload. Dion looking to fall back off the stairway, has to force the fortify. Health value is low. Narwhal is down before the orbital ray comes in. Dion with that Terra Surge pulls close, but Renko's there with the immortality field. Supernova needs no other ultimates to turn this back. A matter of seconds and efforts would have changed this for Dreamland with the orbital ray, but unfortunately could not manage to get it in time. And Supernova now puts themselves on a match point.
Love the tactical aggression there out of Supernova, making a lot of opportunities out of thin air, right? Just like finding the windows to push forward and just punish before maybe the ultimates are online, or just, just catching sometimes their opponents slipping. So it's a very good look for them to be up 2-1 in the series now on series point. And remember, this was a map pick for Dreamland, so this is Supernova turning the series on its head. And now for Dreamland, you're facing a tough call. Do you sub out Monkey Happy / Dion right away after one map, or do you still have faith to give them another map pick with your series life on the line? No easy answers there. I don't think it's something we can really tell from the outside. I'm be curious to see what their perspective is. Definitely Astro impressed me a lot on this map on the Orisa, though. A couple of striking moments where he's just really reading the tempo well in the series, just rarely caught out, rarely in any kind of bad position, and just always doing his job. And that's exactly what you need from your Orisa in this meta.
And well, even in addition to that, I got to give some real credit for some of those wild kunai that have come from Grapes over the course of this on both sides. I mean, there were wicked turnarounds that otherwise would not happen with those early pickups, or just really significant throughput of damage from the support line.
Yeah, Grapes absolutely has impressed. And I mean, he took the targeted Lucio ban in this map, and it didn't seem to phase him whatsoever. The comp was, still played incredibly cleanly. Double save with the Kiriko looked great. The rush is getting quite a bit of value here time and time again. And just a much cleaner map overall from Supernova.
And now with that being so far a position that Supernova is prime in position to be able to move forward and guarantee that opportunity of moving on and dropping Dreamland below to face off against Dildux. But again, with now this selection, I agree with you where it is really the question. Do you opt to go back to a map that's very, very Pella dominant on a Wrecking Ball to try and counteract against a team who it seems can't quite yet find an answer to compete against it, or keep it in? It's like, it's such a unique change up, and what we're going to give some time here because we are going to head to break, so the players will have some time to talk. We'll get a moment to breathe for a second, and you'll get a time to step away, but don't go anywhere for too long because we'll be back on the other side of this break.
cart.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude.
Genji, you want Nino?
Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me, on me, on me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold cart, we're down.
That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, back
Oh,
on.
no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be entering in on this again. We have found ourselves at the moment that Supernova is in a position to close this out and find themselves a spot moving forward. But Dreamland is now going to be attempting to change things up once again. We saw a sub from our previous map, and we're going to cycle it right back to bring in Pella, which just gives us one most likely answer to the decision-making moving forward, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if this means we'll go towards like a Gibraltar. No, it's interesting. It's Esperanza. So is this, I mean, seems like a decent ball map actually.
Yeah.
But I think with Pella in, it becomes sort of awkward. I guess with the Orisa ban, that is a relatively strong telegraph that you want to play Wrecking Ball. I think Orisa has one of the better matchups with like all the movement control on that kit and how just immovable Orisa can be. It's a rough matchup for Wrecking Ball and the tank versus tank. And so with Orisa off the field, maybe you feel better about that. However, I do think, I mean, the Ramantra's no slouch either. And you know, maybe you're not going to block the Wrecking Ball, but Ramantra can just kind of run it down in the enemy backline and be a real issue. So let's see how Dreamland navigate this one. They're going to be playing really a heavily flanking style. Lucio, Ana, I mean, a lot of speed boost going to be given to Hanbei to be able to, you know, weave these nades into the enemy backline.
Pella already in that neutral position with the lightning fast movement and the grapples. Pile drive's going to come in aplenty as we see who manages to take the initial fight. Pella wrapping around the backside, looking for some decent grapple opportunity. Will they?
Nade is everything here. Oh my God, he just absolutely dropped behind him before he saw it. But nade is everything here. Hanbei finding the nade connections is the dream. Here he went, throw it into the backline, but no connection came in. And I wonder if that just sends Dreamland waiting again on that CD. You know, Ana really is, I think, the linchpin of this style. And one missed nade, now Jutsu finds the aggressive opportunity to walk up and take down the Lucio.
Immortality Field was already used. Oh my goodness, the damage onto Pella was so significant. I think caught them off guard, attempting to play close to that inner pillar. And now you're going to get Supernova with some massive momentum, especially with these huge picks that are coming delayed.
Yeah, you know, one missed nade and instantly Supernova know it too, right? Without the nade, you're just much more confident to step up on the Cassidy. You walk up forward and it means no one really there to stop you, right? You can kind of just take whatever space you want. And with a player like Jutsu on the server, that's a scary prospect to be facing off against. Now you have this room to play from, which makes it yet more awkward for Pella to find connections. And here, like, where's the position for Hanbei to play on this Ana? How is he gonna be able to slip some damage in? I think he's taking a flank around this right side, but I mean, that's giving a ton of point cap up, and I think they're just gonna get this checkpoint for free.
Oh my goodness, yeah, instantly. Like, the little bit of harassment by Talisman to try and keep it contested, but there was just so much damage from Astro. There's no way you can go in on it, and then it's an elimination, and you're basically just gonna have nothing to contest against it. And Ranko at this point getting another pickup onto Manually. This is looking really dire for Dreamland already out the gates.
Yeah, Pella does find one kill on the Grapes, but not gonna mean much. I mean, Lucio should be able to roll out no problem here, come back to the fight. Talisman trying to get a recall force onto Ryan. He doesn't seem to have recall, gets punished with the assistance of Pella. So these are nice pickups, but they aren't necessarily game changers. You see Supernova aren't backing out of the position. They're still confident to hold strong on this corner. And how do you break this setup? Dreamland, they need to get the ball back into their court, but doing so far easier said than done with Jutsu constantly on the case, marking Pella, who takes a ton of flank pressure.
No pun intended with the ball back in court for Pella. As you get the nano boost now onto the hamster, Sleep Dart gonna instantly take full.
They didn't burst him?
Oh, no. What? Oh my goodness, I can't even believe that. Dreamland now, unfortunately, is gonna lose this fight again, and this is just so much progression in the first 3 minutes of this map.
Yeah, this is a massive lead, 90 meters to 0 here. Supernova, you know, they're taking a bit of an advantage here, but they're going to back off and get their full regroup fight as a unit. Ultimate advantage, though, finally swings back in favor of Dreamland. And oh, this flank is completely seen. Pella knows this is coming. Should be a very easy kill to Baptiste, but he's even too slam.
Oh, no.
Stab, but okay, the mines are still good enough to take down Jutsu, and Pella with that scouting position saw that flank coming before it even began. Supernova still grabbed a couple of meters, though, out of the chaos.
I mean, realistically, when it comes to that's absolutely what they need, because when they're trying to just see Astro play this aggressively, just pushing the bot down the main road, it's so hard for Dreamland to be able to do anything if they're just aggressively diving forward. And Ram is just doing so much damage as well. But here we go again. Looks for a potential pile drive. You can see the assistance as well alongside. Goes quickly onto Ranko. Low looking to force out the immortality field. Does manage to get it, but is there enough reinforcements? And it's going to force Pella back.
Yeah, Pella just hitting time and time again, but inside this room, I mean, there's so much ability for the Supernova players, just protect one another, support one another, and as soon as Pella lets off the gas, it's Ryan who charges forward, finds Hyundai, now on the Baptiste. Narwhal not really finding the window to drop the beat in this engagement. I don't really blame him for it. I mean, things are so disconnected, it's so awkward where Supernova is this tight little unit that isn't giving you any openings. So far, the ball has been answered immaculately, not really by a hero counter, but just by the gameplay from Supernova.
Yeah.
And oh no, more car progress? Like, what is going on? The fight is on the mid right now.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like they just constantly have Astro being the front man, like, and just constantly keeping this moving, where everything else really is just kind of happening in the outskirts. And the fights, yes, they're starting to have a little bit more traction for Dreamland, but once again here, it's just Supernova outmatching and outplaying this entire composition on the map that they are looking to honestly not be the one to select.
Yeah, the Kiri band seems to be really powerful right now. It's Hyundai on the map. It just feels like an awkward choice here, but you know, maybe the Ana wasn't working. This is maybe your next best option, but it doesn't look good. Kiriko is the obvious choice of that band, really looking solid right now. Dreamland trying to keep desperately manually alive. The immortality field comes out, but it's just not enough. And Supernova,
oh my God,
undeniable, on pace for potentially an early cap, an early map finish here on Esperanza to lock in that placement for Stage 3 NA OWCS.
Such a dominant performance right now, and it's still moving forward. It has yet to cease. Pella's rotating out from spawn, finally able to cause a problem to make this payload, or the barricade stop. But this is just such a massive feat to have to come around, and Narwhal, Bolt, and Pella are playing this high ground position while they can't drop down below. There's no way that they can go head-to-head directly against Astro. Now, Deadeye available, looking for somebody, can't quite get the pickup on that back between the bot and the bus, but this is just still running the clock regardless.
And Ryan staying alive now, getting the support of the team behind him. The cart rolls forward yet a few more meters, and Ramatra full HP. Astro,
oh wow,
pumping damage in here. Flanking Bullish off from manually does put some solid damage down. Pella comes in with the slam as well. Trades coming in both ways. Maybe Dreamland have stabilized for the moment. It's just Ramatra and Ryan fighting this one out. Pella kind of low HP though on the ball, dancing as he can, slowing things down. And okay, the picks are coming in. Dreamland live to fight another day, but this is as bad as it gets on a push map, Rich. I mean, that's just inches from a full map completion.
Yeah, I mean, you're like, I have to say, we've been giving major credit to Pella, not disregarding it, but the way that Supernova has just come out swinging on this map to completely negate the value that Dreamland has as just the way that they play stylistically and the composition is quite surprising.
Yeah, and let's see, maybe Ball can get back in. They have nothing to lose now, right? You got to play with reckless abandon, diving forward, trying to make plays. But I mean, the peel is so solid. Renko and Grapes just keep Jutsu alive through that dive attempt. Pella so low, has to fully back out of it. And every time you fail to dive, I mean, the clapback is immediate. Supernova just charge forward with that speed aura, hunt down some kills, and they're just cleaning the map right now.
Yeah, literally, Astro is a magnet to this bot. And there's nothing that can be done. And now that they're going to start getting towards this barricade once again, 2 minutes and 40 seconds, they also get the closer spawn now because the bots surpassed that initial checkpoint. So they can just, again, start looking towards closing this out, and the picks can come through on that left-hand side. Pella already, you can see Narwhal and Manually eviscerated by Jutsu.
Jutsu is just the GOAT right now on the Cassidy. He's the Terminator. He's walking around the map doing as he pleases. Finally, the pulse bomb is going to be enough to shut him down, to deny this reign of terror. The card's still rolling forward. Okay, Ryan does get down. There was a risk of a C9 in that fight. A rare C9, a C9 to get full capped on push. Astro finds one kill, but, you know, just adding a little bit of chaos in. And I mean, Supernova are just happy to take these scrappy fights in the opponent's spawn. These are zero risk fights. You don't need to win them. All you need to do is, you know, lose decently well, take some trades, run the clock, and they're accomplishing that time and time again. Pella has the minefields manually with the bola shot. Maybe these can be game changers, but Grapes is 80% to that sound barrier, and that seems like just an impossible tool to fight through for Dreamland. So Grapes is going to be trying to just get every little bit of ult charge he can in these fights.
Minefields rain from above. The high ground has been managed as the high noon comes in. Jutsu gets a pickup onto Manually, but this is instantly, after attempting to get back into the fight, 100% in favor of Supernova. They just take full advantage of this, and there's no way for Dreamland to be able to counteract against it. Grapes, with the elimination onto Talisman, who's that constant harasser onto the bot, is no more.
Yeah, I mean, every time you come out into this mid map, you're just clapped back once again. Supernova solidifying their placement here, showing that they are a dominant performer today in this promotion relegation tournament. Jutsu once again swings wide on the flank, instant shutdown with the help of Renko onto Manually.
Oh no!
Onto Narwhal, and this could be all over, but the Cryan here for Dreamland. It's a third kill coming in. Jutsu swarming forward on top of the Ramatra with the help of his teammate. Astro has that annihilation if he needs it, and deploying in the room. There's no escape for Pella, no escape for Dreamland except into the next match. It's Supernova booking their ticket, our first qualifier, a well-deserved placement from them. They were quite a solid performer, an impressive one as well against even some of the top teams in NA in the last stage of OWCS, and now they're going to be a fixture here coming back into stage 3.
What a way to finish and make a statement on the last map. I mean, again, when it's going against Pella, who is so well known on the Wrecking Ball, on a map that you would think they would be able to lean in with a selection and a composition, but it's just a masterclass coming out from Supernova. And I know Johnny's feeling pretty good because Johnny's the one who's always stayed in the corner of Supernova, the team that you do not abandon, you've not jumped ship, and you now can feel a sense of relief here to know that you don't have to worry.
I'm feeling the relief. I'm just grateful that these players put on a great performance and showed that they deserve to hang with the best teams in OWCS, because I really do think that Supernova, this roster, when they play at their peak, they are a really solid team, and you saw the difference in a match like against Dreamland here today. They were just on a different level, so very well deserved Supernova.
Yeah, definitely a performance from them that, you know, earns them this spot. They had to fight hard, right? They, you know, and Dreamland didn't make it easy. Dreamland was throwing blows, throwing haymakers all day long. Talisman Manually looking really solid on the DPS picks. You know, Pella making it very complicated with throwing so many different strategies at them. But I mean, Supernova just continued to build and build on the momentum. They took it to New Junk City. They look rock solid here, and I felt like they found their footing at this moment in the series and continue to just play their bread and butter. Astro, what a solid frontliner for the squad. The Orisa, Immaculate, Ramatra, just, you know, style points in spades there on that final push map Esperanza.
Well, and even to build further, I mean, Astro had such a wondrous performance, but the aspect of Jutsu coming in, especially later on, like towards the series, where even on this map there were several picks that were necessary, multiple kills that just completely snowball even further. So to get such an early advantage like this, it just, the combination between the two of them made a massive play, especially in that last map.
Yeah, definitely no criticisms from me on Supernova, but also for Dreamland. I mean, yeah, they're gonna have to go again against Still Ducks, and that's almost certainly going to be a wild match to watch. However, I felt like they also showed some serious strengths. I wonder though, do they still have the confidence in the Wrecking Ball? I mean, it got pretty handily shut down, especially on that last map. That was painful, right? That was not a fun match. I can promise you for Dreamland. I mean, they were just kind of swept aside. Almost none of the dives really worked. Felt like they had no purchase in the map. Do you want to bring that against Still Ducks? Maybe, but there's a question in my mind now where maybe before this series, I wouldn't have had that kind of a thought.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I feel like in a meta like this, you just haven't seen any success with much deviation from the norm. You know, most teams, they just play the Orisa and the Ram, and they're quite satisfied with that, mixing in some Hazard here and there. And the same goes for Bass, right? We even saw Bass brought out some Wrecking Ball on Blizzard World there for a point or so, but that's about as much as you can do with the Wrecking Ball. So despite the fact that Pela is a great Wrecking Ball player, it's just not the meta for that kind of stuff. And so, you know, you kind of hinted at it, Jake. I think we got a big 5-map banger coming our way here in the lower bracket to decide who the final team is.
What a way to close out a day of promotion relegation, then an absolute bar brawl between Dreamland and Still Ducks. I mean, that's what's coming at you guys next. Super excited for that one, but we got to give Supernova their flowers. I mean, look, maybe we were surprised they were even here as the 7th seed in NA because they were a pretty strong team. They put up some strong performances, but they come here and I mean, this is a decisive result today in promotion relegation. They are obviously the best team here in this tournament for promotion relegation. They clearly deserve their slot in OWCS, and they defend it, you know, vigorously.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, just when you look at the way that they've played, and now again, when you look to see Dreamland going down into that lower bracket to face off against Still Ducks, it's just overall, I think, an opportunity for, you know, Dreamland to have a second lease on this, and Supernova to say, you know what, we are here to stay. We have our foothold, we have our standings, and we have Johnny as our cheerleader.
You know, I might just like cash out. I think my you know, bet was on Supernova in stage 2, and they got their spot back for stage 3. But I think like I'm out. Like my only like prediction was that Supernova was going to be good in stage 2, and you know, they retained their spot, which is I was hoping for more, but at the end of the day, they got to be pretty happy with that, obviously sticking around. But for stage 3, cheerleader, no more. Like I'm like maybe other teams.
NA is a competitive region right now. Like they're deep into the standings. There are some strong teams. Like that's a scary region to be, you know, coming up into as one of these FACEIT Masters League squads, because, you know, your spot and, you know, getting a top 6 placement is far from assured in NA. I mean, I would say it's the second most competitive region right now behind Korea, and that's kind of a wild place for North American Overwatch to be. But the depth of talent in the region is really being shown. The fact that even down here in promotion relegation, there's some respectably strong teams. I mean, I think Supernova is clearly one of them.
Right. I mean, you look at some of the teams that played in stage 2, and that was kind of like why I expected Supernova to do pretty well overall in the stage, because I really thought that they could take it to teams, you know, like Extinction, for example, right? Like Sakura. Like I think I thought they could have like hung with those teams, and who knows, you know, Ryan was missing the first couple of weeks there. It wasn't their stage, right? But you get to reboot ahead of stage 3. I really do think that this Supernova roster do have the potential to compete with some of those middle of the table teams, like you mentioned, Jake. So yeah, competitive region indeed.
Yeah, well, it's time to reveal our player of the match from that last series, and the honors are going to go to none other than Ryan. I mean, the flexibility, mostly the Tracer gameplay, though, really dominant and clutching out against a really aggressive opposition. I mean, Talisman was no easy foe, right? Like, this guy was battling in the 1v1s, but Ryan came out on top, was consistently defending his team, especially hunting down Pela on the Wrecking Ball in a lot of these situations. So Ryan really did double duty on the Tracer, really had a lot of responsibility on his shoulders in this series, and was able to deliver the goods over and over again. And I mean, such a high pressure role in a very challenging region. Ryan is a player, you know, Johnny, I think you and I have both been kind of talking Ryan up for quite a while.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
Proven to be well deserved. I mean, he's been on a couple strong rosters, looked pretty good, and here just, you know, sends the message really on Esperanza.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Ryan is one of those Tracer I've been looking at. It's like, okay, When are you gonna take the step up? Like, when are you gonna step up to the next level there? And you know, sometimes it's a little bit hit and miss. You know, Ryan has had some really good games and some, you know, mid-lane kind of games there, but definitely proved today with Player of the Match honors that force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, another player today who's had a really strong game. We've actually got an interview ready with Jutsu. It's going to be audio only, but Jutsu, do you hear us already?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello?
Okay, great. Well, you know, first off, I just want to ask you guys, I mean, I know you guys maybe came into this promotion relegation as the favorite, arguably being the 7th seed, but to re-qualify, to have another shot at stage 3, you know, what's your team's mindset coming into that stage 3 now and competing once again at the top level?
Mainly just like focused on not, you know, disappointing like fans or anything. Just want to solidify ourselves as like a strong like top 4 NA team. We did not do that the first time, but I believe we can do it this time.
Okay, so now with, again, being able to lock down this spot, looking into, you know, the future aspect of it, the greener pastures, what is the most important thing that you think your team can continue to do to elevate yourselves that would make you even better as a group and more formidable in that coming stage?
I think we just need a bit of a wake-up call, you know, just like something to like knock everyone into place. I believe we all have the mentality now to like do what we need to do, get it done.
All right, Jutsu, I want to talk about your game a little bit there. Obviously, Freya was introduced for Stage 2 and threw a bit of a wrench in things for a lot of hitscan players around the region. Just want to ask about your comforts running Freya. You know, do you feel more comfortable on Sojourn and Cassidy? How do you feel about the hitscan situation as it stands?
I like Freya a lot. I feel like she's very dynamic. Allows you to really change the game in your own, you know, your way, your own eyes. You know, just like have a grasp on the game in a different way. You know, I think it's just a lot more skill expression, but I would say I prefer more hard hit scan.
Balanced take, reasonable perspective. Jutsu, thank you so much for coming on for the interview. Congrats again on you guys' placement. We hope to see great things from you guys in stage 3. You know, maybe this promotion relegation is that wake-up call for you guys to like come back in as a much stronger foe and achieve a better placement this time around. I definitely think your performance today shows that it's absolutely possible. So good luck to you guys going forward, and thanks again for the interview.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So you guys, coming up next though, we've got our final match of the day. It has been a marathon, gentlemen, and we are here in the final moments, but this last lap around the track might be just a little bit longer than you might think, because this is Dill Ducks we're talking about, the Kings of Chaos, going up against Dreamland. And I mean, last time these teams played, it was off broadcast, but they went to map 5. So we are potentially in for one last banger. Let me hear it, gentlemen. Fans, good people of the Overwatch scene, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a few minutes with all of the action, potentially one of the best games of the day on the cards.
promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Welcome back, everyone. It's OWCS Promotion Relegation Day, and we are on to the final match of the day. Our last slot available in NA OWCS, and it's going to be going to one of two teams. It's going to be Ducks, or it's going to be Dreamland going head-to-head, and what could potentially be a 5-map banger. The last time these two teams faced off, it was off broadcast earlier today, but it did go to that map 5. The question is, do these teams have the endurance? I mean, who's going to be able to weather that long day of Overwatch? Who's going to be able to stand strong here still this deep into the day? Open question, guys.
I mean, realistically, I'm just excited to see both of these teams again. They're going to have to put everything in this. It's also interesting that we had like a deja vu mirrored moment where we didn't get to see this match earlier, but then we get to see it again in EMEA, and now we get to do it again in North America. Now they're back here again. So all of this is just kind of reminiscent of what we had this morning, but it's been a long day for them, us, the viewers, but I know it's going to be a good one nonetheless.
Yeah, Ducks have played 10 maps so far today, so there's going to be 15. We'll see.
That's a big day. They probably did a warm-up scrim, man. That's a big day of Overwatch, but you know these guys are grinders. They're ready for it. We're ready for it. Let's take a look at the team versus team here and get into this match as quickly as possible. I know the viewers all want to get into the Ducks match. I mean, come on. This is a big money match. And all right. Thank you, Rich. We're going to say goodbye to you for the moment. It's going to
I'll come back. I'll come back. I'll come back later. I'm just going to bounce. Don't worry. All right, bye.
Who do you think is going to win, buddy?
I think it's going to be Ducks. Let's go.
Okay, all right. There we go.
Ducks.
Thank you, Rich.
This is a tough one to call. I do kind of like Dilduck's odds in this one, you know, making the salty run back. I feel like they're a team. I talked to them as thriving in the chaos, and what is more chaotic than a map 11 of Overwatch, of competitive Overwatch in one day? Dreamland are going to open with the Oasis pick and the Kiri ban, though. Maybe this, you know, helps them. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to see indeed. It was actually Dreamland closed out on the 5th map against Dilducks. They won on Oasis 2-1 in that upper bracket series, and that resulted in the 3-2, of course. So maybe you're feeling a bit confident, you know? Now they're the upper seed coming from the upper bracket, so they get the first map pick, and they decided to go the route of Oasis. Back then, Dreamland, they banned Kiriko, and Dilducks banned Wrecking Ball. You know, Pella, we talked about it. Amazing Wrecking Ball player. And might even roll out with it here as a result of it being open this time.
I mean, Dilducks have definitely been watching the broadcast, though. They're just going to run out with exactly the comp that dominated Dreamland on Esperanza on the last map they played. So a little bit of, you know, unhappy flashbacks right now for Team Dreamland as they see the composition matchup they're facing up against.
Yeah, we'll kind of see how Pella approaches this one. Dilducks quite happy here on this side of the map, just sitting back for now, poking a little bit. I'm not going to take any huge risks. More so just want to look for any kind of opportunities to contest the point, and this Tracer duel is actually taking place here, and Razor under quite a bit of pressure, but both teams fairly stable for now.
Pella once again slamming, now playing a bit of that frontline pressure game, but Baz steps up to the plate on the Ramontra, starts to push out, take control, and it's PDK. The Cassie, look how wide he is, deep onto this flank angle, got out super far with the help of Red X, and that pick onto Narwhal is really gonna, you know, start to be the beginning of the end unless Dreamland can find some kind of a counter kill. Now manually gets incredibly low, finished off. Talisman gets a trade on the Red X, but I think it's just too little too late. Oh, the follow-up's not there with the headshot though, and Talisman able to get the recall out. So far has been dodging the shots well. Now though, Narwhal ends up being picked off, cleaned up, and Dreamland sent packing to the spawn once again. And the slams look good for Pella a couple times there, but the follow-up's just not there. I mean, it's just how do you actually get those burst kills? Frothy Philly and Red X on the supports have done a great job peeling those dives and keeping everybody healthy.
Yeah, very composed play from Dilducks. Just playing stable, waiting for these pile drives coming in from Pella, and then it was a quick rotation from PDK to find an opening onto Narwhal. I think we'll see more of the same here. The pressure is on Dreamland to open things up, and maybe manually could with Ebola.
Oh, he's out deep wide, but PDK is so ready for that, was absolutely watching it coming. PDK, though, died just before the Immortality Field could get a connection on him, and that means Frothy Philly is going to be following him quickly into the grave. Baz strikes back with the kill, but Dreamland up 4-2. Big advantage for them on the point. Baz form runs out now, and he's trying to solo hold this. Won't be long for this world. Getting what he can, though, with the form cooldown back online. But sooner rather than later is going to be surrounded, cleaned up, and Dreamland are going to be able to grab this reflip in. 53% on the board for Dilducks. It's nice. You didn't even commit any ultimates, though, for either team, really. So we're coming into a massive ult fight, Johnny.
Oh, it's gonna be a huge fight here. We'll see how Dreamland decides to approach this one. Nice early pick on the front of Philly. Just gonna build some more percentage. Pella is just going crazy.
Oh, what is he doing?
Just going bonkers.
The distraction works, bro. It distracts the Baptiste.
You have a couple of options here. You could like amp Matrix early if you'd like to. Pella could go in with the Wrecking Mines, or just like you could sit back and build more percentage. So a few different ways to take this fight here from Dreamland.
And the slam comes in now, straight into the backline. Frothy Philly being assaulted very early on in this fight. But Dilducks wastes no time in bringing the aggression the other way. It's Talisman's Pulse Bomb, though, that ends up finding first purchase in the round. Now Baz connects on the manually. Talisman trades it back to Frothy Philly. The beat on solo beat. Oh, no, it's a disaster. Counterflip. Oh, no. Can it come in? Dilducks, I don't think they're going to be able to get it done. And Dreamland now in full control of the round. I mean, that is a rough sequence of events. 3 ultimates committed from Dilducks and nothing to show for it. 4 ultimates and nothing to show for it.
It's wow, looking at the ultimates, it's incredibly sad. I mean, wow. Dreamland's gonna have a field day here. 60%. Probably drag this fight out here. I would be quite surprised to not see them just go for like some kind of Wrecking Mines here, and Talisman to follow up on Pella's dive.
Yeah, Dreamland, they want their shot here in OWCS. They do not want to let Dilducks have another run back, and Pella continues to strike here. Big bullet shot, finds a connection before manually goes down. That does force that Immortality Field out. Now Big Slam could come in. Frothy Philly, there's no support left for him. Pella needs to regroup, needs to get a bit of help back into the coffers here as they continue to try to hold the point. Tracer chases for that one, but has to recall out of that. Razor Not much of a chance into this one. Mine's onto the point, making this one very awkward for PDK. And while he's doing a bit of good damage, I mean, Pella still relatively healthy. The beat comes in. The slam wasn't quite online, but here it comes, coming off the ledge and hitting from all sides. Our Dream Lane now swarming over the opposition. They're going to be able to grab this Koth round. And I mean, what an opener out of the ball comp, despite Dildux running what looked like the counter in the last series. It falls flat here on Oasis. The execution way too clean, way too aggressive. I was wondering, would Dreamland lose confidence in this Wrecking Ball? And the answer is a decisive no.
Yeah, very impressive indeed, but I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to Dildux essentially just throwing 4 ultimates into the mix and getting 0 value. Just allow Dreamland to be in such a comfortable position towards the tail end of that round. They just drop the sound barrier amplification matrix, and it's just overwhelming for Dildux. They don't have anything to stand up to it. And take a look at the stats. Talisman, 11-0. Pella, 10-2. Yeah, those dives came in clutch.
All right, coming into this next round, a much harder map, I will say, to play the Wrecking Ball on. Like, much more, close quarters. I agree, let's not. But this is also a moment for Dreamland to have to show that, okay, you need to be able to beat Dildux in the Rush Mirror too. You can't just be fully reliant on the Wrecking Ball in this series. It's not viable 24/7. And taking this mirror match is a way to set that tone. Already, it feels like Dreamland continuing to fight this one out in the hookah. Dildux falling back, very defensive plays here, and Pella punishes Razor. You're not able to fall back out of that spot. Now with this Ravenous Vortex as well, it just seems like there's no escape for any of these players in Dreamland. Decisive mid-fight win on the Rush Mirror. They're the ones building momentum. Dildux maybe starting to crumble in this series, Johnny.
Yeah, that didn't even seem too difficult for Dreamland either. They kind of just sat back, you know, dropped the Vortex on top of Dildux, who tried to make a bit of a play there for positioning, but it's gonna be Dreamland coming out on top there, and now Dildux, what are they gonna do to try to gain some positioning here? Bass pops the Nemesis for him, but not going to purchase any kind of room onto this point, so Dreamland still very much comfortable.
Well, let's see how Dreamland continue to hold on to this. This time it's PDK, though, strikes first blood. Can Dreamland fight it back from a down 1 position? Seems like the answer is no. PDK has already found the second manually. Needs to swing instantly on the high ground and find something, but there's just not enough time to work with. The aggression from PDK is unbridled. Manually does strike back for 1, just gets a little bit of blood onto the match, but in the end, man, that Cassidy from PDK with an instant retake, big picks from him.
Yeah, and I feel like time and time again today, we're really seeing PDK step up and rack up some of these big fight wins for his team, opening fights up just with raw abilities, right? Just like hitting some shots here on the Cassidy as well. That allows Dildux to get back into this fight. And now, lots of ultimates on the board here, Jake.
PDK with a High Noon, zoning away the attackers. Dreamland on the retake, manually with his own High Noon, getting a bit of channel on the enemy Ramatra. Takes a bit of a poking shot here, but pretty much just High Noon's traded for not much value there. Hanbei with the Amatrix didn't really find much. Dildux holding on to this point with big ultimates of their own. And Razor, the Pulse Bomb special delivery. Baptiste runs it down on the rest of his team, and they're just surrounded from all sides. The Pulse Bomb, I mean, honestly, if it's going to get one there, you might as well die to it. It probably isn't enough to win the team fight. So in the end, Dreamland probably not going to be too upset to take that retake. But here's that stick, yeah, onto the Baptiste, just sending it straight into the choke point. Unlucky spot there. But now Dreamland, another shot at the retake. Can they get more into this round? Because honestly, Dildux have been kind of unstoppable.
PDK, oh my god, oh, the sound barrier is clutch from Redex. Keeps PDK alive for now.
Oh, he's got to hit a shot there, so important. Talisman just dancing with death there. This time it's Baz who wins the tank duel onto Pella. That beat sound barrier just a little bit too much overwhelming value. And many fights now back to back to back for Dildux, able to win this one. I like the way they're deploying PDK really aggressively into these fights. Dreamland, though, they finally have the ultimate tempo back in their favor, but an aggressive beat here isn't necessarily easy to use in the Cassidy comp. You've got to find one of these targets you can actually isolate and finish off. You see PDK on the low ground, though. That's the target for the beat rush.
Yeah, it's anyone's fight here, and you can see Dreamland getting closer here, going to drop the sound barrier to try and go for this push, and Bass caught early there. This should be Dreamland closing things up. Oh, PDK leaves some orc yet again.
Frothy Phil and Red X are both incredibly low. Both support lines are getting picked to pieces now. Dreamland Dildux both on relatively low numbers. Hanbei trying to play his way out of this Razor, just trying to stay alive. They're going to give up the flip for now. Talisman though, gives his life for that, and PDK has never yielded the high ground. A triple kill, high noon reload cancel, spamming those combat rolls, rather, ban the hammer as well. Pella trying to get this one done, basically all on his lonesome, but the annihilation for annihilation is going to favor Dildux, with the rest of the players there still able to continue to put pressure onto Pella's back, and Dildux maybe evening up this control map onto a 1-to-1 round score.
Yeah, I got a few touches from different directions here from Dreamland. Deadeye being deployed by manually here as well. Not quite able to find anyone here. The immortality field is close, but you know, there's some ultimates being dropped here, Jake. Dreamland not quite out of it yet.
One Lucio falls, maybe the other one soon behind him into the grave, but PDK, the difference maker, onto Hanbei, now again finds Pella. PDK is just lighting the feed up here. Talisman finds another one, but it's only him trying to solo the rest of the 3 members of the Dildux. Cannot make that happen. And Dildux, off of a monster performance from PDK, serve up a control round of their own. Okay, we got a series on our hands, Johnny.
Yeah, looking really comfortable in the Ramatra composition here. They just make enough space for PDK, and the proactiveness from PDK combined with the mechanics get the job done. Really putting Dildux in a position to succeed. And you can just see the stats speak for themselves there. 19-4 for Bass, 19-6 for PDK, 9,000 damage. Yeah, I know Manuel is up there as well when it comes to the damage, but when it came down to the final blows, PDK was definitely the one to look out for.
Yeah, it's a huge map out of PDK. I mean, especially that first retake, getting 3 kills is just crazy. Like, you have no position on retake. You're just like basically getting headshots out of thin air, right? Like, there's no real assistance in that type of a play, and sometimes you just deliver on the Cassidy. Dildux just getting the high ground for free. Dreamland like to just take the low ground position. Neither team with really much of a long-range spam to speak of, but this is characteristic Dildux, man. They are just sending it straight in, chasing onto the low ground, trying to force the fight as quickly as possible. Dreamland, are they ready for this kind of an aggressive pressure play?
Really
so far, they're still alive, but I mean, look at PDK. He's with the help of the Tracer. Now they're corralling them all into one small room manually, though. With the help of the Immortality Field, stays alive. PDK now does get cut down. The aggression so far has been batted back. Dreamland with a +1 player advantage should be enough to open this round up with a cap.
Yeah, this should be Dreamland being able to get this fight win here. Redix just got a little bit too close, but Razor finds a pick up the manual here. Okay, so Dreamland's going
Narwhal's
to get the
1
cap
HP,
here, but
Talisman just barely kills Razor. That actually saves Narwhal, keeps the Lucio on into the fight. Pella needs a lot of support from the team, but even the supports are now under a lot of pressure, and he's just blocking it up. No cares with the hands up. I mean, BDK doing what he can, but Ramatra just immovable for the moment. When the form expires, you know, Pella forced back off the point, and the flip does come in. However, Ultimate's online for both teams. That deployment is going to be decisive here in this fight.
Yeah, here comes the Am Matrix. You know, getting the cap allows Dildux to just step back for a little bit. There comes a pulse bomb as well. Razor cleaning up here inside this very close corridor. Another pulse bomb being deployed here, but annihilation from Bass. It's going to be enough to keep him alive as Dildux push forward and try to close this fight out. Oh, but Pella
rips his own annihilation to trade onto Red X. That's actually a nice trade, and they're going to try and just go onto this one with the 4-on-4. There's no speed. There's no way to escape now from the beat. I love that heads-up deployment of the ultimate from Narwhal. You did lose Hyundai in that fight, but I think the B-rush is enough, but hold on. Dildux continuing to fight this one out. It's a 3-on-3 support advantage for Dildux, and the beat maybe just slams the door on this retake entirely. Pella just trying to escape with his life for now, even turns around with his form, but I don't see any chance of getting a kill into this one, and Dildux bend, but they do not break on the checkpoint.
Yeah, what a key sound barrier there being deployed from Redix to keep them alive in the 3v3, and now you stabilize. Both teams have Deadeye from both teams, actually.
Oh, he's got big channel on PDK. He's got a lot of channel advantage here. Swings the corner. Big damage now. Burst down 2. And once again, the Cassidy for Dildux is the hero. Dreamland back to the spawn. Sent packing. No ultimates to speak of on the retake. Johnny, this could be map 1 for Dildux.
Yeah, they're looking really comfortable when it comes to this composition. Being played in these narrow corridors doesn't really suit Dreamland's game, and PDK is on the off angle once
He's
more.
Relentless. But the Ramatra's not the one you wanted to run into here. And great
Red
kill
X.
from Red X, though. Keeps him alive. Yeah, great moves on the Lucio. Everyone's dropping low. Frothy Philly forced into an early Immortality Field. Dreamland have a bit of an HP tempo lead if they can find the window to push it. Hanbei is going to rip that Ant Matrix now. Swings the corner. Here it comes. Instant burst on the Red X. Wow, the damage just came in fast. And I think Dreamland just going to be able to get this flip for free. Dildox don't want to really fight into this one without their Lucio. And with already 98% on the board, there's not much reward to be gained. Although, hold on, Baz sticks around in the corners, gonna rip the Annihilation, trying to stabilize and refight into this. Hanbei, Narwhal, both incredibly low, and everyone seems to be crumbling now. Dildox, 4 players alive, no take alive, but Pella just has to get this one done all on his own. The Annihilation does come out, but he's trying to brawl into an Amp Matrix, not an advisable position to be, and the numbers are just too heavy here. Dildox somehow get this one over the line. The stall is good out of Talisman, even grabs the Mega, lives for a moment, but the Cassidy on point. You're just contesting into absolute doom here as Dildox, with a monster performance from PDK, are going to take Oasis and open up the series 1-0. Oh boy, man, this is a Dildox. And PDK went for a hiding play like 2 out of 3 fights, and it worked. I mean, this is how you got to play in a promotion relegation match. You got to get crazy, you got to get aggro, and who understands that better than the Ducks?
They look locked in, man. Like, they just look so comfortable playing that composition. And like Redex, yeah, you died in the very first fight, you know, trying to protect your Cassidy, but saving PDK in a moment like that, that's exactly what you need from your Lucio. So really the team is just firing on all cylinders. They look locked in. They're 11 maps in today, and they're just like, we're just rolling. Like we're
it's just ranked, bro. Just insta Q, rage Q, bro. Don't think just rage Q.
Just energy drink after energy drink. Mix in I don't know, like a banana in there or something to keep the energy levels up. But yeah, they look fantastic.
I hope you mix in a banana in this kind of a gaming day, man. You need whatever you can get.
Eyes of fuel for sure. Yeah. Oh well, let's see how Dreamland can claw themselves back into this one. Dude, I mean, again, they looked really good on City Center with that Wrecking Ball, Jake. But like, you wouldn't force the Wrecking Ball, you know, in a loser's pick situation. Like
maybe you wouldn't, bro. You gotta log in. Like, maybe you do force the wreck. I feel like you can't beat Dildox unless you're willing to get silly. You can't beat them with like a standard boring play. They're ready for that. You need to be doubling down. I mean, look at this aggression. Like, they're just full sending every single fight. They're just going for it. You know, put the Lucio on the Cassidy and go. And it's working because the team is on the same page. They're hitting you with that, you know, attacks from all sides. The Wrecking Ball is the type of comp where you can't really run it down on a Wrecking Ball comp. I mean, not as realistically when, you know, the enemy team's all on high ground, but like we always say, I mean, it's very situational. It's map dependent, it's comp dependent, and the hero bans could maybe allow the Dildox to prevent some of the bigger threats to come in alongside the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, because I think that, you know, if I'm Dreamland, like, you know, Dildox, they looked really good on this kind of composition, but now I want to tailor my bans around what Dildox looks so very good at, because I do feel like, you know, we have to give Dreamland credit. They already beat Dildox today 3-2 in the upper bracket, so it's not like they're going into the series and just like, what do we do, like how do we deal with Dildox? Like, they already beat them today earlier, right? So yeah, Dildox, they look fantastic on the Ramatra, PDK popping off on the Cassidy, but Dreamland should have the answers provided they already beat Dildox earlier today.
Yeah, maybe a Cassidy ban could do double duty, both taking out what, you know, PDK just was putting in work on the Cassidy, and at the same time, it is one of the stronger DPS answers to Wrecking Ball, able to deliver lots of consistent damage when Wrecking Ball comes in for a slam. Also has the tankiness to like survive some of those initial, you know, bursts and dives that could come in onto you. So maybe take away the Cassidy, you give, you know, Pella a little bit more room to work with in the fights. Could be a way to approach this. However, you also might think, okay, maybe we just need to ban a tank always to protect the Wrecking Ball. Options, decisions. I mean, this is the reality of hero bans. There's a lot of complexity, maybe even especially when you're a team with like one clear style that you want to make work.
Yeah, I'd even consider, you know, banning something like a Ramatra. Like, I feel like Ramatra is a, you know, a very strong hero at the minute. But if you just prefer to play more crazier, like even Orisa, you know, it changes the dynamic a little bit in the brawl compositions, but it also frees up to, you know, can play some more explosive kind of tank heroes, because a Ramatra requires like a lot of attention to deal with because of, you know, the staying power with the block, or you just gotta go for the opponent's backline and then finish off the Ramatra. It's such a nuisance to try to deal with the Ramatra in the first place. So maybe, you know, simple ban to Ramatra will take any other tank matchup we can.
And Dreamland gonna go back to the Midtown. They did this in the last series. They brought Monkey Happy in there, and they're gonna do it once again. They weren't able to win that map, but they did make it reasonably close, and they had this sort of cheeky Lifeweaver strat to go with it. And I wonder if we'll see more of that here, you know, in this matchup. And I also wonder, does Dildox have the answer to the Lifeweaver? Talk about getting silly. It's hard to get sillier than the Weaver.
Yeah.
You a Weaver believer, Johnny?
I mean, I think you should be after GK1 the North America stage too, right? Like they wrapped it up on Oasis playing Lifeweaver. So if you're not believing in Lifeweaver, then I guess you're just Korea pilled.
I will say the verticality does look kind of sick on like a city center or something like that. On Midtown, I'm a little more skeptical. Frankly, this is not a very vertical map. There's a bit of verticality. There's some ups and downs here and there, but there's a lot of horizontal space to cross, a lot of power from someone like a Sojourn to just one tap you, regardless of something like the Tree of Life, you know, coming down onto the field. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. You know, if Dildugs can beat this, though, you're in dire straits as Dreamland. So this is a bit of a, I wouldn't say it's not do or die, but it's a spot where you really do want to get a win. You really want to stabilize things because stability is the only response to Dildugs. It's the only way you're going to be able to get this win is if you can stabilize the match. They will rarely allow their opponents to do that, though.
Absolutely. You know, if you look at the previous series as well, this was Dreamland's go-to map pick in the second map. They won Midtown in their previous matchup earlier today. That time they banned Freya against Dildugs, and Dildugs banned Delucio as well, just reviewing some of the previous bans. Dildugs actually saved the Lifeweaver ban for Circuit Royale later in the series, but they're going to go ahead and ban Lifeweaver here and now, actually, which could open the door for Lifeweaver on Circuit Royale later on in the series. We'll have to see, but Dreamland and Orisa ban to kick us off here.
I mean, I think if you have a window to ban the Lifeweaver that's impactful, just do it. I mean, like, don't think too hard, just do it. I think that makes a ton of sense to me. Orisa ban comes out from Dreamland. Wait, this can't be right. Because Dreamland banned Orisa last map. No? Am I trolling?
Dude, we played so many matches today that I gotta double check.
Oh, no. No, I'm wrong about that. I was coping. I was connecting my to the last series, which is the final map of the last series was an Orisa ban. So that's on me. Dreamland banned the Orisa here.
Dude, you were just like, wasn't this the case in map 1? And I'm like, dude, this is our 6th map. Like, our 6th series today. How
many series have we played? My brain's on fumes, baby.
Yeah,
my brain is running on fumes.
There were a lot of hero bans today. So, but
what was the hero ban in series 3 of EMEA map 3?
Okay. That's
for $1 million. I couldn't tell you.
No, I could not tell you. Oh my god. All right, here we go. Last series of the day, Jake. This one's for all the marbles. Dildugs up 1-0 against Dreamland for a chance at qualifying for OWCS Stage 3 in North America. And like you said, you know, I feel like this is a must-win matchup here for Dreamland on Midtown. This is one of their go-to maps, you know, when they do lose a map. And if you go down 2-0 on this series, I mean, what a hole to be in. So, yeah, must-win match here for Dreamland.
Big spot to be. And Dildugs, no change, baby. Lock and load. PDK in the Cassidy. Red X, you better believe he's going to be speed amping that Cassidy around. I'm a little worried if I'm manually. I do not want PDK, you know, sending it up to the back line with a speed amp. And I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen here. We'll see if Monkey Happy can navigate the pressure here and maybe try to put some aggression back in. But Hazard is not an easy character to play in this kind of a matchup.
Yeah, we have seen a few times today, though, that, you know, a composition like Dreamland's, if you're just full send it, and you seem to be a proponent of full sending it here in a match like this.
PDK cam.
Whatever, dude. Like, bro,
we just stay on this cam. We just stay on this cam. Okay, bro just does what he wants. Whatever. He's the Terminator. He's the Terminator, Johnny.
Okay.
Look at him. He's pushing. He didn't even cap. He's pushing in. No fear.
Keep walking. Just walk.
Keep going, Bo. Keep pushing. No, actually don't push right now. That's not good. Hazard's going to wall you out. All right, Hazard coming back in, thinking about a retouch here. Can Tracer come in for a first touch? I mean, it's such an awkward corner to turn. The spike wall, though, providing a bit of cover here that is a little bit nice, but it's just not enough. I mean, too much pressure, overwhelming. PDK standing out in the open, half HP, doesn't care, doesn't wait for heals. Well, okay, he does die for it, but you know what? YOLO, he's gonna do that one more time. Maybe a lot more than one more time coming into the series. As Dildugs continuing to play their bread and butter, just rocking it up with this Ram Calm, and they look solid on it. I mean, there's a lot of threats on this team. We haven't even talked that much about Razor, but he's a top Tracer, man. This guy puts in that work consistently, fight after fight.
Yeah, Razor has been fantastic today, actually, landing, you know, huge post bombs for his team. Has one available again. There's a Suzu on the battlefield, of course, going to be difficult, but Well, let's see. Maybe PDK just like kills 2 people again and just cleans up the fight. You know, who knows?
You say maybe, more than likely, given how this series has gone.
Well,
there it is.
great.
There it is, Johnny. Don't even ask questions. Just prepare. He's already got one. Where's the second? Okay, hold on. This time the second is actually coming the other way in a big bullet shot from Manually. Okay, that might be enough. PDK has worked his way into the flank, but I don't see this one working out. Oh, the cheeky high noon, but it's just too awkward. It's just too awkward. They waited out, swinging for the cleanup. All right, PDK takes 1 second to take a rotation, and everybody on his team dies. You gotta do a little bit more, bro.
Okay, all right. Let's regroup here for a little bit. Okay, Dildox. Let's play the game properly. I mean, maybe get PDK.
No. Johnny, veto, baby. Send it again.
This is actually a tough fight.
It's working. Yeah, this is a rough spot to be, in fairness. Like, this is not a good place to be at Cassidy. High ground, surrounded from all angles. They push out the hazard at first, which is really the order of operations here. Immortality Field also pressured out by a pulse bomb from Talisman. They know where their bread is butter, though. They're not letting PDK go down easy.
Full pocket. Oh,
PDK's got 1. And Matrix as well to work with. Cleanse being used. Hanbei finds 2, though. And those are some impact kills. PDK, though, evens the scoreline. 3-on-3. Bass is still healthy on the Ramatra. Lucio is all you really need on the Cassidy to keep working these picks, keep the pressure on. As the cart rolls forward, high ground now being taken. PDK, what's he up to? He's going to be moving up aggressively, looking for something to get down on the cart.
Ooh, this curious little move there. Tried to go for someone who was pressuring the cart there, but yeah, Dreamland, they do have an orbital ray here, so, you know, if they kind of like regroup here, see a quick teleport onto Hazard, perhaps they're going to drop it indeed, but PDK with a Deadeye onto the Juno. Like, what is happening? Bro, it's just taking over the lobby.
You can't keep up. I mean, and they go to the Tracer. They send the Tracer Curie down to the cart and hold it for quite a while, which is a nice move in theory, but now Curie teleports back with low HP, and Baz is already pressuring the front line, gets that cleanup kill almost by accident there, just a cleave punch in. You would have thrown anyway, and hey, happy to get a Curie pick on top of that. Can PDK get more? Razor would love to find a pulse bomb here. Big stick. Looks like I got cleansed by Hyundai, though, protecting Hazard from the damage, but PDK strikes elsewhere. Look at him peeking into the spawn here. Gets stole finally by the Hazard under a lot of pressure. PDK needs all the heals, all the resources, and he's getting it. He's getting everything he asked for because he continues to produce for this team. Dildox trying to get into the backline now. Razor on top of this Freya. Wants the Punisher. Pulls a ton of support attention into this backline. But manually still found Redix in the chaos. And so far, Dreamland seem to be holding strong.
It's not over because PDK is alive. Dion going to commit on the Hazard as well, but Hanbei finds a pick on the Frotopilian. Losing that much pocket for PDK, it's going to be too much to just overcome, and it will be Dildox falling back once more. 2 minutes to go here. You know, you just need that one fight win to cap out the point here, but this is going to allow Dreamland to actually set up their defense once more. They're getting close on another Kitsune Rush, 70%. Should be able to get Orbital Ray up as well, and these are big ultimates that will be difficult for Dildox to deal with here. There's no easy task to finish off this point here with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's a long rotation, a lot of doorways to cross. They have the Lucio, which should make it a little bit easier. Should be able to get quite a bit closer to that checkpoint, but I mean, grouping up, like, if Dreamland can bridge the gap to a couple of these ultimates, especially some of these support ultimates, that would be massive. And speaking of massive, yeah, carry down, Melee finds 1. I wonder, does Dreamland want to push for more? I mean, going into these small rooms is a bit risky, but maybe you want to take that risk with PDK off the field. For now, it seems like they're happy to wait this one out and run the clock down a little bit more. Only 120 left to work with.
Yeah, they're pretty split here because some people actually have to rotate and help PDK, which leaves Bass out on his own here with Redix. Dreamland are going to respond. Downpour comes through and it's quite big.
Big downpour. 3-man downpour there, and absolutely everybody's getting cleaned up. Baz does strike back with 1, but caught between a rock and a spiky place there. As a PDK, I mean, not only so much you can do with a Hazard in your face, supported by double support. I mean, not really any chance to win that one.
Yeah. I mean,
but now Dildox, they've got everything. They got the tank is full, baby. Lock and load. However, Dreamland have been patient. They have not over-ulted at any point on this defense, and I mean, only 1 ultimate off the board. You're simply bringing a super early beat out of Redix. What is that? That is a psycho beat. And Dreamland, I mean, that is not a good beat, Johnny. That is way too early. But they're just feeling the pressure of the moment. And finally, I mean, PDK, all right, it does get him a full channel onto the Hazard. And maybe that's just what you needed to break this one open. Rip 4 ultimates simultaneously. Hanbei, though, takes down Razor without the Tracer. Staying power a little bit less. PDK needs to produce now. Needs to find something. Here it is. Narwhal goes down already. PDK still healthy. Still roaming. Looking to swing in. Manually feels a bit of the pressure. Now backing off is PDK. Sensitive to the threat that Hazard poses to him. Talisman, though, in trying to clean up the backline. Wants to deal with the supports first. Frothy, Philly, what a melee. Just collapsed on Talisman with the help of Red X. And now PDK unstoppable on the checkpoint. They're going to grab that cart. Get the cap in. And Dreamland sent home, sent packing. The beat was wild, Johnny. That was an absolutely wild beat.
I'm just like, okay, well, Dreamland's got Orbital Ray, Kitsune Rush. Tough fight there, and Redix just giga chats in with the early sound barrier. That was insane. I mean, that was like funny Astro beat on steroids.
No, that was an out of control beat, man. And I mean, I honestly, Dion just, why is he fighting into that? How is he getting a full channel on him? I guess he got caught out. Maybe he got booped in by Red X, or sort of caught in a compromising position with too much high noon channel on him to escape. Ends up getting cleaned up, and without your tank, yeah, PDK's free, and now Razor starting to make his mark on the match here, forcing a ton of attention into the back line. Juno, a very evasive target to deal with, and it's Talisman now who swings into the back, punishes PDK for his hubris in casting that high noon, and Dreamland finally getting a solid stabilization here. But Red X is very 80% to that next beat, and you better believe he's going to be beaten.
Oh yeah, run it back. Just run it back. It might actually hit a... I doubt he'll hit the timing.
Okay, Razor's in a little bit of trouble here, though, Johnny.
Razor supports, yeah.
Is he? Okay, no, he slips out. He slips out.
Fine. Yeah, it's all good. I was a little bit nervous right there, but I always had faith. I always had faith in the Razor, yeah. Look, there's going to be some big ultimates coming up here, so it's all about the timing. Can you build these ultimates in time for this overtime fight?
Dion rips it with the downpour. No connections. So it would seem. Dreamland, though, close to some support ultimates. And it's into overtime. You got to stay on the card. Baz, though, well suited for the job on the Ramatra. Dildux have no problem with the staying power of the comp. Into the Kitsune Rush, though, it could be a different story. Now the beat comes in from Red X. This time a little bit more defensive. They're trying to turn around aggressively, change the story of the match, but PDK is unstoppable. He swings in, pushes Hanbei completely out of the fight. The Talisman still finding pick off both supports down in the hands of the Tracer. Dreamland up onto the high ground. They're not able to take the frontal fight, but by hunting and pecking away here, you're out of sustain here for Dildux. Your HP is not coming back, and now Talisman doesn't want to allow any more card progress. Going to be able to hold this one down. Tank is back into the fight as well. Razor with the pulse goes wide, no connection. Baz, desperation ulti, trying to keep this one going. The pulse bomb, the cleanse though, is kept up, and Frothy Billy's back up into the fight. PDK coming back fast on the soldier. The orbital ray though is a lot of value for Dreamland as they remain healthy on this card. Somehow Baz is still alive. This form, surely it's going to end soon, and eventually just being hit from all sides is too much. Dildux, that's all the offense they're going to get, but hey, 84 meters, 2 points capped. It's all right. Not bad. Not bad. Good. Winnable position.
Yeah, they're all right. They gotta be quite satisfied with that after the struggles they face. Very patient play from Dreamland there. Like you said, they just like dwindle things down, and they gotta pick on a couple of supports first, recognize that there's no survivability for Dildux, and they just take their time. So well executed play there by Dreamland. I think they'll be kicking themselves that they didn't hold on the second point already, but you know, you gotta take what you can there. Just looking at the stats real quick here. PDK obviously standout performer on the side of Dildux, 15 and 7. But overall, it was a fairly, productive defense by Dreamland overall.
Yeah, solid stuff from them. And Dreamland, I mean, honestly though, I feel like if they can stabilize, right, some of these plays from Dildux that are working, I still don't think are like necessarily great plays. Like they're kind of YOLOing, and it is coming up sometimes good. However, if Dreamland can start to get those reads and just start to be ready for those chaotic, aggressive plays and navigate through those fights, they could easily turn this series around. I mean, Dildux are going for broke, but when you push all your chips into the middle, Johnny, sometimes you go home with nothing.
That's right. That is what happens sometimes. Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's a big mystery about what Dildux are doing here. And I mean, if you can keep an extra eye on Red X and PDK and like what they're up to, where they're roughly positioned, you should be able to produce some kind of like decent response as well and be ready for some of those rotations coming in here. Taking a look at the comps, not much changing here as the teams have flipped sides manually. Taking aim here, trying to hit some bolts onto Dildux. They're playing this Juno Kiriko, and if you can make this work, they're quite a powerful support duo. Inside for now.
again, starting to work their way in, but hold on, man. It is PDK. It is always PDK, Johnny. It's inevitable as he, finds one and immediately Dilux slam on the gas, immediately charging forward. Super aggressive move with a Kiri of their own now. They even up the potential for aggression, right? They have both of their support ultimates, or both of their supports rather, provide some form of speed, and Kiri in this case with the Kitsune Rush, but it's going to make it yet more difficult for Dreamland to make it work with his Juno Kiri style, which is powerful in some respects. A lot of healing throughput, a lot of utility, but not the best ability to defend against an aggressive rush push.
Exactly, and Dildox, they recognize that. So when Dreamland are fairly spread out on this left-hand side, Dildox, they just push in on one of the sides that is pretty limited. Now PDK gets a bit of ahead of himself. He's going to get picked down here by manually. So a 4 versus 5 situation here for Dildox. They do have a Kitsune Rusher coming up on here. Or are they gonna commit it?
Bullet shot would be big here. Does get the connection onto the Kiriko. She cleanses it off herself, and Razor finds Hanbei. So the cleanse is enough. On top of that, Kitsune Rush very early out of Frothy Philly. And that should be just enough. I mean, even without PDK, the rush, the kill, it's going to stabilize things. Dreamland, I mean, in the end, this is Midtown first point. This is not an easy place to cap, not an easy hold to break. And Dildox are getting every inch of mileage they can out of it. I think High Noon is also quite a powerful defensive tool against the Hazard.
Absolutely, and the way things are going here, this is just going to be Dreamland's only ult cycle here with these support ultimates. It's been taking so long for Narwhal and Hanbei to get these online. Here comes the Deadeye, like you talked about.
Oh, the speed amp. He's got some big channels. You got to be very scared right now. But he can't get any connection.
Kind of
well done by Dreamland. They dodge away. They get around the corners. Now they're turning to hunt down the Hazard with the sound barrier as well.
Okay.
Is the follow-up going to be there? Dion's getting saved. No, it's not quite enough. The shield from Ramatra beautifully placed denies some of that follow-up healing. Talisman gets the pulse onto PDK and has done enough, though. 2 picks. Hold on now, Baz. Low HP, but still with the form online. Frothy Philly, Razor, scary players in the clutch scenario. Talisman doesn't really have any way of getting healed up, just has to rely completely on Pax, and Razor on the chase wants to force this fight before the supports re-engage into this. Talisman, though, dancing pretty well into this, gets a nice trade to Razor, but in the end, the effect of the support is just too massive there.
Oh. Almost there.
He overstepped his mark, though, Razor.
Oh, stays alive here. Kitsune Rush committed here from both teams, actually. And Dreamland, they have an Orbital Ray to spare as well. This should be them cleaning things up, unless Dildox have anything to say about it in PDK.
PDK's always got something to say, man. He's got something to say loud and proud. 3 kills, 3 headshots in the feed. And maybe a 4th here, and Kiriko sent packing. I mean, in Dreamland, what do you do, man, when somebody's lighting up the server like this on Cassidy? You can try to focus fire him, but good luck with that. He's got the Lucio Kiri constantly ready to peel him out of a dangerous situation. Dreamland, that was everything. That was your whole bank of ultimates. Talisman with a pulse bomb, 80%. That's the only thing you really have to work with, but things could be over if Baz gets connection with the Annihilation. He's already sending it straight into the backline. PDK getting all the support he needs. Baz is denying the supports from Dreamland from walking up whatsoever. PDK gets the connection manually, caught in an awkward spot with the mobility. Razor with a pulse bomb onto Narwhal, and Dildox are going to be going up 2-0 in this series. In an incredibly winnable spot with all the momentum, all the wind in their sails. Dreamland struggling to get anything done. I mean, Dreamland won the last time they clashed. It was 3-2. It was close. It wasn't anything like this, though. I mean, and Dildox have found their stride. They're clearly a team that is more of a map 12 team in the day of Overwatch. Once they hit map 12, they really hit the peak of their power levels, which we're seeing come out. I mean, PDK doing different things. Absolutely disgusting performance from this guy. One of the best Cassidy performances we've seen all day. Maybe the best. I think it's fair to say the best. And then on top of that, you got Razor constantly hitting you from all sides. You've got, the Kiriko, Frothy Philly making a lot of plays in the chaos. And in the end, Dildox sticking to their guns, man. Playing the Ram style, playing the Lucio, the Cassidy, making it work and showing that they don't need the compositional variability. They will just find the way to execute that the situation demands. And I mean, hey, PDK hitting headshots, that's a good way to execute the play, Johnny. I recommend that highly. To hit all your headshots on Cassidy is a very good strategy.
Ban Cassidy.
Actually, they need to.
Get Cassidy
they need to.
Just
First ban Cassidy, I would do that if I were Dreamland right now. I'd be like, we got to get one on the board, and we need to just slow PDK's roll. He's so sharp right here.
Yeah, I mean, bro is looking like lip right now. Just walking them down playing Cassidy. It's absurd. Welcome to promotion relegation. You are facing Dildox. Meet your maker. Just an unbelievable performance coming out from Dildox. And again, Dreamland, they beat this team earlier today in a 5-map series, but this has been all Dildox. They're in full control here. So serious doubts presented here for Dreamland. Like, what do you even do now? You lost your kind of like go-to map in Midtown. You're just clearly getting outplayed in this Ramatra, Cassidy kind of level of play here. So really, back is against the wall here. And even if you do win the next map, Dildox will have 2 additional map points and they can just take you wherever. So brutal scenario to be in for Dreamland here.
Rough spot to be. I think the only thing you could do at this point is ban a Cassidy or maybe take us to like, I don't even know. There's not really a map where you can block the Cassidy entirely. I guess you could go to like Circuit.
Yeah, I was gonna say Circuit.
Pretty rough Cassidy map. But honestly, the way PDK is playing, I'm not even sure the Cassidy is that necessary. Like when the hit scan starts popping like this, it's like, imagine you give him the respect ban. Like you've never seen bro more confident. You know what I mean? Coming into map 3 with the respect, with 2 monster maps under his wing there, and now a respect ban further pumping up the ego. This guy is going to be the most confident hit scan you've seen in your whole life. He's going to be swinging the attacker spawn on Circuit, playing Widowmaker. Okay. So
I hear you, but if we're thinking here, we're theorizing a way for Dreamland to get back into this series.
Yes.
I almost feel like, okay, but let's just pick Circuit Real, and we have to win Circuit Real without the Cassidy ban. And then when Dildogs pick map 4, then we can commit the Cassidy ban. Like if we're, doubling up and picking both Circuit Real, like that would just be a waste to me.
Unless Dildogs use a DPS ban as a protect. So that's, you gotta, you're at this point in the series, you're down 2-0. There's no locked in strat. You're gonna have to win some maps in some unfavorable conditions. You're gonna need to have individual execution step up. But honestly, I mean, now it's rough. Like does Pella come back in? That's what happened last series, but the momentum is not there for Dreamland. I mean, who's going to be the one to start the fire? It's got to be somebody. Talisman has continued to pop off. He's been a bright spot, looked really good even on Midtown. Tons of picks, lots of stuck pulse bombs from the Tracer, doing everything he can here, but it's a weight on somebody like Talisman to be continuing to pop off and have good maps, but your team just can't get anything done. It's like, oof, rough spot to be.
What map would you want to get the Ramatra ban in? Because at some point you're probably gonna have to ban Ramatra there as well. So we got a Ramatra ban.
Maybe like a Flashpoint. Ram ban on Flashpoint.
Yeah, probably, right? Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Dildogs, they've been picking Atlas a lot when it comes to the Flashpoint, so I don't know. Yeah, sure, throw that out and then maybe force some kind of a Orisa mirror there, if allowed to, of course. We'll have to see what maps it's going to be, but yeah, I'm kind of thinking you just have to force Dildogs away from what they're playing right now, because they're firing on all cylinders when it comes to not only the Cassidy but also the Ramatra. They're looking real solid.
I just want to remind everybody in the chat that signups are open right now for FACEIT Season 6. So you just go to faceit.com/OWCS, get your signups in. And, we want to see you guys on the server. We want to see, fresh blood. It's always exciting to see these new players making their name here in Promotion Relegation Day, stepping up to OWCS, competing in FACEIT Master League, all the divisions of FACEIT. Just an exciting moment for the health of the ecosystem. For me personally, as a former professional player, like, it's just exciting to see, whoever's next up, whoever's grinding to hit that level, whoever's got that motivation. I'm thinking of players like Zira, bursting onto the scene in the last couple of years and having huge performances. And so if you're up next in that category, make sure to sign up for FACEIT. Even if you're not, you just want to hop on with the boys and get some matches and get some competitive experience. It's a lot of fun. So signups open now. You can check that out. But of course, we still got a series to play, Johnny. I mean, it might be dire right here for Dreamland. They might be, with their back against the wall, but they're taking us to Watchpoint Gibraltar. We've seen them play the Wrecking Ball here before, expecting to see Pella maybe come back into the lineup as well. This is another map where it's like you can play the Cassidy, but it's not a great Cassidy map, right? Like there's a lot of verticality to navigate, a lot of challenges for you on the Cassidy. And I wonder if the Life Weaver is a consideration here. Both the Weaver ban has been expended.
Yeah, I think you're kind of hitting like two birds in one stone here by going to Gibraltar. It actually quite sets them up for really good success, and it's going to be a hazard ban, which is another hero we've been seeing, you know, mixed in quite a bit here on Gibraltar for these teams that aren't necessarily comfortable playing traditional dive, whether it's, you know, the Diva, the Winston, stuff like that. Like, many teams are happy to just go to a hazard here instead. So Dreamland, they say, no, get hazard out of here. You're actually forced to play Gibraltar with proper tanks, you know, and we'll have to see what that is, if it's going to be brawl or it's going to be dive. But hazard is kind of like a cheat code when it comes to well, we can't do that, we don't know how to do that, so we'll just play hazard. Rig ban here on the side of Dildux. What do you think of that?
Interesting choice. I think this does mitigate some of the like very conventional dive setups, you know, right? Like in terms of the packs to be going to somebody like a Tracer. Brig is also great against Diva, so I would think maybe you expect Dreamland to play the ball and you might want to respond with a Diva. So by banning the Brig, I think this does it. Diva has a harder matchup against Brig than Ball has against Brig. So, you know, maybe you just run the Lucio and try and peel the ball, or like run like a Kiriko setup where you're just kind of let the ball do what he wants and just teleport away or cleanse people when they're in real trouble. A lot of ways to approach this, but Gibraltar's just a map we haven't seen played all that much, despite it being in the pool for a while. Not many teams took us here, so I think this is a pretty open-ended one, especially for a team like Dreamland that really doesn't play by the rules, the conventions of other squads.
Yeah, I feel like it's a map that's always in Korea, but it rarely gets picked in some of these other regions. Like, you see it here and there. And I believe in Stage 2, like, we saw quite a few teams take it. I think the Ultimates picked Gibraltar a couple of times there. They were like, we have Heesung and Twilight. Like, let's try to make this work. And then you get a ban on either the Honor or the Winston. And you're like, well, frick. So it didn't really work out. If you want to go like full dive with a Winston Honor these days, because of the hero bans, you really can't. And so a pick like Watchpoint Gibraltar, it's kind of nullified. You need a more of a refined plan than just like go hard to dive, right? And maybe that's what Dreamland's got up their sleeve here, considering they picked it, right? I'm kind of to see.
Yeah, we'll see what the play style looks like here. I'm also just worried because, you know, I feel like somebody like Razor can have a huge game here. You know, that being said, though, Talisman can do much the same. And I mean, speaking of like who's getting enabled by a map pick, Tracer so impactful on Gibraltar, and arguably Talisman's been having the best game of anybody on Dreamland, the best series so far. And so maybe a map where Tracer is particularly important could be nice. However, you might get kind of stuck on cart duty a little more often than you'd like on the Tracer on this map. So if you can win those 1v1s dominantly, you can really contribute a lot, but often it ends up being a bit more of a stalemate. So we'll see if Talisman can, you know, do his job as cleanly as possible as far as like being the cart person, but also continuing to contest that and looking for more pickoffs when, you know, Pella finds openings, especially if he is going to be playing that Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, and we're going to load into this series regardless. I think going to Watchpoint Gibraltar here, you know, it is going to force Dildux to kind of like, you know, get away from the groove they're in. You know, it's not at all being played like a couple of those rounds on Oasis, Midtown. So they're all very efficient maps. If you're someone like PDK playing the Cassidy, or, you know, Bass playing the Ramatra, it's a very different map when it comes to the design, and it's going to force Dildux to play a little bit differently here, and maybe that allows Dreamland to get some momentum in this series and claw themselves back. Need to reverse sweep here to qualify for OWCS Stage 3. Otherwise, it's going to be all Dildux here in this final match of promotion relegation.
And the Lifeweaver Batiste comp, man, a little scary to be dealing with. I mean, a lot of survivability, a lot of mutual saving potential, vertical playmaking. This is not going to be an easy one for Dildux to get over the line. PDK, I mean, he's got his work cut out for him. Cassidy on this map into that level of verticality is a problem.
Yeah, maybe this is what Dreamland really needs to get back into this series. Of course, picking Gibraltar, you know, it's maybe you feel like you have a slightly more of an edge on this map playing the Lifeweaver Bat than something like a Circuit Real, for example. But with the Lifeweaver Bat already expanded, like you said, this could allow Dreamland to force this composition a little bit more, but it has to start here on Gibraltar. And already Dildux, you know, Redx and PDK, they're moving together on these off angles, trying to open things up.
I love the position here from the Cassidy. Has swung through, tried to connect onto the backline. Beautiful slam by Pella, though. Instantly stifles the aggression. Now he's going to be rolling in, doing even more, but actually stepping into that room to clean up is very difficult to do. Talisman in full control of the exterior of the point now, and okay, gone a little bit too far this time, PDK. Lifeweaver pull just to get a little bit more heals. Frothy Philly finds Hanbei, though, and that's the type of pick that can kind of break open this offense. And as good as the defense is, I mean, you lose one support, especially someone as slow of a rollout as Baptiste. It's a long way back to reset.
Yeah, Talisman though finds a pick onto the Kiriko here, and that is some sustainability taken away from Dildogs. Going to allow Hanbei to get back into this one, and Pella.
Baz is still low.
Talisman, they're kind of like self-sustain here, so yeah, like you're talking about, Baz quite low here. Gonna try to get this Mega here, but the pressure's on from Dreamland, and they find another one.
Man, talk about pressure. They are being swarmed here. Dreamland continuing to find the window to be full aggro here, just not allowing any quarter. The attackers find themselves just stifled in a tiny corner of the map with really not much purchase at all in the fight, and Pella's just running rampant on the server, doing as he pleases here. See if Ball can find another connection of a slam. This one, no joy, and it's gonna be Dreamland kind of resetting up the play, but you kind of just don't care about this from Pella. He's like, I'm just gonna take risks, try over and over again. And PDK always in the sights.
Yeah, being able to take this high ground here is a way better position here for Dildogs. And they're coming up on double support ultimate here. It's going to be very efficient here. And you can see them dropping it. They're just going for it. 3 dropped in response, and the mines as well. Manually finds a pick onto PDK to open things up.
I mean, diving into the tree is a pretty scary proposition. Tree plus minefield. Good luck diving into that, man. You had bombs exploding everywhere, heals pumping on the rest of the team, but somehow it's the supports. It's Frothy, Billy, and Redex. That kill on the Talisman is a game changer. He's been lighting the feed up constantly, and now Dreamland have neither of the heroes they would normally want to have contest this point. The question is, will they be able to get back in time to make that contest? It's a nice pull out of Manuel. I think saves his life there. That Diva booster fly looked like a pretty scary spot to be. Hanbei with that Amp Matrix, but can you even swing out into this Diva?
Yeah, Pella will be here. Pulse bomb from Razor, not going to catch anything quite here now. The question for Redex is, when are you going to commit the sound barrier? And here he goes.
Answer is now, and Baptiste lost Immortality Field, being hunted down. The Weaver pole saves him for just a moment. Baz doesn't have much help to work with, but it just seems to be enough. Dildogs, they're able to get the cap over the line. Dreamland, though, they wisely retreat and hold this high ground position with that late pick on it from PDK onto Hanbei, means that maybe even these last defenders who staggered away are just going to end up, yeah, basically falling back to that new spawn. So Dildogs in full control now, getting this high ground, and while the Life Weaver looked good for a moment, ultimately the staying power just wasn't there.
Yeah, and Dreamland are going to make that swap over to the Lucio and Baptiste, bailing on now on the Life Weaver as well. But Dildogs, they have this position. Bola shot comes in from PDK, trying to deal with Pella on this wrecking ball, but it's so difficult. So perhaps a bit of a wasted ultimate there. Maybe would have liked it shooting towards this Baptiste instead. Bas just being such a nuisance in the backline of Dreamland right now. And Dreamland actually going to stabilize with Pella finding a pick on the fourth Philly.
It's a big kill. Baz, can he get back into the suit? Yes, he can, but meanwhile, the rest of the team is being punished. PDK desperate to try and find some kind of a counter kill here, but the sticks are good from Manually. Even just looks away from that, knows he's got PDK dead to rights. And a nice little stagger here on the Diva Basil. Yeah, he might, I mean, if the top level play is to let him remake there and then burst him again, but maybe it's a little bit too risky, a little bit too greedy.
You would.
Dreamland, at least they have the high ground control. I would be yelling at the team to let him remech and burst him out of the mech again because I'm a psycho, but I think Dreamland are maybe wiser to play things a little bit safer considering this is promotion relegation. You know, maybe don't want to get that crazy.
Oh, yeah. All right, here
Big
comes
slam. Oh, nice swoop, though. Great awareness from Redex. Denies that.
Yeah, great Kitsune Rush onto the ship here. Mines as a response from Pella. And both teams just trading either way here. But it does look like Dildogs. Kitsune Rush is just going to be too much. Fast clearing up on the Diva here as well. And it's going to be some slight stall from Pella. You know, might get a touch here, Talisman. If the recall isn't forced
here.
lives,
he's in trouble.
Oh, he's dead, yeah.
He's being hunted down. Razor gets some help from the supports, knows he has the edge there with his teammates ready to assist. Needs to get a bit of heal before the fight, though. I mean, Baz has just been constant with the aggression. Narwhal forced to come in with the contest, but yeah, it's certainly going to cost him his life. Manually has to do the same, and no chance to really win from that position. Down 3 already, and I mean, Dildogs was a bit of an awkward walk-up on first point, but from there on out, it's been all Baz and Razor in the feed. Tracer Diva lighting it up. Classic style here on Watchpoint Gibraltar, and the ball hasn't been able to match that.
Yeah, no one has really done anything to stop Baz in his tracks here. Just had an absolute field day on this Diva, holding on in the front lines, and I'm expecting that to remain the same here. You just look at Dreamland's composition, like, who's gonna deal with Baz here? You know, now we got a self-destruct online here as well. Dreamland, they got a few ultimates, but okay, you get an opening pick onto Redex. That will at least give you some opportunity here to get, you know, gain some momentum here on the defense, regain positioning here as well, and give you an opportunity to re-engage into the next fight with your own ultimates that you built up.
That's a good fight to win with a pick, though, because in order to get this full hold that they're hoping for, they need to win a couple fights off of picks. If it becomes a pure ultimate trade, eventually it feels like the attackers are going to overwhelm. Especially because with this Diva self-destruct, Baz can just go absolute YOLO right now. Can be completely fearless. Bolashad came in, beat forced out early from Redex, and Narwhal's holding the beat for quite a long time, so it's a much better counter beat from Dreamland. They're in a huge advantage here. How will Dildux weather this storm?
How will they weather it indeed here? PDK finds a pick up the talisman. Here comes the self-destruct off the bridge from Baz. This is momentum now being pushed by Dildux, and they're gonna increase the tempo. Kitsune Rush here as well. They're looking to close out this attack right here.
And they seem to be doing it, Johnny. Baz is up against the spawn door, fearlessly holding that position. Desperation retake now from Pellet. Does put the bombs on point. Makes it a little bit more awkward to continue the touch, but he loses his life for it. Pulse bomb onto the Diva. That's a DMAC onto Baz. He doesn't have the bomb for the resuit, and eventually this Diva is going to go down. So, I mean, this fight possible to be won here, but Narwhal goes down, manually follows him quickly into the grave. Talisman has to dance around with only the mines for company, and it's just not quite enough. Pella just a millisecond too late for the stagger retake, and Dildux get the full cap with over a minute on the clock. Very close to securing another berth here in Stage 3 NA OWCS. They mocked Dildux. They didn't believe in them, and then they came to promotion relegation, and they were sorry.
The gatekeepers. The promotion relegation gatekeepers, they pop off and they show what they're capable of when they play 13 maps in a row. Scoreboard, so one-sided, 16-1 from Racer, just looking tremendous on the Tracers so far. And really, they only dropped time there on the first point. The rest of the map was just super solid, just looked phenomenal. And now Dreamland, you know, they're still looking for answers. The Life Weaver, it worked okay on the first point, but such a hard hero to play elsewhere. And now you gotta have a fantastic attack. It's so hard to like cap out this map. Like coming back here is such a tough scenario to be in if you're Dreamland.
An unenviable spot to find yourself, to be sure. Dildux, Baz, and Razor have been combining for a lot of these very aggressive moves. Frothy, Philly, and Redex have been, you know, very quickly behind them. And PDK forced up the Cassidy on Gibraltar, but hasn't lost a step when it comes to the Freya. And I mean, that's just a great spot to be. Dreamland sticking to their guns. It's hard to blame them in this spot. I mean, are you really going to win trying to mirror the Diva? I don't think so. I think Pellet has to keep believing in the Wrecking Ball. See what he can do now on the offense, though. Maybe Ball has a little bit more freedom to approach from different angles. He doesn't have to worry about contesting Car, but by the same token, Baz on this Diva could strike at any moment.
Yeah, pressure is on here for Talisman and Manually. We've been hyping up PDK and Racer, rightfully so. They've been having standout performances so far in this deciding series, but Manually, Talisman, they have to combine efforts here with Pella on this Wrecking Ball now. And again, like you mentioned earlier, it's going to be quite difficult because, you know, one of these players have to be on payload duty, essentially. It's going to be Pella right now with Talisman, just sitting back, waiting for Dildux to contest the card, which would give them an opportunity here to rotate and maybe set up one of these dives.
Yeah, I like them. They're not being too distracted by the ball, but I mean, Ball Tracer are getting quite a bit of card time here. So, you know, as much as Dildux are holding dominantly on the high ground, they even find a pick on the Narwhal. You got to stop the cart, though, so you need to consider maybe backing off of this forward hold. And, like, the kills are good in the feed here, but hold on, PDK, he cannot go down. The tempo swing will be immense if Dreamland are able to find even one pick, but it's PDK, man. He is so unafraid to continue to push.
This is the best PDK has looked on stage 2.
Literally. I just approaching relegation day, bro. The whole team is hitting their peak. This is their form. This is the day they train for.
How many scrims do you think they played the past week?
0.
Okay. You know, I wouldn't be shocked.
When I say that they trained for it,
PDK
I mean that figuratively. PDK's been, I mean, they've been grinding ranked for sure. These guys are dominant players, but they're just mostly just popping out, I think, and playing with total fearlessness. However, maybe they should be a little bit more scared because Pella's Wrecking Ball is getting engaged on the server, and I think Dildux falling apart on this first capture point. I mean, wasn't that Dildux' whole shtick that they never scrim?
Yeah,
they were like tweeting about never scrimming. I thought that's the hot meme. I mean, honestly, realistically, they probably played a scrim or two from promotion relegation.
Yeah, I
would if I were them.
This is
all of the pride.
This is the tournament they care about. This
exactly.
Is their,
they're the gatekeepers. They're assigned to this solemn duty.
Absolutely. Yeah, they probably scrimmed, you know, 4 times maybe. We'll to see. If they win, we can ask them.
That's optimistic.
Yeah.
If they get true, if they win, we're 100% asking that question in the interview. Dildox now reasserting control on the high ground. D.Va flies forward, full HP, still ready to push forward aggressively. Matrix keeps everybody alive from the slam, but hold on, manually still threads the needle, finds the damage onto Red X. Now Baz looking to get aggro, looking to punish into this backline, steals the kill away from the Tracer. Absolutely diabolical behavior from Baz as he slips out with the mech intact. I mean, that's a big hold to be able to keep that self-destruct online for the next fight.
Yeah, very much indeed so. And now, if you're Dreamland, just want to wait for a good opportunity to drop some of these ultimates. Bola shot from PDK, not going to land on anything. Dreamland, just look at this war chest. 5 ultimates. You're going to drop
a rush coming in.
Here.
Rush trade, though, I think heavily favors this D.Va comp. Yeah, Pella just doesn't want much of that engagement, wants to wait for a better connection. Looks to go in on the high ground. Beat comes down. Where's that slam coming in? Not onto PDK, who's able to be a little bit free on this high ground. Okay, Beat comes to an end, and the headshots are so sharp from PDK onto Narwhal. Both Lucios now traded off of the server. Just the tank ults left to be deployed. Hanbei is low. Forced to port away. Is the follow-up trade there? No. But Pella kills Baz during the self-destruct, I believe. So a punishing death here for the D.Va. PDK, though, still getting one onto manually. That's massive for the retake. Bothy Philly also trading it out in the deathmatch. Dildox thriving in this moment. Narwhal just trying to escape with his life on the Lucio, but seems to be a tall order as the rest of Dreamland all fall back into one of the tougher retakes in Overwatch, man. Gibraltar's second point, even with the map rework, this is not an easy point to retake into.
Yeah, it's very difficult indeed. At least they have a couple of these players, you know, who can contest the payload and maybe put some pressure here. You can also see Razor having a tough time, you know, competing with Pella here, and some card progress being made. This means Dildox, they have to back off a little bit, which allows Dreamland to gain some positioning that they can work with now. And a big pick onto Redix, actually, for trading out with Pella. That feels like I should favor Dildox.
That was like a car crash, man. We watched Lucio like swerve into the median there and just get absolutely
hit the brakes.
Totaled, man. Yeah, no chance to break on that one. PDK, though, battling on the high ground with the help of the D.Va and the Kiriko. Getting the assistance he should need to hold on to this. Drops a nice headshot on the manual. I wonder if there's a follow-up for that one. Big bolt connections as well, man. PDK is just lighting it up here on the Freya. Pella coming back to the backline to clean up this Lucio and Tracer who are driving, trying to make some trades happen. Love that Red X is being that fearless with the aggression, but this is the advantage Dreamland have been waiting for, right on the 5-on-4. Early slam on a PDK is a follow-up there. No, Matrix is good. Stabilizes for the moment. PDK low on skills, doesn't have that flight up. Just shoots a bola shot speculatively there into the background of the Kitsune rush over the top from Frothy Philly. It's just too much value. Dreamland can't fight into that one. And maybe they can't fight into this map at all as they're cleared off once again from second point. Card is still very deep into this, but Dildox, if they have their way, they're going to snowball into chase into the spawn, right? Hunting for more kills. And Pella onto the Winston. Is this what the doctor ordered, Johnny? I don't know, but I like it.
I like it too here, actually. I was going to say that Dreamland, they are kind of pot committed here, especially when it comes to the Freya building up to that bola shot as well. But the Winston does feel required. The Wrecking Ball just hasn't been good enough.
Great on the rush
here, and they're all going to follow up on it. Pella finds a pick onto Redix, and now they have the ultimate to go here as well. They could close out this point, very much so. Dildox with no positioning here. Bass going to drop the self-destruct here. If he's going to make this one, should be good enough.
Oh, Talisman died to his pulse bomb. Oh, no way. Dildox are back into this one, Johnny. They are back into this one. It's a gift from Talisman. A tragic spot to be. But the players are coming back in. Baz back at full HP. Is he onto the cart? It's so close. Lucio has to hold it for the moment, but with the return of D.Va, oh, it's only pain for Dreamland. He recalls the D.Va bomb to die to his own pulse bomb. Oh, no.
Dude, that was their fight. Come on, man.
You can't write the script on this one, Johnny. You just have to watch in awe. Narwhal with the beat, though. Dreamland, if you don't tilt, this is a winnable fight. Theoretically, Dildox, they don't have any ultimates. I mean, they're 80 to 90 to a few of them, but let's say they don't have any right now. If you strike fast, hard and aggressive, we need a Red X beat here. Full aggro, Frothy Philly already finds one. Big beat, though.
Crazy,
supports. Red X at 98 gets killed first. And the beautiful beat from Narwhal. The Winston follow-up is there. The support ultimates cannot be gapped in time. And it seems that Dreamland have stayed their execution for yet a moment longer. Tracer, Kiri coming back in for the retouch, but it's not enough. And okay, Dildox, one last chance, one last moment to make this full hold, but Dreamland, I mean, they're drained on ultimates. It's only the primal, and not an easy comp to Primal Rage into. This is part of the reason we don't see much Winston in the current meta, is that Freya is almost impossibly hard to lock down with that Winston Primal.
Yeah, so much pressure. Surely you have to activate the Primal Rage. It's just a mechanic to stay alive here because the Freya damage is just too much here. Kitsunora's going to be dropped here from Frothy Philly.
Good kite out.
Yeah, it's a great kite, actually. If you're Dreamland, very happy with that one. Pella, probably gonna have to pop the Primal Rage to stay alive, yeah.
But he's waiting. I mean, he's staying alive. The supports are back in to help him. And okay, now he goes to the Primal, but looks to be an aggressive one. Trying to come in and catch some of these backline. Forces the Kiri out of the off angle. Maybe not the biggest Primal, but it was never going to be too much better than this, as he puts a lot of damage onto Baz, forces him into an awkward position, gets the beat out of Red X, and once again, Dreamland falling back. This time, though, they're not able to do so cleanly. Manually gets caught in the crossfire, and they're able to maybe find more. Narwhal trying to dance his way out of this one. The help with a bubble shield from Pella could be just what they needed, but the bowler shot is good. Big damage onto Pella. Isn't able to go in aggressively. Isn't even able to escape with his life, despite the Kitsune rush on the ground. And here's PDK over the top, just pumping bolt after bolt into the heads of the opposition. Dreamland still willing to fight this one out, despite missing their tank. They're waiting for Pella now. We're coming into an overtime scenario, and Dildux, any one pick could be enough to put them over the line to secure them one more shot here in the OWCS NA Stage 3. We're into the overtime scenario. Will it be Razor with the pulse bomb? Will it be Baz with a self-destruct? Razor, he's looking for it. Doesn't want to whip it. Doesn't want to go for something too risky. I like that patience from Razor.
Okay, recall forced here. Might have to play a bit more cautiously here. Pulse bomb comes out. Can't quite tell anything. Baz is going to eat the bola shot here as well. Dreamland,
Big
nice sound
position.
barrier actually from Narwhal. And that will give them enough health here to potentially stay alive. But Dildux, they're not going down. And they're actually going to come out on top of this fight.
It's a low numbers engagement here, but the tank of life for Baz. The cleanse keeps his HP up. This is still an armored diva, just cleans up manually. No one's really left to stand up against Baz. He still has the HP to work with. Tracer being bullied out of the server, and it'll be Dildux with a 3-0 victory, flipping the script from our earlier match in the day, seizing the moment, seizing the victory, sticking to their bread and butter, sticking to the style that works for them, and just absolutely fearless with the aggression, whether it was the YOLO beats from Red X, PDK swinging wide like the freaking Terminator, or Razor and Baz combining for some monster dives there on that final map on Gibraltar. Frothy Philly, big performances from him on the flex support, just wanton aggression on the Kiriko, frankly. And across the board, it works. They put all the pieces together, and when you're playing that aggressive across the board, it is not an easy thing to respond to. As good as Dreamland has been today, it wasn't enough to get over the line. And in the end, our OWCS teams defend their spots. New blood not allowed into the OWCS NA Stage 3.
I mean, guys, I gotta say, that was unreal to watch. And even further, just a little side note, when we were heading into this match, Johnny was like, who do you think it's gonna be? I said Dildux, so I'm feeling pretty good.
How ironic that this was our only 3-0.
Yeah, the only one
locked in to wrap it up. I mean, come on now. I fully expected a map 5 here. I'm not gonna lie.
I think it's what we all really wanted of a map 5, but that's not what ended up happening, but it's okay nonetheless.
I was expecting it. I wasn't emotionally ready for it. So in fact, I'm a little glad that Dildux was able to light it up the way they did, man. And PDK, he came out swinging, man. This guy came to play on this match. I mean, maps 1 and 2, it felt like it was just a PDK show, swinging so many big fights in his favor with just ridiculous headshots out of nowhere, with you know, just making it happen. It felt like the team caught fire off the back of that. People started to say, hey, you know what? We're winning this. Like, let's go. Let's full send. Let's get aggro. And despite some very big plays, especially, I think these DPS really impressed me from Dreamland. Manually and Talisman all had big moments of their own. You know, Pella showed an impressive tanking performance for Dreamland. Narwhal and Hanbei also fought well in some of these engagements. This was just a Dildux playing at their peak, playing to their potential as a team. This is why they qualified to OWCS. Maybe they didn't have the best stage. They weren't like necessarily grinding the hardest, but there's serious fragging power on this team. In a chaotic environment, you don't want to be going up against these players in a head-to-head deathmatch moment.
Yeah, 100% there. I mean, I feel for Dreamland because like they're literally one match away from qualifying for OWCS Stage 3. So definitely something you can build on with this roster. But now looking at Dildux, I'm like, do I have to like be scared of PDK going into Stage 3 here? Like, do I put respect on PDK's name here? Like, if I'm
you better.
Wub X10, like, watch out. PDK is coming for Stage 3. My guy is he's ready to go.
He's been taking names all day. The man of the hour, PDK. We actually have him online for an interview.
Let's go.
PDK, are you with us?
Yeah, hello.
All right, man. It's
Awesome.
great to hear from you. I mean, I gotta just first open this up. How are you feeling, man? You were lighting it up this whole series.
That's
Maps 1 and
crazy.
2, man. You took over in so many of these fights. I mean, you guys got to come into this promotion relegation, come out of OWCS as a team that is a little bit devil may care, a little bit, you know, kind of YOLO, doing what you please on the server, but then coming out and getting big wins like this in promotion relegation, another shot at OWCS. I mean, was this the outcome you guys expected on the day?
Yeah, we didn't want to lose the first game, but I mean it's an exact mirror of last promo. We lost to map 5 and then 3-0'd our way both through the next games, or not 3-0, we 3-2 over Yab, but that's like it's like a carbon copy of last promo relegation pretty much.
I mean, you know, now we take a look and, you know, talk about last promo. Now we're going to be here for this one and looking into what you've been doing, you know, presently to become a better team, to be more competitive. You guys have just this wild roster and what we talk about so much, this wild type of play. Going forward, I asked it already to the other team that was able to move forward, and now I'm going to ask you, what does it look like for you guys as a team that is going to allow you to be more formidable, to compete against some of those upper teams that unfortunately you were having to drop below that 6th ranking?
We kind of just have fun. Like I feel like I was pretty much giggling the entire time. Like I would kill someone and then I just have like Redix like screaming like into my ear, and it was just fun. Like we just laughed pretty much the entire time. Like us on game day is very like happy and like joyous, but us in a scrim is very doom and despair. So we kind of have like two sides for the Ducks pretty much.
Just polar opposites on the spectrum.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know, me and Jake, we were actually wondering during the cast there, because you looked so dominant. How many scrims did you actually play going into this tournament?
For promotion relegation, specific
2
scrims. That's exactly the average between Johnny's guess of 4 and my guess of 0.
Yeah, no, we had one on Tuesday and then one on Thursday, and then we were gonna scrim on Friday and Saturday, and then we were like, we just don't want to, so we kind of just did a warm-up today, and we were like, good enough.
But you just pop off. Like that was honestly, you just took over the game there, and like credit to your team as well. You know, Redix did a great job. I'm just like, it just felt like night and day. You just walked into today and just obviously you lost the first map, but first match rather. But like you just dominated 3-0. It was like only 3-0 on broadcast all day. So I'm just blown away by how good you guys looked in this series. That was amazing.
Thank you.
I'm glazing. I'm sorry. My bad.
You're good.
All right.
I like
PDK. We thank you so much, man, for coming in for the interview. Congrats on you guys, success here in the tournament, your replacement back into OWCS NA Stage 3. We're excited to see what you guys can do popping off on match day, bringing the good vibes. It's definitely exciting to hear. We also get to announce you're a player of the match. I mean, maybe not a huge shot.
2 times.
Two times is here on the interview. So thank you, man, for coming on the cam.
Can I give a quick shout out?
Yeah, please.
Razor woke up this morning with the flu, and he has been battling flu-like symptoms all day and has still performed like LeBron. This is his 97th flu game. I love that guy.
That's awesome.
All right, well, much love here between all you guys on the server. It's great to see that translate into some great competitive success and some awesome performances. So thank you so much for the interview. We're going to let you go for now. Excited to see what you guys can do, of course, going deeper into OWCS NA Stage 3. But that's going to be all for us today, guys.
Thank you, PDK. Thank you.
Of course. Have a good one, guys.
Bye.
And so as we wrap up, guys, I mean, we're coming towards, the end of the day now. I mean, and what a day it was. Truly an epic battle across. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how we got here. All the matches, that we played throughout here in the NA promotion relegation. And Dill Ducks, man, bringing it back. Remember, they lost 3-2 off broadcast, but that didn't slow them down, not one bit.
No, they're not only the promo relegation team. They're also the lower bracket team.
True. Facts.
Yep.
Map.
That rubber ducky, you're just so much fun. I mean, they're gonna be here moving forward with just Nova moving into it, and again with all these other teams for Stage 3. It's gonna be wicked to see how they continue to perform and what they're gonna do to continue working their way up the food chain, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, it's going to be super competitive, super exciting to see the matchups continue on. And I mean, both of our OWCS teams defend their slots, able to make another shot here, coming back into stage 3. We'll see them compete. But of course, before we come into stage 3, before we see that competition reignite, it's all about the midseason championship, guys. We got to crown a global champion. We got to see who is the top dog in the world of Overwatch. That's what it's all about, these epic LAN events. And it's going to be the midseason championship up next at the end of July here, just coming up right around the corner. I'm stoked for this, man. I can't wait for the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, the LCQ takes place starting Thursday. So just 4 days
right around the
of
corner.
rest, and then there's more Overwatch action for you. Falcons, set a division.
No rest for the wicked, Johnny. That's what they say. But, you know, what a day, guys. What an epic slate of matches. So many back and forth engagements. A lot of new names kind of making their way for me into my awareness. Like, okay, there's more players we got to be thinking about from EMEA, from NA that, you know, could be making their appearances, whether teams qualifying straight up into OWCS or maybe just coming up to you know, sniping some of these top players who've made strong performances in promotion relegation or in FACEIT Master League to join some of these squads that are looking for replacements in OWCS. I just want to get your guys' overall thoughts on the day. First, Rich, thank you so much for coming into cast, man. It's been a pleasure. What's your feeling about the day so far, if you had to encapsulate it?
Just never underestimate your opponent and just have a good time. Like, like those are the things that I think of. I mean, with that last interview right there from Dildux, it's like, you know what? I'm loving the fact that we get to hear just that kind of fun, like, just nature behind the competitive play. So,
should have asked Dildux about the Junkrat on Atlas. What was that about? God damn. All right. Well,
till next time.
Razor sneezed and hid the Junkrat hero key. It was a flu-like symptom to play Junkrat.
Guys, I'm sick. I'm playing Junkrat.
This is why they can't land the shots, so you gotta ricochet grenades off the wall and hope you hit something. So
hey, you got a passive kill on the Lucio after, so it worked out.
Yeah,
all right. Need to aim.
That's just good strategy, guys. You know, we had some joyous, good vibes, and thank you, of course, to all the fans, to production for putting the show together. Congrats to our teams qualifying to OWCS, right? This means a lot to these teams. As much fun as we have with the show, it's a huge deal for some of these guys fighting through FACEIT Master League, getting their chance to compete with the big dogs in OWCS, and maybe potentially earn their slot at a LAN sometime in the future. Well, you know, only time will tell on that front, but that is all for our show. We're gonna let you guys go, and just thank you so much to the fans for sticking with us through the whole show. It's been an epic one.
Good night, everybody. Take care.